Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Night World. The air is frigid and the land is frozen, the night stretching infinitely before them, resembling the forsaken village of Linhu, perched on the desolate edge of the dormant Fengyan volcano. Nearly 100 humble abodes lie beneath a thick blanket of ice and snow, with only a few flickering lights barely piercing the darkness. When will this wretched existence come to an end? Wang Ge huddles deeper into his tattered quilt, even with a brazier burning in the cellar. He cannot stave off the shivers that rack his body. He is both hungry and cold, having not had a full meal in days. Once, he was a diligent worker from a cerulean planet, who ventured alone to Iceland during a winter holiday. Suddenly, a flash of aurora danced across the night sky, and he found himself transported to this strange realm. To Wang Gui's astonishment, everything around him appears digitized. He can see others' health bars and the information panels of various objects, akin to a world in a video game. Unfamiliar items are marked with A, while the names of friendly neighbors glow green. Those he detests turn yellow, and the names of nefarious villains or ferocious beasts are marked in ominous red. The inhabitants of this world experience the cycle of life and death, joy and sorrow. They possess thoughts and cultures, true individuals rather than mere NPCs. Yet, what baffles him is the absence of daylight, the sun nowhere to be seen. All that exists is an interminable night engulfed in a bitter chill. Moreover, he has heard tales of marauding thieves in the snowy expanse, savage beasts of the ice plains, bloodthirsty and mysterious night demons, alongside a multitude of extreme and treacherous weather conditions. It feels as though he has stumbled into a bizarre apocalypse. In this eternal night, the people cling to the warmth of fire, the nobility thrive beneath the earth, basking in the heat of volcanic magma, while the lowly commoners struggle to survive in the biting cold above. Wang Gui once contemplated digging a deep pit in his home to escape the chill, only to discover that the earth beneath his feet was impervious to his efforts. At most, he could excavate 3 or 4 meters before encountering an impenetrable stone barrier, as if a deliberate force were obstructing him, akin to an air wall in a game. The air is thick with strangeness. At times, Wang Ge muses whether this world has been cursed by some great power, or if celestial beings clashed and inadvertently extinguished the sun. Perhaps this realm is a unique tri-body world, caught in a cyclical pattern of eternal night and day, repeating every tens of thousands or even millions of years. No one knows. The flickering flames cast shadows on Wang Gui's somber visage as he examines his status panel, his expression steeped in melancholy. Name: Wang Gui. Health: 99. Constitution: 2. Spiritual power: 0. Mind: 3. A simplistic interface, with stark data devoid of embellishments. Beyond the harshness of his environment, what troubles Wang Gui most is his complete lack of understanding regarding how to cultivate and level up. The people above ground seldom venture out, preoccupied with survival and hunting, leading to a severe blockage of information. The outside world is a dark, cold abyss filled with unknown dangers, and valuing his life, he has yet to leave the village. Occasionally, he overhears the elderly speak of warriors capable of moving mountains, practitioners of profound arts, and enigmatic shamans, yet he remains utterly clueless about how to become such extraordinary beings. As the chosen one from another world, how could Wang Gui resign himself to despair? He resolves to explore on his own. Is it not about improving his constitution? Then he would enhance it through exercise. However, after over a month of effort, not only did his constitution remain stagnant, but he also injured himself, causing his health to drop by 1, which left him too frightened to continue training. As for spiritual power, he remains perplexed. Having watched numerous novels and dramas on his former planet, he knows that cultivating spiritual power requires some form of secret technique or method. Regarding his mind, he believes that merely surviving for 3 months in this world without succumbing to madness is quite an accomplishment in itself. Thus, his mental attribute is slightly higher than the others. Gurgle. Wang Gui's stomach growls, a reminder that it too has endured this arduous journey alongside him, with their impoverished existence weighing heavily. Living with him is the elderly Li, who shares no blood relation with him. In his youth, Li ventured into the world, only to return as a disabled man, now confined to his bed. With their food stores nearly depleted, The two of them have relied on the kindness of neighbors and friends to scrape by. Fortunately, they have planted potatoes in the fields outside, and it seems the harvest is due. Ding ding! A bell hanging on the wall suddenly jingles, a thin line connecting it to the fields outside. Oh no! Wang Gui's heart races as he quickly dons a thick fur coat and grabs a spear from the corner, rushing outside. The potatoes in the field are vital for his survival. He cannot afford any losses. Snowflakes swirl through the air as he steps into the pitch black. Frigid expanse, the ground crunches beneath his feet, and the aurora shimmers like a river of stars across the night sky. In the darkness, visibility is limited, but every so often, the sky bursts with stunning auroras, providing just enough light to see by. This phenomenon occurs with remarkable regularity, roughly equivalent to a day on his former planet. Ice porcupine. Description: a common small beast of the icy plains. It delights in consuming grasses, berries, and small insects, occasionally pilfering crops. Phew! Thank goodness. Upon seeing the shadowy figure's information, Wang Gui breathes a sigh of relief. It is merely a common ice porcupine, not a formidable foe. He stealthily approaches, spear in hand, striving to make as little noise as possible. The creature before him is unlike any porcupine he has ever known, its body adorned with icy blue quills, resembling a mutated species, as it gnaws on the potatoes in the ground. Holding his breath, Wang Gui waits for the perfect moment, then thrusts his spear forward, striking true. A shriek pierces the air as the porcupine collapses, thrashing for a moment before falling still. As usual, there is no experience gained, nor any items dropped. However, Wang Gui has grown accustomed to this. At least a few pounds of meat will suffice to satiate his hunger. Tonight will be a feast. Wang Gui beams like a child. For the past few days have seen relentless snow, leaving his home devoid of food and his stomach nearly empty. Potato mature. Description: a common crop, hardy and edible. Just in time for a potato stew, with pork tonight delicious. With all the ingredients at hand, he envisions the meal, saliva nearly pooling in his mouth. Ding! Obtained. Potato 1. Congratulations! You have comprehended a life skill. Harvesting. Harvesting LV1. 010. Description: able to gather low-level plant resources. A long-forgotten voice suddenly resonates in Wang Gui's mind, rendering him momentarily stunned. Finally, it has come. An indescribable wave of excitement surges within him. After 3 months of attempting to discover the method to unlock his golden finger, all had ended in failure now. At last, he has received a response. Wait, hold on, a life skill? The biting cold wind quickly snaps Wang Gui back to reality, forcing him to reassess the skill he has just acquired. It is a life skill, not a combat skill. The techniques and incantations he had yearned for have not materialized. Instead, he has gained a simple, mundane harvesting skill. Unlocking a skill by merely digging up a potato? Yet if the method were correct, then surely killing the porcupine should have elicited some response as well. For a moment, Wang Gui is left perplexed. While a life skill is better than none, he comforts himself, quickly adjusting his mindset. The frigid air pierces his lungs like a knife, and the blood of the freshly slain porcupine has already begun to freeze into red crystals upon the ground. The fire element stone is nearly depleted. Wang Gui glances at the circular stone in the center of the field, which emits a dim red glow under its light. The surrounding earth appears soft and moist, in stark contrast to the frozen ground nearby. In the depths of night and cold, light and warmth have become luxuries, coveted by all. The fire element stone harbors a strange energy, providing illumination and suitable warmth within a certain radius, making it an indispensable resource for human survival above ground. These peculiar stones originate from the blazing city of Xianyan, built upon the Fengyan volcano, where the powerful reign over neighboring villages, extracting taxes and labor from the populace. Under the duress of survival, the people have no choice but to comply. Chapter 2. Life Skills. The heavy snowfall has ceased, and the auroras in the sky gleam with extraordinary brilliance. Potatoes 10. Harvesting proficiency 10. As he had anticipated, skill enhancement is reliant on proficiency. After harvesting all the potatoes, his harvesting skill has risen to LV2. Returning indoors, Wang Gui feels a surge of joy. He fills half a bucket with snow, preparing to melt it for cooking when the sound of crunching snow reaches his ears, followed by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he finds two figures, one large and one small, bundled tightly in fur coats, leaving only their eyes visible, with frost adorning their brows. "What brings you two here?" "It's freezing outside, coming quickly." Wang Gui glances at their information tags. The visitors are his childhood friends, Daniel and Xiao. A chill emanates from them, and as they enter, it's as if steam rises from their bodies. "This is a fur coat, my third. Aunt mended. The harsh season is approaching. Here, this is for you and Grandpa Li, along with some dried venison for you to eat." Xiao produces the fur coat and food, placing them aside. "Thank you, Xiao." Wang Gui does not feign reluctance. The past few months have been tough, and he has largely relied on Xiao and Dania's family for support. He can only keep this kindness in his heart, vowing to repay it when the opportunity arises. "How is Grandpa Li faring?" "He's doing all right, the same as always." The three engage in customary pleasantries. "Daniel, what has happened to you? You look utterly exhausted." Wang Gui noticed the dark circles under Daniel's eyes and the lack of vitality on his face, as though he had spent the entire night awake. A glance revealed that his health had dropped to 95. When they had last met a few days ago, it had been at full capacity. Daniel's expression stiffened, and he coughed awkwardly. "It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night, I'm fine." Xiao Er's cheeks flushed at these words. With such expressions, even a fool could discern the truth. Goodness, to lose so much health in a single night. It truly echoes the old saying. Wang Gui said earnestly, "Take care of yourself, Daniel. Don't overexert yourself. By the way, I just caught a porcupine outside. I'll save the quills and the kidneys for you to replenish your strength." Daniel cast a skeptical glance at the porcupine on the ground and replied, "With your scrawny frame, you actually managed to hunt? I suspect you merely found it frozen on the ground. Believe what you want. No need to save me any food. That little porcupine wouldn't be enough for me alone, and I'm afraid it would make you weep." Daniel shook his head and said, "We're here to share some good news. Xiao Er and I are planning to get married." "Xiao Er marrying you is truly a flower planted in cow dung." Wang Gui was not surprised, as their families had long arranged a betrothal. Xiao Er, upon hearing this, burst into a delightful laugh, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. "What a cow dung! It's quite nutritious. And how dare you criticize me?" Daniel's face turned crimson, but he maintained a serious demeanor. "Last month, my second aunt introduced you to Xiang Lan from the village. She's quite the catch. Look at you. So thin you resemble a monkey, it's unlikely anyone would find you appealing. Yet you have the audacity to be choosy." Xiang Lan was a widow, over a decade older than Wang Gui, with a robust physique that made Wang Gui appear like a mere child beside her. In this village, the locals prioritized strength and hunting prowess over appearances or social status. Such attributes were deemed inconsequential. It was not uncommon for widows in their 40s to remarry, often with stepfathers of similar age to their children. As an outsider, Wang Gui found it challenging to accept this mindset, especially as he had no intention of marrying at the moment. "When will you hold the wedding? I'm looking forward to celebrating." Wang Gui shook his head helplessly, eager to shift the conversation. "It's still early. We plan to wait until after our military service before tying the knot," Daniel replied with a grin. In the villages under the rule of Xinyan City, all men of age were required to serve in the military. Wang Gui was no exception, being in the same cohort as Daniel. Though military service was arduous, families participating received subsidies in the form of fire elemental stones, making it a choice most were willing to embrace. Moreover, those who excelled in the pioneering teams could earn the opportunity to relocate their families to the warm and comfortable underground city, an aspiration coveted by all those living above ground. "By the way, tomorrow night my father will take me hunting, and he can impart some skills. Would you like to join us?" Daniel clapped Wang Gui on the shoulder, sizing him up. "With your small frame, you could use some training. If you can't handle it in the military, don't come crying back." "Sure." Daniel's father had once served as a guard in Xinyan City and was an experienced hunter in the village, so perhaps Wang Gui could learn something valuable from him. Additionally, he was eager to explore the outside world. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Gui resumed preparing the ingredients when suddenly he heard a light cough from the cellar door. "Grandfather, you're awake." Wang Gui approached the cellar, offering a cup of hot water to the elderly man lying on the heated bed. Old Lee Health 10, who just visited. Old Lee's face was lined with wrinkles, his hair a mix of white and gray, and he appeared very frail. His eyes were blind, and he had lost an arm and a leg, presenting a rather pitiful sight. According to village gossip, Old Lee had offended someone in his youth while wandering outside, resulting in the loss of his limbs and sight. Daniel and Xiao Er were here. They mentioned going hunting outside the village tomorrow and asked if I wanted to join them, and I agreed. Wang Gui added logs to the heated bed as he spoke. I just caught a porcupine. We can have pork stew later. Old Lee mumbled a few words, drank his water, and continued to lie down. His temperament was quite peculiar, and over time, Wang Gui had grown accustomed to it. Upon exiting the cellar, the kettle on the fire had just boiled, and Wang Gui prepared to cook the meat. He meticulously cleaned the porcupine, removing its fur and entrails, setting aside some meat while chopping the rest into small pieces to place in the pot. He also washed and diced potatoes. Wang Gui was earnest in his food preparation. It was the first time he had cooked a meal from ingredients he had personally hunted and gathered, even timing himself with an hourglass. Skill acquired, cooking. Cooking level 1, 0-10. You can create delicious dishes using ingredients. The higher the level, the better the quality of the dishes. Just as the fragrant porcupine stew was ready, a message flashed across his interface. Is this possible? But why is it another life skill? Is it trying to make me a life player? Wang Gui stared blankly for a moment before his gaze fell upon the cooking skill on his interface, his lips twitching slightly. It resembled a secondary profession, like a chef in a game, utilizing ingredients to create food with a chance of adding special effects. Indeed, as the delicious food was served, an accompanying message appeared. Pork stew with potatoes common. Description: porcupine meat paired with potatoes, simple to prepare and incredibly tasty. Effect: a home-style stew that fills the stomach with a chance to slowly restore health. The more precious the ingredients, the better the dish's quality. Of course, it also depended on the cooking level. Can it restore health? Wang Gui was taken aback, immediately ladling a bowl of broth. Let me have a taste. The soup was rich and aromatic, the meat tender, leaving a lingering flavor that was simply delightful. To savor a bowl of delicious stew on a frigid day was undoubtedly a source of great happiness. Wang Gui felt warmth radiating throughout his body, utterly comfortable. Health 100. Suddenly, his health meter flickered from 99 to 100. Wang Gui was left in disbelief. The dish had the effect of restoring health, akin to a health potion. Previously, he had been overly cautious, fearing any bumps and bruises that might deplete his health, and he dreaded the fierce beasts of the icy wilderness, avoiding venturing outside the village. Now, with this dish, he could not only satiate his hunger, but also regain health, making him feel more confident when hunting. In this light, being a cook didn't seem so bad after all. By the way, I wonder if Old Lee will regain health after eating this pork stew with potatoes. Wang Gui had a sudden thought and promptly carried a bowl of stew to the cellar, calling for Old Lee. At old age, one's teeth fail, making it difficult to chew meat. Old Lee had a hearty appetite, finishing the bowl cleanly, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Yet his health meter remained unchanged at 10. Wang Gui then realized that due to Old Lee's advanced age and disabilities, having low health was quite normal. He had naively hoped that a bowl of stew could replenish his life force, which seemed rather fanciful. If that were indeed the case, then his pork stew with potatoes would be no different from an elixir of immortality. Wang Gui nearly laughed at his own naive thoughts. Returning to the room, Wang Gui lay on the heated bed and enjoyed a restful sleep, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next night. In one day, he had acquired 2 skills, though they were both life skills. Each was of paramount importance. His previously uncertain outlook was now filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 3. The Black Forest Valley. The following night, Wang Gui arrived early at the village entrance, where a stone monument stood, adorned with offerings of cured meats and vegetables, made to appease the village spirit for blessings of safety. Wang Gui had brought along a large cloth bag, prepared for the hunt. The addition of a successful backpack allowed the bee skin pouch to connect with his interface, unexpectedly transforming it into a storage pack. The pork stew with potatoes he had prepared the previous night also appeared in the item column of his interface, its name displayed in white, allowing him to retrieve it effortlessly with mere thought. and it even retained its warmth, eliminating any concerns of spoilage. Before long, 3 figures approached the village entrance, bundled up like dumplings. These were none other than Daniel, his father Zhao Tai, and another companion. Lu Sherd, you've come quite early, haven't you? Daniel remarked. Zhao Tai, bearing several long spears, a thick hemp rope slung over his shoulder, a homemade animal trap in hand, and a small beast bone knife and ice pick hanging from his waist, exuded the aura of a seasoned hunter. In contrast, Wang Gui seemed rather unprepared, carrying only a spear. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Lu, Wang Gui greeted politely, aware that both were renowned hunters in the village. All right, let's go. Zhao Tai nodded without further ado, leading the way, with the others following closely behind. In the pitch-black night, the silvery aurora overhead appeared particularly striking. The villagers oriented themselves with the gathering of the aurora to the north and its dispersal to the south, distinguishing east from west. Exiting the village, the group headed northward. Suddenly, Wang Gui felt a heaviness in his chest, struggling to exhale, gradually falling behind the group. Wang Gui, what's wrong? Daniel was the first to notice something amiss. Zhao Tai, leading the way, hurried back upon hearing the commotion. It seems he has inhaled too much of the cold toxin, Zhao Tai remarked indifferently after a brief glance. Cold toxin? What is that? Wang Gui's heart raced at the unfamiliar term. At that moment, a deep blue debuff appeared on his interface, devoid of any description. The cold toxin is a potent poison that permeates the surrounding air. Excessive inhalation can lead to weakness or even death. However, this toxin is rare in the village, almost non-existent. Outside the village, it is omnipresent, Zhao Tai explained. Wang Gui nodded, diligently noting this information. It was his first venture outside the village, and the world beyond was entirely foreign to him. Fire stones can dispel the cold toxin. Everyone, gather closer, and don't stray too far from the fire stone, Zhao Tai instructed, his demeanor steady. He produced a light red stone from his pocket, affixing it to a specially crafted wooden stick. As if he had been prepared for this, he then handed the improvised lantern to Wang Gui. Under the warm glow of the fire stone, Wang Gui's discomfort swiftly subsided, his breathing becoming much easier. This peculiar experience caused Wang Gui's brow to furrow slightly. The outside world was riddled with cold toxins, yet in the places where people gathered, it was absent, making it feel as if the outside was a toxic wasteland while the novice village remained a sanctuary. Let us move quickly. We must reach the Black Forest Valley before the icy tide arrives, Zhao Tai said, casting a wary glance at the faint white mist rising around them. The icy tide referred to sharp, tiny ice shards formed from water vapor in extremely low temperatures, which, when whipped by strong winds, resembled a sandstorm, obliterating any life on the icy plains. A common yet terrifying natural disaster. The group quickened their pace. And after roughly an hour of travel, they arrived at a valley. Before them lay a pitch-black gorge, its depths unknown, the frozen ground beneath their feet dark, flanked by peculiar needle-like grass that resembled ice crystals. About 10 meters wide, dungeon, Black Forest Valley not far ahead. A simple entrance formed by 2 stout stone pillars was visible, with several glowing characters floating above, displaying the dungeon information. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Daniel urged, giving Wang Gui a nudge as he moved to follow Zhao Tai through the stone archway. If this is a dungeon. Wang Gui snapped back to reality and hurried after them. Upon entering the Black Forest Valley, the surroundings appeared unchanged, yet he could distinctly feel an increase in comfort, likely due to the valley's shielding effect, as the sounds of the wind gradually faded away. Zhao Tai suddenly turned to Wang Gui and said, "There's no cold toxin here. You can put away the fire stone." Wang Gui received this crucial information with relief. There was no cold toxin within the dungeon. Zhao Tai cautioned, "Do not mistake this for safety. The real dangers are just beginning. The fierce beasts and demons here could appear at any moment. Stay alert, do you understand?" "Understood, father." Daniel and Wang Gui nodded in unison, prompting Zhao Tai to exchange a knowing glance with Lu Shi, who intuitively moved to the back of the group. Zhao Tai gripped the massive stone axe on his back, leading the way, his eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Daniel's tension was palpable as he tightly clutched his weapon. At that moment, Wang Gui's mind was consumed with thoughts of the dungeon. Dungeons represented monster hunting, experience, materials, and equipment. He had previously been at a loss regarding cultivation and leveling up. Perhaps here, he would find the answers. Wang Gui recalled the moments when he had comprehended life skills. What's wrong with you? You seem distracted, Daniel observed, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Gui, who remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in thought. I'm fine, Wang Gui replied. Sure, be quiet. Zhao Tai's sharp gaze pinpointed something ahead, turning to glare at the two with a gesture for silence. The group looked up to see, not far ahead, a black-haired wild boar foraging beneath a coniferous tree, munching on the mossy grass. Black rock boar, level 1. This time, the information panel displayed its level. Lu Shi, Zhao Tai whispered, prompting Lu Shi to crouch and stealthily approach the wild boar. Daniel, set the trap and prepare the throwing rope, Zhao Tai instructed. Got it to as the trap was set, Lu Shi quietly positioned himself within 5 meters of the boar. Raising his spear to throw it, the spear struck the boar's tough hide, eliciting a pained grunt as it abruptly turned, its crimson eyes glaring at Lu Shi, revealing its formidable tusks. Having successfully caught the boar's attention, Lu Shi turned and fled. Now, get ready. Daniel swung the rope in his hand, aiming to trip the boar. Zhao Tai seized the moment, hurling several spears at the boar. The health bar above the wild boar's head plummeted from 98 to 80. The successive attacks disrupted the boar's speed and rhythm, causing it to stumble into the preset trap. The sound of snapping traps echoed as they clamped onto the boar's ankles. 1-1-1. Simultaneously, the taut rope ensnared its legs, sending it crashing to the ground. Its roar reverberated through the valley as Zhao Tai sprang forward, seizing the opportunity as the boar struggled to rise. With a swift motion, he swung the thick rope, aiming precisely for the boar's upper body. Sensing the danger, the black rock boar thrashed wildly, attempting to free itself. However, the other end of the rope was firmly tied to a nearby boulder, tightening with every struggle. Ha, let's see how you flaunt your ferocity now, you wretched beast, Daniel grinned broadly. Zhao Tai, however, cautioned, the black rock boar has tough skin and dense flesh, making it difficult to handle. Don't let its current predicament deceive you. It remains dangerous. We must wait for it to tire before we strike. Patience is key in hunting. Just as Zhao Tai brandished his stone axe, ready to finish off the prey, an unexpected figure rushed forward, Wang Gui. At that moment, a bold hypothesis sparked within him. If gathering resources and cooking could lead to the understanding of life skills, then battling within the dungeon might unlock combat skills. Clang! The spear struck the black rock boar's head. Wang Gui focused intently, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Congratulations! You have comprehended the basic combat skill, Thrust/LV1. 0-100 description. Harness your entire body's energy to dash forward swiftly, delivering a slashing attack to the target. Indeed, the crisp notification resonated in his ears, and an indescribable joy surged across Wang Gui's face. Chapter 4. The path to strength. As he had surmised, only within dungeons could one comprehend combat skills. The black rock boar's coarse, short fur was as tough as stone, especially around its head, which was encased in bone-like scales, rendering it incredibly hard. Its sharp tusks were its deadliest weapons. Wang Gui's thrust, while not inflicting significant damage, had successfully enraged the beast. Just as he was reveling in his recent triumph, the boar's tusk, half a meter long, charged directly at him. Thud! Wang Gui was caught off guard. As if struck by a galloping cart, and he was sent flying, flipping 3 or 4 times before crashing to the ground. Wang Gui, are you all right? Daniel and the others rushed over, their faces a mixture of shock and concern. I'm fine. The intense pain in his chest nearly robbed him of breath, but fortunately, his thick clothing cushioned the impact. Still trying to act tough. You were just knocked away, Daniel exclaimed, his concern evident. Such recklessness. Zhao Tai reprimanded in a low voice. Hunting requires patience. Do not take reckless risks when certainty eludes you. Your impulsiveness is alarming. Wang Gui glanced at the health bar above his head and exclaimed, 90 health points. How could I lose so much at once? Though startled, he felt a thrill of excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Despite the danger, it was worth it, as it allowed him to grasp the intricacies of combat. It was as if he had uncovered the mysteries of the world. In comparison, the pain was trivial. I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Wang Gui's eyes burned with fervor. Could you entrust this black rock boar to me? I wish to give it another attempt and hone my skills. His request left the others astonished. A novice hunter, fresh from the village, aspired to slay a fearsome black rock boar alone. This beast weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. And even the most seasoned hunters among them would approach it with caution. Although the boar was currently ensnared, it should not be underestimated. "Young man, do not rush. Take it step by step," Lu Shi advised kindly. "Have you lost your wits?" Daniu exclaimed incredulously. Wang Gui shook his head and replied earnestly, "I simply feel this opportunity is rare. I wish to try and learn." "Very well, but do not push yourself. There will be more chances in the future. If it becomes too perilous, retreat," Zhao Tai cautioned, noting the determination in Wang Gui's gaze. "Also, the back of the boar's neck and its abdomen are its weak points." Wang Gui nodded, inhaled deeply, and once more charged forward, spear in hand. Thrust / Proficiency 1. Suddenly, Wang Gui's figure accelerated mid-run, propelling him over 3 meters in an instant, and he thrust his spear anew. Black rock boar health bar -5. Clang! This time, the same spot yielded results. Wang Gui unleashed his skill, amplifying his damage. Skills too relied on proficiency to upgrade, yet not every use would grant proficiency. Moreover, utilizing skills drained stamina significantly and required intervals, preventing continuous execution. After several thrust slashes, Wang Gui began to gasp heavily, his limbs trembling from fatigue, and the injury on his chest still throbbed painfully. It seemed that despite possessing game-like data skills, he could not fight like a game character, with infinite stamina and the ability to battle tirelessly, even at death's door. Wang Gui's attacks were swift, yet it was his first encounter. Lacking practical experience, the black rock boar, though hindered, still posed a threat. A careless collision resulted in a health loss of -3. The pain coursing through him urged Wang Gui to refrain from recklessness. He retreated to the side, rummaging through his inventory for a dish of pork stew with potatoes, and began to eat heartily. The pork was still warm. After consuming a bowl, he regained some stamina, but it did not trigger any health recovery effect. Burp. Wang Gui had to eat another bowl before the effect activated. One. His health began to recover slowly. This scene did not go unnoticed by the 3 behind him. "Goodness, he still has the appetite to eat?" Daniu remarked, unable to contain his sarcasm. "Your adversary, the wild boar, is watching. Show it some respect." Zhao Tai and Lu Shi said nothing, gurgle. After finishing his meal, as Wang Gui prepared to resume combat, his stomach began to churn violently. Midway through his preparations, he suddenly halted, feeling the urgent need to relieve himself. "I apologize, everyone. I need to take care of something. I will be back shortly," Wang Gui said with an awkward grin, raising a hand in apology. The 3 were rendered speechless. Daniu covered his face, unable to bear the embarrassment. Wang Gui hurried to a secluded corner, contemplating as he went. Indeed, gourmet dishes could not fully replace health potions. He had overindulged. While they restored some stamina, recovering health relied on probability, and the effects were not as pronounced. Fortunately, he had discerned this in advance. Had he been locked in combat with an enemy and suddenly found himself unable to hold back, it would have been a farcical predicament. His agility still required improvement. Reflecting on his previous battle, Wang Gui meticulously analyzed his initial combat experience, realizing that his failure to dodge in time had led to multiple strikes from the boar's tusks, leaving clear marks on his beast skin coat. Combat skills could only be refined through relentless practice. Wang Gui's backside had grown numb from the cold, and he hastened to finish before returning to the fray. Shedding his burdens, he became more agile and re-engaged with the black rock boar. The boar, ensnared by ropes, became a living target, its hooves caught in traps and snares, making it unable to move while blood flowed continuously from its wounds. 50, 40, 34, roar. When the health bar dropped to 30, the black rock boar suddenly went berserk, snapping the ropes that bound it and breaking free. Not good. Wang Gui is in danger. Wait, this could be a challenge for him. An opportunity. Zhao Tai's gaze fixed intently on the slender figure ahead, deep in thought. He extended a hand to halt the 2 rushing forward. Meanwhile, the freed black rock boar locked onto its target with its blood-red eyes. Wang Gui swallowed hard, gripping his spear tighter, facing the charging beast without a thought of retreat. Instead, he raised his spear to meet it head-on. Perhaps this battle would further his understanding. Clang! The spear clashed against the tusks, producing a sharp sound. Wang Gui continuously varied his attack methods, slicing, hacking, lifting, sweeping, and so forth, hoping to glean other skills, but the results were mediocre. He even deliberately exposed weaknesses, drawing closer to the beast to provoke an attack, intending to dodge and thereby learn agility skills, yet he was met with failure. A few misfired skills nearly cost him dearly. Let us finish this. I yearn for some roasted boar head. As the black rock boar's health bar dwindled to 10. Wang Gue shifted his focus from combat mastery to the loot. He was curious whether defeating monsters in dungeons would yield drops. 9.5.2. Wang Gue unleashed a fervent assault on the boar's weak points. Watching as its health bar plummeted, with perfect timing, he aimed for its abdomen with a thrust slash, his spear piercing through in an instant, rapidly depleting its health bar. The massive body of the black rock boar collapsed with a resounding thud that shook the ground. Successfully slaying the black rock boar, no experience gain notification appeared. It seemed leveling up did not rely on experience points. Did it drop anything? Wang Gue quickly examined the scene and saw two glowing orbs emerge from the boar's body, swiftly merging into him. Simultaneously, within his inventory panel, the orbs revealed their true forms. Black rock armor, common crafted from the bones of the black rock boar, wearing it grants a slight sense of safety. Vitality Stone, Tier 1 contains a faint vitality power. If vitality is below 10, using it permanently increases it by 1 point, a piece of chest armor, and a special potion that could enhance attributes. The black armor was unremarkable, but Wang Gue's gaze shifted eagerly to the pale red Vitality Stone, a fine treasure that can enhance vitality. Wang Gue's face lit up with joy. Perhaps this was the key to his strength. Without hesitation, he used it immediately. Vitality Stone used successfully. Vitality 1. He then glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Wang Gue. Health: 90 Vitality, 3 Spirit, 0 Mind, 3 Life Skills. Gathering level 2. Cooking level 1. Combat skills. Thrust/level 1 Vitality had increased from 2 to 3. Since Vitality could be enhanced by the Vitality Stone, could Spirit and Mind also be augmented through special treasures? This implied that to become stronger and enhance his attributes, he could acquire corresponding items through dungeon exploration. Wang Gue's eyes sparkled with fervor, his heart racing with excitement. He had finally discovered the path to becoming stronger. Chapter 5. A sudden inspiration. Are you all right? Upon seeing the black rock boar fall, Daniu and the others rushed over, expressing their concern for Wang Gue. Impressive. I never expected you to truly slay a black rock boar solo. I was quite worried for you before, Daniu praised, giving Wang Gue a thumbs up. Though somewhat reckless, you have the spirit of my younger days, haha. Lu Shi chuckled, clapping Wang Gue on the shoulder, clearly impressed. Wang Gue's heart raced. Nerves still tingling, yet observing their expressions, it seemed they had not noticed the glowing orbs that dropped. Perhaps only he could see and collect them. This was all thanks to Uncle Zhao's reminder. Had he not known the boar's weaknesses, he could not have dispatched it so easily. Wang Gue calmed himself, replying slowly, "Did you learn hunting combat previously?" Zhao Tai's deep gaze bore into Wang Gue with astonishment. Though his movements appeared unrefined and erratic, they possessed a certain rhythm, occasionally sharp, unlike that of a novice hunter. Oldly shared some of his hunting tales with me. I learned by experimenting on my own. Noticing Zhao Tai's realization of his sudden transformation, Wang Gue's mind raced to explain. Is that so? No wonder. Uncle Li has roamed far and wide, encountering many people and events, and you could learn much from him. Zhao Tai nodded in understanding and ceased his inquiries. Wang Gue scratched the back of his head, forcing a dry chuckle or two that indeed. Old Li had recounted tales of the past, albeit they were merely tales of how to surreptitiously observe beautiful maidens bathing. Quite commendable, young lad. You possess an admirable tenacity and a natural talent for combat. With proper training, you may indeed have the potential to become a warrior in the future, Zhao Tai praised, recognizing that such courage and innate ability were rare, particularly in someone capable of self-exploration and practical application, qualities seldom seen in their village. As Zhao Tai spoke of warriors, his eyes sparkled with longing and fervor. He had once served as a guard in Xianyan City and had witnessed the formidable and fearsome nature of warriors. Warriors? They possess robust physiques, capable of bearing immense weight and exhibiting exceptional combat prowess. Only those who undergo rigorous selection may qualify to become warriors. You will come to understand this when you enlist for military service in Xianyan City in a few days. Dad, will I also be able to become a warrior in the future? Daniel confidently patted his chest. I would be satisfied if you could return safely from your military service. Zhao Tai sighed and shook his head. Is military service truly perilous? In the frigid darkness of night, within the pioneering military camps, the primary duties, aside from regular training, involved scouring various locales for supplies, vanquishing monsters, and safeguarding the townsfolk. Zhao Tai's expression grew somber as he nodded. Continuing, in this world, there exist countless underground relics, icy secret realms, and hidden paradises, all teeming with resources and treasures. Yet, within these sacred sites dwell numerous ferocious monsters. These creatures possess formidable strength, some even being immortal. Many pioneering soldiers have perished at their hands, with survivors being exceedingly rare. As the two listened to Zhao Tai's account, their faces reflected shock that, of course, if one avoids provoking these monsters, danger may be averted. However, it is peculiar that these creatures seem to emerge from nowhere, continuously birthing within the secret realms. Once their numbers reach a critical mass, they will burst forth into the outside world, wreaking havoc upon human settlements. Zhao Tai's countenance grew grave as he recounted his own experiences with monster sieges in his youth, where humanity suffered heavy casualties, the brutality of which made him reluctant to speak further. None of this is a secret. Wang Gue listened intently, constantly analyzing the information, transforming it into a gaming mindset. This world harbors numerous wilderness dungeons, where monsters are exceptionally powerful and can respawn indefinitely. Should their numbers swell, they would emerge from the dungeons to attack humanity. Indeed, it sounded bizarre and perilous. Yet, for Wang Gue, it presented a rare opportunity. He sought to delve into dungeons to acquire vital resources like vitality stones to enhance his strength. In this strange and perilous world, his current status and power felt woefully inadequate, leaving him with a profound sense of insecurity. Only by growing stronger could he hope to survive in such a harsh reality. It seemed that a visit to Xianyan City was imperative. Very well, these matters will become clear once you enlist. Zhao Tai waved his hand dismissively. This black rock pig will suffice for several families. It is nearly midnight, so we should hasten home. Although Wang Gue yearned to explore further, he realized that today's adventure had to conclude there. The group returned to the village with their quarry. According to the village's hunting customs, those capable received more. Zhao Tai intended to offer Wang Gue a substantial portion of the black rock pig, but Wang Gue declined, requesting only a few cuts from various parts. The latter was surprised but said nothing further. Upon arriving home, Wang Gue engaged in brief conversation with Old Li, fulfilling his duties before commencing preparations for cooking. He aimed not only to replenish his vitality, currently at a mere 90, but also to prepare additional dishes for future use. Furthermore, he wished to experiment with various recipes to uncover any potential effects. This was also the reason he had taken bits from all parts of the wild boar. 3 to 4 hours passed, and Wang Gue prepared several dishes: braised pig knuckles, pork ribs stewed with potatoes, and red braised meat, nearly exhausting his ingredients. Despite his culinary skills improving, these dishes yielded no desired special effects, remaining rather ordinary. However, the final dish took a turn for the better. 9 tern intestines, ordinary. Description: washed, boiled, sautéed, and stewed, featuring a harmonious blend of sweet, sour, salty, fragrant, bitter, and spicy, crafted from beast intestines, retaining a hint of their original flavor. Effect: smoothens the throat, encompasses all 5 flavors, with a chance to restore vitality gradually after consumption, though it may also cause discomfort. It appeared that relying solely on food for sustenance would not suffice. Herbal remedies would also be necessary for healing. Wang Gue furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat dejected, realizing the truth in the adage. Professional matters should be left to professionals. While delicious food could sate one's hunger, healing would still require medicinal pills. If only I could learn alchemy and potion making, all these problems would be solved. Wang Gue suddenly realized, having fallen into a mental trap regarding cooking, now awakening to the possibility. If he could concoct his own healing potions, it would be far more convenient than relying on food for recovery. This was the legitimate route. Without further hesitation, Wang Gue donned a beast fur coat and left his home. Heading to the apothecary of Old Kai at the eastern end of the village, he exchanged several pieces of pig leg meat for a considerable amount of herbs. After inquiring about the preparation process and details, Wang Gue returned home to attempt crafting the potions himself. Old Kai was somewhat renowned in the village for his skills as a healer. However, His methods were straightforward: apply ointments and drink herbal concoctions, placing remedies wherever pain was felt. Wang Gui endeavored to follow the latter's instructions, grinding and steaming the herbs, and while he successfully created a potion, he did not grasp the corresponding life skill. Indeed, becoming a pharmacist was not as easy as it seemed. Such professions require guidance from a mentor and an accumulation of pharmacological knowledge. Attempting to rely solely on self-exploration was likely to prove exceedingly challenging. With a deep sigh, Wang Gui shook his head in disappointment. Although he had not mastered the skill, the soup he produced was still commendable: herbal soup, a low-level healing potion, effective in invigorating the blood and alleviating pain. After taking a sip, he coughed, finding it exceedingly bitter, nearly causing him to retch. Wait, if I combine these herbs with my ingredients, could the resultant dish yield better effects? A sudden spark ignited in his mind, revealing a new avenue for development. The bitterness of the herbal soup contrasted with the deliciousness of the dishes. Combining the two could enhance their benefits, creating a delightful synergy. With this new inspiration, Wang Gui immediately set to work, using the remaining pig leg meat and pig brain to create a dish. Stir-fried meat, ordinary. Description: stir-fried beast meat, rich in aroma, albeit somewhat dry effect. Apart from satiating hunger, it can restore a small amount of vitality temporarily. Cooking skill, proficiency 1 this time. He succeeded on the first attempt. With the addition of herbs, there was a high chance of acquiring special effects. Wang Gui nodded in satisfaction, validating his hypothesis. This route was indeed viable. Brain soup, intermediate. Description: as the name suggests, beast brains are combined with water and steamed, resulting in a delicious dish that melts in the mouth, providing substantial nourishment. Effect: consuming it warms the body against the cold and clears the mind, granting temporary immunity to low-level poison attacks. Cooking skill, proficiency 2. An intermediate dish. Wang Gui marveled, intrigued. Immunity to poison attacks? What an interesting effect. I wonder if it can resist cold poison. He quickly poured the brain soup into a bowl and stowed it in his backpack, its name now appearing in green. He hurriedly exited the village, eager to test its efficacy. The night was dark, the visibility so poor that he could not see his own hand before him. Before long, Wang Gui felt a tightening in his breath, dizziness, and a cold numbness in his limbs, clear signs of cold poison affliction. In haste, he retrieved the brain soup and gulped it down. Gradually, the symptoms receded, and warmth enveloped him in a comforting embrace. However, the effect did not linger long, dissipating rapidly, clearly not comparable to the fire element stone. But at least it provided a glimmer of hope. Wang Gui's face was alight with shock and excitement, prompting him to rush back home. Once inside, he began to polish his hunting gear and organize his dishes, preparing for the following night's excursion back into the Black Forest Valley. He was in dire need of various materials to enhance his abilities. Chapter 6. Return to the valley as night fell. Snowflakes drifted lazily from the sky. Compared to the previous days, this evening was considerably warmer, a rare blessing for the residents of Linhu village, prompting families to venture outdoors. In these apocalyptic, frigid days, survival resources had become paramount. Gold and silver had lost their value. At a small marketplace at the village's edge, people gathered in the pleasant weather, engaging in barter and trading the items they needed. After greeting oldly, Wang Gui arrived early at the market to procure hunting supplies from Old Zhang, an experienced hunter whose tools were crafted with his own hands and widely used by the village's hunters. Though Wang Gui had previously slain a black rock pig, it was only due to Zhao Tai and others having set traps to ensnare it, and he was well aware of his own limitations. This time, venturing into the hunt alone necessitated thorough preparation. He exchanged the dishes he had prepared yesterday for 2 animal traps, a bundle of hemp rope, and a finely crafted bone knife. Naturally, those dishes were ordinary and bore no special effects. Young lad, this stewed pork is quite delectable. Are you off to hunt? Old Zhang praised the dish while savoring it, curiosity piquing as he inquired. I heard you returned with a black rock pig last night with Zhao Tai and the others. Wang Gui nodded. A nearby plump woman expressed her concern. Young man, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to tell me. It's said that a great monster has emerged from the mountains. The outside world is perilous. Rest assured, Aunt Ma, I am aware of my limits. If danger arises, I shall flee. Once I procure a pig, I will bring you some meat to replenish your strength. What a lovely child you are. At your age, it's time to settle down. In a few days, I'll have a good daughter-in-law introduced to you, the kind-hearted matron said. The young man before her was handsome, fair-skinned, and sensible. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Wang Gui scratched his head, said little, and after tidying up his belongings, left the market and headed straight out of the village. Alas, what a child burdened by misfortune! If it weren't for Oldly discovering him at the village entrance. Who knows what his fate would be now? After Wang Gui departed, several elderly folks at the stall began to converse in hushed tones. The road at the village entrance was not deeply covered in snow, with many footprints and sled tracks. Taking advantage of the relatively pleasant weather, the villagers had all ventured out to hunt for supplies, preparing for the arrival of the harsh winter. Along the path, a few figures could be seen coming and going, their backs burdened with bulging animal hide packs or sleds laden with prey, their faces radiating joy from their bountiful harvests. When no one was around, Wang Gui stored all the tools he carried into his inventory, picked up a lantern made of firestone, and set out towards the Black Forest Valley. The firestone was indeed from his family's land. Although its energy was nearly depleted and it had dimmed, with careful usage, it was sufficient to support a round trip. Wang Gui sprinted along the way, his complexion unperturbed, breathing steadily. After using a vitality stone, he could clearly feel the changes brought about by his enhanced physique, his body now considerably stronger. Within half an hour, he arrived at the Black Forest Valley dungeon. Black Forest Valley, it was still the familiar entrance. Upon entering, it seemed that not much had changed since his last visit. If the monsters in the dungeon were to respawn, then ahead should be the spot where the black rock boar had appeared last time. Following his memory, Wang Gui's gaze fell upon a spot not far ahead, beneath a coniferous tree. Black rock boar, Tier 1. Indeed, there it was, a familiar silhouette, the black rock boar. If he could remain here indefinitely, could he not farm monsters endlessly? Perhaps even settle down here? A look of delight spread across Wang Gui's face as he speculated, his mind racing. Compared to the harsh environment outside, the dungeon felt like a paradise. An independent space where monsters not only respawned but also where resources were abundant, free from the corrosive chill. Truly a splendid place to make a home. Perhaps some noble families outside were controlling such treasures, continuously acquiring cultivation materials and passing down their legacies. They might even establish their homes and businesses within these caves, continuing for millennia and forming a vast, immortal empire. A fantastical world isolated from the mundane. Or perhaps the original inhabitants of these secret realms were not demons but some form of humanity. As Wang Gui pondered deeper, he was increasingly moved, as if he had uncovered a tremendous secret. However, he soon chuckled and shook his head, pulling his scattered thoughts back together. His understanding of such dungeon spaces was minimal. These were merely conjectures. To make assumptions based solely on the Black Forest Valley was undoubtedly akin to a blind man attempting to grasp an elephant. A narrow-minded perspective. Not lingering on these thoughts, Wang Gui flipped his palm and took out some hemp rope, tying one end to a nearby sturdy tree. He then retrieved 2 animal traps and placed them in specific positions. Congratulations, you have learned the skill. Trapping description. You can set traps for hunting. The higher the level, the greater the success rate and damage. Is this possible? Wang Gui was taken aback, a smile lighting up his face. Soon, the traps were set, and just like the day before, he executed the plan. Wang Gui lured the black rock boar over, successfully triggering the trap, -1. As the trap worked, he heard the sound of proficiency increasing while the black rock boar's health bar steadily decreased. With a swift roll, Wang Gui seized the hemp rope on the ground and threw it at the boar, successfully ensnaring it. The scenario mirrored that of yesterday, yet this time, the black rock boar seemed to have become more intelligent. It shook its head vigorously, using its tusks to tightly bind the rope, then suddenly yanked with all its might, causing the hemp rope to snap. Wang Gui stood in shock. What does this mean? Has this boar been reincarnated with memories? Why is it different from yesterday? Boom! The ground began to tremble as the black rock boar charged forward like an armored tank. Wang Gui had no time to dodge. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, his spear flying from his grasp. Yet this time, he was not sent flying. Instead, he staggered back 2 or 3 meters, regaining his balance. His expression was one of astonishment as he touched his chest. Feeling a dark, sturdy bone armor protecting him, it was indeed the black rock armor that had dropped yesterday, combined with the enhanced physique he now possessed. Wang Gui was overjoyed. He was able to withstand the same attack this time, his health bar only dropping by 4 points. Seeing this, he no longer felt fear. With a swift motion, a finely crafted bone knife appeared in his hand. Today, I shall test my blade on you. Wang Gui's eyes gleamed with fervor as he charged forth with determination. The black rock boar was equally unyielding, snorting out white mist, baring its tusks, and roaring as it charged at Wang Gui. As if it had encountered a sworn enemy from a past life, boom! A fierce battle erupted between man and boar in the valley. Thrust slash, proficiency won with the boost to his physique and the protection of the black rock armor. Coupled with his understanding of the boar's weaknesses, Wang Gui had the upper hand both psychologically and in terms of power. The bone knife danced swiftly, repeatedly striking the black rock boar, leaving behind gory, eye-catching wounds. 80, 40, 10. The health bar of the black rock boar continued to plummet, yet it remained fierce, its counterattack undiminished, even pushing through the sharp bone knife to inflict injuries on Wang Gui in return. But Wang Gui offered it no opportunities. With a slick maneuver, he executed a thrust slash, sidestepping to deliver a fatal blow to its neck. Congratulations! Thrust slash level 2, you have successfully killed the black rock boar. Tier 1. Congratulations. You have learned the martial technique, pig slaughtering blade technique. As the black rock boar fell, a series of notifications emerged. Simultaneously, a light orb shot forth from the boar's corpse and entered Wang Gui's body. Chapter 7. Unexpected encounter. Pig slaughtering blade technique level 1. 0-100. Low tier. Description. A blade technique learned from slaughtering pigs. Seemingly plain, yet it is indeed quite unadorned. After battling the black rock boar, Wang Gui had elevated his thrust slash to level 2, but what truly captured his attention was the freshly acquired blade technique. Low tier, martial technique. What could this be? Is this what martial artists cultivate? Wang Gui blinked in amazement, the low tier white indicating its quality. He then practiced the pig slaughtering blade technique, discovering it was the very move he had used during his fight with the black rock boar. Only this time it flowed more smoothly and powerfully, though that's how it is. Wang Gui nodded in understanding, turning his gaze back to the inventory panel to examine the spoils he had just collected. This time, there was only one item, and it was not the Vitality Stone. It seemed that the Vitality Stone did not drop 100 of the time, which left Wang Gui somewhat disappointed. Tuna breathing body refinement technique. Description. A simple body refinement technique created by ancient people based on the living habits of pigs, which can enhance physique by up to 10 points after cultivation. A few lines of text were scrawled on a small piece of animal hide. Wang Gui's jaw dropped. It was actually a body refinement method. If 1 point of physique had already benefited him greatly, what would happen if he could increase it by 10 points? This was far superior to the Vitality Stone. Without hesitation, he immediately began to learn it. Successfully learned tuna breathing body refinement technique, level 1. Physique 3. Simultaneously, his physique rose to 6 points in an instant. Wang Gui felt an influx of power coursing through his body, his muscles becoming much fuller. Stretching himself, he heard his bones crack, as if being reborn, vastly different from before. Moreover, his internal warmth surged, no longer fearing the cold, and he exhaled warm breath. Looking aside, he found he could lift 100-pound stone with one hand. He then attempted a leap, soaring onto a nearby ice tree more than 2 meters high, bursting with strength and explosiveness. The exhilaration of newfound power was an experience unlike any he had ever had. And a broad smile broke across Wang Gui's face, his spirits soaring with excitement. With my current strength, I should be able to contend with Tier 2 beasts. Yet, this was still far from enough. He flipped over onto a large rock, sitting cross-legged, and silently recited the incantation, seeking to break through further. The body refinement technique comprised 3 tiers, and he had only mastered the first, however, after half an hour. Progress was slow, and he then rose to practice the pig slaughtering blade technique to aid his training. The blade whistled through the air as the bone knife sliced, and with his enhanced physique, the pig slaughtering blade technique grew even more potent. The result, however, was the same, with minimal effectiveness. Am I being too impatient? Cultivation requires a step-by-step approach. Wang Gui shook his head, realizing his mistake. While it was exhilarating to reach the peak in one leap, he had overlooked the beauty along the journey. In the days since his arrival, he had endured great hardships and poverty. Now that he had finally acquired a method for cultivation, the pent-up emotions yearned for rapid release. Rushing for success could easily lead to missteps. The path of martial arts has no shortcuts. Every step requires a solid foundation. Wang Gui took a deep breath, calming his restless spirit, and sipped a bowl of herbal soup to recuperate from his injuries. He approached the corpse of the wild boar, attempting to store it in his inventory panel, but failed. Was it too large? Wang Gui furrowed his brow slightly, as his inventory was connected to his leather backpack, which had limited space and could not accommodate the 300 to 400 pounds of wild boar meat. He wished to take it home for cooking but was reluctant to part with it. With no other options, Wang Gui had to draw his bone knife and dismember the wild boar on the spot, separating its parts for storage. Congratulations! You have acquired the life skill, Butchery Level 1, 010. The skill of the butcher can extract basic materials from animal carcasses. The higher the level, the more precious the resources obtained. As Wang Gui peeled off the pigskin, an information prompt appeared before him. Using butchery, you have obtained wild boar hide 10, pig liver 2, pig kidney 2, pig intestine 1, pig brain 1, pig ribs 2, choice meat 20. A series of notifications emerged, followed by luminous orbs bursting forth from the black rock pig's body, flowing into Wang Gui. Within a few breaths, the carcass of the black rock pig had transformed into dry, desiccated bones. This was indeed quite convenient. His backpack was now bulging, and his inventory was filled to the brim. In the vicinity of Linhu village, there were no mines, so the tools used by the villagers were predominantly made from animal bones. Wang Gui did not wish to waste the skeleton, so he tied it with rope and slung it over his shoulder. With little fire element stone left, and having come this far, he decided to delve deeper into the valley in search of more materials. Along the way, he gathered some edible herbs and mushrooms to experiment with new dishes. Wang Gui discovered a newfound passion for cooking, eager to try his hand at everything. The only regret was the lack of medicinal herbs, as such plants mostly thrive deep within the valley. Even if some were found on the outskirts, they were likely already harvested by other hunters. He could only press on. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. After approximately half an hour of cautious trekking, Wang Gui had not encountered any trace of demonic beasts, which struck him as peculiar. Could it be that someone had come through here and hunted all the beasts? Doubt crept into Wang Gui's mind. Even in the dimness, he could see health bars, allowing him to anticipate the movements of any beasts. Yet, despite this, he had not detected any signs of demonic creatures, not even small ones, rendering the entire valley hauntingly quiet. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a red health bar materialized in the previously dark expanse. As the tremors intensified, more and more health bars appeared. 1, 2, 3, until they formed a dense mass rushing toward him, a herd of wild boars. Wang Gui was taken aback, his expression turning frantic as he hurriedly sidestepped behind a large boulder, watching intently. 20 or 30 black rock pigs thundered past, kicking up clouds of debris and dust, an awe-inspiring sight he had never witnessed before. A thunderous roar followed, emanating from an enormous black rock pig, its dark brown body and tusks exceeding a meter in length, weighing perhaps several thousand pounds. It was the king of this land. The Black Rock Pig King, Tier 3. At that moment, it seemed as if something terrifying was driving the Black Rock Pig King to flee desperately from the valley. What could possibly instill such fear in the king? Wang Gui was astonished, his heart racing, breath quickening. He glanced back at the rapidly retreating Black Rock Pig King, then peered into the dark depths of the valley ahead, swallowing hard. The darkness was suffocating, and in the faint distance, he could make out a vague, dim light. An information panel appeared with a question mark. As for the nature of the formidable beast, he had no way of knowing. But one thing was certain, it must be a presence far more terrifying than the Black Rock Pig King. His life was at stake. He had to withdraw. Wang Gui gasped, not daring to linger, and turned to flee from the valley. Exiting the gorge, the herd of wild boars, under the leadership of the Pig King, hurried eastward. Wang Gui lit his fire element stone lamp and quickened his pace back to the village. The snow had ceased, and the night sky was eerily silent. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the distant snow-covered forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. In the previously pitch-black sky, a red orb of light streaked across. Emitting a piercing screech, reminiscent of a predatory bird's call. The red orb ascended into the heavens, capturing attention like a blazing sun illuminating the ground in crimson. Whoosh! Following closely, a blue flame orb swept through the sky, facing off against the red orb high above. After a brief pause, the two orbs commenced a fierce collision, as if engaged in a battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ear-splitting sound of sonic booms echoed, shaking the surrounding mountains and sending snowflakes flying in every direction, causing numerous birds and beasts to flee. The ripples from the fierce clash of the two orbs ignited the night sky like fireworks, a spectacle of vibrant red and blue meteor showers continuously bombarding the ground. Leaving shocking marks in their wake, the villagers of Linhu, noticing the celestial phenomenon, paused to gaze upwards, some even kneeling in prayer, whispering incantations. Meanwhile, the wild boar king, in a frenzy, dashed about chaotically, eventually burrowing into a snowdrift. Trembling in fear, Wang Gue gazed at the intense clash of lights in the night sky, faintly perceiving two indistinct beastly silhouettes amidst the chaos. Could these be the formidable forest spirits spoken of by Aunt Ma? He was immensely alarmed. Such ferocious beasts, capable of soaring through the skies and shaking the earth, must be extraordinarily powerful entities. Chapter 8. Return to the village. When gods battle, mortals suffer. Countless fireballs resulting from the explosions fell like meteors, creating deep craters in the ground. The intense heat ignited trees and caused the snow to boil. Some fireballs even descended upon Linhu village, collapsing several houses and sending flames soaring into the sky. Though fortunately, no one was injured. Wang Gue, valuing his life and unwilling to be caught in the crossfire, hurriedly carried the boar's skeleton, sprinting through the snow, kicking up clouds of powder. At such a young age. His physique is capable of such cultivation. He is already considered half a warrior. I never expected to find such a promising talent in this remote area. In the distant forest above, two figures stood. One was an elderly man, his hair white but exuding an ethereal aura, standing atop the treetops with hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood a mysterious woman clad in a veiled attire. Her tall, graceful figure adorned in a light azure gown that revealed her long, delicate legs. Her skin was as flawless as snow, seemingly untouched by the world, reminiscent of a celestial being, drawing the gaze of all. Old Chi has taken notice of him? The woman spoke in a calm, detached tone, her voice revealing an air of aloofness. The black veil obscured her features, yet her exquisite, piercing eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything. The old man nodded, then shook his head, saying, relative to others, a person of his age in certain noble families would have long been tempered into a warrior. Why should I seek a half-hearted talent? However, to reach this point in such a barren land is indeed remarkable. The old man glanced at the woman, tentatively suggesting, perhaps the fairy might consider taking him under her wing. The woman replied indifferently. The path I tread is different from his. His internal spiritual energy is too sparse. He cannot become a cultivator. What a pity. How many scions of noble families yearn to be taken under the fairy's guidance? Teske, it seems this young fellow lacks such fortune. The old man stroked his beard, shaking his head with a faint smile. Those two beings suddenly clashed. It appears the treasure did not fall into their hands. Let us continue our search. A cascade of hair danced in the wind, brushing against her delicate face, as the mysterious woman gently tapped her toes. The luminescent butterflies at her feet flitted towards the horizon at breakneck speed. Ha ha, the fairy speaks the truth. I almost delayed the important matter. The old man nodded with a smile, and as his words faded, his figure vanished without a trace. The explosions in the night sky soon subsided. The conflict between the two mysterious beings seemed an emotional release, after which they parted ways, transforming into streaks of rainbow light soaring away. The flames on the ground were swiftly covered by snow, and the area quickly returned to its previous tranquility. In the darkness, all was quiet. Wang Gue dared not pause, racing through the snow, feeling as if someone were stealthily observing him from the shadows. Sending chills down his spine, a flickering light appeared on the horizon. The village of Linhu was near. Wang Gue's tense heart began to ease slightly. However, recalling the earlier encounter still sent shivers down his spine. The battle between those two mysterious beings was nothing short of earth-shattering, a terrifying spectacle. Had he been caught in the crossfire, he might have met his end. This was his first experience with such an event. It seemed that only by strengthening his own power could he disregard the external cold and chaos. Would the village be sealed off because of such a commotion? Wang Gui's heart tightened as he glanced at the fire element stone lamp, which was gradually dimming, prompting him to quicken his pace. The village's stone tablet. Numerous villagers had gathered, discussing the strange occurrences in the night sky. Village chief, what was that just now? A young man inquired. It must have been two fierce beings battling. Fortunately, they did not linger long, replied an elderly man with a stooped back, his grizzled hair and weathered face adorned with peculiar tattoos as he leaned on a bone cane at the forefront of the crowd. Village chief, hurry. My child is crying in hunger, waiting for me to return and feed him, a young woman urged. Have those who went hunting returned? The altar must be opened soon for the village's sacrifice. The young man beside the village chief inquired of the crowd behind him, is this not a custom of Linhu village? When faced with calamity or misfortune, we seal ourselves off for a period, beseeching the village spirit for protection. The onlookers exchanged glances, noting that Wang Gui from Old Li's family seemed to be absent, having reportedly gone hunting. That lad hasn't met his end out there. Has he? With the great demon lurking outside, it would be a challenge for him to return alive. The crowd murmured among themselves about Wang Gui's solitary hunting venture, a tale that had already spread from old Zhang's lips. Village chief, please commence the ceremony promptly. We cannot afford to waste time, several villagers urged from behind. The elder paid them no heed, gripping his cane with both hands, his aged eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Look, someone approaches. It's Wang Wazi. He is still alive. Good heavens, what a stroke of luck. The village spirit has indeed bestowed its blessings. A vague light from afar dashed toward them, and as the figure came into focus, gasps of astonishment arose. Grandpa village chief. Upon noticing that the ritual had yet to begin, Wang Gui exhaled in relief and respectfully bowed to the elder before him. It's good to see you back. The village chief responded with a warm smile. What is this? A wild boar, you say? Yet all that remains is its skeletal frame. Hee. It seems he didn't manage to catch a live one and merely brought back the carcass for broth. Came the jest. Alas, how tragic. Enough chatter. The ceremony is about to begin. Before the stone tablet, offerings were meticulously arranged, the bonfire crackling. The village chief raised his cane high, reciting the sacrificial chant, praise to the ancestral spirits, whose virtue graces the heavens. May the snowy realm shine bright and protect the people. Wang Gui had heard from Old Li that the village chief was a shaman with some prowess, overseeing all the village's prayers and sacrificial rites. Once the ceremony concluded, the villagers dispersed, restricted from leaving the village for a month. Upon returning home, Wang Gui was startled to see two figures rummaging about inside his house. Has a thief broken in? He wondered. Didn't this brat claim to have fought a wild boar? Where's the pig leg? Damn it, they seem poorer than my family. Let us check the cellar, grumbled a tall, lean man. This isn't right. Old Li lives in there, protested a short, stout youth beside him. What is there to fear? That old coot is blind and crippled. Even if he sees us, what could he do? Come on, let us take a look. These two were idle youths of the village, spending their days in leisure. Today, with the village's sacrificial event, they seized the opportunity, having heard about Wang Gui's boar hunt, to steal a few items. Just as they were about to enter the cellar, the door behind them creaked open, revealing a young figure. Wang Gui? The stout youth trembled in fright, his words stammering. The tall, lean youth, however, showed no fear, drawing a dagger from behind him with a sneer. Humph, this saves me some effort. Hand over all the meat from your house, or else. Before he could finish his threat, the tall youth felt a shadow rush toward him, his vision filled with a rapidly enlarging fist that struck him squarely in the face. He let out a piercing scream, stumbling to the ground, feeling as if his nose might shatter, tears mingling with blood as he writhed in agony. Please, don't hit me. It was all the skinny monkey's idea. He wanted to come. Seeing the tall youth in such a pitiful state, the stout one fell to his knees, pleading for mercy before Wang Gui could land a second blow. Get out of here. If I catch you two stealing again, I'll break your legs. Despite being from the same village and knowing their parents, Wang Gui refrained from inflicting serious harm, recognizing that the yellow hue of their blood signified their lack of murderous intent. He grabbed the two miscreants by their collars, much like one would handle chicks, and kicked them out the door, coincidentally colliding with the approaching Daniel. "What is happening here?" Daniel asked, puzzled. "These two came to steal from my house and I caught them." Wang Gue replied with a cool disdain. "Damn it," Daniel exclaimed in indignation, stepping forward to deliver a couple more kicks. The two fled, tumbling through the snow in their haste. "Forget them. Let us go inside and talk," Wang Gue suggested, shaking his head as he followed Daniel into the house. "Now that the village is sealed, we're not allowed to hunt. This is a couple of pounds of cured meat that Xiaoer asked me to bring for you and Old Li," Daniel said, pulling out a bundle wrapped in grass paper containing 2 strings of slender cured meat. Having heard about Wang Gui's hunting endeavors, but seeing him return with only a skeleton, Daniel came to offer some food. "No need. I have enough provisions in my pack," Wang Gui replied, feeling warmed by Daniel and Xiaoer's kindness. He shook his head, pulling out the pork, pig liver, and intestines from his beast hide backpack. "Wow, I thought you'd come back empty-handed," Daniel exclaimed, astonished. "Did you really take down an entire boar?" "Pretty much. After the month of village closure ends, we'll be heading to Xianyan City for military service, so keep this meat to replenish your strength," Wang Gui said. By the way, my father mentioned that once we're in Xianyan City, he'll bring Old Li back home to care for him, so you needn't worry." As they were about to part, Daniel produced a piece of beast hide. "This is a martial art my father obtained during his travels years ago. It is said to strengthen the body. I made a copy for you. Use this time to practice diligently, and one day, we shall make a name for ourselves in Xianyan City." After Daniel departed, Wang Gue examined the beast hide containing the martial art. By Lian Fist. Water is formless, and the fist is without force. Through 100 refinements, the fist reveals itself. He attempted to learn the Bai Lian Fist but encountered failure. Unlike the skills gleaned from combat or those dropped by monsters, this required him to practice each move diligently like any ordinary person. Though the initial learning phase might be challenging, mastery would allow him to progress through proficiency. He reluctantly stored the beast hide away. From the cellar, Old Li's voice emerged, and Wang Gue recounted the recent events, including the terrifying beings he had encountered outside. "Oh? You managed to bring back a black rock boar all on your own?" Old Li expressed mild disbelief, gripping Wang Gui's arm and squeezing it, seemingly uninterested in the intruders or the otherworldly creatures. Wang Gue winced in pain, surprised by Old Li's strength despite his single hand. Old Li remained silent, his hollow eyes lost in thought. "Daniel also gifted me a copy of the Bai Lian Fist to practice." "Bai Lian Fist? Just a low-tier martial art," Old Li mumbled. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's eyes sparkled. "Dio, you have a higher-tier martial art, then?" Old Li, having wandered in his youth, was likely to possess hidden treasures. "I'm hungry," Old Li grumbled, lying down and falling silent. No matter how Wang Gue pressed for answers, Wang Gue had no choice but to prepare a meal, but even after eating, Old Li remained tight-lipped, leaving him frustrated. As night descended, the outside world fell quiet. With the village sealed off, the villagers stayed indoors, rarely venturing out. Sated, Wang Gue reclined on the heated brick bed, the crackling flames casting shadows on his contemplative face. This outing had yielded significant rewards. Not only had he acquired body-refining martial skills and gained new insights, but he had also broadened his horizons, witnessing the might of those fearsome beings. He realized that in their presence, humans were akin to ants. The outside world brimmed with the unknown and the marvelous. He was still weak, yearning to become a powerful warrior capable of surviving in this treacherous realm. Yet he knew the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Fortunately, Wang Gue understood how to grow stronger. All he lacked were time and opportunity. Perhaps the distant Xianyan City would serve as the catalyst for his growth and empowerment. Wang Gue erected a wooden post in the yard. And during this period, he practiced martial arts daily to prepare for his future military service. Just as he had anticipated, no matter how diligently he trained, his combat skills did not improve. It was only within the dungeons that such progress could be made. Nevertheless, Wang Gue did not abandon his training. He compelled himself each day to practice his punches and sword techniques, honing his moves and refining his mental state. He also discovered that after augmenting his physique, his appetite had increased correspondingly. Fortunately, there was enough pork to sustain him and his grandfather for an entire month. A month swiftly passed, and today marked the day of the village opening in Linhu village, as well as the day when Xianyan City recruited soldiers. At this moment, A throng of figures gathered at the village entrance, standing in a line, their youthful faces adorned with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Accompanied by 2 armored guards, a gray-robed elder descended from a nearby sled-drawn cart, briefly scanning the crowd before casually waving his hand. Aside from Wang Gui and Zhao Daniu, Zhang Hu and Hu Hao also participated in the military enlistment from Linhu village. The elder then produced a peculiar stone and approached another line of young women to commence a selection process. Traditionally, only male soldiers were recruited, but it was said that this time Xianyan City had altered the rules to select a few women, with those chosen receiving even more generous rewards. "Ah, you will do," the elder remarked after inspecting the candidates. When the stone in his hand emitted no reaction until he reached the last young woman, it suddenly glowed brightly. Shower. The villagers behind her gasped in astonishment, and even Wang Gui and Daniu, who were not far away, exchanged bewildered glances. "Well, it seems we have barely enough for 3. Here is your reward. Come with me, girl." Before Shower could exchange more words with her parents, the gray-robed elder smiled with glee, tossed a bag of fire elemental stones, and swiftly pulled Shower onto the cart. "Rest assured, Uncle Li will take care of you. Just focus on performing well. If you can earn merit in the pioneering team and become a captain, it will certainly bring us honor." After a brief exchange of heartfelt words, the villagers boarded the cart. With a sharp cry, the 2 lanterns filled with fire elemental stones lit up, resembling a pair of beastly eyes, and soon vanished into the inky night. Shower's parents, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse, gazed at the distant pale red horizon, silently praying. The crowd at the village entrance gradually dispersed, while the old village chief, leaning on his cane, made his way to Wang Gui's home. The little lad has gone. He just boarded the cart. Finding a stool to sit upon, the old chief glanced at the figure on the heated bed. Old Li remained silent, casting a glance at the fragrant meat soup in a broken stone bowl. The village chief jested, "You old rascal, even with 1 foot in the grave, you still eat so well. After all these years, it hasn't been in vain," Old Li replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, the village chief scolded, "You shameless old coot. He was raised on the milk of Zhao Taiwa's wife when he was young. When did you ever provide for him? And now, look at you, a broken shell, expecting others to serve you." An unexpected silence fell upon the room as neither spoke further. "I didn't teach him anything. He won't be burdened by me." After a long pause, Old Li broke the silence. The village chief's face, marked with peculiar lines, revealed no emotions, but his aged eyes remained fixed on the stone bowl on the table. "Nor will it implicate you." Old Li's voice was hoarse, as if reluctant to revisit the past. The village chief sighed, and after a long while, abruptly shifted the topic. "Why did you choose to come here of all places? If it weren't for your injuries, I would have truly wanted to give you a beating." Chapter 10. A special management mode. The night was as dark as ink, with the wind and snow howling fiercely. The cart carrying Wang Gui sped across the desolate ice plains, akin to a bus making its stops. The cart navigated around the massive Feng Yin volcano, and at each village they reached, a few individuals boarded, continuing until the cart could hold no more, at which point the driver turned it towards Xianyan City. Meanwhile, the gray-robed elder personally led the selected Shower and other women back to Xianyan City. This commotion had left Wang Gui and his companions restless throughout the night, with Daniu even catching a cold and developing a slight fever. By the time they arrived in Xianyan City, it was already late at night, and the sky was adorned with beautiful auroras. The Feng Yin volcano loomed like a colossal primordial beast, resting upon the vast and boundless Shilin ice plains, its magma surging forth from artificial openings like torches in the darkness, dazzling and striking. Illuminated by the magma, the copper-red Xianyan City perched atop the volcano resembled a crown forged in a molten furnace, a place that all residents of the nearby ice plains yearned for. Xianyan City was divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city was expansive, encircling the Feng Yin volcano where the lava flowed down from the peak, while the inner city comprised only the metallic city atop the summit, resembling a crown. Wang Gui's destination was the outer city, Xianwu City. Upon entering the city gates, he immediately felt the temperature rise. The scorching lava flowed below like a moat, illuminating the streets of the city with brilliant light. Many houses were built on the edges of deep pits, connected by stone bridges or chains, while residents donned loose clothing, bustling about the streets below. Above the pits, buildings stood tall, with attics lined up, and streams formed from melting snow crisscrossed through the workers' handiwork, occasionally revealing figures frolicking in the water. Along the roadside, rows of willows were planted, their vibrant green leaves glistening, and occasionally, one could see peach trees at the doorsteps of houses, their blooming pink blossoms captivating the eyes, the saying goes. When the flowers of April fade, the peach blossoms in the mountain temple begin to bloom, which bore a resemblance to this scene. The group in the cart marveled at the sight, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, eagerly peering out, their eyes wide with wonder. Wang Gue, however, remained unfazed, admiring the audacity and meticulousness of the city planners. "Dio, you wish to settle here? Then perform well and accumulate enough military merits, and you may purchase property in the city to establish a home. Even bringing your families over," the driver casually remarked, having repeated this many times, yet few had succeeded. The group soon reached their destination, located at the outskirts of Xianwu City, in stark contrast to the warmth and brightness they had just experienced. This area was considerably dimmer, yet still superior to the villages on the ice plains. Upon entering the camp, rows of tents were neatly arranged, with bonfires flickering along the roads as squads of soldiers clad in beast armor patrolled the vicinity. Wang Gue and his companions were led to a training ground designated for new recruits, where they would soon be assigned to different camps and tents. The new recruits were divided into 4 camps, A, B, C, and D, with Wang Gue and his companions assigned to Camp D. Before entering the camp, these recruits were taken to a designated area where, under the incantations of a black-robed witch, they were required to inscribe their names in blood upon specific talisman papers. It was said that this was to prevent new recruits from fleeing or hoarding items, serving as a means of punishment. Wang Gue furrowed his brow, feeling as though he were signing a contract of servitude, which left him quite uncomfortable, yet under the gaze of many eyes, he had no choice but to comply. The following days were filled with the monotonous routine of camp life. "Daniel, what's wrong? You seem so listless every day. Are you ill?" In a corner of the training ground, Zhang Hu inquired of Daniel, who appeared dejected. "I wonder how Chower is doing." "I have no idea where she is now," Daniel sighed, his demeanor melancholic. As he thought of his fiancée, he had heard that this time, the women chosen through this exceptional selection were all extraordinary talents, likely to be sent to the inner city for training. Here, he witnessed the opulence and expansiveness of the outside world, alongside numerous exceptional individuals, making him acutely aware of their differences. Suddenly, he felt a wave of insecurity, fearing that Chower might be attracted to these outstanding men and might look down upon him. Leading to inner turmoil, he's lovesick. Wang Gue could only shake his head and smile wryly, surprised to discover that the seemingly rough and rugged man had such deep emotions. "Don't worry, Daniel. Since she is talented, they will surely prioritize Chower's training. They won't neglect her like we are here, stuck in this miserable pigpen for 3 days, without even knowing who our instructor is. Every day, it's nothing but running, standing still and practicing punches. The food in the mess hall is worse than pig slop. It's no better than what you cook, Brother Gue," Hu Hao said earnestly, with Zhang Hu nodding in agreement. They were all from the same village, relying on one another as they ventured out, sharing meals and accommodations. Indeed, the large pot meals prepared in the mess hall were hard to swallow, and sometimes Wang Gue would sneakily cook a small meal with them. Although the month-long village closure had not advanced his martial arts training, his culinary skills had improved dramatically. "Later tonight, let us cook something to satisfy our cravings," Wang Gue chuckled. Upon hearing this, Hu Hao's eyes lit up. The latter even had some stockpiled, and the mere thought of enjoying a delicious meal made his mouth water. "What are you doing? Let go of me." As they conversed, a commotion erupted in the camp not far away. They turned to see a frail young man lifted effortlessly by a bald man, who seemed to be intimidating him, causing the former to cry out for help. "What do you want?" "Humph, you are in my way." The balding man bore a fierce countenance, with 2 lines etched beneath his eyes, exuding an air of wildness. Behind him stood 2 towering figures, similarly attired, suggesting they hailed from the same village. As his words echoed, the bald man violently hurled a frail individual aside, who landed heavily on the ground. "Ha ha, a dog eating shit has arrived," jeered the 2 bystanders, their laughter ringing out. "From now on, I shall be the one in charge here." "Who dares to defy me?" the bald man proclaimed loudly, asserting his dominance. The onlookers exchanged silent glances, each one rendered mute. Witnessing this, the bald man laughed even more brazenly. This man was Kuei Long from Kuei Wolf Village. Known for his tyrannical and uncouth behavior, it was rumored that many formidable warriors had emerged from his village, residing in Xuanwu City, and one of his cousins held considerable influence within the camp. Don't be fooled by his seemingly timid demeanor. He has gathered a wealth of intelligence over the past few days, acquiring information on many individuals. We should avoid provoking him, Hu Hao whispered. Zhang Hu expressed his apprehension. Wang Gui observed the unfolding scene, pondering deeply. During his days in the military camp, Kuei Long had not immediately asserted his dominance, indicating he was likely observing quietly until he discerned that no threats loomed from Ding camp, prompting him to step forward, aspiring to become its leader. Wang Gui then glanced toward the Soul Pavilion in the camp, illuminated from within, yet he had not seen the so-called instructor during these days. All activities appeared to be initiated independently by the camp's inhabitants. There was a sense of freedom. One could train or rest at will, with no oversight. Even skirmishes among the new recruits went unheeded by the guards stationed nearby. Clearly tacitly approved, Wang Gui speculated that a unique management model, rife with primal and untamed elements, was being implemented here. You lot, which village do you hail from? As Wang Gui pondered, Kuei Long and his companions unexpectedly appeared before them. Chapter 11. Conflict in the camp. We are from Linhu village, Hu Hao stammered, exchanging fearful glances with his companions, their voices trembling. Linhu village? Such a remote place. Kuei Long mused, stroking his shiny bald head with a smirk. I recall my second aunt is from your village. How about this? Each of you gives me a kowtow, acknowledging me as your elder brother, and I shall protect you in this military camp from now on. What say you? Kuei Long grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The scene quickly garnered the attention of many onlookers. Upon hearing this, Hu Hao and Zhang Hu's faces soured. Frozen in place, they had not anticipated such overt humiliation from the formidable figure. Do not overstep your bounds. We have not provoked you, Zhang Hu retorted through gritted teeth. Overstep my bounds? What of it? This is a military camp. If you wish to live peaceably, you might as well return to your village and farm, Kuei Long scoffed. Brother, why waste words on them? Let us give them a proper beating and see if they still dare to speak, suggested Kuei He, a burly man with a bushy black beard, as he swung his wrist menacingly and charged toward Hu Hao and his companions, throwing a powerful punch. Given the significant disparity in size, it seemed inevitable that Hu Hao would be knocked down by the blow, yet unexpectedly, a figure appeared before him, intercepting the attack. Ha! The sudden appearance took Kuei He aback. Seeing his strike thwarted, he roared and launched another punch at the newcomer. Bang, however, the figure did not grant him any opportunity, swiftly countering with a punch of his own, producing a deafening wind that struck Kuei He squarely in the chest. The man, weighing nearly 180 pounds, was sent flying, crashing to the ground in a heap, much to the astonishment of the crowd. Eyes turned toward the figure, gasping in disbelief. One punch had sent Kuei He sprawling. This individual was not to be underestimated. You little brat, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Another robust man, Kuei Feng, barked, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Guida. Go ahead, point again. I dare you. The usually silent Dinyo suddenly stood, stepping beside Wang Gui. His expression dark as he glared at Kuei Feng. Standing at nearly 1.90 meters, Dinyo was muscular and formidable, matching his adversary in stature. Hu Hao and Zhang Hu, despite their usual timidity, stood resolutely alongside him. The two factions faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension. I don't care what you do, but if you think you can use us as stepping stones, you've got the wrong people. Wang Gui fixed his gaze on Kuei Long, his voice cold. The confrontation was a blatant attempt to intimidate the others, but this time they had chosen the wrong target. Should they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, Wang Gui was prepared to make it a lesson they would never forget. Kuei Long's expression darkened. The audacity of Wang Gui to strike Kuei He in front of him was a public humiliation. How could he maintain his standing in the camp after such a display? You're courting death. Kuei Long seethed, launching himself at Wang Gui like a cannonball, his hand curling into a claw aimed at Wang Gui's throat. Wang Gui did not flinch. Instead, he extended his hand, seizing Kuei Long's wrist with the precision of a hawk. Before Kuei Long could react, Wang Gui twisted sharply. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed. mingled with Kuei Long's agonized scream, reverberating through the stillness of the clearing. Gasps filled the air as the crowd collectively inhaled. Realizing that Kuei Long's hand was rendered nearly useless, a myriad of wary gazes fell upon Wang Gui, who had demonstrated a ruthless side not to be trifled with. Get lost. Wang Gui commanded icily. Fine, fine. I'll remember you lot. Just wait. Kuei Long, cradling his injured wrist, seethed with malice, leaving hastily alongside his companions. Humph, you're fortunate to leave swiftly. I haven't even begun to fight. Dinyo chuckled derisively, then turned to Wang Gui with surprise. Looks like you've been honing your skills these past few days. Wang Gui smiled faintly. His audacity stemmed from his realization of the camp's unconventional management style, which tolerated such conflicts, and he intended to send a warning to others to prevent future troubles. He sensed that Ding Camp was not as simple as it appeared. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu and Hu Hao regarded Wang Gui with admiration. Just then, the door to the wooden pavilion swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in armor descended the stairs. I am Liang Qi, your instructor, he announced, his calm voice echoing across the camp. I have a task. To escort a shipment of supplies, and I need 10 volunteers. Who wishes to partake? Liang Qi stood before the pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd, seemingly indifferent to the recent commotion. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, none daring to respond. What? Is there no one eager to earn military merit? Liang Qi inquired. Excuse me. Instructor, where will the supplies be delivered? One bold man queried. To the Howling Cry Canyon. What? The Howling Cry Canyon? Several individuals gasped in horror upon hearing this. It was said that the canyon was beset by perpetual snowstorms, fraught with perilous terrain, and inhabited by numerous unknown, savage beasts. The crowd erupted in murmurs, the camp falling into a hush once more. No one wished to venture into such a deadly locale. After all, they were still young and had plenty of time ahead. There was no need to risk their lives. This mission bears no requirements, yet if successfully completed, each participant will earn 100 merit points. What? 100 merit points? That's quite a sum. The military camp operated on a merit reward system, where task completion granted merit points that could be exchanged for various rewards, including elemental stones, herbs, housing deeds, weapons, and even beauties, slaves, martial arts techniques, and elixirs. Liang Qi's words ignited a fervor among the crowd. He continued, furthermore, accumulating merit points can elevate your military rank, symbolizing your status and privileges in Xuanwu City, and possibly an opportunity to enter the inner city. The crowd erupted in astonishment, each reward representing a tantalizing temptation. Upon hearing the prospect of entering the inner city, every attendee's eyes widened with desire. Xianyan City had a rule. Those who could enter the inner city would enjoy generations of life therein, free from constraints. Those permitted into the inner city were inevitably powerful elites, wielding significant authority within the city. However, if your accumulated merit points were insufficient to sustain your stay in the military camp, you would be expelled from the city and return to your village, never to set foot in the outer city again. Liang Qi wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of mirth as he surveyed the surroundings. He reveled in the sight of the crowd, their expressions filled with confusion and indecision. He believed that anyone who had ventured here would no longer wish to return to their previous lives, which were steeped in poverty and darkness, devoid of hope. Xuanwu City was the greatest temptation, and Xianyan City was the ultimate allure. Light and warmth were the most irresistible seductions. To depart from this place was akin to forfeiting the opportunity for transformation and empowerment. To relinquish the hope of altering one's fate. At that moment, some in the crowd furrowed their brows, while others hesitated, weighing the pros and cons amid opportunity and peril. Instructor, I am willing to go. A voice rang out, and many eyes turned in unison towards the figure by the wooden post, locking onto Wang Gui. Excellent. We still need 9 more. Limited spots are available. First come, first served. Chapter 12. The Howling Gorge. The Howling Gorge was said to be the resting place of fallen warriors. Are we not merely courting death by venturing there? The pursuit of military merit cannot be rushed. Indeed, whoever wishes to go may do so. I will not. The crowd murmured, shaking their heads in refusal. Even with the generous rewards for military achievements, they chose life over risk. Yet Wang Gui was determined to go, motivated by the prospect of military accolades and the desire to hone his skills in the dungeon. He had been stifled for too long. Outside, he could only improve his living skills, while combat prowess could only be enhanced within the dungeons. Moreover, with his current strength, though not comparable to true warriors, he believed he could manage to protect himself in the face of danger. "Count me in." Danyu stepped forward, patting his chest and grinning, naturally unwilling to be left behind if Wang Gue was going. "We shall join as well." Zhang Hu and Hu Hao exchanged glances and raised their hands in agreement. Seeing Wang Gue and the others volunteering for the escort mission, the crowd began to waver. Some, clinging to the hope of fortune or motivated by the allure of military merit, also raised their hands. To Wang Gue's surprise, the previously bullied, frail man, Wu Chun, decided to participate, while Kue Long and his companions remained silent, watching with sinister expressions. "Now that we have enough people, gather your belongings and follow me." Liang, the instructor, revealed no emotion on his face. After assembling the 10 participants, he stood up and departed the camp, with several following closely behind. Upon exiting the camp, Liang led them to a street corner where a few horse-drawn carriages awaited, and several individuals were busily loading supplies. At the forefront was a man in his 30s. Clad in ornate armor, sporting a mustache, and wielding a curved saber, his physique robust and imposing. Surrounding guards, "I have brought the individuals." Liang greeted the man with a respectful nod and a smile. "Well, don't just stand there. Hurry and help load the goods onto the cart," the lead guard commanded, gesturing for Wang Gue and the others to assist. "Haha, this time we owe you one, Liang Dado." "Not at all. It is my fortune to assist the Su family." As they exchanged pleasantries, the guard discreetly handed Liang a bulging package. Wang Gue caught sight of this exchange, his brow furrowing in suspicion. "Am I being sold?" "I am Wu Chun. Thank you, Brother Wang, for helping me earlier." A man approached Wang Gue, who recognized him as the previously bullied frail individual. With fair skin and a handsome visage, he resembled a quiet scholar. "Help you?" Wang Gue was taken aback. "I didn't say I was helping you. It was merely Kue Long who sought trouble with me. No worries, Brother Wang. You dealt him a blow, which served as a catharsis for me." Wu Chun smiled. Wang Gue shook his head in exasperation. "How can this be related to you? Why do you still wish to come despite knowing the dangers?" Wu Chun suddenly inquired. "Didn't you come along as well?" Wang Gue shot him a glance. Wu Chun chuckled awkwardly and then asked, "Do you know that this is cargo for the Su family?" "The Su family?" Wang Gue was oblivious, shaking his head. "Brother Wang is unaware." Wu Chun appeared astonished. Wang Gue shrugged, having only just arrived. The Su family is one of the 4 prominent families of Xuanwu City, wielding immense influence. The 4 families of Xuanwu City, Qi, Su, Huang, and Yang, oversaw various trades within the city, including taverns, apothecaries, and talisman crafting, effectively controlling the commercial landscape. I heard that recently, the Su and Qi families discovered a hidden treasure in Shuamong Mountain. Due to disputes over ownership, they made a wager. Whoever first conquers the Howling Gorge would claim the rights to the treasure. Wu Chun continued in hushed tones. "However, it seems the Su family has encountered obstacles. This batch of supplies should be for supporting the front lines." Wang Gue surveyed him curiously. "How do you know all this?" Wu Chun shrugged with a smile. "None of this is a secret. I merely arrived a few days earlier than you." "And how does this relate to your desire to join the escort mission?" Wang Gue furrowed his brow. "Do you wish to partake in the treasure as well, brother? You jest? I lack the ability for such endeavors. However, what you may not know is that all new recruits in our camp will ultimately be selected by the 4 families to join their respective guards." Wu Chun elaborated. "I have gathered information. Among the 4 families, only the Su family offers relatively better treatment and superior food. Especially those 2 enchanting sisters of the Su family, they are unparalleled beauties. If we perform exceptionally in this mission, we might catch the eye of the Su family." Wu Chun's expression was one of longing. Wang Gue rolled his eyes in resignation. "So it turns out you are enamored with the beauties of the Su family. What are you 2 chattering about? Stop dawdling and get to work." The lead guard suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at them, causing them to shrink back and promptly silence themselves. Before long, a bright and clear call of a beast echoed, as a snow-white deer pulling a white cart slowly approached from the back of the street and came to a halt before the crowd. "Second miss, we are ready." The guard respectfully saluted towards the cart. "Let us depart." A melodious voice emerged from within the carriage. Upon hearing this, the guard waved his hand and led the convoy out of Xuanwu City. In addition to the 10 participants led by Wang Gue, There were another 10 guards from the Su family escorting them, riding on sledges pulled by black wolves, paired up, along with the lead guard and the woman from the white deer cart. All heading towards the Howling Gorge. As night enveloped the land, the cold winds bit fiercely. The convoy sped through the icy plains for approximately 3 hours before finally reaching their destination point. 2 towering snow-capped mountains loomed ahead, beyond which lay Shumeng Mountain. The narrow connecting point between them was a slender entrance, winding and secluded, which was none other than the Howling Gorge. It was said that a great demon resided within these mountains, powerful enough that neither the Qi nor Su families dared to provoke it, nor did they wish to take a detour. Only the Howling Gorge allowed for swift passage to Shumeng Mountain without disturbing the demon. Thus, the Howling Gorge became a fiercely contested ground. Elders from both families had previously entered the gorge for reconnaissance. While it posed some dangers, it was not fatal, perfect for a wager while simultaneously honing the younger generations of their families. Dungeon. Howling Gorge crimson subtitles floated at the mouth of the gorge, highly conspicuous. As the convoy entered the gorge, the surrounding environment began to shift. The icy path vanished, replaced by moist, earthy ground beneath their feet. The group abandoned the sleds and chose to proceed on foot. On either side of the path and along the icy walls grew peculiar plants, the size of fingers, with 3 white leaves. Wang Gue, seeing them for the first time, curiously plucked one. Congratulations, you have obtained white incense grass 1. Harvesting proficiency 1. White incense grass. Description: grows in the moist lands of the Ice Valley. Due to its peculiar and unpleasant odor, even insects and ants tend to avoid it. As he broke the stem, a white liquid oozed out, releasing a pungent scent. What are you doing? Ugh, why are you picking that grass? It stinks. Hurry and throw it away. One of the Su family guards immediately covered his nose, his face filled with disgust. Wang Gue chuckled sheepishly and tucked the white incense grass away, prompting the guard to grumble as he walked away. Goodness, why do you smell so foul? Did you just relieve yourself? Dainyu and the others also caught a whiff of Wang Gue's odor, casting him curious glances. If you encounter this peculiar 3-leafed plant, do let me know. Wang Gue smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 13. Ghost-faced worm. The convoy progressed through the gorge and soon arrived at a fork in the road, where 2 groups awaited, one from the Qi family and the other from the Su family. Second Miss, you have arrived. An elder from the Su family approached the convoy, bowing respectfully. Lu Lao, what is the situation? A voice from within the cart inquired. The arrival of the second Miss is timely. According to reports from ahead, the eldest Miss has reached the designated location within the gorge and urgently requires these supplies. Set off. Before the elder could finish, the woman commanded the convoy to enter the gorge, her tone urgent. Seeing this, the elder refrained from saying more and bowed respectfully. Heh, you Su family are quite late, aren't you? I advise you to concede early, lest you end up embarrassed in the end. Not far away, at another entrance, a cold sneer emerged from the Qi family's entourage. An elder clad in gray robes scoffed. The supplies that the Qi family requires have already entered the valley half an hour ago. Given the time, it is evident that the Qi family holds the advantage. You need not fret about it. The competition is far from over, and to jump to conclusions now would be rather premature. Elder Lu cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, then slightly narrowed his eyes, calmly responding, "Humph, when the final outcome is revealed, we shall see how you maintain your bravado." The gray-robed elder from the Qi family huffed disdainfully and fell silent. This time, the pace noticeably quickened as the group hastened to escort the supplies through the valley. They encountered no obstacles from beasts along the way, and even glimpsed signs of battle and the carcasses of ferocious creatures, evidently left behind by those who had passed before them. Suddenly, the convoy came to a halt. Second Miss, we have arrived. Guard Zhou, riding a black wolf, approached the white deer carriage. Not receiving a response from within, he inquired once more, I know the second Miss possesses a kind heart. Please prioritize the greater good of the Su family. Guard Zhou clasped his fists and spoke solemnly. After a lengthy pause, a voice finally emerged from the carriage. Upon hearing this, Guard Zhou immediately turned around and approached Wang Gue and the others, commanding, you lot, go ahead and scout the path. What? Why should it be us? Shouldn't it be you? They protested. Right? Coach Liang only instructed us to escort the supplies, not to undertake other tasks. Now that the supplies are delivered, we intend to return. Hearing that they were being asked to venture into danger, the group grumbled and attempted to turn away. Humph, refusing the wine only to drink the punishment wine. A cold smile crept onto Guard Zhou's lips as he leaped behind the crowd, brandishing his long blade and striking fiercely at a nearby boulder. Cleaving it in two, did I dare anyone to leave? The fierce blade energy howled through the valley, causing stinging sensations on faces even several meters away, as if being sliced by a knife. What? Some of the newer recruits, caught in the blade's aura, fell to the ground in fright, stumbling backward in terror. The onlookers turned pale. Wang Gui's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Guard Zhou, realizing that the latter's strength had likely reached the so-called martial artist realm. Most critically, in Wang Gui's eyes, the formerly yellow health bar of Guard Zhou had turned blood red, indicating that he had indeed developed a murderous intent. At this moment, anyone daring to flee or defy orders would surely become a victim beneath his blade. Damn it, isn't this just asking for trouble? Dania's eyes widened in fury. We outnumber him. Why don't we charge out together? Zhang Hu suggested. Wu Quan shook his head, sighing. He has already reached the second level of martial artists, the bone-forging stage. Even with 10 more of us, we would not stand a chance against him. The initial level of a martial artist, known as channeling, involves opening the meridians to allow the flow of vital energy, thus becoming a true martial artist. The second level, bone forging, entails honing one's bones and muscles, enabling one to bear immense weight and enhancing physical strength. So what? Are we just to wait for death? It was apparent to anyone that danger lay ahead. Otherwise, they would not have been sent to scout the path. What else can we do? Wu Qin replied with a wry smile, as the Su family guards around them gripped their weapons, eyeing the few remaining individuals with predatory intent. Let us go. Wang Gui took a deep breath, realizing that they had no choice but to proceed. Competing against Zhou would mean certain death. Perhaps there was a slim chance of survival if they scouted ahead. Seeing this, Daniu hurriedly followed. Daniu brother, wait for us. Zhang Hu, Hu Hao, and Wu Qin quickly trailed behind. Heh, get moving. Anyone who dares to turn back, I'll be the first to cleave him. The Su family guards at the back waved their weapons, herding the remaining few forward like frightened ducks. The surroundings were pitch black, with scattered patches of grass and trees on the stones emitting a faint glow, resembling a galaxy. This Su family you speak of is hardly impressive, Wang Gui remarked, scanning the area for potential dangers. In response, Wu Quan forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Compared to others, it's still relatively better. Wang Gui couldn't help but chuckle. They were on the brink of slaughter. And he still deemed it better? What kind of dire scenario would he consider worse? In a harsh world, the weak are trampled by the strong, and the lengths one might go to survive could be exceedingly brutal. Perhaps even shattering conventional morals. What is that? As the group cautiously advanced over the rubble-strewn ground, Daniu suddenly spotted a peculiar stone to his right, which seemed to emit a faint glow. Driven by curiosity, he reached out to touch it. Whoosh! The stone suddenly split apart, revealing a ghastly face that radiated a ghostly green light, appearing quite terrifying. Oh my God! Daniu jumped back in fright. The others quickly turned to the source of the sound, and the expressions of everyone present turned grim. They saw the walls around them emitting a chilling rustling noise, as if something was crawling. Soon, terrifying faces began to appear on the walls, densely packed together. Buzz! The ghostly faces began to float, illuminating the space with an eerie glow. Only then did the group realize that they were swarms of palm-sized insects. It's the ghost-faced insect. Everyone be cautious, Wu Quan shouted urgently. Before they could react, the swarm of ghost-faced insects lunged at them. The group hastily drew their weapons, desperately fighting back. Wang Gui unsheathed his bone knife, swinging it repeatedly, cleaving the ghost-faced insects in half with each strike. Yet, there were simply too many. They could not be exterminated fast enough. One individual found himself covered in ghost-faced insects. The once gleaming green face of the insect turned a deep crimson, accompanied by agonized screams. As the unfortunate victim was drained of lifeblood, becoming a desiccated corpse. Fall back! Wang Gui bellowed. The group huddled together, preparing to retreat along the path they had come. Gui brother, save me! Zhang Hu, besieged by the ghost-faced insects, was covered in them, his eyes filled with terror as he struggled and screamed. Witnessing this, Wang Gui rushed over, his bone knife swinging furiously to slash at the insects. Suddenly, he noticed that the ghost-faced insects seemed to recoil from his fingers. Or perhaps they were intentionally avoiding him. Those insects that had come into contact with his hand emitted hissing sounds, as if in great pain, losing their ability to move. Wang Gui paused, then suddenly realized. Is it the white incense grass? He quickly retrieved the white incense grass, snapping off the roots and leaves, and a thick white liquid began to flow out rapidly, which he then sprinkled on Zhang Hu. Sizzle! A series of piercing sounds erupted as the ghost-faced insects clinging to Zhang Hu began to twist and contort, their faces emitting a wretched wail that pierced the eardrums, before they all fell to the ground. Gather around, Wang Gui called out joyfully, distributing some of the white incense grass to Daniu and the others. The group successfully retreated using the white incense grass. Chapter 14. Negotiating terms outside, Guard Zhou listened to the anguished cries emanating from within, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, realizing that his plan had succeeded. The ghost-faced insects here thrived on human lifeblood. He had procured 10 fresh recruits from Coach Liang, intending to use them as fodder for the insects. Only by satiating their hunger could this path be traversed smoothly. Hurry and feast. Once you're full, perhaps you'll clear a way for us. Wait, how could they possibly still be alive? Guard Zhou's smile turned cold. But in the next moment, his expression shifted as several figures slowly emerged from the darkness ahead, supporting one another, looking rather disheveled. How did you survive? Guard Zhou asked incredulously. Although the ghost-faced insects lacked individual strength, their overwhelming numbers and surprise attacks meant that these neophyte recruits could not possibly have survived the onslaught. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to guarantee his own safe passage. I would like to ask Guard Zhou what he means by sending us to scout a path, fully aware of the insect swarm within. Was it a death sentence? Wang Gui questioned, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou. Recognizing the malice in his heart that nearly led to their demise, Daniu, Hu Hao, and the others wore fierce expressions, their teeth clenched in hatred. Only Wang Gui and Wu Chun had emerged alive. All the other recruits had perished. Zhang Hu, having lost most of his lifeblood, appeared pale and on the verge of collapse, being supported by Daniu and the others. Without prompt medical attention, he was unlikely to survive. You! Guard Zhou was momentarily speechless, but soon his face twisted into a cold, mocking smile. Humph! No matter how you managed to survive, your luck has run out. He raised his long knife, pointing it menacingly at the group. While the other Su family guards closed in, cornering Wang Gui and his companions. Shameless, Daniu, Hu Hao, and the others glared at Guard Zhou, their rage palpable. Haha, now you have two choices. Either walk in willingly or I'll toss you in myself. Whichever you choose, the outcome will be the same. Guard Zhou relished the sight of their unwillingness and resentment, finding immense satisfaction in the thought of the strong ruthlessly trampling the weak. Wang Gui shifted his gaze to the white deer carriage. Speaking solemnly, Miss Su, you merely wish to use us as fodder to feed the ghost-faced insects, so you can pass through here swiftly. Die in the cart. Silence reigned. Wang Gui continued, even if Guardian Zhou possesses extraordinary strength, capturing us all and sending us to feed the worms will require considerable effort. I trust that for your Su family, time is of the essence. Guardian Zhou furrowed his brow, as you can see. I have methods to traverse this place swiftly and safely, without the need for sacrificial lives. Wang Gui declared loudly, young man, what trickery do you propose? It seems you wish for this guardian to personally send you on your way. Guardian Zhou scoffed coldly, unwilling to believe that a mere rookie from an icebound village could possess a solution. Wang Gui fell silent, revealing a ghost-faced worm that had mysteriously appeared in his palm. Before the gathered members of the Su family, he produced the white incense grass, gently squeezing it, causing a white liquid to flow and drip onto the ghost-faced worm. Hiss! The acrid stench and the worm's shrieks echoed through the swirling snow. Drawing the attention of all present, the worm soon fell silent. Guardian Zhou may doubt my words, but surely he must trust his own eyes. Wang Gui spoke slowly, witnessing the spectacle before him. Guardian Zhou was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Wang Gui would indeed possess a method to exterminate the ghost-faced worms. What are your terms? A woman's voice inquired from within the cart, clearly indicating that she had something to gain. My friends are injured. I wish for you to assist in taking them back and healing them. Wang Gui gestured toward the three men beside him, Daniu and his companions. Heal them? Guardian Zhou laughed derisively. You country bumpkins are worthless. Your lives are worth less than a single pill. I advise you to hand over that item now, or perhaps you may retain a chance at survival. His arrogance sparked indignation among Daniel and the others. Perhaps our lives may not be worth as much as a pill, but can those pills compare to the goods you are transporting? Wang Gue replied calmly, sensing Guardian Zhou's darkening expression and rising murderous intent. He clutched the white incense grass tightly to his chest. If I were to consume this grass, even if Guardian Zhou were to kill me and cut open my belly to retrieve it, it would take considerable time. Moreover, knowing that we all face death, my friends will do everything to stop you. It is evident which is of greater importance. I trust Guardian Zhou can discern that. By the heavens, you dare to threaten me, you wretched commoner? Guardian Zhou's eyes widened in rage. It was infuriating for a mere youth to threaten a formidable warrior like himself. He raised his large blade in fury. Zhou Qing, cease this at once. A woman's voice emanated from the cart, halting the furious Guardian Zhou. She then addressed Wang Gue. I accept your terms. Second miss, Zhou Qing protested, but she continued, time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays. The Su family's most pressing need was indeed time, as they urgently required the supplies to reach the front lines. Furthermore, the terms of the transaction merely involved personal assistance, which posed little challenge for the Su family. Wang Gue inwardly sighed in relief. He had counted on this fact when negotiating terms, and fortunately, the other party was not foolish. Here is my order. Take this token to Elder Liu at the entrance, and he will understand. A jade token flew from the cart, landing before Wang Gue. Seeing this, Zhou Qing dared not defy the command, though his expression remained dark as he glared at Wang Gue and his companions. You lot may leave first. Wang Gue handed the token to Daniel, instructing them to depart. Daniel, along with Hu Hao, had also sustained injuries, their arms and thighs bitten by the ghost-faced worms. Are you not coming with us? Daniel asked, worry etched across his face. Rest assured, I still have use for them. They won't harm me for the time being, Wang Gue reassured with a smile. Daniel, seeing this, refrained from further protest, understanding that Wang Gue's actions were meant to protect them. After exchanging a few words of farewell, the three departed with the token in hand. Are you not following? Wang Gue glanced at the side, where Wu Chen stood. I wasn't bitten by any worms. Wu Chen shrugged, grinning. Wang Gue chose not to comment further. Young man, lead the way swiftly, Zhou Qing ordered coldly. Wang Gue then retrieved the white incense grass, distributing half a stalk to each person. So this is the grass. A voice from within the cart murmured softly. In truth, white incense grass was commonly found at the valley's entrance. However, its noxious liquid and lack of medicinal value had caused it to be overlooked, and few were aware of its insect-repelling properties. It was fortunate that Wang Gue had previously taken an interest in a stalk, discovering its properties, which proved to be immensely helpful. The group advanced toward the rocky clearing ahead, and with the assistance of the white incense grass, the surrounding ghost-faced worms hovered in the air, daring not to approach the group. Those that ventured too close fell to the ground as if repelled by incense. Thus, they swiftly traversed the area, soon reaching their destination. Chapter 15. The Snowy Owl's Siege. At the end of the canyon, approximately 20 individuals had gathered, the members of the Su family, facing a massive ice wall that obstructed their path. They tirelessly struck at it, attempting to carve out a passage, but the ice wall was as hard as iron, impervious to their efforts. Has Wan Ning not arrived yet? A young woman in elegant attire stood amidst the snow, her delicate features and striking gaze radiating a commanding presence, her long ponytail cascading down to her waist, a sword hanging at her side. Reporting, Miss, the second miss should be arriving shortly. A young man in blue paused momentarily, uncertain. Where are Qi Jingtian and the others? The woman, Su Yuru, inquired. According to the information received, the Qi family has breached most of the ice wall and will soon reach the Sunfeng Pass. The young man, Sun Liang, replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yuru gazed anxiously at the ice wall, her brow furrowed. The Qi family was nearly through, while they had yet to begin. Miss, there is no need for undue worry. The Sunfeng Pass is the most perilous area here. Even if the Qi family arrives first, it will not be easy to conquer. Sun Liang attempted to offer comfort as Su Yuru nodded slightly. Exhaling deeply, let us hope so. The second miss has arrived, a shout echoed from behind. Su Yuru's spirits lifted, and she led the way to greet her sister. Quickly, bring the supplies over. We must act swiftly. Sun Liang directed his subordinates to transport the goods. As the cargo was unloaded, it revealed barrels of liquid. While they appeared to contain alcohol, within was a potent medicinal solution reeking of sharp odors. The massive ice wall contained a peculiar substance, making it exceptionally tough. Ordinary weapons could not penetrate it, but only those coated with this medicinal liquid could carve through. Clang, clang. The Su family members resumed their efforts, the sound resonating through the valley. Special firestones were affixed to the high walls to provide bright illumination. Wang Gui surveyed the area. It had been cleared of any vegetation or beasts. Seizing the opportunity, he focused on the items in his inventory. Insect wing armor X20, description. Shells dropped by ghost-faced worms, as hard as stone, suitable for crafting protective gear. Insect saliva X10, description. Saliva left by insect types. Useful for potion making. Ghost essence crystal X1, description. A rare crystal that may occasionally be found within ghost-faced worms. It is extremely scarce and beneficial for spirit cultivation. The spoils from their encounters with the ghost-faced worms lay before him, with the green gem-like crystal appearing slightly more refined than the others, while the rest were mere commonplace materials. Wang Gui had no time to ponder. The sight of the worms' corpses alone was repulsive. Shifting his gaze, he spotted a graceful figure descending from the cart. The woman, as pale as snow, with exquisitely crafted features, donned an embroidered white robe, resembling a fairy in the snow, shining luminously in the darkness. Wan Ning, how was your journey? Su Yuru inquired with concern. Sister, I am fine, Su Wan Ning replied, her brows knitted and worried. We absolutely cannot afford to lose this time. If we fail, the loss of the Xuemeng Mountain's secret realm would place our Su family's situation in jeopardy. I understand. Rest assured, with me here, we will not lose, Su Yuru assured with a gentle smile. Despite the dire circumstances for the Su family, as the eldest daughter, she bore the responsibility and pressure alone, hoping only for her sister's safety and happiness. After speaking, Su Yuru took her sister Su Wan Ning to the front, while Zhou Qing cast a cold glare at Wang Gui as he followed. How about it, Brother Wang? I told you the Su sisters are quite remarkable. Wu Chuan nudged Wang Gui's shoulder, grinning at the graceful figures ahead. He then sighed, shaking his head. However, the current situation for the Su family does not seem favorable. Originally, the Su family held the leading position among the four families, but following the unfortunate demise of the old ancestor during a treasure hunt in the secret realm years ago, their power declined significantly. The other three families, led by the Qi family, took the opportunity to suppress and exclude them, and they may even be replaced by other factions in the city. Brother Wu appears to know quite a bit. Could it be that you are also a scion of some esteemed family? Wang Gui remarked with a teasing smile. Wu Chuan waved his hand with a laugh. Brother Wang, you jest. If I were a scion of a noble family, would I endure hardships here in the military camp? That would be sheer lunacy. Wang Gui's lips curled into a smirk as he let out a light scoff. Since the other party had spoken thus, he naturally had to believe it. With the aid of the medicinal wine, a passage wide enough for two to pass through was quickly hewn from the ice wall, in less than half an hour. Everyone had successfully made their way through. Ahead lay the Xuanfeng Pass. Everyone, quicken your pace. Upon exiting the ice cave, the morale of the Su family's team surged, and they hastened their steps. After approximately 10 minutes of brisk walking, Su Yuru, leading the way, suddenly halted as if sensing something amiss. Her sharp phoenix eyes scanning the surroundings. A guard raised a firestone lamp, sweeping it across a stone pillar before suddenly letting out a terrified shout. The stone pillar had inexplicably begun to move, its upper portion resembling horns twisting a full 180 degrees, revealing a pair of malevolent eyes that glowed with a crimson light under the illumination of the lamp. It's a snow owl. Everyone, be cautious. Su Yuru's delicate face changed dramatically as she shouted to warn the others. Snow owl, second tier. Wang Gui glanced over, seeing a large bird resembling an owl. Its feathers as white as snow, standing nearly as tall as an adult. With a shrill cry, as her warning echoed, the snow owl followed suit with a piercing scream, unfurling its snowy wings and soaring into the air. Wingspan exceeding 2 meters. In the next moment, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly appeared on the surrounding dark walls, glaring at them with a deathly ferocity. The crowd turned pale with fright, with a chorus of cries. Dozens of snow owls simultaneously screeched, launching a fierce assault on the group. Protect the young ladies. The two guard captains, Zhou Qing and Sun Liang, shouted in unison, rallying the Su family guards to shield the Su sisters. Drawing their weapons to engage the snow owls attacking from the AIR.AT that moment, Wang Gui concealed himself among the crowd, quietly observing everything without risking himself. Both Sun Liang and Zhou Qing possessed the strength of the second tier of martial artists. Easily dispatching a single second-tier snow owl, however, the sheer number of snow owls was overwhelming, and as the commotion escalated, numerous fierce birds from the depths of the canyon began to flock toward them. Although Su Yuru's strength was slightly inferior to theirs, she barely matched their prowess, wielding a treasured sword and fighting alongside Su Wanning, slaying the incoming snow owls. "Sister, be careful," Su Wanning, frantic with worry, watched as her sister engaged in battle with the snow owls while she remained ensconced in the protective embrace of the guards, helplessly observing the fray in the crowd behind. As Wang Gui watched the snow owl corpses dropping from above, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a splendid opportunity could not be missed. He hurriedly rushed forward, drawing out a bone knife to begin butchering. Acquired Snow Owl Meat 3, Bird Liver 2. Acquired Snow Owl Feather 1, Butchering Proficiency 1. The uniform array of various meat materials saw his proficiency in butchering grow visibly. "Kid, what are you doing?" Zhou Liang glanced back and caught sight of Wang Gui, stealthily rummaging through the snow owl corpses on the ground, his expression one of confusion. Snow owl meat is delicious. It was highly sought after when hunting in the village. Wang Gui grinned. "You fool. At a time like this, you're still thinking about eating." Zhou Liang scoffed derisively, disdain etched across his face, and chose to ignore him, wielding his long knife to slay any snow owls that came within a 2-meter radius. At this moment, Wang Gui began to feel uneasy. None of the snow owl corpses yielded any luminous orbs, or rather, they simply did not drop any items. The only materials he could obtain were from butchering. Could it be that, because I did not attack them, they don't count as my spoils? Wang Gui's mind raced, and he noticed a bow and arrow discarded by a Su family guard nearby. With a swift step, he dashed over and picked up the bow and arrow. Knocking an arrow, he drew it back to a full moon, aiming at a target, the arrow whistling through the air. Thwack! A snow owl screeched as it plummeted down, its sharp claws aimed directly at Su Wanning's face, causing her to pale in terror. Just as she cried out, an arrow soared past, striking the snow owl and piercing through its chest. Congratulations on mastering the basic skill. Archery. Archery LV1, 0100 description. Use bow and arrow type weapons to shoot targets at a distance. Wang Gui quickly approached to retrieve the fallen snow owl, his face brimming with joy. Just as he had surmised, this time a luminous orb dropped, swiftly entering its body, and simultaneously, he had comprehended a new skill in archery. Thank you. Having narrowly escaped danger, Su Wanning's chest rose and fell rapidly, her expression gradually calming as she expressed her gratitude to Wang Gui. However, Wang Gui, in high spirits, remained focused on the snow owl, neglecting her thanks as he turned to continue shooting. The wait for the dungeon monster hunt had finally arrived. Chapter 16. The Man in Black, an exquisitely equipped team, arrived at the edge of a cliff, a stone bridge connecting to the opposite shore. "Where are the Su family members?" A man in black gazed intently at the howling winds of the Xuanfeng Pass across the way, then asked his subordinate beside him. Reporting, "Young master, the Su sisters have just passed the ice wall and are likely struggling against the swarm of snow owls at this moment," replied a scarred man. A group of deluded fools." The man in black chuckled coldly. "Truly, young master, your foresight is remarkable. Not only did you send people to alter the information, but you also arranged for the snow owl swarm to obstruct them. No matter how the Su sisters struggle, they cannot escape defeat in this cry of despair canyon. The victor will only be our Qi family," another man praised. "The Su family's fate is sealed. Had they accepted my demands earlier, perhaps they could have found a way to survive." The man in black smirked, seemingly assured of victory. "Haha, in this competition within the Cry of Despair Canyon, young Master Jing Tian will undoubtedly make a significant contribution. And the Lord of the Manor will surely reward him handsomely. Perhaps even the position of the Manor Lord in the future." The man in black smiled faintly. "It's still too early to discuss such matters. As I mentioned before, arrange everything immediately. This time, I intend to give Su Yuru and the others a grand surprise." Meanwhile, in another part of the canyon, the Sioux family members were besieged by the snow owls. Having learned from previous encounters, Wang Gui joined the fray to slay the snow owls. He discovered that as long as an arrow he shot struck a snow owl, even if he did not personally slay it, the snow owl would still drop luminous orbs upon its demise. Of course, not every snow owl would drop items upon being killed, and the likelihood of valuable items like bloodstones dropping was exceedingly rare. But at least there was such a mechanism. Wang Gui knocked his bow, sometimes shooting 2 or 3 arrows at once, hiding among the crowd and watching as the snow owls fell from above like ripe fruits. His grin was nearly uncontrollable. He wished fervently for 3 heads and 6 arms, yearning for a wide-ranging area of effect skill. However, soon enough, a vexing issue arose. Before the precious blood stones could arrive, his backpack became full. Wang Gui felt quite frustrated, regretting not having brought a larger backpack initially. As he prepared to clear out some space, he glanced over and saw that a significant portion of his pack was filled with food materials, beast skins, snow owl meat, insect shells, and the like, along with some gathered herbs. These were all items he intended to save for cooking later. Reluctantly, Wang Gui had to part with some of them to free up space. Ahead, Su Yuru wielded a green longsword, her slender yet poised figure moving with grace and lethality, repelling the snow owls that lunged at her with each swing of her sword. Yet, the numbers were overwhelming. In the depths of the darkness, numerous crimson eyes flew toward them. Why are there so many snow owls here? Is the intelligence flawed? Sun Liang shook off the snow owl corpse from his spear. Glancing at the densely packed figures in the air and the cacophony of shrieks surrounding them, his expression turning grim. According to the intelligence gathered by the elders in the manor, this area was not inhabited by snow owls. And even if there were, their numbers were minimal, nothing like the current situation. Damn it, it must be the Qi family's scheme. Zhou Qing cursed vehemently. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must not linger here. Let us hasten through. Su Yuru's delicate features darkened, but with the snow owls multiplying, they could not keep fighting indefinitely. She then called for everyone to prepare to leave. With Zhou Qing and Sun Liang leading the charge, they guided the team toward an escape. Brother Wang, what are you still doing there? Hurry and catch up. Wu Chen punched a snow owl away. Glancing back at Wang Gui and urging him on before hastily following the Su family team. Wang Gui sighed softly. He hadn't yet had his fill of hunting and felt a pang of reluctance. However, he knew he must follow the group. After all, he understood that relying solely on himself, it would be impossible to safely leave this place. Moreover, if he encountered another similar beast horde, he would need the Su family's assistance to aid him. Though he had not obtained the coveted bloodstones, the butchering and the newly comprehended archery skill had both risen to level 2, which left Wang Gui quite satisfied. The swarm of snow owls pursued relentlessly, and Su Yuru and the others dared not slacken their efforts, fighting as they retreated. Before long, the group arrived at the valley's end, facing a bottomless cliff. The cliff's edge was a clearing. The point where 2 canyons converged. In front of the clearing were 2 stone bridges leading directly to the opposite Xuanfeng Pass, Qijing Tian. As Su Yuru and the others reached the clearing, their gaze immediately fixed on the silhouette at the far end of the right bridge. Let us hurry over. Upon witnessing the others having reached the opposite bank, Su Yuru, unwilling to lag behind, hastily led the members of the Su family across the bridge. That moment, Qijing Tian, who was on the other side, also took notice of the approaching Su Yuru and her companions. He slowly began to speak. I did not expect you, Sister Yuru, to arrive so swiftly. I thought the snow owl horde would delay you for a while. Wang Gui, trailing at the rear of the group, raised his gaze towards the figure leading on the opposite bank. The individual, clad in black, possessed a tall and strikingly handsome stature. So it was indeed your doing. Yet, it seems your obstruction has proven ineffective. Su Yuru's beautiful eyes fixated on the handsome man not far away, and with a cold smile, she remarked, if I were you, I would not venture here. Qijing Tian slightly shook his head, and then a sinister grin unexpectedly appeared on his face. However, since you have arrived, you shall remain here forever. Ha ha ha. As the sound of his malevolent laughter echoed, an ominous premonition settled in the hearts of the onlookers. Before they could react, the stone bridge beneath them suddenly collapsed. The Su family members, led by Su Yuru, along with Wang Gui, plummeted into the unfathomable abyss below. The Su family's vitality was severely wounded this time, and it seemed they would struggle to recover. Teske, what a pity for these two beauties. The scarred man observed the dark chasm below and couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. They brought this upon themselves, Qi Jing Tian spoke softly, for in his view, the Su family's defeat was already sealed. In this contest between the two families, the Su family not only lost two exceptional young women but also forfeited control over the secret realm of Shuemeng Mountain, and they might even face expulsion from Xuanwu City. Subsequently, Qi Jing Tian turned to the figure in black beside him and suddenly clasped his hands in salute. Old Hai, we shall rely on your esteemed self to conquer the Sun Feng Pass. As his words fell, the figure slowly withdrew the black robe, revealing an aged visage. The second young lady of the Su family possesses considerable prowess in formations. Without my assistance, even if you had arrived earlier, it would have been difficult to breach this Sun Feng array. The elder's voice was frail, akin to withered wood, as he continued, within this array dwells a fourth-tier demon beast, the Sun Feng leopard, which will be quite a challenge for you all. The second young lady he referred to was Su Wanning. Qi Jing Tian had not only plotted against the two sisters of the Su family, but had also violated regulations by secretly dispatching external experts to break the array. Yet all of this was beyond the perception of Su Yuru and the others. With a smile, Qi Jing Tian remarked, thus, we require Old Hai's intervention in all of Xuanwu City. When it comes to mastery of formations, there are but a handful who can compare to Old Hai. Haha, young nephew Jing Tian, you must keep your promise regarding the conditions we previously discussed. The elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard in delight at the flattery. Rest assured, Old Hai. Once the task is accomplished, I shall deliver as promised, Qi Jing Tian said with a slight bow, displaying his courtesy. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction and then strode confidently into the Sun Feng Pass ahead. Gazing at the windswept and snow-laden pass ahead, a glimmer of coldness and ferocity flickered in Qi Jing Tian's eyes. Achieving victory in this contest and aiding the Qi family in seizing control of the secret realm of Shuemeng Mountain would solidify his position within the family, ensuring that no one could challenge his authority thereafter. Chapter 17. The icy abyss trapped. The chasm was shrouded in darkness, unfathomable in depth. After a brief experience of free fall, Wang Gui unexpectedly landed in an icy grotto. Fortunately, the grotto sloped gently, resembling a slide. Wang Gui hastily drew his bone knife, forcefully embedding it into the smooth ice surrounding him, leaving behind a long, screeching scratch. Just as Wang Gui struggled to stabilize his descent, a sudden scream echoed from above, drawing closer. In the next moment, a shadow swiftly plummeted, crashing down upon him. The immense impact caused Wang Gui's complexion to change drastically, feeling as though his neck might snap. The bone knife slipped from his grasp, and he plummeted downwards at an alarming speed. The icy grotto was approximately the size of a room, with the ice surface gleaming with a phosphorescent glow, as if containing some luminous substance that illuminated the surroundings. Where is this place? Sister, are you there? Su Wanning found herself sitting on the icy surface, gazing in bewilderment at the unfamiliar environment. A mix of worry and relief washing over her as she realized she was still alive. Her voice reverberated through the grotto. Miss Su. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly reached her ears. Who? Su Wanning felt a pang of anxiety, her delicate face tense as she scanned her surroundings for the source of the voice. I am beneath you. The feeble voice echoed once more. Beneath? Su Wanning exclaimed in surprise. And then she sensed something unusual beneath her. She quickly lifted her white skirt, only to find a man sprawled beneath her. A man's face emerged, and their gazes met. Su Wanning let out a startled scream. Hastily rising and moving aside, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, finally rescued. Wang Gui struggled to his feet, taking deep breaths of air. He had nearly suffocated moments earlier and felt as though his body had fallen apart. With several ribs likely fractured, he glanced at his health bar, and his expression shifted immediately. Are you all right? Su Wanning asked, feeling quite embarrassed. Are you asking if I'm all right? Wang Gui shot her a glare. Exasperated, he had nearly been crushed to death by a woman's posterior. If this news got out, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Upon hearing this, Su Wanning's face reddened even more, her fair hands clutching her skirt tightly as she lowered her head, at a loss for words. Wang Gui retrieved the rudimentary healing ointment he had previously crafted. While it offered only a minimal recovery, it provided a degree of psychological comfort. What is this place? The icy grotto was not large, featuring several ice tunnel entrances, the destinations of which remained a mystery. Wang Gui surveyed the surroundings and then turned to the nearby woman for answers. Su Wanning shook her head, indicating that she too was unsure. According to the logic of the game's dungeons, this place should resemble a trap room. Since it was a trap room, there likely existed mechanisms that could facilitate an escape. Wang Gui assessed the ice tunnel entrances, concluding that the exit must lie within one of them. Then, Wang Gui noticed an anomaly. While the other ice tunnels appeared gray to him, one on the right emitted a bright white glow. He decided to take a gamble. Perhaps that was the exit. Let us go. Why are you just standing there? Wang Gui approached the illuminated ice tunnel, only to find Su Wanning still sitting in her spot. My leg is sprained. Su Wanning's voice was barely audible, her face slightly flushed, her beautiful eyes avoiding his gaze. Wang Gui was momentarily speechless. The woman had fallen onto him, and now, with her health bar at nearly full, she expected him to tend to her? What can I say? After all, you are a young lady, he sighed helplessly, suppressing his indignation as he helped Su Wanning to her feet. The ice tunnel was deep and seemingly endless, featuring numerous branching paths that crisscrossed. Following the trail of white light, Wang Gui wound through the passages until he finally emerged into an open space. Several figures gathered in the clearing, seemingly engaged in conversation. It was Su Yuru and her companions. Sister, Wanning? Upon hearing the voice from behind, the shadow of worry that had lingered in Su Yuru's heart dissipated instantly, replaced by joy. You, brat? Zhou Qing and Sun Liang, who had accompanied Su Yuru, raised their weapons upon seeing Wang Gui and Su Wanning in close proximity, barking, You country bumpkin, step aside immediately. Wang Gui merely rolled his eyes and set Su Wanning aside. Wanning, are you all right? Su Yuru inquired with concern. I just sprained my ankle. It's nothing serious, Su Wanning quickly explained. Sister, he saved me, Dado. Su Yuru regarded Wang Gui with curiosity, her gaze somewhat unfamiliar, as he did not seem to belong to their Su family. Zhou Qing shot a glare at Wang Gui and then whispered, Miss, this fellow is a new recruit under Liang Qi. Su Yuru nodded slightly. She had traversed this path and was well aware of the circumstances, quickly realizing who he was, her eyes scrutinizing him once more. May I inquire how to address this gentleman? I am Wang Gui. Honored to meet Miss Su, Wang Gui replied, clasping his hands in respect. After engaging in a brief conversation, Wang Gui leaned against a corner to recuperate his strength, feeling considerable pain throughout his body from his injuries. He glanced at his inventory, noting that the healing potions and food were nearly depleted. Even though he possessed fire for cooking, there was no certainty that the food would yield restorative effects. And being in such a dire place left him uncertain of what would transpire next. This is the healing medicine my sister gave me. I know you are injured as well, and might need it more than I do. As he pondered his predicament, a graceful figure appeared, extending a slender hand with a red medicine bottle. Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet hers. This medicine was personally concocted by a senior alchemist from the Su family. Look, I am already fine now. Su Wanning smiled gently. Shiyuan Dan introduction. A high-level healing elixir capable of regenerating severed limbs and treating bone and muscle injuries, specifically effective for trauma. Wang Gui took the vial. Inside were 2 pills the size of a fingernail. After glancing at the introduction, he hesitated not a moment and immediately consumed 1 Shuanden 62, 91. 100. In the brief interlude of rest, he fully restored his vitality. Wang Gui's eyes widened in astonishment at the potency of the medicine, and his curiosity began to stir. Indeed, high-level elixirs were remarkable. It is often said that alchemists are highly sought-after professionals, and now it seemed that the rumors held true. If he could become an alchemist, he would no longer need to constantly worry about his vitality. I'll give you the remaining one as a token of gratitude for saving me, Su Wanning whispered. Wang Gui nodded, accepting her gift. He glanced around. They were at the bottom of a long ice ravine, with towering, smooth ice walls above, emitting a soft glow. Ahead lay a narrow passageway over 3 meters wide, leading to an unknown destination. It appeared that the others had either met a grim fate or, like him, had fallen into the icy pit and become trapped. Only Su Yuru and a few others had made it here. What were they up to? Observing ahead, He saw Su Yu and Zhou Qing engaged in an intense discussion, their expressions indicating something amiss. There is a sheet of ice lake blocking our way. We cannot pass. My sister and the others are brainstorming solutions, Su Wanning replied softly, seemingly resigned to their predicament. Wang Gue stood up to investigate. Before him lay an ice lake, emanating a terrifying chill that intensified as he approached. Above the ice lake floated several lotus leaf-shaped ice blocks, with one missing on the right side. Within the icy mist, he discerned the outline of a frozen corpse. It was the Su family's guard, who had gone ahead to scout and met his demise here. Su Yu and her companions paid no mind to Wang Gue, continuing their deliberations. Wang Gue studied the lotus leaves on the ice lake. Pondering the situation, it resembled a trap similar to a stepping stone game, where typically only one in each row was safe, while the others led to peril. The first method of trial and error was evidently not feasible. So he began to observe his surroundings for any other clues. Suddenly, a peculiar pattern appeared on the left ice wall, which quickly transformed in his vision, connecting points to form a roadmap. Indeed, Chapter 18. Waiting in silence. The brows of Su Yu and her companions knitted tightly, gazing at the ice lake that emitted bone-chilling cold. Their expressions growing increasingly grim. It seemed that among the floating ice blocks, only one in each row was correct. Stepping on the wrong one would lead to a plunge into the icy depths. Sun Liang, still shaken, wore a serious expression. He had just tested the waters, and the smooth ice walls made it nearly impossible to find footing. Luckily, he had been tied with a rope beforehand, allowing Zhou Qing to pull him back, or his fate would have been sealed as yet another unfortunate soul beneath the lake. There are no spiritual formations here. I am powerless to assist. Su Wanning shook her head in resignation. She was skilled in formations, yet there were no traces of any present in the ice lake. I just tried. Weapons are ineffective as well. Zhou Qing's face remained stern. His plan to use his long blade to test the path was thwarted, as it appeared this was a trap deliberately set to prevent passage. What shall we do then? We cannot simply wait here, Sun Liang exclaimed anxiously. The longer they lingered, the further victory slipped from their grasp. We can only await the elders from the estate to rescue us. Zhou Qing sighed. Wait. If we prolong this, Qi Jing Tian will reach the end first. Sun Liang's face turned red with frustration. What else can we do? The front is a dead end, and behind us is a sheer cliff. We can only wait. Perhaps there is still a chance for survival. Zhou Qing's emotions flared as he shouted. Listening to their heated argument, Su Yu's brows furrowed, her delicate face marked with worry and discontent. We can either wait here until the family competition concludes, at which point the elders will surely send someone to investigate and assist us. Though we may lose the competition, at least our lives will be spared. Or we can attempt to navigate the perilous ice lake ahead. Perhaps there is still a chance to catch up to Qi Jing Tian and the others. Yet, the trap-laden ice lake did not appear easily traversable. A single misstep could result in instant death, a near impossible situation. Each path bore tremendous pressure, leaving them in a state of indecision. Just as they were about to make a difficult choice, a figure approached the ice lake with deliberate steps. Kid, are you seeking death? Zhou Qing mocked, observing Wang Gue poised to step onto the ice blocks. Wang Gue paid him no mind and, amidst the astonished gazes of the others, placed a foot upon the ice block. Is he out of his mind? Was the collective thought of everyone present. Wang Gue, Su Wanning gasped, her face paling. Zhou Qing smirked coldly. You are courting death. Don't blame anyone but yourself. But thanks to you, we VE eliminated. Yet, contrary to expectations, the ice block did not shatter. Wang Gue stood firmly atop it, casting them an unusual glance. This? Zhou Qing's eyes widened as he pointed forward, momentarily at a loss for words. How did he not fall? No, this doesn't make sense. He must be lucky. Su Yu and the others stared at Wang Gue in shock, Su Wanning even covering her gaping mouth. Miss Su? I possess the ability to lead you all to safety, Wang Gue addressed Su Yu, his tone calm. Before she could respond, Zhou Qing interjected, coldly asking, what ability could you possibly have? Just a country bumpkin. What are you pretending for? Pretending? Wang Gue pressed his lips together and, amidst their astonished and disbelieving stares, took another step, landing securely on the next ice block without incident. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Pretending? Wang Gue took another step, successfully crossing 3 ice blocks, still unharmed. He then turned to Zhou Qing with a challenging gaze. "So, Guardian Zhou, do you still think I'm pretending? You?" Zhou Qing was at a loss for words, glaring at him with a dark expression. "Since Wang Gongzi has the capability, I implore you to lead us to safety swiftly." Su Yuru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Wang Gue as if he were a savior. Wang Gue approached the shore and said, "I can lead you out, but I have one condition. Kid, don't push your luck." Zhou Qing recalled the encounter with the ghost-faced insect, pondering if this boy was truly unwell for bargaining again. Su Yuru waved her hand, smiling gently. "Please, speak your terms, Wang Gongzi. I seek double merit points for this escort mission." Wang Gue pondered for a moment before stating his request. "Double merit points?" Su Yuru was taken aback. Zhou Qing couldn't help but scoff, internally ridiculing Wang Gue for his short-sightedness, thinking he would demand something outrageous. Instead, he only sought merit points. Merit points are managed by the military in the city. Our Su family has no authority to interfere. Su Yuru paused, however. "I can promise you appropriate rewards, cultivation elixirs, weapons, martial skills, fire essence stones, and more. You may choose." After a moment's contemplation, Wang Gue nodded. He was cautious not to make excessive demands, fearing that she might feign agreement but then renege at the last moment, leaving him unjustly in peril. This condition fell within an acceptable range for both parties. Wang Gue, still too weak, dared not act ostentatiously. With the deal struck, Wang Gue followed the map on the ice wall, leaping from block to block, while Su Yuru and her companions followed closely behind. "Wang Xiong," a voice called from behind. It was Wu Qian, grinning as he approached. "What a fortunate coincidence. Wait for me." He was still alive. Wang Gue turned to glance at him, surprised, then continued leading the way. Approximately half an hour later, the group safely crossed the ice lake. "Thank you, Wang Gongzi. Once we are out, my Su family will certainly reward you handsomely." Su Yuru bowed her fists in gratitude. "However, I am curious. How did you discern the correct path of stones?" "I inadvertently obtained a map of the Wailing Canyon and memorized this location." Wang Gue casually fabricated an excuse. Though she harbored some doubt, time was of the essence, and the group hastened along the winding ice path. At the end of the Wailing Canyon, members from the Su and Qi families awaited, their eyes fixed on the entrance. The first to emerge from this place would be the victor of the competition. According to the wager between the two families, the winning side would gain the rights to develop and control the secret realm of Shuemeng Mountain. It was rumored that upon its discovery, the surrounding snow-capped peaks radiated extraordinary hues, and the entrance was bathed in golden light, likely containing immense opportunities and treasures. Su 1. I hear the supplies your Su family was transporting arrived over half an hour late. It seems you may fall behind this time. Amidst the crowd of the Qi family, a man clad in a yellow robe, brimming with pride, loudly proclaimed to the members of the Su family not far away. "Why not relinquish control of Shuemeng Mountain early? It would spare your Su family some semblance of dignity." Qi Shan, without waiting for the outcome, hastily jumped to conclusions, unafraid of the impending humiliation. Did he? In the Su family, a middle-aged man in a white robe, exuding an aura of heroism, cast a sidelong glance at the speaker and replied in a calm voice. He stood tall, his gaze piercing, beside him an elderly man with long hair and dozens of Su family youths. "Ever since your Su family's ancestor passed away, you have gradually declined, and your exclusion from the four houses has become inevitable. Do you still wish to rely on Shuemeng Mountain for a resurgence?" "How utterly laughable!" Qi Shan sneered coldly, his hunched figure and gaunt visage reminiscent of a rat, his mustache twitching as he chuckled, his shoulders rising and falling. "You need not concern yourselves with that." Su Wen's expression remained inscrutable, merely responding with a faint remark, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Noticing the latter's imperviousness and arrogance, a flicker of malice flashed in Qi Shan's eyes. He detested such self-important individuals. "If that is the case, let us await the outcome with bated breath. I eagerly anticipate your expression once the results are revealed." Qi Shan chuckled sinisterly, stroking his mustache, already envisioning the look of regret and resentment on the other's face. This was what he yearned to witness most. Soon, tranquility returned to the area, interrupted only by the howling winds and snow outside the canyon. Chapter 19. The humiliation of the Qi family. "Look, someone is emerging." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the front exit. Both the Qi and Su families fixed their gaze intently on the scene. each hoping to see their own kin. Qi Shan raised his head, stroking his beard, casting a sidelong glance at Su Wen. A cold smile gracing his lips as though victory was assured, his mind calculating how best to mock his opponent later. The Qi family members all bore expressions of triumph. In contrast, the Su family's demeanor was far more subdued. Su Wen's face was ashen, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves, his eyes glued to the exit. The Su family members dared not even breathe, and some of the younger disciples were so anxious that their palms grew clammy. For this contest, the stakes were not merely about face. It could potentially determine the fate of their family. Clop, clop. The footsteps drew nearer, and gradually, 6 figures emerged from the mouth of the canyon. Third uncle. Upon seeing the middle-aged man before them, Su Yuru and her sister's faces lit up with joy. However, when they failed to spot Qi Jingtian among them, an unmistakable thrill surged across their features. They were the first to arrive. Yuru, Wanning. Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his own eyes. How is this possible? Beside him, Qi Shan was still stroking his beard, but his cold smile instantly froze as he stared blankly at this scene. It is the eldest and second young ladies. We have won. Our Su family has triumphed. The previously quiet canyon erupted into jubilant cheers from the young disciples of the Su family, each one raising their arms in elation. For the victors of this contest were indeed the Su family. Meanwhile, the Qi family members, after a moment of incredulous shock, hung their heads in despair, resembling dejected roosters, their faces etched with unwillingness. Good, Yuru. You have done splendidly. Ha ha ha. Su Wen laughed heartily, unable to contain his praise, as the earlier gloom dissipated and the tension in the air relaxed. Their victory in this contest secured the Su family's control over the Shuomong Mountain secret realm, undoubtedly preserving their lineage. Qi Shan's expression, however, darkened considerably, his eyes fixed with malevolence on Su Yuru and her sister, as if he wished to devour them whole. Observing this, Su Wen smirked coldly, shielding the 2 girls behind him. An elder from the Su family approached, warily eyeing the Qi family members. Ha, this victory belongs to young Master Jingtian. Those 2 sisters of the Su family must have perished in the chasm. They are undoubtedly long gone now. In the future, may the master of the house not forget to nurture 1 or 2 of you with tea. That moment, cheerful noises erupted from the exit, followed by a flurry of figures appearing. Well said. Today, we shall celebrate at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. No one shall leave sober. Qi Jingtian was surrounded like a star, his handsome face beaming with the joy of victory, relishing the cheers of the crowd. Already preparing for the victory feast. Uncle Shan, Qi Jingtian, brimming with ambition, clasped his hands in greeting to Qi Shan, but upon seeing the latter's gloomy visage and the dejected expressions of the Qi family members, he couldn't help but freeze momentarily. Why do they still look so glum when I arrived first? As if suddenly comprehending something, Qi Jingtian's gaze shifted rapidly to the Su family. There, he spotted 2 graceful figures, their expressions laced with mockery and indifference, gazing back at him. How can this be? Upon seeing the 2 young ladies, Qi Jingtian's countenance twisted as if he had seen a ghost. He even doubted his own eyesight, blinking vigorously before taking another look. Not only was Qi Jingtian stunned, but even the Qi family members who had accompanied him were similarly caught off guard, their smiles freezing in disbelief, replaced by shock and confusion. They had just celebrated prematurely, and now they felt like fools, their faces flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the wall to hide. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You clearly fell into the abyss. How could you still be alive? Qi Jingtian's face contorted with madness, struggling to accept the notion of defeat. He had witnessed the 2 young ladies plummet into the 100-zhang deep chasm. Even if they had survived, how could they have arrived before him? What does falling into a chasm mean? Su Wen's face darkened as he turned to the 2 ladies, inquiring. Uncle One, Qi Jingtian employed despicable means to destroy the stone bridge, resulting in significant losses for our Su family, and only a few of us managed to escape. Su Yuru's almond-shaped eyes widened as she recounted in detail how they had been sabotaged. Humph, Qi Shan, your Qi family is truly despicable and shameless. The long-haired elder from the Su family glared angrily at the mention. To resort to such vile tactics is utterly revolting, and to lose, no less. What a disgrace. The Su family's young disciples voiced their condemnation, while the young members of the Qi family could only lower their heads in shame, remaining silent. Qi Shan, this time, we have triumphed. Su Wen exhaled slowly, speaking solemnly. According to our agreement, Shuemong Mountain shall henceforth belong to our Su family. Qi Shan's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with malice. Furthermore, Hai Dongqing, do not presume that just because you have hidden away, I will not recognize you. What you owe to our Su family will be repaid in due time, Su Wen declared, his gaze suddenly shifting to the figure in black behind Qi Jingtian, unmasking his identity on the spot. Upon hearing this, the silhouette of the figure in black subtly trembled. Your Qi family violated the rules of the contest first and then harmed my Su family's disciples. We have noted this account as Yu Wen's voice gradually turned icy. Boom. In an instant, Qi Shan's seemingly frail body erupted with a powerful aura, the ice beneath his feet shattering as spiderweb-like cracks spread outward. What, Qi Shan? Are you unable to accept defeat? Do you wish to deny the agreements established by both houses? The long-haired elder from the Su family stepped forward, emanating an imposing aura that matched Qi Shan's. Tension crackled in the air as both sides stood on the brink of confrontation. Hemph, Su Wen, do not rejoice too soon. What does your victory matter? The news of the Shuemong Cave's secrets has already spread throughout the entire Xinyan city. With your Su family alone, you cannot hope to swallow it whole. Qi Shan exhaled slowly, speaking ominously. Not only the other two houses but even those within the inner city are coveting it. Whether we can swallow it or not is our concern. You need not fret about it, Su Wen replied coolly. Hemph, we shall take our leave. Qi Shan's lips twitched violently as he refrained from saying more. Angrily flinging his sleeves and turning to depart, a black shadow erupted from his spirit beast pouch at his waist, transforming into a massive black bear, which was harnessed to a broad war chariot. Qi Jingtian opened his mouth as if to speak but then hesitated, only to catch sight of Qi Shan's wrathful countenance and prudently swallowed his words. His gaze then turned to the two young ladies of the Su family, filled with resentment and ferocity. This defeat made it inevitable for him to face punishment at home, potentially affecting his future standing within the family. It is all because of these two wretched women. Casting a venomous glance behind him, Qi Jingtian and the members of the Qi family climbed aboard the black bear chariot, which swiftly vanished into the distance with a roar on the other side. In stark contrast, the Su family was enveloped in the euphoria of victory. Yu Ru, you performed excellently. When your father learns of this, he will surely be delighted, and the elders of the clan will regard you with newfound respect. Su Wen praised warmly. Thank you for your commendation, Uncle Wen, third uncle in truth. We owe our escape to this noble young master Wang Gue. Su Yu began, but before she could finish, Su Wanning interjected, gesturing towards the silent Wang Gue standing nearby. Dato? Su Wen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, casting a curious glance in the direction of Su Yu. With a resigned sigh, Su Yu glanced at her sister and proceeded to recount how Wang Gue had aided them in traversing the icy lake. Upon hearing this, Su Wen began to reassess the young man before her, who, despite not having yet opened his meridians and dressed in the garb of a soldier, had unexpectedly rendered substantial assistance to the Su family. Wang Gue, my young friend, rest assured, having promised to fulfill your request, our Su family will absolutely not go back on our word, Su Wen vowed earnestly. Thank you, esteemed elder, Wang Gue replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Feeling reassured by her words, now that matters here are concluded, we must hasten back. The Qi family will not let this matter rest easily, and other factions are also eyeing the secrets of Shuemong Mountain with keen interest. We need to prepare ourselves, Su Wen declared, waving her hand grandly as an armored ice rhinoceros-drawn warship materialized before them, prompting everyone to board. Wang Gongzi, do not worry. Your friends are all safe and sound? Elder Lu has already dispatched someone to escort them home, Su Wanning said gently as she approached, her white dress fluttering softly. Thank you, Miss Su, Wang Gue responded. Soon, the group boarded the warship, and with a resounding roar, they set off back to Xuanwu City. Chapter 20. The reward after parting ways with Su Yu and the others, Wang Gue returned to the military camp. Inside the dimly lit tent, he found Zhang Hu, swathed in bandages like a mummy, lying motionless on a beast-skin blanket, with only half of his face visible and his voice barely a whisper, while Hu Hao fed him medicine. Daniel, having sustained somewhat lighter injuries, was recovering after taking the medicine provided by Elder Lu. though he now sat slumped like a wilted rooster, staring vacantly at the flickering light, before their ordeal in the Howling Canyon. Daniel had been filled with dreams of the outside world and expectations of life in Xianyan City. However, after their harrowing experience, he had come to grasp the perilous and cruel nature of the world beyond. Realizing his own insignificance, he had witnessed his companions devoured by those terrifying insects, their lives snatched away, a sight that would haunt him for a lifetime. In comparison, he considered himself fortunate merely to have returned alive. I wonder how Wang Gue is faring now, he pondered. Suddenly, the tent flap swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Wang Gue, are you injured? Upon seeing the newcomer, Daniel's worried expression quickly dissipated, and he sprang to his feet. Grasping Wang Gue's arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe, I'm fine. How is Zhang Hu? Wang Gue shook his head and then looked at the bandaged figure, his expression shifting. Hu Hao and I have sustained lighter injuries. With a few days of rest and some pills, we should be fine. However, Zhang Hu is gravely wounded, his life force severely depleted. He is left with barely half a life to cling to. Fortunately, he received timely treatment. Otherwise, Daniel spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Wang Gue furrowed his brow, realizing the extent of Zhang Hu's injuries was more severe than he had anticipated. Zhang Hu had lost a significant portion of his life essence, and while the recovery pills were high-grade, they were only effective for superficial injuries and fractures, not for restoring lost life force. I plan to take Zhang Hu back to the village once he recovers a bit. Hu Hao murmured softly, his voice choked with fear and trepidation. He had always feared the dangers of the outside world. Back in the village, he was accustomed to hunting bears and wild boars, but had never even heard of the glowing-faced, monstrous insects they had encountered. If not for their stroke of luck, it could have been him lying there instead. That's a good idea, Wang Gue nodded. Not objecting, perhaps returning to the village would indeed be the best choice for them. And you, Daniel? Wang Gue turned to the burly man beside him. I want to stay, Daniel declared, his determination evident after much contemplation. I promised my father that I would become a warrior. Moreover, if I leave here, I may never have the chance to see Qiao Er again, Daniel said gravely. Wang Gue subtly nodded, respecting his decision. I will also assist in inquiring about Qiao Er. As soon as I have news, I will inform you, he assured, patting Daniel's shoulder. Daniel expressed his gratitude with a nod, a sudden smile breaking through. I know you are strong now. I can see it. Perhaps, just as my father said, you truly can become a warrior and bring pride to our village. Wang Gue remained silent, simply observing him. I understand that I am weak at present, but I will never concede defeat, nor will I ever give up. The experience in the Howling Canyon had profoundly impacted Daniel, a glimmer of stubborn resolve shone in his eyes. I believe that one day I too will become strong, and when that day comes, I will protect you. Very well, Wang Gue grinned, offering him a fist bump, a gesture of camaraderie between men. Before long, a guard approached. Who is Wang Gue? Come with me. Without waiting for any questions, the guard turned and left. Wang Gue had no choice but to follow. On the way, he encountered Wu Chun, who was also summoned. The two arrived at the rear pavilion of the training grounds and were led into a chamber where two figures sat at the main seats. Engaged in conversation over tea, you have arrived. A white-robed elder with a youthful visage greeted them from the left, while on the right sat the instructor Liang Qi. Upon seeing Wang Gue, Liang Qi offered a polite smile to the elder before inquiring. Which of you is Wang Gue? Instructor Liang. You don't recognize your own soldier? The elder raised an eyebrow. Old master son, you jest. They have only been here for a few days. How could I possibly know them all so quickly? Liang Qi replied with an awkward smile. Why subordinate Wu Chun has met Instructor Liang. Wu Chun interjected, cupping his hands in greeting. If you are Wu Chun, then he must be Wang Gue, Liang Qi said, stroking his beard as he glanced at the young man beside him, then turned to the elder with a smile. Old master son, this is the Wang Gue you were looking for. You are Wang Gue? The elder's aged eyes scrutinized Wang Gue closely. Indeed, I am. May I inquire what matters the esteemed elder wishes to discuss with me? Wang Gue responded, unfamiliar with the elder before him. I am Sun He. From the Su residence. Upon hearing this confirmation, the elder slowly nodded and then, with a flourish of his sleeve, several streaks of light shot forth, landing on the nearby table. As the light faded, several items became visible. A vial of pills, A book, a finely crafted long knife, and a pouch of fire essence stones, all hinting at high quality. This is the reward our Su residence has promised you, young friend. Please accept it, the elder said, stroking his beard. Such promptness? Wang Gue was momentarily taken aback, having only just returned. Thank you, Elder Sunday. Additionally, the second young miss asked me to convey her gratitude for your earlier assistance, and she appreciates your support for the Su residence. We are willing to consider you a friend, and should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek her out, the elder continued. Having said this, Sun He raised an eyebrow, his expression curious. With his extensive experience, he had seen many things. The normally reticent second young miss showing such concern for a young man was intriguing. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing well that a lady of her stature was not someone a country boy like Wang Gue should aspire to. The scions of noble families who pursued her could circle Xuanwu City several times over. Wang Gue should know his own worth. Young friend Wang Gue, you have rendered great service to our Su residence. Thanks to your introduction, Liang Qi, we owe you a debt of gratitude this time. The elder remarked, of course, it is an honor for me to serve the Su residence. Liang Qi replied, his eyes darting with surprise. He had merely engaged in a covert transaction with Zhou Qing, yet now found himself regarded as a person of merit. According to what he had heard, Wang Gue was acquainted with the second young miss of the Su family, and it appeared their relationship was rather special. Haha, if Wang Gue has captured the second young miss's favor, he must be an exceptional talent, a youthful prodigy. I, as an instructor, will certainly not overlook such talent. Liang Qi exclaimed with a hearty laugh, recognizing the opportunity to curry favor with the Su family. This is the merit token for both of you for this mission, each worth 100 merit points. 2 black iron tokens landed in the hands of Wang Gue and Wu Chun. With that settled, I shall take my leave, Elder Sun declared, departing as Wu Chun followed suit after receiving his merit. Haha, take care, Elder Sun. Liang Qi bid farewell respectfully. Wang Gue intended to excuse himself as well but was stopped by Liang Qi. Chapter 21. The Hall of Merits. Tell me everything that transpired with the Su family. In full detail. In the now empty room, only Wang Gue and Liang Qi remained. The latter stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The previous mirth on his face vanished, as he took a sip of tea and questioned Wang Gue in a serious tone. Wang Gue, sensing Liang Qi's demeanor, suspected he already had some knowledge of the events. After a moment's hesitation, he began to recount the incidents in the Howling Canyon, omitting only the more sensitive details and simply stating how he had inadvertently helped the Su family secure victory in that ordeal. Who would have thought you would encounter such circumstances? I truly wonder if you are fortunate or unfortunate, Liang Qi mused, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Upon hearing the latter's description, Liang Qi could not help but scoff. He was somewhat aware of the disputes and frictions between the Su and Qi families in the Howling Canyon, yet he never imagined that the usually astute Qi household would falter at the hands of a mere novice. At first, when Elder Sun spoke of it, he found it hard to believe. However, it now appeared that there was indeed some truth to the matter. Wang Gue furrowed his brow slightly. Though you have aided the Su family, you have equally offended the Qi family. If they were to discover that it was because of you that they suffered defeat, how do you think they would treat you? Liang Qi took a sip of tea. Speaking earnestly, upon hearing this, Wang Gue's brow began to furrow deeply, his expression gradually turning grave. It seemed that there was more to the words of the latter. Noticing Liang Qi's gaze occasionally darting towards the table beside them, Wang Gue quickly clasped his fists and said, I owe my recognition by the Su family to your kind recommendation. Instructor Liang, I have no means to repay you, but if you do not mind, I would like to offer you these items as a token of gratitude for your endorsement. Liang Qi's eyes twinkled with interest. He mused that this young man was not foolish, grasping the situation with ease. He then feigned reluctance and replied, but these items were personally sent to you by the second young lady of the Su family. How could I possibly accept them? Wang Gue, with utmost seriousness, responded, if it were not for your selection of me, Instructor Liang, how would I have had the opportunity to venture to the Howling Canyon? How would I have met the young lady of the Su family? I humbly request your continued guidance in the future. This young man was indeed astute. No wonder he had caught the attention of the Su family. Wang Gue's words brought a sense of satisfaction to Liang Qi, who nodded appreciatively. Intelligent individuals naturally enjoy conversing with their intellectual equals. In that case, I shall keep this. This knife appears quite impressive. though it is of no use to me, as for the rest, you may retain them." Liang Qi shook his head with a smile, then waved his hand to gather the fire element stones from the table into his possession. "Thank you, Instructor Liang," Wang Gui said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Liang Qi, slightly taken aback, cast a longer glance at him. Even after taking his belongings, this young man still wished to express his thanks. The more he observed Wang Gui, the more he found him likable. "Your current strength is still lacking. You have not yet reached the Meridian Realm to become a true martial artist. You must continue to train diligently, and in a few days, there will be an opportunity for an exercise outside the city, and I will arrange for you to lead the team. Do not disappoint me," Instructor Liang cautioned slowly, his eyes momentarily closing. Wang Gui's spirit surged at these words, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Instructor Liang." Although being squeezed by his superior was not an enjoyable experience, he recognized his current weakness and chose to endure and develop rather than risk facing adversity. Nevertheless, the benefits of gift-giving were undeniably apparent. "All right, you may leave now." Your subordinate takes his leave. After departing from the pavilion, Wang Gui returned to the tent, where Daniel and the others had long since fallen asleep. Nearby lay a sandbag, marred with indentations from punches, alongside sweat-soaked garments. Wang Gui sat cross-legged on the animal hide carpet, exhaling slowly as he reflected on the events of the day. Through this experience, he deeply understood that those like him, ordinary individuals without strength or background, were fated to be at the mercy of others. Before the powerful, the influential, and the strategists, one was as insignificant as dust or an ant. To seize control of his own destiny, he must climb higher, armed with formidable strength. With a flicker of thought, Wang Gui directed his gaze to his attribute panel. Wang Gui Life, 100 Physique, 6 Spirit Energy, 0 Mental, 3 Life Skills, Foraging Level 2, Cooking Level 3, Butchering Level 2 Combat Skills, Martial Arts, Stab/Level 2, Butcher's Knife Technique Level 2, Archery Level 2, 100 Refinements Fist Level 1 Cultivation Method, Pig Breath Body Refinement Technique Level 1. His attributes remained unchanged, with his physique still at 6. Although his panel attributes did not improve from the Howling Canyon trip, he did acquire a wealth of beast materials and gained insights into archery skills. Wang Gui then turned his attention to the items he had just brought back. Tongqiao Pills 5 Description: low-grade body refining elixirs, beneficial for strengthening the body and unblocking meridians. Herbal Compendium Description: this book, authored by the medicine king Li Ximiao, encompasses information on various herbs and some insights into alchemy. Qingyan Knife, superior quality, description: crafted from jade steel and tempered with ground fire, it slices through iron like mud. A heavy blade with fierce momentum. The importance of elixirs was beyond doubt. However, lacking a master to teach him, and with the expenses of apprenticeship being exorbitant, Wang Gui could only seek out basic alchemy books to explore on his own. The Qingyan knife replaced his bone knife and became his current weapon. In Xianyan City, fire element stones served as the currency of exchange, containing pure energy classified into low, medium, and high grades. The Su family had provided Wang Gui with 10 medium-grade fire element stones, which were of equal value to the Qingyan knife. Yet Liang Qi had privately taken them. The more Wang Gui pondered, the more irked he became, unable to restrain himself from cursing under his breath. The latter's strength was comparable to that of Zhou Qing and Sun Liang. Both having reached the bone refinement realm, he resolved to visit the Meritorious Hall tomorrow to see if there were any items that could enhance his cultivation. In the Meritorious Hall, one could exchange merits for various items, weapons, cultivation methods, and elixirs, among others. His current weakness necessitated a swift breakthrough to the Meridian realm, becoming a true martial artist to prepare for the upcoming trials outside the city. There was no urgency to consume the Tongqiao pills, for he was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a wave of relaxation swept over him, accompanied by an insatiable hunger. Wang Gui quickly roasted a snow owl, consumed it, and then drifted into slumber. On the following day, Wang Gui arrived at the Meritorious Hall. Before him stood a uniquely designed black pavilion. Here, one could not only see the recruits from the 4 camps, but also the seasoned soldiers from other battalions. Presenting his merit token, Wang Gui entered the Meritorious Hall, which was even more spacious than he had imagined, bustling with activity. Occasionally, he could glimpse the figures of women, a rare sight in the barracks. Wang Gui did not rush to exchange items. Instead, he first took a leisurely stroll, observing his surroundings. White Jade Fist Technique, 30 merit points. Essence Refining Pill, 80 merit points. Fire Spike Spear, 170 merit points. At the front of the hall stood a long row of merit exchange counters, where various materials could be exchanged, though the prices were shockingly high. Wang Gui merely cast a cursory glance before wisely stepping back. Not far away, there was a merit task release board, providing opportunities for these individuals to earn merits. Aside from those directly issued by instructors, tasks could also be claimed from this board. However, most participants were seasoned soldiers. The air was filled with the sounds of bartering, as many engaged in private merit trades. Brother, how about my flying swan sword? It's cheap, only 80 merit points. 50 is also fine. Take another look, I have other things. Wang Gui found himself targeted by a scar-faced man, who inquired whether he would like to purchase his goods. Even attempting to pressure him into a sale, clearly intent on acquiring his merit points, IT was reminiscent of a black market vendor, relentlessly pursuing him to make a sale. Additionally, he noticed a phenomenon. All the crowds were flowing towards an entrance leading underground, with the majority of people congregating there, making it quite a hot spot. Hey, Brother Wang! A familiar light-hearted voice reached him, and Wang Gui looked up to see Wu Chen waving at him. Brother Wu, you are here too? Wang Gui nodded politely. Are you here to exchange for the use of the fire refining platform? Wu Chen navigated through the bustling crowd. Fire refining platform? Wang Gui echoed, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Brother Wang, doesn't he know? Wu Chen was taken aback by Wang Gui's lack of awareness. He then sighed. TSK, that place is a great spot for cultivation. What do you mean by that? Wang Gui inquired, intrigued that Wu Chen explained. Beneath this meritorious hall lies a mysterious training tower, imbued with potent fire elemental energy, which greatly benefits cultivation. An ordinary person can enter and train for a few months, and they will leap to become a martial artist. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement and longing. He was still some distance from achieving the Meridian Realm. Not to mention, within the current military camp, while he was considered quite strong among the recruits, he still paled in comparison to those seasoned soldiers who had already reached the Meridian Realm or higher. Moreover, there were no secrets that could remain hidden forever. If Qi Jingtian were to discover that he had sabotaged his interests, the other party would certainly not let it slide in the face of the powerful Qi family. He felt as weak as an ant, making it imperative for him to swiftly enhance his strength. The prospect of the fire refining platform enabling ordinary individuals to ascend to the ranks of martial artists within mere months was incredibly tempting. Indeed, otherwise there wouldn't be such a crowd here. The vast majority of those who come to the meritorious hall are drawn by the fire refining platform below. Moreover, it's not just our Xuanwu city. The other 3 outer cities each have their own fire refining towers, even the ones that are incomplete. Wu Chen pointed to the ground and continued. It is said that this fire refining tower was established at the expense of some influential figure in the inner city, and over the past century, it has nurtured a multitude of talents. The current standing of Xianyan City in the western Lin Ice Plains owes much to the fire refining tower. How can one gain entry? Guess, Wu Chen chuckled slyly. Could it be merit points? Wang Gui, lost in thought, acknowledged the words. Indeed, it is the military merit that matters. However, the required amount of it to enter the Fire Xuan Tower is considerable. Wu Chen continued, there are a total of 20 levels in the tower. The deeper one goes, the more effective the training becomes, yet the required military merit increases correspondingly. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui nodded inwardly, realizing why that individual had been so eager to peddle goods to him. To earn military merit and gain access to such a remarkable place for cultivation, which should not be missed. He pressed his lips together, a flicker of excitement and urgency igniting in his gaze. Conveniently, he had some military merit to expend and was curious to see what mysteries the so-called Fire Xuan Terrace held. Let us proceed and take a look, he suggested. The two conversed as they followed the crowd into the underground tower. As they entered the subterranean space, a wave of heat enveloped them, the temperature rising sharply and becoming somewhat stifling. Ahead lay a deep pit descending straight into the molten rock below, its fiery glow illuminating the surroundings. The underground area was exceptionally spacious. However, it felt somewhat crowded due to the throngs of people. To their right stood a black and red stone counter, where a bald old man lounged lazily in a rocking chair, perhaps due to the heat, with his shirt half unbuttoned, leisurely fanning himself with a palm leaf. In front of the counter, a multitude of figures gathered, speaking little, their eyes fixed on a series of luminous stone orbs embedded in the stone wall above the old man's head. The crowd gazed intently at these orbs, which represented each training room below, gray indicating vacancies while the glowing ones signified full occupancy. Clearly, all the training rooms were currently brimming with participants, making them highly sought after. Wu Chun, observing the fully illuminated orbs, could only shrug helplessly, while Wang Gue offered a bitter smile. There was nothing to be done. They had to wait on the periphery and see if any space would become available. After a short while, footsteps echoed from the volcanic stone door behind the old man, and one by one, figures emerged, their faces alight with joy and a hint of lingering satisfaction. Evidently, their recent training had yielded significant rewards. Wang Gue looked up to see that these individuals were all seasoned veterans, none less than the initial stage of the martial artist realm, with some having already reached the latter stages. However, he was astonished to notice that every one of them had a blood bar glowing with a fiery red hue above their heads, accompanied by a conspicuous debuff, Fire Poison, Level 1. A searing flame causing mild burns to the body. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Indeed, there are no absolute benefits in this world. Wang Gue squinted his eyes. Yet, this minor degree of fire poison posed little threat to them, in comparison to the enhancement of their cultivation. They would undoubtedly choose the latter. As a group emerged, the crowd surrounding the counter grew animated, clamoring for the old man to process their requests, eager to secure their spots. The bald elder seemed entirely unfazed by this commotion, methodically accepting their military merit tokens and distributing the usage rights. Master Liang, could you possibly make an exception for me? I only have 40 military merits, just 10 short. I can make up the difference later, implored a short, stout man as he approached the counter, hesitating before finally speaking up. The old man, referred to as Master Liang, paid him no heed, having already completed his tasks, returning to his leisurely repose in the rocking chair. I am just one step away from mastering the fire spirit technique. Once I complete my training, I can hunt fire lizards in the Earth Fire City to earn military merit and then make up the difference. Please, just grant me this favor. The chubby man's face was a mask of distress, his features contorted in despair. Originally, the stout youth had meticulously planned to accept a task for hunting fire lizards, eagerly awaiting the completion of his fire spirit technique training. Yet, an unexpected setback had left him in a precarious dilemma: to continue training with insufficient military merit or to hunt fire lizards and earn merit without adequate strength. Moreover, according to military regulations, one could only accept one task at a time. Abandoning the current task felt wasteful, especially since he had guarded the spot for half a day, relying on a stroke of luck to secure it. And the rewards were substantial. Coming here without military merit? If credit were allowed, this place would have been trampled by you little rascals. Get lost? Master Liang snorted dismissively, unimpressed by the man's pleas, nearly raising his palm leaf to swat him. Ha ha, Chow Fatty, without military merit, you should hurry back to earn some. You complain about the hardships of following the group, yet you can't even complete your own task. TSK, serves you right, a bare-chested man. Seemingly from the same barracks, recognized the stout youth and unabashedly mocked him. Don't be deceived by his looks. This little fatty is quite cunning, though his cleverness has led him into trouble. Ha ha ha, chuckled another of his companions. As laughter erupted among the others, in the military camp, aside from orders issued by the instructors, everyone was free to choose how they earned military merit. Group tasks were safer and easier with lower rewards, while individual tasks were riskier and more challenging, yet the rewards for successful completion were significantly greater. Thus, many, like the stout youth, opted for personal peril to earn more merit, often losing their lives due to arrogance and greed. However, the military did not intervene nor inquire. Life and death were solely in their own hands. This place resembled a massive cauldron, wherein the master placed collected insects to let them devour and tear at one another. Of course, only those with considerable strength would dare to undertake individual tasks, and such individuals were invariably the elite within the camp. The stout youth ignored their taunts, retreating to the side with a face full of helplessness and disappointment. Spotting an available space, Wang Gue and his companion hurried to the counter. Master Liang, please reserve a spot for me, Wang Gue said, presenting his military merit token and bowing respectfully to the old man. None left. The old man waved his hand casually, continuing to lounge comfortably in his chair. No more? There's still one left. Wang Gui blinked, puzzled, as he noticed one gray orb remaining. That room would be perfectly suitable for him. I said there are none left. Stop asking so many questions. Wait a moment, are you from the new recruits? Master Liang's tone conveyed impatience as he gestured dismissively, about to shoo them away, when he suddenly caught sight of the military merit token in their hands. Signaling their status as newcomers, the two nodded affirmatively. What, are you pulling my leg? New recruits have only just arrived. How could they have earned enough military merit to train here? The idea of new arrivals being capable of earning military merit was indeed uncommon. Most individuals in this place were seasoned veterans, with very few newcomers like them. Thus, when the nearby crowd learned they were new recruits, they cast curious glances and murmurs rippled through the air. After all, it was rare for fresh recruits to accumulate military merits so quickly. Master Liang squinted, scrutinizing the young men before him. In his years of experience, he knew that those who could earn merit in the new recruit camp were typically talented individuals from prestigious families. Sent to the military for training, he had encountered similar situations before. This spot was reserved in advance. However, if you wish to use it, I can grant it to you. Are you absolutely certain? Master Liang suspected that the young man before him was one of those privileged individuals, often referred to as connections. Although he appeared ordinary, without extravagant attire, he adhered to the philosophy of believing in possibilities. Thus, he shifted the decision to the young man, allowing him to take the responsibility should the reserved individual inquire later. Being diplomatic and accommodating was not necessarily a bad thing, especially when it came to those with backgrounds. Were it someone like Chow Fatty, who approached him demanding a spot, he would have kicked him out long ago. I'll take it, Wang Gui replied without hesitation, seizing the opportunity without concern for whose reservation it was. Very well, Master Liang thought to himself, nodding in approval. The young man's boldness in claiming another spot without a second thought, without even inquiring about the reservation, was remarkable. He must belong to one of those arrogant and overbearing families. Relieved not to have offended anyone, he accepted the token and proceeded to process the paperwork. Room 7 in Area A on the first floor, 50 military merits for 1 hour. ASA, first-time new recruit. You qualify for a discount. It will only cost you 40 military merits. How long would you like to reserve it? I'll take it for an hour, Wang Gui replied. Isn't that rather expensive? Wang Gui felt an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. The 100 battle merits he had painstakingly earned were barely sufficient for 2 uses. He hoped that the Huaxuantai would not disappoint him. Liang, the steward, returned the token to Wang Gui, along with a jade talisman. With no available space, Wu Chun could only wait on the sidelines. Descending the winding stone steps, the surrounding temperature grew increasingly oppressive, and this level was noticeably less populated, exuding an eerie tranquility. Following the guidance, Wang Gui arrived at room 7 in Area A. The searing heat enveloped him like entering a vast furnace. As he stepped into the stone chamber, Wang Gui felt a scorching pain on his skin. In the small space, there were 9 fiery red stone platforms, each occupied by an individual, with a vacant spot left in the right corner. The Huaxuantai absorbed the energy of the earth's fire to temper the flesh, albeit at the risk of accumulating fire poison. Upon stepping onto the stone platform, information appeared before his eyes. Wang Gui pursed his lips and glanced around at the others, who were bare-chested, clad only in scanty fabric covering their vital areas, evoking the ambience of a sauna. They either sat cross-legged with their eyes closed or practiced martial arts, seemingly unbothered by their exposure. Immersed in their own worlds, simultaneously, every participant bore a blood bar overhead indicating the state of fire poison. Retracting his gaze, Wang Gui placed the jade talisman into a groove directly in front of the stone platform. In an instant, the fiery patterns hidden beneath the surface of the platform emerged. With a whoosh, a wave of searing flames surged upward like a whip, relentlessly striking Wang Gui's body. The intense burning sensation coursed through him like electric shocks, distorting his face and prompting an involuntary cry of agony. He felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, while simultaneously being lashed with a whip. The nearby stone platforms cast curious glances. Discerning that Wang Gui was a newcomer who paid little mind, as they continued their respective training, as the fabric of his clothing was nearly consumed by the fire, Wang Gui finally understood why these individuals chose to forego garments. Hastily, he stripped down to his undergarments. Acquiring the status of fire poison, 2 characters emblazoned his blood bar, reminiscent of flames. So this is the Huaxuantai? Truly terrifying. His internal organs felt as though they were being scorched by fiery energy, igniting a blaze within him. The intense pain rolled through him like waves crashing against the shore, each surge refining his sinew and fortifying every inch of his skin. The Tungsi Liani Ju, first layer, progressed from 5, 8, 10. Despite his prior struggles, the Tungsi Liani Ju began to advance slowly at this moment. Witnessing this, Wang Gue felt a surge of joy. Consuming 2 Tongxiao pills, he braced against the searing pain and sat cross-legged, silently reciting the body-tempering mantra. Currently, he had only mastered the first layer of the Tungsi Liani Ju. If he could complete all 3 layers, he would have the opportunity to step into the realm of martial artists and become a master of the Tongmai realm. As time gradually slipped away, Wang Gue was drenched in sweat, while around him, the occupants of the other stone platforms shifted in and out, a few groups exchanging places. Meanwhile, at the entrance outside, a throng of figures gathered, waiting to rent the Huaxuantai, as illuminated orbs on the stone wall indicated it was fully booked. Steward Liang, I am the younger brother of Kue Hai. I previously reserved a spot here, in room 7 of Area A. And I heard there are discounts for new recruits. I'll take an hour. Please. A bald man approached the counter, addressing the elderly man in the rocking chair with respect. The name of his brother was lost on Liang. But upon hearing the word reservation, his brow arched, and his swaying form paused momentarily before he replied slowly, the spot has already been taken. Taken? By whom? The man was momentarily stunned, feeling indignant yet cautious due to the other's identity. After all, this was not a place to be trifled with. Who can you blame for not arriving earlier? It's clearly posted. Others are not blind, and I cannot forcibly hold a spot. Liang curled his lip. Continuing, that person, like you, is also a newcomer. TSK, are new recruits this formidable now? It's only been a few days since enrollment, and they've already garnered battle merits. When he comes out, you two can have a chat. The man's remarks left him feeling bewildered. Newcomer? The bald man grimaced, though he could only suppress his fury, fixating his gaze on the stone door. I must see which newcomer dares to seize my place. An hour swiftly passed. Congratulations, Tungsi Liani Ju, second layer, Constitution 3. Wang Gue's eyes suddenly widened. The searing pain that had plagued him was entirely forgotten, replaced by a profound sense of delight. The Huaxuantai was indeed remarkable. No wonder so many people vied to train here. Wang Gue licked his lips, thoroughly satisfied with this bout of training, as he had anticipated. Upon reaching the second layer of the Tungsi Liani Ju, his physical form was further enhanced. If he could complete the final layer, he would become a true martial artist. Regrettably, time was running short. The jade talisman in the groove of the stone platform had dimmed and shattered. The fiery patterns beneath fading, and the intense pain dissipated. Only the state of fire poison lingered on his blood bar, seemingly leaving no trace of vanishing. However, this state did not cause him significant harm. And since he felt no discomfort, he chose to disregard it. After donning his tattered clothing, which had been singed in several places, Wang Gue exited the stone chamber, looking akin to a beggar. The garments he had brought from home remained in the camp tent, and he would have to wait until returning to change into new ones. As soon as he stepped out of the stone door, a sharp call pierced through the air, infused with palpable rage. It's you? In contrast to the furious voice, Wang Gue appeared somewhat taken aback, gazing at the stormy face of Kue Long, momentarily stunned. Kue Long? The bald man before him glared menacingly. Wang Gue frowned slightly. Wang Gue? How dare you come here to seize my training spot when I have yet to seek revenge for the slap you dealt me the other day? Do you think Kue Long is easy to bully? He could hardly fathom that the individual who had usurped his training position was none other than Wang Gue, the very person who had injured him in the training ground days prior. It was utterly audacious. Are you targeting me? Planning to step on my head to dominate the newcomer's camp and establish your own faction? I tell you, that's not going to happen. Kue Long's cold gaze bore into Wang Gue, voicing his suspicions, as Wang Gue's actions clearly indicated he did not regard him with any respect. Huh? Wang Gue, bewildered by the accusation, felt utterly perplexed. Having just emerged from the training room, this was only their second encounter. What oppression or targeting was he talking about? Did Kue Long harbor some delusion of persecution? You claim this spot was reserved for you. What evidence do you have to prove that? Recalling his earlier words, Wang Gue questioned him. Evidence? Steward Liang can verify it. The reservation for room 7 in Area A was made in my brother Kuei Hai's name on my behalf. Kuei Long had long coveted the Huaxuan Tai. And after much effort, he had asked Kuei Hai for assistance, using his position to secure the reservation. Even the battle merits had been granted by Kuei Hai, and he had anticipated enjoying the wonders of the Huaxuan Tai today. However, upon his arrival, he found the spot occupied, igniting his fury. The argument between them escalated, with whispers circulating among the onlookers, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Kuei Hai? Is that the Kuei Hai of the Fengzi camp or the Kuei Hai of the Kuei Wolf gang? Fool, aren't those the same person? Their quarrel soon attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, who cast curious glances, eager to witness the spectacle. However, as their gazes swept over Wang Gue, they couldn't help but raise their brows, clearly noting the changes to his skin after the fiery tempering. Upon hearing the murmurs, Wang Gue stroked his chin, feeling half convinced, before shifting his gaze to the steward Liang at the counter. Kuei Long, too, turned his attention to Liang. Upon noticing this, Liang chuckled awkwardly, saying, Kuei Hai indeed made a reservation here. Humph, Wang Gue, did you hear that? You were the one who, as Liang confirmed it. Kuei Long, emboldened, coldly snorted, directing a frosty glare at Wang Gue. His scornful words at the tip of his tongue, when the steward behind the counter spoke again, adhering to the principle of not offending either party. However, you did not arrive on time. According to the rules of the tower, if one exceeds the time of an incense stick, the reserved room will be forfeited and made available for others. What? Kuei Long was momentarily taken aback. How could he not know of such a rule? The onlookers nodded in agreement, as they were seasoned veterans who frequented the place, confirming the existence of this regulation. Apologies, but it was you who failed to arrive on time, thus missing your chance. It is not I who stole your spot, Wang Gue shrugged nonchalantly. Wang Gue, at that moment, Kuei Long was nearly livid, witnessing the latter's smug demeanor, his fury boiling over, teeth clenched in rage. Wang Gue, however, remained unfazed. Knowing he was in the right according to the rules and feeling no guilt, he decided not to waste any more words with Kuei Long and attempted to leave, only to be obstructed by Kuei Long's outstretched hand that bore an ominous glare, as if he intended to devour him. This is the Hall of Battle Merits. Fighting is prohibited. Those who violate this rule will be permanently banned from entering the Hall of Battle Merits. Upon sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Deacon Liang emitted a series of pronounced coughs. The latter, unwilling to offend, was compelled to redirect his ire towards Wang Gue, coldly stating, Wang Gue, I have taken note of you. My Kuei Lang gang is not so easily trifled with. You had best be prepared. After delivering this ominous warning, Kuei Long turned and departed. TSK, the new recruit has already crossed paths with the notorious Kuei Lang gang. Does he not realize he is dealing with a band of ruthless scoundrels? This lad is bound to face hardships ahead. Not necessarily, he managed to achieve military merit shortly after his arrival, suggesting he may possess some stature or background. As Kuei Long exited, the surrounding crowd engaged in hushed whispers before gradually dispersing. At this moment, Wang Gue wore an expression of helplessness and wry amusement. Indeed, he had occupied Kuei Long's position at the fire incineration tower, but he acted within the bounds of reason. Moreover, he had no intention of deliberately undermining the other, as such notions were merely the product of Kuei Long's conjecture. As for the Kuei Lang gang, he was rather ignorant of their true nature. Regardless, he resolved to face the challenges ahead. When trouble arises, one must confront it head-on. Deacon Liang, are there any restrictions on re-entering the fire incineration tower? Wang Gue inquired. His experience within the tower had proven immensely beneficial, and if granted another opportunity, he felt confident in his ability to break through to the Meridian realm. Deacon Liang replied with a smile. Different cultivation levels impose various restrictions. As you have yet to surpass the initial stage of a martial artist, and this is your first visit to the fire incineration tower, I recommend waiting another couple of days before returning. Furthermore, each training session should not exceed 1 hour. Should the fire poison accumulate excessively, it may inflict irreversible harm on your body. Once it penetrates the marrow, it becomes increasingly difficult to expel, requiring substantial financial expenditure. By then, it would be too late for regrets. He had witnessed numerous cases where individuals, in their eagerness for rapid advancement, overstayed their welcome in the fire incineration tower, leading to fire poison infiltrating their vital organs. The consequences varied from lingering ailments and stagnated cultivation to, in severe cases, the loss of life. 2 days, you say? Wang Gue remarked, slightly disappointed as he shook his head. There is no need to rush. Deacon Liang reassured him that I observe that your physique is robust and your aura is vibrant. You are but a step away from the initial realm. When you return next time, you shall undoubtedly achieve your breakthrough. Surveying Wang Gue with a knowing smile, Deacon Liang, having resided in this place for many years, had encountered countless young talents. Individuals of such youth who could attain martial prowess were exceedingly rare. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that Wang Gue would ascend to one of the 4 estates in the future, which would only serve to benefit him further. Thank you, Deacon Liang. Wang Gue acknowledged. Resigned to waiting another 2 days before returning to AS for Wuchun, he had yet to vacate his training space, prompting Wang Gue to make his way back to the camp. Danyo and the others were engaged in training outside, leaving only him and the slumbering Zhang who within the tent. Gurgle, gurgle. Wang Gue changed into a fresh set of clothes, his stomach growling again. As his physique had improved, so too had his appetite, which now demanded a substantial energy replenishment. The food in the military camp's mess hall could only be described as abysmal. The large pots of stew were a haphazard mixture, some dishes undercooked, while others had even begun to mold and attract insects, rendering them nearly inedible. Since his first encounter with the food, Wang Gue had refrained from returning, opting instead to build a campfire and prepare his meals. Well equipped with ample provisions, with his culinary skills, he found that anything he prepared was delicious. He felt confident he could devour 4 roasted snow owls in one sitting. Setting up a fire pit inside his tent, Wang Gue retrieved his supplies from his backpack, 2 snow owls for soup and 2 for roasting, preparing wings, livers, and even the heads. His mouth watered at the thought. While waiting, he absent-mindedly glanced at his health bar. Despite the passage of time, the fire poison still lingered, clinging stubbornly like a parasite. Fortunately, he felt no discomfort, as he had only visited the fire incineration tower once. Fire poison? Cold poison? Wang Gue pursed his lips, lost in thought. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck him. If the 2 poisons were indeed similar, he wondered if pig brain soup would be effective against it. Brain soup possesses detoxifying properties. He had tested it back in the village and found it effective against cold poison, albeit only mildly. Subsequently, Wang Gue retrieved a bowl of pig brain from his backpack, still fresh as if just cooked. Consuming 1 bowl of brain soup. Status effect removed. Fire poison. Upon witnessing the status vanish from his health bar, Wang Gue momentarily stood frozen, before an expression of exhilaration spread across his face. Chapter 25. Initial stage of the martial artist seeing that the brain soup could indeed eliminate fire poison validated his hypothesis. And Wang Gue could hardly contain his excitement. What does this signify? Undoubtedly, the fire incineration tower serves as a pillar for martial artists in the military camp, and its significance is self-evident. Almost everyone, to varying degrees, has been afflicted by fire poison. If he were to introduce this bowl of soup to the masses, what kind of uproar would it cause? While others pondered and even spent exorbitant sums to acquire resources for treatment, he would offer a single bowl that resolves the issue. Of course, at present, this brain soup could only alleviate mild fire poison. The efficacy against moderate or severe cases remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Wang Gue could build upon this concept to enhance the soup's medicinal properties and tailor it accordingly. With such a vast market, Wang Gue might seize the opportunity to earn a substantial profit. Wealth, companionship, and land are all indispensable. Without financial resources, the path of cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous. Who goes there? Just as Wang Gue reveled in the joy brought forth by the brain soup, he suddenly noticed a figure casting a shadow against the tent, indicating someone was outside. The figure seemed aware of being discovered yet appeared disinclined to flee. After a moment of hesitation, the silhouette pushed aside the tent flap and entered. Before him stood a slight, disheveled man, covered in dirt and clad in tattered clothing, looking even more disheveled than before. From the moment the man stepped into the tent, his eyes fixated hungrily on the delectable food over the fire, never once diverting his gaze. Care to share a meal? The man's name was Xiao Luo, a fellow recruit in Wang Gue's camp, also a newcomer. At this moment, The sight of the latter greedily swallowing saliva was rather comical. Wang Gui smiled gently and said, "I heard from Zhao Mu that your cooking is exceptional. It certainly surpasses the fare of those insufferable cooks in the mess hall by countless degrees." With his mouth full of chicken leg, Xiao Luo mumbled incoherently, his lips smeared with grease, revealing that he appeared to have gone days without food. Zhao Mu is Dunyo's real name. Wang Gui chuckled softly. Saying nothing further, Xiao Luo, clearly not satisfied, instinctively reached for another skewer of roasted wings. "Hey, what are these wings you've roasted? They're unlike the roasted chicken I've pilfered before." Xiao Luo blinked, savoring the distinct flavor. "These are snow owls I hunted during my outing. Their meat is firmer and more flavorful than chicken," Wang Gui replied with a smile. "This sensation. The food burns within, warming me throughout, as if the energy from the ingredients is igniting within me." Xiao Luo paused, savoring the exquisite taste as he felt the changes within his abdomen. The chicken wing he consumed possessed special effects. Wang Gui glanced at him, saying nothing further, as he tore off a piece of roasted meat to savor. "Are you a dietary therapist?" Xiao Luo suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Gui. Wang Gui, momentarily pausing his chewing, responded with confusion, "Dietary therapist? What is that?" "You don't know?" Xiao Luo exclaimed in surprise. Then elaborated, "Simply put, it's the combination of culinary and medicinal ingredients to create a dish that is both delicious and beneficial for healing ailments. The chicken wings you roasted possess this quality. Nourishing my body, I had some leftover medicinal ingredients when a friend fell ill, so I thought to experiment by incorporating them into my cooking. Perhaps it was a fortunate accident." Wang Gui shrugged. "That lucky accident is something that others spend years studying to achieve," Xiao Luo said, his jaw agape in disbelief. "You must realize that high-ranking dietary therapists are often more sought after than alchemists. Compared to bitter and unpalatable medicinal pills that may have side effects, dishes crafted by dietary therapists with similar effects are far more coveted." Wang Gui lowered his gaze slightly. Initially, he had stumbled upon this path by sheer chance, never anticipating such fortuitous outcomes. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "How do you know all of this?" At this, Xiao Luo, who had been so animated moments earlier, fell silent, shifting the subject. "Your roasted meat is a tad too salty. I shall take some soup." "Wow, this soup is delicious." Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled with brilliance, feeling as though the deliciousness of the food could send him soaring. Wang Gui, with a helpless smile and a shake of his head, chose not to pursue further inquiries. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xiao Luo took his leave. Alas, there are no medicinal herbs. Wang Gui redirected his thoughts back to the issue of fire poison. Although he had devised a strategy to counter it, even formulating a plan for wealth creation through the preparation of similar heat-clearing and toxin-eliminating dishes, the ingredients were secondary. The medicinal herbs were the crux of the matter. While he was not lacking in ingredients, he was sorely missing the requisite medicinal herbs, and he did not possess any fire essence stones to procure them. Wang Gui sighed lightly. Indeed, the initial capital was the most challenging to secure. For now, he could only set this idea aside, waiting for the day he could earn fire essence stones or gather the necessary herbs. During the ensuing days, Wang Gui devoted himself to meditation and cultivation within the tent. Finding solace in cooking whenever he had the chance. 2 days swiftly passed, and contrary to his expectations, Kue Long did not come to trouble him. In fact, there was no sign of Kue Long around the camp at all. Wang Gui then made his way to the achievement hall, this time preparing to cultivate the pig-breathing body refinement technique to the 3rd level. Upon entering the lower level, the area remained bustling with activity, the counter crowded with people. After nearly 3 hours of waiting, he finally got his turn. The previous rotund man, Chao, was also present, discussing something with others, but it seemed his wishes had not been fulfilled. Wang Gui took the jade talisman and entered the training tower's chamber, finding a spot to sit. Having learned from his previous experience, he prudently stripped off his clothing, then placed the jade talisman into the groove. Activating the fire whirlwind platform, he swallowed a chi-opening pill and sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation of the pig-breathing body refinement technique. Pig-breathing body refinement technique, level 2, 1, 2. This time, progress was noticeably slower than before. Wang Gui suddenly felt a surge of restlessness, possibly due to the lingering fire poison, or perhaps the deviation from his expectations. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his mind. Cultivation could not be rushed. It must not be rushed, Subsequently, he consumed the last 2 chi-opening pills and focused his thoughts. Time passed incrementally as the fiery whips on the fire whirlwind platform relentlessly struck his body, leaving behind alarming burn marks. Pig breathing body refinement technique, level 2, 70. With the 2 chi-opening pills consumed, he still had a distance to cover before reaching the 3rd level. Wang Gui furrowed his brow, thoughts racing, feeling as though something was amiss. That vague sense of obstruction made his heart itch, nearly causing him to lose himself and succumb to madness in an instant. His tightly shut eyes flew open, and he sprang to his feet. Executing the 100 forged fist technique, with his punches generating a gust of wind. Then, flipping his palm, the Qingyan blade appeared in his grasp, and he began to practice his swordplay. Initially, his swordsmanship was chaotic and disordered, with thrusts, slashes, chops, and stabs lacking any semblance of structure, resembling a madman wildly brandishing his weapon. However, as time progressed and he practiced the swordplay repeatedly, he grew increasingly adept, his body synchronizing with the blade's movements. Becoming fluid, with each swing, he cleaved through the surging flames below, producing a piercing sound of friction. Yet, with each repetition, that chaotic swordplay began to show signs of transformation. Wang Gui's form and the momentum of the blade gradually fused as one. His movements becoming more fluid and natural, akin to water flowing around stones, smooth yet powerful. Each strike precisely sliced through the roiling flames beneath, splitting them apart with a sharp and crisp sound. The Qingyan blade glimmered more brightly under the firelight, and gradually, the energy flames spewing from the stone platform were drawn in by the Qingyan blade, altering their original trajectory. Wang Gui danced atop the stone platform like a performer, wielding the blade, with the flames dancing in tandem with him. The swordplay, once wild and untamed, transformed into a flowing, effortless rhythm, the fiery trial becoming the finest tempering for his technique. Each clash with the flames elevated his swordplay to new heights. This scene quickly captured the attention of many within the stone chamber, as nearly all gazes turned towards him, filled with astonishment. They had never witnessed such swordplay before, raw yet graceful, ferocious yet tender. Wang Gui's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he took a deep breath before executing a swift slash. This strike was devoid of a shrill whistle or earth-shattering momentum. It was merely a faint blade aura that glided through the air. Calm as autumn waters. Congratulations, the pig-breathing body refinement technique has reached the 3rd level in that moment. Wang Gui's physical form seemed to undergo a transformative metamorphosis, every inch of his skin and every bone pulsating with unprecedented vitality and vigor. Like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, he welcomed a rebirth. Finally accomplished. Chapter 26. Chao Hongyu feeling the earth-shattering changes within his body, Wang Gui's heart surged with joy akin to a raging tide. Difficult to articulate. Now he had truly stepped into the realm of martial cultivation. Everyone in the room regarded him with peculiar expressions, clearly having witnessed his recent transformation. What swordplay did you just employ? A robust man could not contain his curiosity, recalling the peculiar swordplay Wang Gui had just demonstrated, which felt quite profound. The pig slaughtering blade technique, Wang Gui replied nonchalantly. What? The burly man was momentarily taken aback. I am Zhou Qi. Congratulations, brother, on breaking through to the initial realm of martial artists. May I ask how you are addressed? In contrast to the former, the man to Wang Gui's right was more polite. With a handlebar mustache and around 27 or 28 years of age, he clasped his fists and smiled at Wang Gui. I am Wang Gui. It's a pleasure to meet you, brother Zhou. Wang Gui responded courteously. The two men, bare-chested save for their white undergarments covering their essential areas, were quite candid with one another. Brother Wang must be a newly enlisted soldier. Eh? TSK. To achieve a breakthrough to the martial artist realm at such a young age is truly admirable. Zhou Qi praised. Wang Gui shook his head at it is merely good fortune. Do not be modest, brother Wang. When I was your age, I was nowhere near your level. Zhou Qi jested with a smile. He then continued. Since brother Wang has broken through to the Qi channeling stage, you have the opportunity to leave the new soldier camp and join either the Wind or Flame battalions. May I ask what your plans are? When a new soldier's strength breaks through to the Qi channeling stage, regardless of how long they have been in the new soldier camp, they can enter the Wind or Flame battalions, thus becoming what is known as a veteran soldier. However, entering the Wind or Flame battalions also means facing greater competition. Due to the harsh rules within the military camp, veteran soldiers often form what are known as gang factions. Akin to a campfire in the cold winds, banding together for warmth and mutual reliance. I have just broken through as a martial artist and am not yet familiar with the wind and flame camps. So I do not currently plan to transfer, Wang Gui replied, shaking his head. No worries. When you have made your decision, feel free to find me in the Wind Battalion. I have a gang called the Heavenly Wing Gang there. It would be good to have someone looking out for you. Zhou Qi warmly extended his sincere invitation to Wang Gui. Before Wang Gui could respond, a burst of mocking laughter erupted from the side. Little brother, don't listen to Zhou Qi's nonsense. His pitiful gang has only a handful of members. Even if you search the bottom of the military camp's rankings, you wouldn't find the name Heavenly Wing Gang. The members can barely afford to eat, and he dares to claim he can take care of you. He is probably just trying to lure you in so you can starve alongside them. A burly man pointed at Zhou Qi, laughing heartily. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's face flushed crimson, and he shot a fierce glare at the burly man, muttering, get lost, you loudmouth. This young brother, should you be interested, may consider joining my Azure Dragon Gang. We have no restrictions concerning the 2nd Battalion. You can join any military camp, the burly man offered. Brother Wang might also want to consider my Flying Fish Gang. In a brief span of time, the remaining individuals in the room gathered around, extending invitations to join their gangs. Previously, when Wang Gui had arrived, this group had ignored him entirely, not even sparing him a glance. Now, having achieved a breakthrough, he was met with a different reception, with each person vying to converse and invite him into their factions. Wang Gui could only respond with a wry smile, politely declining one by one, before hurriedly donning his clothes and leaving the training room. Physique 12, Early Qi Channeling, 100 Forged Fist, Level 3, Perfected. Wang Gui glanced at his status panel. After this round of cultivation, his physical strength had successfully broken through to the Early Qi Channeling stage, and his 100 Forged Fist had made rapid progress as well. However, the most significant change was undoubtedly the pig slaughtering blade technique that had just assisted him in his breakthrough. Pig slaughtering blade technique. Level 5, Major Achievement. You have diligently studied the blade technique, comprehending it amidst the raging flames. Your swordsmanship has advanced to a masterful level, achieving great success, in comparison. While the 100 Forged Fist reached perfection at Level 3, the pig slaughtering blade technique only reached a major achievement at Level 5, indicating ample room for further growth, underscoring the formidable power of this technique. Young friend Wang Gui, congratulations! To achieve a breakthrough to the Early Qi Channeling stage within just a few days as a new soldier is indeed a remarkable feat, even rare within the entire new soldier camp. Just as he exited the stone door, he heard the praise from Liang, the steward. You flatter me, Steward Liang, Wang Gui replied, feeling somewhat bashful. TSK, is it now that new soldiers are so formidable? When I first arrived, it took me over half a year. I recall just a few days ago during a trial competition in Battalion A, a new recruit performed exceptionally well, even catching the attention of the people from the 4 houses. As the surrounding crowd overheard, they cast astonished glances. It is a rare occurrence for a new recruit to ascend to the rank of a warrior so swiftly. Just as Wang Gui was about to take his leave, he noticed a short, stout youth ahead engaged in a heated dispute. 200, Qianjiao. We had an agreement that 10 points of military merit would exchange for 100 low-grade fire essence stones. Why are you suddenly reneging on that? The stout youth, surnamed Chao, spoke with a deep, forceful voice, his brows furrowed, his expression a mixture of dissatisfaction and bewilderment. What was agreed upon is in the past. The present is different, replied the man known as Qianjiao, a grin spreading across his face. Look, there is only one vacant spot. Will you choose to exchange or not? With that, he pointed toward the stone wall behind Steward Liang. You are raising the price arbitrarily, the stout youth exclaimed in exasperation. Qianjiao shrugged his shoulders, adopting the demeanor of a cunning rogue. Circumstances change, and so do prices. If you don't hurry, the opportunity might slip away. I refuse. Chao, the stout youth, gritted his teeth. Even if he missed this chance, he was unwilling to let the other profit at his expense. Suit yourself, but mark my words, you will come to seek my help later. For no one else will be willing to sell you military merit. Qianjiao smirked, as though he had a firm grasp on his opponent's intentions. Without a care, he turned and strolled over to a nearby stone bench. Reclining leisurely, Chao's brows knitted tightly. It had already been 2 or 3 days, and he had yet to earn any military merit. He had intended to purchase it with fire essence stones, only to encounter a swindler. How many fire essence stones for 10 points of military merit? Just as he was lost in thought, a figure approached and inquired. 100 low-grade fire essence stones for 10 points of military merit. Chao replied, momentarily taken aback as he looked at the newcomer. All right. Wang Gue nodded. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Seeing the other's swift agreement, Chao paused for a moment, his suspicion flaring. You truly require military merit, and I need fire essence stones. It is a mutually beneficial exchange. Wang Gue smiled softly, producing his military merit token, thanks to a discount for first-time entrance to the Fire Xian Tower. He had exactly 10 points of military merit remaining. Very well, it's a deal. I am Chao Hongyu. Upon recognizing the sincerity of the transaction, a look of delight spread across the other's face, and he hastily produced a pouch of fire essence stones to hand to Wang Gue. Wang, my brother, your kindness today shall not be forgotten. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I reside in room 32 of the Yanzing district. Chao Hongyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, pausing for a moment before suddenly advising, it would be wise for you to stay here for now. They will not harm you within these walls. They? Wang Gue questioned, but before he could ask further, Chao Hongyu had already turned and rushed to the counter to rent a training room. Wang Gue furrowed his brow. Not far away, Qian Jiao and his companions witnessed the scene, their expressions filled with disbelief. The latter's face shifted abruptly, fury welling within him as he cursed, Damn it! How dare he steal my business? Is this kid looking for trouble? Brother Qian, do not rush. There is no need for us to intervene just yet, a companion advised, holding him back. I have seen this person before. A few days ago, he clashed with Kuei-Hai's brother, Kuei Long, and took his spot at the Fire Xian platform. Kuei-Hai will not let this go lightly. Now, members of the Kuei Wolf Gang are waiting outside to teach this kid a lesson. Oh, such an amusing affair. Let us go and observe. Chapter 27. Kuei Wolf Gang's Fu Wei. Outside the Hall of Military Merit, the crowd bustled with activity, vibrant and lively in the midst of an open space. Several figures stood, their demeanor suggesting they were seeking trouble, drawing curious glances from many passers-by. At the forefront stood a robust man with a long braid, clad in a fur robe, his rugged countenance betraying a fierce intent. Behind him stood 4 men, equally grim-faced, scanning the entrance of the Hall of Military Merit among the throng of people. Kuei Long, it's been an hour. Are you certain that person is inside? The man with the braid asked in a low voice. They had been waiting outside for an hour, and had it not been for Kuei Long being Kuei-Hai's brother, he would not have bothered with this errand. Brother Fu Wei, I saw him with my own eyes. Wang Gue is indeed inside. The Fire Xian platform was reserved by my brother, yet that despicable Wang Gue seized it without a second thought, clearly showing disdain for our Kuei Wolf Gang. The speaker, Kuei Long, voiced his grievances with palpable indignation. Having encountered this issue, he sought out Kuei-Hai, who, preoccupied with other matters, had delegated the task to Fu Wei from the Kuei Wolf Gang. Fu Wei's countenance darkened. Yet he said nothing, merely focusing his gaze on the entrance. Kuei Long smirked coldly to himself, plotting to make Wang Gue pay once he emerged. Just as he glanced toward the entrance, a familiar figure came into view. There he is, that is Wang Gue. Kuei Long pointed at the man, a sinister smile flashing across his face. Oh. Fu Wei lifted his gaze to scrutinize the individual. Wang Gue was dressed in simple, patched clothing of hemp and fur. His build was balanced, and though his skin bore a slight pallor, his features were finely chiseled. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, there was something appealing about him. Heh, Wang Gue, I warned you that I would not let you off the hook the next time we met. You wish to trample over me? Today, you shall learn the price of arrogance, and I will ensure you are left begging for mercy. With Fu Wei backing him, Kuei Long felt emboldened, immediately barking. Are you Wang Gue? Fu Wei locked his gaze on Wang Gue, asking in a deep voice. Wang Gue nodded, surveying the group before him, and when his eyes landed on Kuei Long's smug and sinister expression, he comprehended the situation, frowning slightly. Seeing Wang Gue's nonchalant acceptance, Fu Wei was taken aback, pausing to contemplate before stating, in that case, I offer you 2 choices. 1. Kneel and apologize to Kuei Long. while compensating him with 500 points of military merit, or 2. I will break one of your legs and one of your arms, then expel you from Xuanwu City. Which will it be? The unfolding events quickly captivated the attention of the surrounding crowd, as the Hall of Military Merit, typically bustling with both new and veteran soldiers, became a tightly packed scene. Naturally, some veterans, accustomed to such spectacles, merely glanced before resuming their own affairs. Isn't that Fu Wei from the Kuei Wolf Gang? What are they up to? What else could it be? Surely, we are all familiar with the nature of the Kuei Wolf Gang. They are here to cause trouble. Whispers circulated among the crowd. In the rear, Qian Jiao and his companions stood, arms crossed, reveling in the unfolding drama with disdainful smiles. Upon hearing Fu Wei's ultimatum, Wang Gui's brow furrowed in concern. These two conditions are clearly meant to eliminate me. Is there a third option? Wang Gui shook his head, countering. Seeing Wang Gui's calm demeanor, Kuei Long's anger flared, cursing, "Damn it, then you shall perish." With that, Kuei Long charged forward, swinging his fist toward Wang Gui's face. Despite knowing Wang Gui was formidable, he felt emboldened by Fu Wei's presence and dared not retaliate. But Kuei Long was mistaken. As Kuei Long's fist hurtled toward him, Wang Gui intercepted with a swift motion, landing a powerful blow directly on his chest. The impact reverberated with a low thud, accompanied by the faint sound of ribs cracking. Kuei Long spat out a mouthful of blood, akin to a kite severed from its string, as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing at Fu Wei's feet. The force of that punch had already reached the realm of the pulse-connecting stage. Weren't you saying he was a new recruit? Hiss, a new recruit achieving a breakthrough so swiftly. His speed rivals that of the previous few. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he also strikes with ferocity. Kuei Long will likely be bedridden for months. Heh, this is going to be entertaining. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the scene, their gazes fixated on Wang Gui, secretly marveling at his prowess. Yet when their eyes shifted to Fu Wei, whose expression was as cold as ice, their expressions turned varied and intriguing. Very well, to dare strike a member of my Kuei Wolf Gang before my very eyes. You are the most audacious new recruit I have encountered. Fu Wei's face darkened, his voice laced with palpable fury. He had initially thought that Wang Gui's victory over Kuei Long was a mere fluke, but now he realized that Wang Gui had surpassed the pulse-connecting stage. Kuei Long reserved the Fire Xian platform, but he failed to arrive on time. Merely rented the platform within the boundaries of the rules after his time had lapsed, Wang Gui remarked. His brow slightly furrowed as he glanced at the injured Kuei Long. Moreover, he struck first. I was merely defending myself. The question of right or wrong had become irrelevant. The fact remained that Wang Gui had injured a member of the Kuei Wolf Gang. If we do not address this today, how will my Kuei Wolf Gang avoid becoming a laughingstock in the future? Fu Wei exhaled, speaking in a low tone. Given the number of witnesses today, this cannot end without resolution. You can hide in the Hall of Military Merit indefinitely, of course, if you wish to be a turtle hiding its head in its shell. The voice of Fu Wei resonated with a chilling intensity. As he spoke, the other two members of the Kuei Wolf Gang swiftly approached, blocking Wang Gui's escape route from behind. Within the camp, the soldiers engaged in clandestine skirmishes and brawls, a phenomenon that was met with a subtly permissive attitude from their superiors, who neither intervened to halt the altercations nor inquired into their nature. In a certain sense, it resembled a natural selection they tacitly endorsed, aimed at honing and identifying the most formidable of the Gu insects for their own purposes. Wang Gui remained silent, his gaze darkening ominously. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Subsequently, he clenched his hand, and the Qingyan blade materialized prominently within his grasp. Observing the tense atmosphere, the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back, clearing a substantial area, leaving only Wang Gui and Fu Wei in the center. Humph! Do not presume that just because you have recently ventured into the initial realm of martial artists, you can act arrogantly. You still have much to learn before standing before me. Upon witnessing the latter draw his weapon, adopting a posture of readiness for battle, Fu Wei's cold visage curled into a sardonic smirk. As his words fell, Fu Wei took a step forward. A formidable energy surged forth, splitting the ground with fine cracks. His aura clearly indicated he had reached the mid-stage of the Meridian Realm. Today, I shall make you aware of the disparity in our strengths. Chapter 28. Battle against Fu Wei in the cleared area. Amidst the crowd, two figures stood poised, undeniably becoming the focal point of attention. As numerous gazes turned in their direction, SKTSK, to reach the initial stage of the Meridian Realm so swiftly, indeed a remarkable talent. However, even so, to challenge Fu Wei, who is at the mid-stage, is undeniably a display of arrogance. There exists a tangible gap in strength between the initial and mid-stages of the Meridian Realm. But have you seen the blade in Wang Gui's hand? It must be a top-tier treasured blade. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Pills, talismans, formations, weapons, beasts, and puppets indeed play a significant role in cultivation and enhancing one's strength. Yet the determinants of victory in battle extend beyond these factors. Besides, does Fu Wei not possess any hidden cards? Disregarding the murmurs around him, Wang Gui's gaze remained fixed upon the robust figure ahead, his expression betraying a hint of gravitas. This marked his first encounter in battle against someone stronger. A flutter of trepidation coursed through him. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. The moment one displays even a hint of hesitation, the opponent perceives them as vulnerable, pressing on relentlessly until they are driven to the brink of despair. If faced with overwhelming force, one must respond with even greater resolve to maintain their ground in this contest. In this brutal and merciless law of survival, only the truly strong can endure in this realm. Fu Wei, mid-stage of Meridian Realm, life. 92 status. Fire Poison Level 2. Beneath the crimson name of the latter hung the status of Fire Poison. Bang. Target locked. Wang Gui's foot slammed against the ground, unleashing a powerful force that propelled him forward like an arrow released from a bow. What? He actually chose to strike first. Wang Gui's proactive assault on Fu Wei startled the onlookers. The latter, originally at a lower cultivation level, not only dared to engage but also took the initiative, showcasing commendable bravery. Humph, do you truly think I am as inept as Kuei Long, since you seek death? I shall oblige. As the shadow rapidly enlarged in his sight, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Fu Wei's eyes. Wang Gui's demeanor evidently suggested he held him in contempt. With his words, Fu Wei deftly grasped a wolf-tooth iron bar. And with a sudden, forceful swing of his arm, the air around him howled as he struck directly at the rushing figure of Wang Gui. Clang. Wang Gui leapt, raising the Qingyan blade high above his head. Bringing it down forcefully in an instant, metallic sparks erupted amidst the shrill sound of collision, filling the air with a cacophony. Not a bad blade, but its force could use some improvement. Beneath the Qingyan blade, a cold and stern face emerged. Having just broken through to the initial stage of the Meridian Realm, Wang Gui's strength was still lacking. Fu Wei cast a covetous glance at the fiery red patterned blade. A glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes, with a chilling smile, Fu Wei unleashed a powerful sweep of the wolf-tooth bar, sending Wang Gui staggering back several steps. Bang! Fu Wei offered no respite. His figure surged forth like a cannonball, hands firmly gripping the heavy wolf-tooth bar. Accompanied by a whistling wind, he struck down ferociously towards Wang Gui. Wang Gui, already of considerable stature and robust physique, leapt forth like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain, exuding an unstoppable ferocity that would make anyone anxious for Wang Gui's well-being. Faced with this onslaught, Wang Gui dared not be reckless. He swiftly sidestepped, the dark wolf-tooth bar crashing down in front of him, creating a pit in the ground. With the strike missing, before the crowd could fully process the moment, Fu Wei swung his arm again, the wolf-tooth bar rapidly barreling towards Wang Gui's face. With both hands gripping the Qingyan blade tightly, Wang Gui hastily drew it to parry. The jarring sounds echoed in his ears, the sparks of metal clashing erupted, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, his palms tingling from the impact. Evidently, in these exchanges, Fu Wei had the upper hand. Heh, kid, for trying to steal my business, you deserve to suffer. Seeing Wang Gui's disheveled state, Qian Jiao, an onlooker at the periphery, couldn't help but display a smug grin. Not far away, Kuei Long was being supported by several people, looking exceedingly weak and pale, yet his gaze remained fixed on the ongoing confrontation, his blood-stained face darkening with malice. Wang Gui, wait until I have the chance to crush you to dust. Witnessing Wang Gui fall into a disadvantageous position, Kuei Long sneered repeatedly, feeling particularly elated, though a sharp cough erupted from him due to the strain on his chest wound. Wang Gui slowly exhaled, his expression grave as he regarded the formidable Fu Wei before him, whose size and strength far surpassed his own, his eyes flickering with contemplation. though there is a single layer of difference between the mid and initial stages of the Meridian realm. The fundamental disparity in strength is still insurmountable. The opponent's power far exceeds his own, and should he rashly engage head-on, it would undoubtedly lead to his own downfall. If strength cannot prevail, then speed and technique must be employed. Utilizing finesse to counter brute force is also a viable strategy for victory. Heh, now is not the time for distraction. Once you become my fallen prey, I shall gladly take your blade. Fu Wei laughed heartily, swinging the wolf tooth bar, producing a whistling sound as it surged towards Wang Jiuyi in an instant. Wang Gui's gaze sharpened, a flicker of fiery brilliance igniting in his eyes. The Qingyan blade in his hand began to dance. Swift as a shooting star, its fiery red patterns radiating a striking luminosity. The crowd's attention was swiftly drawn to the ethereal flame enveloping the Qingyan blade. With each swing, the aura emanating from the blade cleaved through the air, leaving an ephemeral trail visible to all present. What manner of swordplay is this? Simultaneously, some spectators recognized the peculiar swordplay Wang Gui employed, graceful as a soaring swan, akin to a drifting dragon, combining the might of a blade with the elegance of a sword. I know, this is the pig slaughtering blade technique. A voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to Zhou Qi. The pig slaughtering blade technique? The onlookers exchanged glances, clearly astonished by the name, yet they dismissed it, assuming it to be mere nonsense, redirecting their focus back to the center of the arena. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the spectators' whispers, the two figures had already clashed, weaving and darting, engaged in a fierce struggle with each collision. The air filled with the sharp, piercing symphony of metal clashing, sparks flying, occasionally accompanied by fiery blade energy bursting forth, slicing through the air, bringing waves of heat. This time, Wang Gui is actually matching Fu Wei blow for blow. In the crowd, a woman spoke softly in surprise. She was clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her tall, graceful figure, her striking short red hair capturing attention. Though female soldiers were scarce in the camp, they were not absent altogether. The surrounding fervent gazes lingered momentarily on her elegant form, but upon catching sight of her cold, striking visage, they quickly averted their eyes, fearing to provoke her inadvertently in the previous encounter. Wang Gui had been thoroughly overpowered by Fu Wei's strength. However, in this renewed clash, he managed to hold his ground, and even seemed to gain the upper hand, suppressing Fu Wei, which astonished the gathered crowd. It must be due to the unique swordplay he employs. Observe how Wang Gui neutralizes Fu Wei's heavy strikes, making them feel as though they are landing on cotton, a man beside the woman remarked. His sharp brows and tiger-like eyes fixed intently on the battle, elucidating the reason. Indeed, while Fu Wei possesses great power, his considerable size leaves him lacking in speed and agility. Wang Gui has keenly exploited this flaw. Devising a counter-strategy, if he does not reveal some genuine prowess, Fu Wei may very well face defeat. A long-haired man in a green robe, fair-skinned and handsome, chuckled lightly. The appearance of these three individuals quickly drew the attention of those nearby. As numerous gazes turned their way, accompanied by a chorus of hushed gasps, clearly surprised to see them present. Had these words come from others, they might have been met with skepticism, but uttered by these individuals, they lent an air of credibility to the claims. Chapter 29, Outburst of Fire Poison. It is the trio of Yao Hong, Pang Zhen, and Fang Qingshan from the Tianhe gang. How did they arrive here? Who knows? The Tianhe gang and the Qi-Wolf gang have always been at odds. Perhaps they are here to witness a spectacle involving Fu Wei. The identities of these individuals were soon recognized, prompting a wave of hushed whispers. Due to their conflicting interests, the Tianhe gang and the Qi-Wolf gang have had countless skirmishes, and with the recent remarks made by the trio, it inevitably gives off a sense of schadenfreude. The battle in the arena rages on, with Fu Wei brandishing his Wolf Fang club, in stark contrast to his imposing figure. Wang Gui exhibits agility and nimbleness, as he wields the Qingyan knife. It conjures forth a torrent of heat, nullifying Fu Wei's ferocious onslaught. The ground bears numerous craters, remnants of Fu Wei's missed attacks, and his garments bear scorch marks, evidently inflicted by Wang Gui. Are you merely a clown? Running away at the first sign of trouble? Fu Wei bellowed in a fit of rage. Wang Gui, akin to a monkey, deftly evaded several heavy strikes, leaving behind scorched marks upon himself due to the oddity of his knife technique. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Fu Wei found it intolerable to be toyed with by a fresh recruit at the initial stage of martial arts. Could you not keep pace? Wang Gui's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his figure darting swiftly beside Fu Wei. The Qingyin knife, enveloped in a pale flame, coiled like a venomous serpent, poised to strike. Ah, that treacherous and despicable style of yours infuriates me. Fu Wei roared, a powerful aura surging from his being, sending waves of energy rippling outward. At that moment, his complexion abruptly shifted to a deep crimson, bloodshot veins coursing through his eyes, his features contorted in rage. As his emotions spiraled into a frenzy, such a potent aura, Wang Gui remarked, casting a wary glance. He quickly retreated several meters, eyeing Fu Wei with trepidation. Upon observing Fu Wei's health status, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Fu Wei, mid-stage of meridian opening, health, 73 status. Fire poison level 2 eruption. The previously subdued fire poison erupted unexpectedly. It was evident that the earlier anomalies were triggered by this sudden outbreak. The peculiar condition of Fu Wei soon captured the attention of the surrounding crowd. He's suffering from a fire poison outbreak. The onlookers, well acquainted with the symptoms and dangers of fire poison, quickly grasped the situation upon witnessing Fu Wei's crimson visage and volatile demeanor. Wait, Fu Wei hasn't been to the fire tower for training recently, and he had consumed a pill not long ago. How could the fire poison flare up now? A companion of Fu Wei remarked. Indeed, his symptoms clearly indicate a violent outbreak of fire poison. The crowd exchanged puzzled murmurs, their voices a chorus of confusion. Wang Gui overheard the murmurs. He glanced at the frenzied Fu Wei and suddenly had a realization. Looking down at the Qingyin knife in his grasp, recalling the time spent training at the fire tower, he remembered how he had inadvertently absorbed the violent energy from the flames while perfecting his knife technique. Could it be that the Qingyin knife had inadvertently absorbed the fire poison as well? This revelation aligned perfectly with the events unfolding before him. During their confrontation, it was indeed the Qingyin knife's assault that had stirred the dormant fire poison within Fu Wei, triggering its eruption. The thought sent a shiver down Wang Gui's spine. The fact that his Qingyin knife could entice fire poison was tantamount to wielding another's life thread. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly spark a tumult within the entire military camp. He hastily sheathed the Qingyin knife. This matter must remain a secret. As his gaze lifted, he inadvertently locked eyes with Qing Shan and the others in the distance. Wang Gui quickly averted his gaze, refocusing on Fu Wei, whose head hung low, throat emitting a deep, resonant growl akin to a beast poised to pounce. With the fire poison erupting, there was no need to continue the fight, as it posed a risk of exposing the Qingyin knife. Roar. Just as Wang Gui prepared to turn and leave, Fu Wei suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, his overwhelming aura elevating to a new height. He abruptly turned, his blood-red eyes fixating on Wang Gui. Wang Gui, I shall kill you. Fu Wei, now completely under the thrall of the fire poison, had descended into madness, charging towards him like a frenzied beast. A jolt of fear coursed through Wang Gui, prompting him to retreat a step. Under normal circumstances, he might have been willing to engage in battle, but the present incarnation of Fu Wei, now a tempest of fury, was a confrontation he wished to avoid. This is bad. Fu Wei has truly lost his mind. The onlookers murmured in shock, recognizing the dire situation but refraining from intervening, for it was common for such personal disputes to end in tragedy. Stop! A commanding voice resonated from behind. The figure swiftly approached Wang Gui, raising a hand to effortlessly catch Fu Wei's powerful Wolf Fang club. Kill! The attack thwarted. Fu Wei glared with crimson eyes, roaring in fury. Before he could swing his weapon again, the newcomer unleashed a palm strike that compressed the air into a shockwave, striking Fu Wei's chest with explosive force. Poof! Fu Wei immediately spat blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Greetings, Commander Su. The sudden turn of events left the crowd momentarily stunned, but as they turned to regard the middle-aged man, their expressions shifted to one of respect, bowing in deference. I have warned you all of the dangers of fire poison. The fire tower may be enticing, but it is not to be trifled with. As you can see, the consequences are manifest. The man, appearing to be in his 40s with a neatly trimmed beard and dressed in loose yellow robes, chastised the surrounding crowd while maintaining an air of nonchalance. I have temporarily sealed the fire poison within him. You must take him back for treatment immediately. Fortunately, I intervened in time. Otherwise, had the fire poison reached his brain, he would have truly become a mad beast. The man cast a glance at the unconscious Fu Wei, sighing in resignation as he reached for a gourd of wine at his waist. Taking a swig, the members of the Keywolf gang, witnessing this, dared not speak further and promptly carried Fu Wei away. Even Kuei Long, despite his immense frustration, had no choice but to follow along quietly. What a pity. I wanted to see who would emerge victorious. It's hard to say. That newcomer named Wang Gui does possess some skills. Fu Wei still has trump cards left unplayed. Had it not been for the coincidental outbreak of fire poison, the outcome could have been quite different. The surrounding spectators understood that the arrival of this figure had effectively brought the farcical scene to a close, reluctantly dispersing with a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. The show is over. Why linger here? As many gazes lingered on her graceful figure, Yao Hong gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, preparing to depart when she noticed a long-haired young man in green attire. Seemingly lost in thought, Fu Wei's sudden eruption of fire poison. Don't you find it peculiar? Fang Qingshan furrowed his brow, speaking curiously in a low voice. It must be his own issue. Can anyone truly manipulate the fire poison within him from afar? Pang Zhan interjected after a brief pause. Fang Qingshan, upon hearing this, said nothing further, merely shaking his head in confusion as he glanced at the figures ahead before departing with the others, before long. The crowd had dispersed, leaving only Wang Gui and Commander Su. Chapter 30. Commander Su Xiaoxiao. As the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, Wang Gui regarded the poised and carefree middle-aged man before him. Curiosity bubbling within him, he did not recognize the individual, but the deference shown by the onlookers and their manner of address provided him with some clarity. Subordinate, greetings to Commander Su. Entrusted with the management of the military camp in Xuanwu City, Commander Su was one of the 4 leaders under General Fan, and this particular Su was named Su Xiao. So you are Wang Gui? The man took a sip of his drink, casting a leisurely glance over Wang Gui. I've heard mention of you from that girl, Wan Ning. Thank you for your assistance during the recent expedition to the Howling Canyon. Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback. So he was from the Su family. The mention of Wan Ning brought forth a vivid recollection of their encounter in the icy cave. Her flushed, beautiful visage still etched in his memory. It was merely a trifling effort. I am grateful for Commander Su's timely intervention. Wang Gui smiled slightly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Your trifling effort has indeed been a great boon to our Su family, Su Xiao remarked with a playful smile, acknowledging that Wang Gui's assistance had enabled their family to secure control over Xuemeng Mountain, thus bolstering their reputation against the Qi family. Wang Gui grinned slightly. During the Howling Canyon expedition, his intentions had been purely self-serving, with no thought of aiding the Su family against the Qi family. By the way, now that you have broken through to the initial stage of martial arts, according to camp regulations, you are eligible to ascend to the second flame camp. Have you made your choice? Su Xiao inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Gui. Wang Gui, hearing this, offered a wry smile and shook his head. I have only just advanced to the meridian opening stage. As for my destination, I have yet to determine. Su Xiaodun paused for a moment and said, the flame camp falls under my jurisdiction, and one of the factions within it, known as Su Min, was established by members of the Su family. Should you wish to join, you may directly seek out an individual named Su Yuanda. Tio put it succinctly, the military camp serves as a nurturing ground for talent destined for the 4 houses. Su Min, as a unique faction within this camp, is particularly attuned to the flow of talent information. Almost all who join Su Min eventually become subjects of interest for the Su house. Not only the Su house, but the other 3 houses have also established their own factions within the camp for the recruitment of talent. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui understood the underlying intention behind the offer and did not refuse. Thank you, Commander Su. He recognized he was without status or connections here, and given the animosity he had now incurred with the Kuei Wolf Gang, it would be advantageous for him to join Su Min, gaining the Su house as a backing for future endeavors. To be honest, had you not dared to challenge Fu Wei, I might not have regarded you highly. Your audacity and courage are truly commendable. Su Xiaodun chuckled, expressing his thoughts openly. Although someone within the house had previously mentioned the idea of courting Wang Gui, he had not taken it seriously, as he prioritized strength above all. He had no desire to recruit someone who relied on female connections to ascend. It was only today, Witnessing Wang Gui's rapid advancement to the early stage of the Meridian Realm and his public challenge to the far more powerful Fu Wei, that Su Xiaodun began to entertain the notion of enlisting him. Wang Gui pressed his lips together, finding no fault in Su Xiaodun's perspective. Indeed, without capability or value, one would naturally be overlooked by others. By the way, Commander Su, I would like to ask for your assistance. Wang Gui suddenly recalled something important and quickly clasped his hands in respect. Oh, you wish for my help so soon? Speak up, Su Xiaodun replied with a light shake of his head. Smiling, I seek information about someone. Wang Gui continued. Her name is Chen Xiaoer, a girl from the same Linhu village as Ida. He elaborated. During the recruitment, an elder presented a glowing stone and claimed that Xiaoer was suitable, taking her back to the city. But I have not heard anything since. Chen Xiaoer, you say? I will take note of that. I have indeed heard whispers about the recent recruitment of special young women, though it is said to be an inner-city matter. Very well, I can inquire on your behalf and inform you should I learn anything. Su Xiaodun's brows furrowed slightly. He too was curious about this matter and thus agreed to help. Thank you. Commander Su. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui felt a surge of gratitude and quickly bowed in respect. Being at the bottom of the military hierarchy, he had been starved of information, and with Su Xiaodun's assistance, his chances of finding Xiaoer had increased significantly. After exchanging a few brief words, they parted ways. Wang Gui did not rush back to the camp, but instead made his way to a nearby trading market. In contrast to the high-end goods found in the War Merit Hall, this place focused on affordable yet quality items, primarily obtained by soldiers during their missions, with the occasional hidden treasure to be discovered. He intended to purchase herbs capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, to prepare food that could alleviate fire poison. Ever since witnessing Fu Wei's madness from fire poison, he had been somewhat apprehensive, not wanting to end up like that. Additionally, he required materials for experimentation, preparing for future ventures into selling medicinal cuisine. Upon returning to the tent, he found Daniel, Wu Chan, and Xiao Luo present. Congratulations, Brother Wang. On stepping into the initial stage of a martial artist, such talent makes us envious. Wu Chan and the others smiled and clasped their fists, having heard the news of Wang Gui's breakthrough. They had come to celebrate, even drawing a few unfamiliar faces eager to join in. As for Xiao Luo, he was simply there to mooch off a meal. Everyone, with diligent practice, you too shall reach the Meridian Realm. Wang Gui said, shaking his head helplessly, realizing he would have to cook for them again. The other day, the A, B, and C camps participated in the trial, and tomorrow it will be our D camp's turn. I've heard that the higher-ups are quite invested in this trial. It seems a remarkable talent named Lin Hao from the A camp has caught the attention of the Qi House, who have specifically requested him. Gathered around the campfire, they savored the delicious food from the pot while discussing the upcoming trial. The mention of this news elicited expressions of yearning and envy from all. As entering one of the four houses signified a promising future, it appears we can form teams freely this time. Since we are all here, why not team up together for tomorrow? Wu Chan suggested. As he spoke, the others turned their gazes toward Wang Gui. With his recent advancement to the early stages of the Meridian Realm, having such a skilled teammate would surely bolster their chances of success and safety. All right, Wang Gui nodded, not rejecting the idea. However, the specifics of the trial content have yet to be determined. It seems they will be drawn by lot. Regardless, with Wang Gui around, we're not afraid of any trial content. They laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at the Qi House, Qi Jingtian faced severe reprimands from the elders due to the incident at the Howling Cry Gorge. He now sat slumped to one side, his expression dark as he gazed down at the figures below. You say you have discovered something? Yes, young master, I have received internal news from the Su house. The reason for your earlier defeat was not due to the Su sisters, but someone else entirely. The cloaked figure replied. Someone else? At this, Qi Jingtian's eyelids slowly lifted, a glimmer of cold curiosity flashing in his eyes. The individual is one of the 10 new recruits secretly purchased by Zhou Qing. Named Wang Gui. Wang Gui. Those 10 were originally intended by Zhou Qing to pave the way for the ghost-faced worm, but Wang Gui managed to survive using white smoke grass, and when the Su sisters fell into the abyss, he somehow traversed the icy lake below, allowing them to arrive at the finish line first, the cloaked figure reported, providing nearly accurate information aside from the specifics. Wang Gui. Qi Jingtian repeated the name, incredulity washing over him. Was it possible that he had been thwarted by a mere rookie in the new recruits? The thought sent an icy chill across his face. Wang Gui has just broken through to the early stage of the Meridian Realm today and had a confrontation with Fu Wei from the Kuei Wolf Gang at the entrance of the War Merit Hall. Kuei Wolf Gang, that's the faction led by Kuei Hai, right? Qi Jingtian pondered. Su Xiaodun? It seems the Su house intends to court him to I in that case. I shall not grant you your wish. I recall that tomorrow marks the D Camp's trial. Ensure it is executed cleanly. As he spoke, a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Wang Gui, is it? For daring to thwart my plans, you shall pay a painful price. Chapter 31. The Little Mang Mountain Mission. The D Camp's training ground was already bustling with activity, filled with eager recruits. Today marked the day of their trial. The faces of these new soldiers radiated with hope and passion for the future, fueled by news from the other three camps that any who performed excellently in this trial would be recognized by the four houses. For these ordinary individuals hailing from impoverished villages, such an opportunity was undoubtedly a chance to change their fates. Naturally, they were determined to seize it, even willing to exert their utmost efforts. Before long, the chief instructor, Liang Qi, stepped onto the platform, accompanied by a deputy instructor. Everyone, this trial is but a minor test and cannot define your future achievements. However, those who excel will surely attract attention from above. Noticing the crowd's extraordinary enthusiasm, Liang Qi continued, but the most important thing is to survive and complete the mission. All right, the group leaders whose names I call, please come forward to draw tasks. Liang Qi did not elaborate further, summoning several group leaders to select their tasks by drawing lots. Lu Li, Zhang Cheng, Wang Gui. As Wang Gui's name was called, nearly everyone present erupted in a chorus of voices, their gazes locking onto the figure ascending the platform. Is that Wang Gui? He seems quite ordinary. Don't speak carelessly. He is the first in our D camp to ascend to the initial stage of a martial artist, and even clashed with a member of the Kuei Wolf Gang yesterday. Wow, no wonder we haven't seen Kuei Long around. I hope our team leader draws an easy task, please. Due to the recent notoriety surrounding his name, Wang Gui had not only advanced rapidly but had also boldly challenged seasoned veterans, making him a topic of conversation among the new recruits. Everyone understands the rules, right? Who will go first? Asked the deputy instructor Zhang. The group exchanged glances, hesitating to step forward. Wang Gui, you go ahead, someone urged. Instructor Zhang directed his gaze towards Wang Gui, subsequently placing the drawing barrel gently upon the table before him. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui nodded and stepped forward to draw lots, with the others following closely behind, promptly handing their drawn lots to Instructor Zhang. The latter then proceeded to announce the tasks assigned to each group. For Lu Li's team, they were to hunt 10 second-tier snow wolves in Nanbing Valley, with each member receiving a reward of 30 merit points. For Zhang Cheng's team, they were to gather 30 water dust trees from the bottom of Dongxi Ice Lake, with each member receiving a reward of 40 merit points. For Wang Gui's team, they were tasked with eliminating the bandits in Bai Long Cave at Xiaomeng Mountain, with each member receiving a reward of 150 merit points. Upon hearing the tasks assigned to their respective teams, the crowd beneath the pavilion nodded in satisfaction. These tasks were deemed manageable, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be able to complete them smoothly. What? Did I hear that correctly? Eliminate bandits at Xiaomeng Mountain? ISNT that akin to courting death. Xiaomeng Mountain is notorious for being a bandit stronghold, housing numerous bandit dens. TSK, the reward for this task is indeed substantial, but I feel that one's life holds greater importance. It is only natural for the capable to undertake the more challenging tasks. When the task for Wang Gui's team was announced, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from those present, accompanied by a few malicious chuckles. At the back, Daniel and the others were left momentarily dumbfounded, their faces a portrait of disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. This must be a joke. This task is absurd, Daniel exclaimed loudly, incredulous that they were expected to take on such a mission. Yet, no one paid him any mind. Once all tasks had been announced, the voice from the pavilion rang cold yet undeniably real. You may now proceed with your assignments. Bear in mind, the deadline for completion is 1 week. Failure to complete the task within this time frame will result in a loss. However, depending on the resources obtained and the progress made, corresponding merit rewards may still be granted. We only consider the results, not the methods employed. Any means utilized during this period will be regarded as permissible within the rules. Furthermore, should no member of a team return within a week, Or should any injuries or fatalities occur during the task, all consequences will be borne by the team. Tasks may be abandoned, but such a decision will also result in a loss. Does anyone have any questions? Silence enveloped the training grounds below, with not a soul daring to speak. Very well. Since there are no objections, the trial officially commences now. I wish you all the best of luck. At this moment, Liang Qi, who had remained silent until now, took a sip of hot tea, glanced at Wang Gue, and then leisurely walked into the pavilion. The crowd below soon dispersed in a rush. Those willing to accompany me may stay. Those who do not wish to partake in this task may choose to leave. Returning to his team, Wang Gue wore a solemn expression, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated such misfortune, drawing a task of such difficulty, which could indeed be described as perilous. The few of them exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's uncertainty. They had initially felt fortunate to join Wang Gue's team, believing that with such a skilled leader, their safety would be assured and the task easier to accomplish. Who could have predicted they would draw the most challenging task of eliminating bandits? I think I shall check out other teams. My apologies. The vicinity of Xiaomeng Mountain is rife with ruthless bandits, merciless in their ways. Please be careful. After a brief moment of silence, one person stepped forward, followed by a few others who opted to withdraw. They were unwilling to venture into the perilous territory of Xiaomeng Mountain. Wang Gue nodded, understanding their decision. The task was indeed fraught with danger, and prioritizing one's own safety was not a fault. A short while later, the once bustling area was left with only Daniel, Wu Chun, and Xiao Luo. What about you three? Wang Gue inquired of the remaining trio. If you're not afraid, how could I possibly be? Daniel clapped Wang Gue on the shoulder. Though not blood relatives, they had grown up together, their bond profound and requiring no further words. Last time we went to Howling Canyon, we earned 100 merit points. This time, I feel we can achieve something similar. Wu Qin grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Xiao Luo, with a hint of resignation, remarked, There's nowhere else with good food. I suppose I'll just have to follow you. Seeing the three express their intentions, Wang Gue felt a surge of gratitude. True friendship reveals itself in shared adversity. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Wang Gue assured them. At that moment, a team led by Kuei happened to pass by, who glanced at Wang Gue and laughed unabashedly. Haha, looks like everyone has fled. I'm curious how you plan to complete your task. Damn it, do you wish to take a rest as well? Daniel retorted angrily, glaring fiercely at him. Kuei, far from offended, chuckled. Haha, I wish you all the best. Make sure not to meet your end out there. With that, he and his team departed. The scornful remarks left Daniel seething, muttering curses beneath his breath. Excuse me, may I join your group? Suddenly, a slender figure approached. You wish to join us? Are you aware that we are headed to eliminate bandits at Xiaomeng Mountain? Wang Gue asked in surprise, scrutinizing the newcomer, who did not strike him as familiar. After all, it was impossible for him to know everyone in a camp of hundreds. My name is Li Fugue. A hunter from a village near Xiaomeng Mountain. I often hunt in those mountains and am quite familiar with the area. I can guide you. The man nodded earnestly. Really? That would be splendid. Having a local to assist us would make the task significantly easier. Daniel's eyes lit up at this revelation. I possess limited strength, and other teams have rejected me, but here, I can at least be of some use as a guide. Li Fugue added. Upon hearing this, Wang Gue pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Having a local guide would indeed make their journey much smoother. After discussing among themselves, they made necessary preparations and promptly set off for Xiaomeng Mountain. Chapter 32. By Long Cave. Originally, the trial at the new recruits camp was merely an ordinary exercise. However, in recent days, several remarkable talents had emerged during the trials of the A, B, and C camps, drawing attention from all four factions, a rarity indeed. Thus, this time, the C camp trial, which typically would have been overlooked, was now under the spotlight. Among them, Wang Gue, who had recently gained prominence, had boldly challenged Fu Wei shortly after his breakthrough. Such courage and determination left even seasoned soldiers in awe. News of Wang Gue receiving the task to exit the city quickly spread across the various military camps, inciting considerable commotion as people began to speculate. What? They truly went. Aren't most of their team members gone, leaving only a handful? How can such a small group dare to venture forth? To send a few people to eliminate bandits is tantamount to seeking death. If it were me, I would certainly abandon the task. Those in the sea camp who were still preparing and had not yet departed expressed their astonishment, even displaying looks of pity. They perceived the endeavor as fraught with peril. Fearing dire consequences, in a bustling corner of Xuanwu City, a quaint and charming tavern lay concealed, illuminated by flickering lanterns and filled with animated chatter. Amidst the clamor, a woman clad in form-fitting attire stood tall. Her silhouette graceful and alluring, particularly accentuated by her shoulder-length fiery red hair, which drew the eye. Have you heard? That Wang Gue, who recently clashed with Fu Wei, has drawn the task of eliminating bandits at Xiaomeng Mountain during the trial at the new recruits camp. This woman was none other than Yao Hong from the Tianhe gang, who had observed the earlier confrontation, accompanied by Peng Zhen and Fang Qingshan. Eliminating bandits at Xiaomeng Mountain? What a jest. That place is no sanctuary. Even if we were to venture there, it is uncertain whether we would return unscathed. I doubt he would go. Peng Zhen initially expressed surprise, but then shook his head. Asserting his conviction, he is already on his way, with only 5 people. Fang Qingshan remarked with a knowing smile, taking a sip of fine wine. Wang Gue? The one recruited by Su Xiao. I am intrigued to see what he is capable of. Should he return safely, perhaps he will have earned my respect. Deep within the A camp, in a secluded tent, a young man clad in black sat surrounded by admirers, listening to reports from those nearby. A subtle smile of composure gracing his delicate features. Wang Gue? I do not know him. Leave me be to rest. My father truly is insistent on dragging me to this wretched place for training. It is utterly vexing. In a somewhat lavish room within the B camp, a young woman in a crimson robe reclined upon a plush sofa made of beast fur, impatiently dismissing a messenger who had come to report. How interesting. I wish to meet this Wang Gue, provided he survives his return. On the training grounds of the sea camp, a robust man chuckled heartily upon hearing the news, his bare upper body revealing bulging, rock-like muscles. In the loft of the D camp, Instructor Liang remarked, Do you think Su Tongling will, after he just met with that young man yesterday? At this moment, the instructor Zhang furrowed his brows. His gaze filled with a hint of concern and confusion as he looked towards Liang Qi, seated in the main chair. There was no way around it. To avoid offending the Su family would mean incurring the displeasure of the Qi family. It is a timeless dilemma. Moreover, this task was drawn by him personally, and everyone had witnessed it. Even if Commander Su were to question them, they could hardly be blamed. Liang Qi sighed deeply and spoke softly. Caught between 2 formidable powers, he found his position exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, his skills were exceptional, and this time he had opted for a lottery method. Even if he manipulated the results, no one would be the wiser. The beautiful aurora hung in the night sky like a vast river. As indicated by its name, Xiaomeng Mountain was a branch of the entire Shuomeng Mountain range, situated in the northeastern part of Shuang, north of the Howling Gorge. Wang Gue and his companions galloped along, spending half a day just to reach the Xiaomeng area due to the blizzard. The surrounding frozen tundra stretched endlessly, with the icy winds and blinding snow obscuring their vision, rendering the landscape a desolate expanse. Under the faint glow of the aurora, the dark sky's horizon hinted at the majestic and mysterious Shuomeng Mountain. As nightfall approached, we must swiftly find a refuge from the cold. Wang Gue produced a map, searching for a location to escape the storm. Each of them carried sufficient fire essence stones, so they need not fear the cold toxins. However, the prolonged journey, compounded by the harsh chill of the night, posed a considerable challenge for the other members of the team. Hey, Li Fugue, didn't you say you're a local? Lead us to your home for shelter. Daniu, shivering from the cold, had yet to break through to the Meridian realm, making him more vulnerable to the chill than Wang Gue. From the rear of the group, Li Fugue's eyes flickered as he replied, My home isn't nearby, but I know of a valley where we can take refuge. Daniu, growing impatient, urged the group onward, and they followed Li Fugue to a valley to escape the cold. Having traveled all day, they were famished, and along the way, Daniu and Li Fugue had caught 2 snow hares. Starting a fire to roast them for a meal. Inside the tent, the group, illuminated by the light of the fire essence stones, scrutinized the map, contemplating strategies for their mission. According to the intelligence I gathered in the city, there are over 20 bandit lairs around Xiaomeng Mountain, among which 9 are particularly notorious, and Bailong Cave is one of them, albeit at the bottom of the hierarchy, Wu Chan stated slowly. However, even as a lower-tier lair, its leader, Huang Ba, is a formidable force at the mid-level of Meridian Realm, not to mention he commands nearly 100 bandits, all entrenched in a cave that is easy to defend but hard to assault. And we? He then glanced at the others present, shaking his head with a sigh. Damn, Danyu exclaimed, eyes wide. Their target for this mission was the Bailong Cave bandit lair, and Wu Chun turned his gaze to Wang Gui, the team leader and the backbone of the mission, eager to see how he would navigate such a predicament. Wang Gui focused intently on the map, deep in thought. Wang Gui, when are we eating? I'm nearly starving, complained Xiao Luo, seemingly more concerned about his stomach, looking disheveled and dressed lazily, resembling a beggar. Just then, the tent flap opened, and Li Fugui entered, carrying 2 bloody snow hares. What the hell? You didn't skin them. And you didn't clean out the entrails properly. Can you even cook a hare? You can't catch one when asked, and you can't skin it cleanly either. Step aside, let me handle it. Danyu glared at him, resigned to take matters into his own hands while Li Fugui could only smile sheepishly. Once the hares were prepped, Wang Gui took charge of the cooking, adding some herbs to ward off the cold and provide warmth. His culinary skills were admired by all present, and even Li Fugui gave him a thumbs up after tasting the dish. We must find a way to infiltrate Bailong Cave and locate the bandit leader. If we can eliminate Huang Ba, the remaining ruffians will scatter like birds and beasts, posing no threat. After some deliberation, Wang Gui proposed the strategy of capturing the leader first, recognizing that with their limited numbers, a frontal assault would be tantamount to folly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, yet they soon faced a daunting challenge. How to stealthily infiltrate under the bandits' noses. The tent fell into silence, the only sound being the crackling of the fire, as each person furrowed their brows, lost in deep contemplation. I know of a small path on the mountain that leads directly to the rear of Bailong Cave. Li Fugui suddenly interjected, his voice steady. The group's attention quickly turned to him. Oh? You know about this? Wang Gui replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. Li Fugui nodded gently, explaining, it was a chance discovery while hunting on the mountain. The path is quite concealed and difficult to detect. Once the winds and snow diminish tomorrow night, I can lead you there. Chapter 33. The employer's surname is Chi. The next night, Wang Gui and his companions set out along the small path at the back mountain. Guided by Li Fugui, the path twisted and turned, eventually leading them to a clearing. What? Aren't we moving forward? Or do you not know the way and merely brought us here? Wang Gui's cold voice echoed from behind as Li Fugui abruptly halted in the clearing. Oh? You figured it out? Li Fugui sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his gaunt face. Damn it, I suspected something was off with you from the start. I sensed something was amiss when you so eagerly wanted to join us. Danyu pointed an accusing finger at him. Xiao Luo shot Danyu a strange look, recalling that he hadn't voiced such suspicions earlier. Wang Gui continued, from the moment you claimed your home wasn't nearby, I began to have my doubts. You say you're a hunter, yet you lack even the most basic hunting skills. Furthermore, you claim this was a path you discovered while hunting, yet we've seen no signs of wildlife along the way. It's hard not to suspect you cleared the area beforehand. Wang Gui lifted his gaze, scanning their surroundings, and spoke in a somber tone. Since we are all gathered, there's no need for secrecy. Come out. In his eyes, the snowdrifts concealed several crimson health bars. Even Li Fugui's had turned red. As his words fell, figures surged forth from the snowdrifts. Heh, you're quite clever to have noticed, but the outcome will still be the same. Li Fugui shrugged, a sinister glint in his eyes. Fugui, you're late, leaving us freezing here all night. The leader, a rotund man wielding 2 iron hammers, grumbled at Li Fugui. What's your rush, Tietuo? Didn't I bring them? Li Fugui retorted, unwilling to let them know he had been delayed by his craving for food. Which one is Wang Gui? The lead bandit asked, his iron hammer pointed accusingly at the group. Hearing this, Danyu and the others exchanged glances, realizing they were specifically targeting Wang Gui. Li Fugui gestured towards the man in the center with a cold chuckle. That's him. You are Wang Gui? Tietuo's eyes gleamed. His gaze fixated on Wang Gui as if he were a coveted treasure. Who sent you? Wang Gui's voice grew grave. 4 individuals suddenly appeared before them, each possessing the strength of the early Meridian realm. While they were not particularly formidable, they were more than a match for a team with only one member at that level. You don't need to know that. We can't disclose our employer's information so casually. We have professional ethics as bandits. Once we deal with you, we'll move on to our next job, Tietuo chuckled. Professional ethics, taking 2 jobs at once, aren't you afraid of overextending yourself? Wu Chen remarked. Heh, that's none of your concern. Hand over Wang Gui's life, and I might let you go, Tietuo declared, his mood buoyant. Their employer had paid a handsome sum for Wang Gui's capture. Why waste words with them? Let's take them out. Perhaps our employer will reward us further, Li Fugui sneered. Exactly right, brothers. Capture them all. Not a single one shall escape, Tietuo commanded, and with that, the surrounding bandits closed in. Wang Gui, let us see how you handle this. Li Fugui observed, relishing the sight of Wang Gui and his team being cornered. But before he could finish, he suddenly felt a violent churn in his stomach, followed by intense pain. Fugui, what's wrong with you? Tietuo exclaimed, astonished, as he watched Li Fugui clutch his abdomen and roll on the ground. Heh, feeling unwell, are we? I figured something was off with you, so I added a little something extra to the soup you drank today, Dainyu said mischievously, having informed the others of Li Fugui's treachery. Li Fugui had yet to unleash a curse before he succumbed to his discomfort, rushing to a nearby snowdrift to relieve himself. Damn it, Li Fugui, you're utterly useless. Tietuo cursed as the sounds of distress emanated from behind the snowdrift. Brothers, attack! Shifting his focus back to Wang Gui and his companions, Tietuo's expression turned fierce as he charged forward. Iron Hammer raised high. Be cautious, everyone. If we can't win, retreat. Their target is me. Wang Gui whispered instructions to those beside him, the absence of Li Fugui resulting in an equilibrium of 4 against 4. However, even with the numbers evenly matched, in terms of individual prowess, they still found themselves at a disadvantage, a motley crew, hardly worthy of fear. Wu Chen's tone was nonchalant, revealing his disdain. Without further ado, each person sought their opponent. Wang Gui unsheathed the Qingyin blade without hesitation, confronting the charging Tietuo. Clang! The collision of blade and hammer produced a jarring metallic sound. The Qingyin blade danced swiftly in his hand, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, its gleaming edge infused with a fierce assault aimed relentlessly at Tietuo. Tietuo, wielding a hefty hammer, swung with great force, shielding himself thoroughly, leaving no opportunity for his adversary. You've underestimated me. However, how long can your friends hold out? Tietuo was momentarily startled by the sudden onslaught from his opponent, his arm numbed from the impact. Fortunately, it was only the latter who posed a significant threat. As long as he could endure until his companions dispatched the other 3 and provided support, Wang Gui was destined for demise. You should focus on your own affairs. Wang Gui scoffed coldly, once again launching into a flurry of attacks with the Qingyin blade, this time with even greater ferocity and speed. Clang, clang. The relentless sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying. Meanwhile, Wu Chen had engaged in combat with the scarred man, his long sword wielded with the grace of a flowing dragon, striking with lightning speed. Momentarily gaining the upper hand, Xiao Luo faced a burly man with a face full of beard, the latter brandishing a large knife, exuding a ferocious aura, each strike imbued with a chilling murderous intent. Yet curiously, no matter how the giant swung his blade, he could not land a hit on Xiao Luo, who effortlessly evaded his blows. On the other hand, Dinyo found himself in a far less favorable situation, struggling against the slender bandit before him. Despite Dinyo's imposing stature, he was being pushed back relentlessly. Haha, I suggest you surrender. Your friend is on the verge of collapse. Tietuo glanced at Dinyo, who was clearly at a disadvantage, and laughed heartily, though he secretly regretted underestimating his opponents, wishing he had brought more men. You must be mistaken. Take another look. Wang Gui's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his voice calm. Tietuo cast a wary glance to the side, only to find that, apart from the thin monkey's advantage, the other 2 battles were unfolding poorly, quickly succumbing to defeat. This is impossible. Could the intelligence be flawed? Tietuo gasped in horror. The information provided by his employer had indicated that Wang Gui was the only martial artist of the initial stage, yet now 2 others had appeared from thin air. And they were formidable. Had he been duped? Although Wang Gui was unaware of the exact strength of Wu Chen and Xiao Luo, he was certain they were anything but ordinary. One had emerged from the icy caverns of the Wailing Canyon, and it was inconceivable that he lacked some means of survival. As for Xiao Luo, he was even more enigmatic. In the entire Xianyan city, no apothecary had ever surfaced, Yet he was well-versed in the rare profession and had a distinct passion for food. Discerning the uniqueness of his dishes with a single taste, Wang Gui had long suspected the two's mysterious nature. They had deliberately concealed their abilities. Witnessing their effortless handling of the bandits only confirmed his suspicions. Reveal your employer's identity. I may spare your life. Flames danced upon the Qingyan blade in Wang Gui's hand, a searing aura rapidly enveloping the area, his assault becoming increasingly swift and fierce. Tietchuo found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, soon facing defeat. Even employing the pig-slaying technique, he could contend with the mid-level of the Meridian stage, thus dispatching Tietchuo, who was merely at the initial stage. Was a trivial matter. It was a man with the surname Qi who hired us to kill you. The latter, pressed against Wang Gui's blade, turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he hastily confessed. Wang Gui frowned slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it was they. I told you, you could be spared. Before he could finish, the Qingyan blade swiftly sliced through Tietchuo's throat. The latter tried to utter something, but no words came forth, only blood gushing forth as he gazed at Wang Gui with resentment and unwillingness, collapsing into a pool of blood. After Tietchuo's life extinguished, 3 luminous orbs floated into Wang Gui's body. Witnessing this scene, Wang Gui stood in a daze. Does killing yield rewards? Chapter 34. The banquet at the White Dragon Cave. With Tietchuo's demise, the remaining bandits completely lost their will to resist. Swiftly falling to Wu Qian and the others. Where's Li Fugui? Oh no! Dinyo counted the bodies and realized one was missing. He rushed to a nearby snow pit, only to be taken aback. There lay Li Fugui, unmoving amidst a grotesque mix of excrement, vomit, and blood-soaked snow. Plugging his nose, Dinyo prodded him with a spear. Discovering he was already lifeless, Dinyo grimaced inwardly, realizing his prior dosage had been too potent, causing the unfortunate fellow to meet his end from sheer diarrhea. The group gathered to discuss their next steps. Wang Gui, whom have you offended? Xiao Luo inquired curiously, glancing at Wang Gui, who stood in a daze, wondering why someone would hire a hit on a rookie, even pursuing him to this place. Meanwhile, Wu Qin's eyes flickered with understanding. He had already pieced together much of the situation. What should we do now? This path seems to be a ruse. With Li Fugui dead, how do we gain entry to the White Dragon Cave? Dinyo rummaged through the remaining bandits, finding no useful items, returning to the pressing matter at hand. Wu Qian and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, shrugging, uncertain of what to do next, before all eyes turned to Wang Gui. Wang Gui remained silent, currently examining the contents of his backpack, his gaze fixed on the luminous orbs he had just acquired. Black Cloud Token Description: an ordinary identity token from the Black Cloud Stronghold. Possessing this token allows free entry and exit from the stronghold. Map of the White Dragon Cave. Description: contains information on the defenses surrounding the White Dragon Cave and its internal layout. Wedding Invitation. Description: in 3 days, the Lord of the White Dragon Cave, Huang Ba, is to wed Lu Yuqing, daughter of the original Snow Python Stronghold. You are cordially invited. A token, a map, and an invitation. Upon seeing these 3 items, Wang Gui's eyes suddenly lit up. I do have a splendid plan. In the Xiaomeng Mountain Valley, the snow along the winding mountain path had been cleared. Red lanterns made of fire element stones hung on either side, resembling a colossal red serpent leading up to a mountainside where a stronghold of nearly several hundred square meters awaited. That moment, the stronghold's entrance was festooned with decorations. Today marked the joyous occasion of Lord Huang Ba's wedding, with many nearby strongholds sending representatives to celebrate, creating a lively atmosphere. Dungeon. White Dragon Cave. The entire cave was blanketed in thick snow, its shape resembling a ferocious white dragon with its mouth agape. The passage was deep and intricate. Within the cave's depths lay a naturally formed stone hall, spacious enough to serve as the main venue for the wedding. The grand hall was already filled to capacity, a red carpet dividing the space, as several scantily clad dancers frolicked in the center, while bandits clinked cups and exchanged pleasantries, reveling in the festivities. Report: the Black Cloud Stronghold has come to offer congratulations. With that declaration, several figures, led by guards, entered the grand hall. Our Iron Stronghold leader has dispatched us to wish Lord Huang a prosperous marriage. May your union be everlasting. The figures bowed respectfully towards the elevated platform. At the forefront, a burly man with a twisted beard lounged against a throne made of beast bones, draped in a celebratory red robe, his rugged features marred by a deep scar, leaving only one eye visible. While a snow-white tiger lay at his feet, Huang Ba, mid-meridian stage, beside him, a graceful figure draped in a red veil, presumably Huang Ba's bride, sat elegantly. Where is Tietuo? Does he believe this lord unworthy of his presence at the wedding feast? Huang Ba's icy gaze swept over the crowd from the black cloud stronghold, his brow furrowing slightly, the scar on his face contorting like a serpent. Lord of the cave, you jest. Our stronghold leader has caught a chill and is bedridden. Fearing to infect you and disrupt your joyous occasion. Wang Gue bowed and offered an apologetic smile. Humph, that foolish fellow. He likely dashed off to take another job. Well, since you are here, take a seat. Bring forth the wine. Huang Ba waved dismissively, unimpressed, then raised his cup for a hearty drink. As they took their seats, several maidens approached to serve them. As the banquet commenced, many others arrived to extend their congratulations. All hailing from nearby strongholds. The entire banquet hall was illuminated by flickering candles, shadows dancing, the air rich with the aroma of exquisite cuisine and fine wine. Wang Gue gently swirled his jade cup, his gaze discreetly surveying the surroundings, noting approximately 50 to 60 attendees, yet the most crucial figure was Huang Ba atop the platform. The latter possessed a cultivation level at the mid-meridian stage. After exchanging a subtle glance, Wu Qian unhesitatingly lifted a jar of fine wine and stood up to toast each guest present. Simultaneously, Daniel stealthily slipped out of the room with a wine jar in hand, while Xiao Luo, unnoticed in a fleeting moment, quietly ignited an incense stick beneath the table. The curling blue smoke rose silently, spreading throughout the area. Wang Gue then rose and approached the red carpet. Addressing the figure above, Master Huang, our Iron Village leader has recently discovered a treasure map in a secret cave. Today is your auspicious day, and I have been specially sent to present this map to you. On the platform, Huang Ba could hardly contain his eagerness to unveil the covering, but was momentarily halted upon hearing the words treasure map from below. His outstretched arm hesitated slightly before his fiery gaze quickly shifted to the figure below. And he inquired with curiosity, "Oh, what kind of map is it? Bring it up for me to see." Wang Gue swiftly ascended the platform, producing the map and placing it on the table. It is said that this map records the treasure of a powerful Yuan Wu realm expert. Oh, Yuan Wu realm? Quickly, open it and let us have a look. The Yuan Wu realm represents the third level of martial artists, capable of shaking mountains and seas with astonishing destructive power. Upon hearing of the treasure belonging to a Yuan Wu realm master, Huang Ba's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged Wang Gue to unveil the map. Wang Gue leisurely opened the map, only to feel an unsettling familiarity wash over him. Wait, this map? It seems so familiar. Isn't this from Bai? Huang Ba's left eye widened in a glare as he scrutinized the map on the table, growing increasingly aware of its resemblance. Just as he picked it up for a closer inspection, a dagger suddenly lunged at him from his right side. Swish! Years of bloodshed had honed his instincts, and in that instant, he felt a grave danger. His body reacted instinctively, sidestepping to evade. However, due to a blind spot in his vision, he was still caught off guard and the dagger grazed his arm, blood seeping from the wound. You seek death. The intense pain in his right shoulder swiftly eclipsed the effects of the alcohol, and Huang Ba glared fiercely at the figure beside him. Without further ado, Wang Gue's dagger, akin to a coiled viper, struck again in a flash. This time, however, Huang Ba was on high alert. He exerted force with his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the table, sending it flying as a perfect shield against the dagger's lethal assault. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the table split in two, and a snow-white figure suddenly lunged forward. Wang Gue was taken aback. Not anticipating that Huang Ba's pet lion would appear at this moment, his heart racing with alarm, he hastily raised his hand to defend himself, witnessing the lion open its massive jaws, revealing its sharp fangs, and standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Caught off guard, Wang Gue stumbled off the platform and fell heavily onto the crimson carpet below. The sudden turn of events instantly captured the attention of everyone in the grand hall. What is happening? However, the guests had already succumbed to the drowsiness induced by Wu Qin's drugged wine, their eyes growing heavy as they slumped to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 35. Fierce battle with Huangba Wang Gui. Are you all right? Xiao Luo swiftly darted from his seat, concern etched on his face. Huangba has already been injured by your poisoned dagger, but that lion is formidable. Be cautious. Wang Gui rose, shaking his head, but felt a sudden pang of numbness and pain in his right arm. Glancing down, he saw several ghastly claw marks at the joint, blood trickling from his fingertips. The majority of the bandits in the hall had been incapacitated by Wu Qin's drugged wine, leaving only a few bewildered mountain bandits from other factions in the corner, staring in shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, the stone doors of the hall remained firmly shut, with Dinyo guarding outside. Unless something drastic occurred, those outside would remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Huangba killed our Iron Village leader. The Black Cloud Village seeks revenge, so all bystanders should swiftly retreat. Wang Gui proclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the hall. The dancers and maidens scattered in fright, finding refuge behind the stone pillars, their faces painted with terror as they gazed towards the unfolding confrontation. Behind them, Wu Chun's gaze turned icy as he fixed his attention on several individuals. This matter concerns the grudge between the Black Cloud Village and the White Dragon Cave. It has nothing to do with you. You all would do well to remain still, or do not blame my sword for being merciless. Absolutely, this has nothing to do with us. We won't move. We saw nothing. The sudden chaos left these individuals momentarily dazed, glancing around at the unconscious figures sprawled beneath the tables and the sharp sword before them, their faces drained of color as they nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain. After quickly scanning the surroundings to confirm there were no remaining enemies, Wang Gui turned his attention back to the figure on the platform. Huangba, mid-phase of pulse connection, life, 96. 94, status, blood poison, level 2, you're full of nonsense. I have nothing to do with Iron Tuo's death. Huangba's face twisted with anger upon hearing the accusation of having killed Iron Tuo. He had not seen Iron Tuo in over a month. He had even invited him to his wedding, which Iron Tuo had declined to attend. His death has nothing to do with me? Before he could finish his retort, a sharp pain in his chest caused him to cough violently. Looking down at the wound on his arm, he saw black blood vessels resembling a spider's web crawling across his entire limb. You little brat, you actually poisoned me. Huangba glared coldly at Wang Gui, his voice laced with deadly intent. All's fair in war. You are quite powerful, but if I do not employ some extraordinary means, how can I avenge our Iron Village leader? Wang Gui's calm visage broke into a cold smile. For days, they had been scheming and preparing. Although Wang Gui had obtained an invitation and infiltrated the White Dragon Cave using the identity of the Black Cloud Village, to act under the watchful eyes of many would be akin to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, the opponent was a formidable mid-phase pulse connection expert, adding to the considerable difficulty. Thus, after much deliberation, Wang Gui decided to resort to poison. Can you handle that lion? Despite his opponent being afflicted by severe poison, Huangba's foundation remained formidable and not to be underestimated. Wang Gui felt a twinge of caution. Swiftly drawing the Qing Yin blade, the blade enveloped in layers of crimson flames. The pet lion beside Huangba could not be ignored. Even from their brief exchange, Wang Gui sensed its tenacity. Do not worry. I am well versed in dealing with ferocious beasts, Xiao Luo chuckled, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. Seeing the confidence radiating from his companion, Wang Gui shifted his entire focus back to the figure on the platform. Recognizing the urgency to resolve Huangba swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications, in the next moment, Wang Gui transformed into a shadow, charging forward with his blade raised. Damn it, if you wish to kill me, come at me directly. Why bother with such grandiose justifications? Today, I shall see how you can harm me even while poisoned. Huangba laughed furiously, stepping forth as his mid-phase pulse connection aura erupted with force. He reached back, grasping a long spear positioned behind the bone seat, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, the spear tip gleaming menacingly toward Wang Gui's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the grand hall. At the rear, Wu Chun remained motionless, bound by his duty to keep watch over the bandits and the panicked maidens and dancers, ensuring every movement was under control to prevent any escape that might expose their plans. Thus, Wu Chun could only narrow his eyes, observing the fierce conflict ahead. Wang Gui dared not underestimate the situation, his gaze piercing as he exerted every ounce of strength into each strike. His opponent was the notorious leader of the bandits, and this was a battle for life and death. With a flick of his wrist, the long blade ignited with flames, the sharpness of his technique accompanied by a scorching wave, descending upon Huang Ba like a torrential downpour. Child's play, Huang Ba scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He wielded his long spear with the grace of the wind, continuously thrusting to shatter the fiery blade energy. The two figures intertwined. Engaged in a fierce struggle, the scorching blade energy met with the piercing sounds of metal clashing echoing throughout the hall, the residual force shattering nearby tables, leaving chaos in their wake. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Wang Gue utilized a feint to evade Huang Ba's thrust and swiftly maneuvered to his side, driving the blazing blade toward Huang Ba's waist. What? Huang Ba gasped, caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver. However, he reacted swiftly, rotating the spear to block the lethal strike. Yet, just as he prepared to counterattack, he suddenly felt his arm weaken, losing its strength in a moment of distraction. The fiery blade energy surged toward him once more. Thud! Huang Ba failed to evade and was struck by the fiery attack, coughing up blood as he was sent flying several meters away. The remaining bandits gasped in shock, fully aware of Huang Ba's strength. How could he have lost? Wu Chen's expression remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the empty space ahead. He had not anticipated such terrifying poison, capable of corroding one's veins and flesh. Huang Ba swiftly rose to his feet. Tilting his head to glance over at T that moment, his entire right arm had turned a ghastly shade of purple. The violent battle had rapidly allowed the poison to spread throughout his arm, rendering it utterly useless. In addition to his astonishment at the terrifying nature of the toxin, a sudden resolve flickered deep within Huang Ba's gaze. He grasped the gun's muzzle with his left hand and forcefully thrust it into his right arm. Then, with a decisive flick, he severed his entire right arm at the shoulder. Witnessing this scene, Wang Gue felt a chill run down his spine, shocked by Huang Ba's ruthless determination. To prevent the venom from spreading throughout his body, he had resorted to amputating his own arm. Huang Ba, peak mid-stage pulse connection, life, 42 status, berserk, secret technique, blood-eye frenzy. Having severed his arm, Huang Ba's poisoned state indeed vanished. Wait, what is this secret technique, blood-eye frenzy? In the moment of Wang Gue's astonished contemplation, Huang Ba, not far away, roared with fury, his garments exploding apart to reveal his muscular torso. Boom. Simultaneously, his aura surged like a runaway stallion, wildly advancing, subtly brushing against the threshold of late-stage pulse connection, reaching the pinnacle of mid-stage. Upon Huang Ba's bare chest, striking crimson patterns began to emerge, resembling bloodthirsty serpents coiling around him. These bloodlines traversed his neck, spread to his cheeks, and ultimately converged upon his left eye. The entire eye, both the pupil and the surrounding sclera, was consumed by a sea of scarlet. The scar beneath his blood-red eye, combined with his chilling visage, appeared vividly alive, amplifying his ferocity and terror. Kid, today your life shall serve as a burial offering for my severed arm. Chapter 36. A dangerous move, you little scoundrel, daring to disrupt my wedding. Prepare to die. Huang Ba's eyes blazed with bloodlust as he threw back his head and laughed maniacally, then stomped his foot against the ground, launching himself towards Wang Gue. Faced with Huang Ba, who resembled a bloodthirsty beast, Wang Gue's expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed that the latter was far more formidable than Fu Wei had been during his fiery poison outbreak. He watched the figure before him rapidly magnifying in his vision. Wang Gue dared not confront him head-on and could only retreat in haste. Run? Do you truly believe you can escape? Once I slay you, I shall decimate your Black Cloud stronghold tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. With a misstrike, the stone pillars of the steps before him crumbled under the force of Huang Ba's gunshot. As he steadied himself, his blood-red gaze casting a cold glance at the fleeing figure, a chilling laughter echoing throughout the great hall. Bang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Huang Ba's form shot forth like a cannonball, the ground beneath him shattering as he resembled a humanoid beast, exuding immense power. After unleashing his berserk secret technique, Huang Ba's strength and speed had seen a dramatic enhancement compared to before. How fast? Seeing the figure appear before him like a specter, Wang Gue turned pale with fear. The opponent's speed was far too swift. Leaving him no time to evade, He could only raise his blade defensively, die. Muscles in Huang Ba's arm bulged like coiling dragons. His blood-red eyes locked onto Wang Gui with a menacing glare as crimson energy surged rapidly along his spear. Blood Soul Spear Kill. With a furious roar, the blood-red spear unleashed a fierce beam of energy, slicing through the air like a crimson dragon, targeting Wang Gui with deadly intent. Bang! The spear clashed with the Qingyan blade, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Under this force, Wang Gui was sent flying, crashing violently against the stone wall behind him before collapsing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. His internal energy surged violently, causing Wang Gui's complexion to pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his black armor shattering into dust. Life. 18. That strike from Huang Ba had nearly claimed his life. Wang Gui hurriedly extracted a medicinal pill and swallowed it, taking a recovery pill. Life. 36, 54, 78. This recovery pill had been given to him by Su Wanning in the Howling Canyon. It was a high-grade healing potion that Wang Gui had preserved until now. Wang Gui, are you all right? Not far away, Xiao Luo's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing the scene. She rushed over, her concern evident. Fear not, I am not dead yet. Wang Gui bitterly shook his head. The tumult within his body still caused him to cough several times. He then cast a serious gaze towards the fissure stretching dozens of meters across the ground, on the other side of which Huang Ba's formidable and menacing figure stared back at him. Had it not been for the life-saving pill, Wang Gui would have lacked the confidence to confront Huang Ba directly. But now that the pill was spent, every step forward required utmost caution. You actually survived my blood-soul spear kill? A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Ba's eyes, quickly replaced by a chilling glare as he sneered. Kid, you possess some skill, but alas, today you all shall perish. No sooner had he spoken than Huang Ba charged forward once more, wielding his spear with one hand, the blood-red weapon swirling in a threatening manner. Be careful, Wang Gui urgently warned, but before he could make his next move, Xiao Luo suddenly turned her gaze toward the rear, her eyes glimmering with an unusual blue light. Stop him. At that critical moment, the snow-white lion, previously crouched beneath the stone pillars of the Great Hall, seemed to receive a command. It let out an earth-shattering roar and, in a series of leaps, pounced towards Huang Ba, unexpectedly intercepting his assault. What? The sudden turn of events caught Huang Ba off guard. He could scarcely believe that the spirit beast he had trained would turn against its master. The instantaneous shift left those present in shock. Even Wang Gui gaping in astonishment and confusion. To be sure, once spirit beasts acknowledged their master, they would not easily bare their fangs unless they were inherently violent and bloodthirsty creatures that were difficult to tame, such as exotic beasts. However, the occurrence before them shattered all preconceived notions. How did you manage this? Wang Gui blinked in disbelief, staring incredulously at Xiao Luo beside him. Naturally, it's a secret. Xiao Luo lightly pouted, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue before she swallowed them back, her eyes glinting with mischief and mystery. Wang Gui, understanding her intent, refrained from pressing further. After all, who among them did not harbor a few hidden secrets? Even he himself possessed mysteries unknown to the outside world. In this bizarre realm, the extraordinary abilities concealed within others hardly warranted shock. Huang Ba must have utilized some secret technique to enhance his strength. But while such techniques are powerful, they come with time limits and significant side effects. We only need to stall for a while, and Huang Ba will inevitably fall. Xiao Luo observed the figure engaged in battle with the snow lion, speaking solemnly. Such techniques that could temporarily boost one's strength were indeed formidable, often yielding unexpected results in combat. Even when facing stronger opponents, one could still possess the capability to fight back thanks to such techniques. A flicker of fervor ignited within Wang Gui. If he could acquire such a technique, his power would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. Approximately 3 minutes later, the situation in the arena unfolded as Xiao Luo had anticipated. Creak! Huang Ba's muscles suddenly began to wither without warning, as if one could hear the eerie sounds of bones tightening and muscles compressing. His entire body began to spasm, revealing deep claw marks that could be seen down to the bone. While his face twisted in horror, with a sudden spurt of blood, his aura plummeted rapidly. In stark contrast, the snow lion appeared equally ghastly, its body riddled with wounds, and its formerly snow-white fur had turned a deep crimson. It was unimaginable what kind of brutal struggle this man and beast had endured. Seeing the opportunity, Wang Gui acted swiftly, leaping forth and drawing his blade. The Qingyan blade transformed into a fiery arc, thrusting directly at Huang Ba's back. Pfft! Who would have imagined that Huang Ba, would fall to a mere brat like you? Huang Ba's gaze locked onto the blade protruding from his chest, his mouth slightly agape as blood surged within his mouth. His words dripped with profound unwillingness and indignation, and with that, his body collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. As Huang Ba breathed his last, the great hall fell into an oppressive silence. The notorious Huang Ba has been vanquished. Those of you who wish to live, remain still and do not move. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. From the front of the hall, Wang Gui's voice rang out with authority. Those who had been hiding in the corners, hoping to seize the opportunity to escape, quickly abandoned that notion and obediently remained in place, awaiting their fate. Nearby, several bandits from other strongholds struggled to comprehend the reality before them. The formidable leader of the White Dragon Cave, Huang Ba, had been slain just like that. At that moment, Wu Chen also rushed in from behind, casting a deep glance at Xiao Luo before turning to Wang Gui, his brow furrowing slightly. You acted far too recklessly. When Wang Gui initially proposed this plan, he was taken aback. The audacity of the latter was indeed astonishing. Had there been even the slightest misstep, the few of them, trapped within the enemy's camp, would have faced certain death. Fortunately, it ultimately proved successful, which led him to harbor a newfound admiration for them. Wang Gui, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose, realizing that this was perhaps the best strategy he could devise. Faced with an adversary whose strength and numbers far exceeded theirs, they could only resort to risky maneuvers to achieve an unexpected victory. What do you intend to do with these individuals? Wu Chun inquired, casting a glance at the trembling figures huddled in the corners. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, he had yet to formulate a plan. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Look, he added, as Xiao Luo suddenly patted Wang Gui on the shoulder and gestured toward the elevated platform ahead. Following her indication, Wang Gui's gaze fell upon a graceful figure adorned in resplendent bridal attire. Quietly directing her gaze toward their direction. Lu Yuqing, Chapter 37. The new cave master as he lifted his eyes to the woman in red atop the platform, Wang Gui momentarily froze, recalling the details from the wedding invitation he had once received. She was indeed Lu Yuqing of the Snow Python stronghold. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and astonishment in their singular focus on eliminating the White Dragon Cave's leader, Huang Ba. They had completely overlooked the existence of his bride. However, what astonished Wang Gui was that, logically, having killed her husband, she ought to harbor a deep-seated hatred toward him. Yet, in his perception, Lu Yuqing's health indicator was white, signifying that she bore no ill will toward them. While the reason for this remained a mystery, it at least spared them some trouble. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Gui was about to speak when the enchanting figure on the platform initiated the dialogue. Are you the one who killed Huang Ba? Dressed in her crimson attire, she descended the steps with the grace of a lotus flower. As her red veil fluttered away, it revealed a flawless and exquisite visage. Wang Gui found himself momentarily entranced by the beauty before him, as were Xiao Luo and Wu Chun, who stood nearby, equally astonished by her appearance. After a moment of silence, he offered a non-committal nod. Do you not wish to avenge Huang Ba? The intensity of her gaze made Wang Gui feel slightly uncomfortable, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in an attempt to gauge her intentions. With features as delicate as a painting, Lu Yuqing shook her head, seemingly relieved, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Gui as she softly spoke. I was merely forced into marriage with him. Your act of killing him has, in fact, turned out to be a blessing for me. At her words, Xiao Luo and Wu Chun exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the implications. I am the daughter of Lu Feng, the leader of the Snow Python stronghold. A few years ago, my father disappeared while searching for treasures. Seizing this opportunity, the Dark Magic Cave's Elder Qian led an attack on the Snow Python stronghold, pillaging our treasures and seizing our territory. Lu Yuqing gently waved her sleeves, her jade hands clasped in front of her, a flicker of resentment and coldness gracing her lovely face. Out of desperation, I sought refuge with Huang Ba, hoping he would help me exact revenge. However, little did I know, this villain, while verbally agreeing, harbored ulterior motives, secretly appropriating all the resources I had brought with me, and seeking to claim me as his own. insisting on our marriage. Wang Gui, upon hearing her account, could discern no deception in her words. He couldn't help but regard her with renewed scrutiny, as her composure and restraint stirred something within him. The plight of a father lost, a stronghold conquered by enemies, and the desire for vengeance that led her into a trap, leaving her as a mere lamb in the jaws of a tiger. Her tragic tale evoked a measure of pity. What do you plan to do now? You are free. If you wish to leave, I will not impede you. Wang Gui pursed his lips, gazing at Lu Yuqing as he slowly inquired. Lu Yuqing did not answer directly. Instead, she turned the question back to him. What do you intend to do with the people here? And how will you handle the White Dragon Cave? Her words reverberated through the spacious hall, drawing the attention of the servants and dancers who had been hiding in the corners, their eyes now fixed on the young man who held the power to determine their fates. Wang Gui fell silent. With Huang Ba's demise, the remaining individuals became inconsequential. However, if they were to be completely dispersed, it was likely that they would reconvene within a few days, possibly forming new factions like the Azure Dragon Cave or the Yellow Dragon Cave to continue their nefarious deeds. A stronghold cannot be leaderless for even a day. According to the customs here, whoever kills the leader can take their place. You have slain Huang Ba. Thus, you are the new master here. Lu Yuqing observed his indecision, suddenly breaking into a mysterious smile, uttering words that left Wang Gui astounded. You shall be the leader here. Wang Gui's mouth fell agape, but then his gaze flickered, plunging into contemplation. Beside him, Wu Qian and Xiao Luo wore expressions of disbelief. Indeed, young sir, according to the customs of our Shao Meng Mountain's 9 strongholds, whoever slays the leader of the 9 strongholds may ascend to that position. As the trio grappled with their astonishment, a group of bandits from other factions, positioned not far behind, interjected. Yes, we witnessed it firsthand. It was you who killed Huang Ba, young Siard. By the rules, the position of the leader of the White Dragon Cave now belongs to you. Another bandit affirmed, having seen the confrontation unfold. The title of Master of the White Dragon Cave sounds quite appealing. If I want it, I shall claim it. Wu Qian chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Fear not, we shall keep your secret. Xiao Luo chimed in, equally amused. At that moment, the door burst open, and Daniel rushed in, having grown anxious over the passage of time, concerned for Wang Gui's safety. However, upon spotting Huang Ba's lifeless body on the ground, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Wu Qian and Xiao Luo turned their gazes toward Wang Gui, eager to hear his response. After careful deliberation, weighing the multitude of advantages and disadvantages, Wang Gui gradually inclined his head in agreement. Very well, since that is the case, I shall comply. Having the support of a faction would undoubtedly facilitate his future growth and development. Moreover, the White Dragon Cave, now teeming with bandits, could be organized under his command, transforming them into a useful asset. Seeing this, Wu Qian and Xiao Luo exchanged knowing smiles, while Daniel remained somewhat bewildered. With Lu Yuqing's assistance, they summoned the multitude of bandits outside. Although initially skeptical, the undeniable presence of Huang Ba's corpse ultimately swayed them. After a brief moment of shock and hesitation, they acknowledged Wang Gui's position as their leader. All hail Wang Gui as the new master of the White Dragon Cave. The intoxicated patrons beneath the table, upon awakening, wore expressions of utter bewilderment as they discovered that the White Dragon Cave had acquired a new leader. How astonishing it was that a mere drinking session had culminated in such a dramatic change of command. Fortunately, no one voiced any objections, for the customs of Shao Meng Mountain dictated such matters, and they had all borne witness to the event. Once the formalities were concluded, the crowd dispersed, and Wang Gui, guided by a maid, made his way to a spacious and luxurious chamber to rest. Though the Su Yuan Dan had fortified his heart, Huang Ba's ferocious attacks had been brutal, and without adequate recuperation, he feared lasting repercussions. Surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, formerly belonging to Huang Ba but now his own, Wang Gui couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Who would have imagined that one who set out to eradicate bandits would, in a twist of fate, become the leader of this band of rogues? The turns of destiny often unfold in the most unexpected and even darkly humorous ways. His swift agreement to assume the role of cave master stemmed not only from the desire to cultivate a supportive force for his future endeavors, but also from the valuable item he had acquired from Huang Ba. White Dragon Cave's mysterious token description. Not an ordinary token, This mysterious emblem serves as a crucial medium of communication with the spirit of the cave. Effect. Holding this token allows one to sign contracts within the White Dragon Cave, binding oneself to the cave's essence. Chapter 38. A bountiful harvest. Gazing at the details inscribed upon it, a surge of excitement illuminated Wang Gui's countenance. Congratulations! You have successfully bound to the cave, White Dragon Cave. The anticipation and curiosity swelling within him compelled Wang Gui to employ the token without hesitation, causing an emblem to materialize on his interface. Cave. White Dragon Cave. With a mere thought, a luminous map materialized before his eyes, revealing the expansive layout of the White Dragon Cave. In addition to the residential quarters and areas for daily activities, it also included a spirit beast garden, a medicinal herb field, and a spirit vein weld. Inferior grade spirit vein. Description. Harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, this binding spirit vein slightly enhances cultivation speed when bound to a cave. Upon reading the description of the spirit vein, Wang Gui stood in a daze for a moment, before an undeniable wave of exhilaration surged through him. The spirit vein within the cave could accelerate his cultivation, and it appeared that its effects were not limited to the confines of the White Dragon Cave. Its benefits could be enjoyed at any time or place. He attempted to practice his pig slaughtering blade technique, which had previously only yielded an increase of 1 in proficiency, but this time it rose to 1.1. Next, Wang Gui entered a meditative position to cultivate the pig breathing refinement technique, and, similarly, he noted a marked improvement in his progress. Though the increments were modest, the accumulation of such gains would undoubtedly lead to significant transformations over time. One could only wonder what remarkable enhancements would accompany higher-grade spirit veins. Wang Gui moistened his parched lips, and within the depths of his eyes flickered a fervent heat and a flutter of excitement. The higher the quality of the spiritual veins, the greater the enhancement to one's cultivation. He pondered whether it would be possible to possess multiple caves, and if the enhancement effects of the spiritual veins would stack. Soon, Wang Gui found himself amused by his own thoughts, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Acquiring the White Dragon Cave had already proved to be a formidable challenge, nearly costing him his life. As far as he knew, the caves on Xiaomong Mountain, specifically the 3 camps, were not to be underestimated. Setting aside the hundreds of bandits under their command, their leaders were all proficient at the bone-forging realm, ensuring that the quality of their spiritual veins was certainly not lacking. Given Wang Gui's current strength, obtaining the White Dragon Cave was merely a stroke of luck. The higher-tier caves were far beyond his reach at present, and he could only wait until his prowess improved to contemplate them further. Casting aside these impractical thoughts, Wang Gui redirected his gaze towards the Spirit Beast Garden. This garden was likely meant for nurturing that snow lion. There were 3 snow lion cubs as well? In a corner of the garden's shelter, 3 small beastly figures curled up. As Wang Gui observed, the information regarding the 3 snow lion cubs appeared vividly before him. Snow lions could grow up to the 4th tier, equivalent to a human's bone-forging strength. The previous snow lion had only reached the 3rd tier, yet its combat prowess was quite remarkable, ultimately leading to its demise in battle against Huangba. Initially, Wang Gui felt a twinge of regret over the loss. However, upon seeing the 3 cubs, that sense of loss was instantly replaced by hope. It was best to nurture spirit beasts from a young age, as this not only deepens their reliance and loyalty to their master, but also facilitates the signing of contracts, enhancing their synergy and coordination in combat. Finally, he came upon a medicinal field, measuring roughly 1 square meter, adorned with several herbs that were ripe for harvesting. Wang Gui attempted to collect them, and to his delight, not only did he succeed, but his harvesting proficiency also increased, causing his spirits to soar. However, lacking any spirit herb seeds, he could only plant some ordinary herbs. Having completed these tasks, Wang Gui turned his attention to the inventory panel, which housed a new storage bag he had obtained from Huangba. Boasting a space dozens of times larger than his previous one. Golden silk armor, medium grade. Description. Crafted from golden silkworm silk and refined minerals, it provides an immense sense of security when worn. During his confrontation with Huangba, his black rock armor had been shattered, making this soft armor a timely replacement. In addition, there was the Blood Soul Spear previously wielded by Huangba, along with the accompanying technique. Blood Soul Spear Kill. Currently, Wang Gui was using a blade. Switching to a spear would require retraining, and moreover, his own Xingyan blade was not inferior to the Blood Soul Spear. Shaking his head, Wang Gui decided to pass both the weapon and technique to Daniu, who was adept with spears. Blood-Eye Frenzy description: consumes essence blood to unleash potential, temporarily boosting one's combat strength. However, such quick-fix methods often bear consequences, and caution is advised during cultivation. Wang Gui had long awaited this coveted secret technique. He had witnessed the formidable power of Blood-Eye Frenzy firsthand, as Huang Ba's strength had surged dramatically upon its activation, though it came with its own drawbacks. Nevertheless, Wang Gui resolutely chose to study this method. Such a technique, capable of rapidly enhancing one's combat efficacy, would undoubtedly serve as a powerful trump card in battle. Additionally, there was a sword manual, Willow Blade Technique description, a fragmentary sword technique. Its true power can only be discerned through practice. The distinction between blade and sword is negligible. Wielding a sword is not vastly different from using a blade. He resolved to practice it for a while and would cease if any issues arose. This sword manual appeared unremarkable at first glance, but after a moment's contemplation, Wang Gui decided to proceed with his training. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the Willow Blade technique. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated Blood-Eye Frenzy. Knock, knock. The tightly shut door was rapped upon, and a graceful figure awaited outside. Come in, Wang Gui said as he slowly opened his eyes. However, upon seeing the figure before him, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Lady Lu, is there something you need? The woman before him was indeed Lu Yuqing, now dressed in a blend of azure and blue, having shed her previous crimson attire, which added an air of elegance and refinement to her presence. I heard that the cave master hails from Xinyan City? Lu Yuqing paused for a moment, her delicate teeth parting as she gently inquired. Wang Gui nodded slightly. May I inquire about your future intentions? Cave master, will you remain here or return to Xinyan City? Lu Yuqing posed the critical question, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Gui. Speak frankly. I have come to this place to eradicate the White Dragon Cave. With Huang Ba deceased, I naturally intend to return to report. Wang Gui replied with a bitter smile, acknowledging the irony that the slayer of bandits had ultimately become the leader of bandits himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing's exquisitely arched brows furrowed slightly. Wang Gui, noticing her reaction, continued, rest assured, since I have promised to be the master of the White Dragon Cave, I shall not neglect it. The White Dragon Cave had become bound to him as his domain, and he would not easily forsake it. And you? Where else can I go? You have killed Huang Ba. Now I have no choice but to rely on you. Lu Yuqing sighed softly, her voice laced with a sense of helplessness. Rely on me? Wang Gui quickly grasped the implication of her words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, Are you suggesting that I avenge you? Lu Yuqing nodded, her fair chin tilting slightly. The Black Demon Cave is the foremost among the 9 camps of Xiaomong Mountain, and Qianlaoma is the strongest there. My cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. My defeat of Huang Ba was merely a matter of luck and tactics. You expect me to assist you in killing Qianlaoma? Lady Lu, you overestimate my abilities. Wang Gui shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he clicked his tongue. The Black Demon Cave, as the pinnacle of the 9 camps, possessed undeniable strength and resources, and given the current capabilities of the White Dragon Cave, they were hardly qualified to confront it. Lu Yuqing nodded in agreement, her gem-like eyes shimmering with a newfound brilliance. Indeed, the Black Demon Cave is far beyond the pale of the White Dragon Cave. The gap between your strength and Qianlaoma's is like a chasm. What if I had a way to help you grow stronger quickly? What do you mean? Chapter 39. A conversation with Lu Yuqing. What do you mean? Wang Gui's expression suddenly turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the woman before him. I have a method to make you stronger, but the condition is that you agree to help me eliminate the Black Demon Cave and kill Qianlaoma. The determination on the woman's exquisite face revealed her deep desire for revenge. What kind of method? Wang Gui furrowed his brow, skepticism creeping into his voice. Is it similar to the Blood-Eye Frenzy used by Huang Ba? Though such methods of rapid strength enhancement were indeed powerful and effective, they also carried inherent drawbacks. Qianlaoma, being a formidable opponent at the bone-forging realm, would undoubtedly require a technique far more potent than Blood-Eye Frenzy. While also bearing significant risks, if that were the case, Wang Gui would need to carefully consider whether it fell within his capacity to endure. Sensing his apprehension, Lu Yuqing gently shook her head and replied, The method I speak of is not a secret technique like Blood-Eye Frenzy. What is it? Wang Gui blinked in curiosity, questioning what kind of secret could enhance strength without any side effects. A sacred cultivation site. Lu Yuqing declared. A sacred cultivation site? Indeed, within it, there exists a substance known as spiritual essence stone. Lu Yuqing nodded slightly and began to explain. This stone possesses the ability to cleanse the veins and enhance one's cultivation physique, allowing the body to absorb spiritual energy. If you are fortunate, you may even become a spirit cultivator. Spirit cultivator? At the mention of spiritual energy, Wang Gui's heart trembled violently. On his current attribute panel, he could only enhance his physique, essentially developing into a physical warrior, while the concept of becoming a spirit cultivator felt utterly alien and devoid of direction. It was said that the external world was barren of spiritual energy, and spirit cultivators were exceedingly rare, only appearing in high-tier caves and blessed lands where spiritual essence stones could be found for their cultivation. Now, upon hearing Lu Yuqing speak of a way to transform himself into a spirit cultivator, Wang Gui felt as though he were being irresistibly drawn in by some unseen force. How can I trust you, however? Wang Gui quickly regained his composure, fixing his gaze on her as he asked in a low voice. Lu Yuqing did not respond verbally. Instead, she gently turned her hand, revealing a faintly green stone resting in her palm. This is the spiritual essence stone. Her soft and gentle voice tugged at Wang Gui's racing heart. As her words fell, her hand extended, presenting the stone radiating a soft green glow, which landed in Wang Gui's palm. Spiritual essence stone description. Contains a trace of spiritual essence power. If one's spiritual energy is below 10, using it permanently increases it by 1 point. Gazing at the information regarding the spiritual essence stone in his hand, Wang Gui's eyes shone with fervent excitement, his breath quickening. Use one's spiritual essence stone. Upon absorbing the stone, it instantly dimmed, crumbling into fine powder that dispersed into the air. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Lu Yuqing, who observed with keen eyes, her beautiful gaze narrowing slightly. The spiritual essence stone is indeed real, but if you possess such a treasure, why not use it for yourself? Wang Gui raised his eyes, and within his fiery gaze lay an unexpected calmness and composure. With such a precious treasure in his possession, it was far better to use it himself to grow stronger and seek revenge than to beg others for assistance. Perhaps anticipating the latter's inquiry, Lu Yuqing was prepared with her answer. She bitterly shook her head with a smile and said, "This item is exceptionally rare. I possess but this 1.1. Wang Gui stood frozen in place, his previously fervent excitement doused by a sudden chill. Seeing his reaction, Lu Yuqing hastily clarified with a smile, "Do not fret, master of the cave. I previously mentioned knowing of a treasure trove, where ample spirit essence stones can be found." "Where?" Wang Gui inquired urgently. "The Snow Python Cave of the Snow Python Bandit Clan," Lu Yuqing replied. "The Snow Python Bandit Clan? Is that not the very clan you hailed from?" Wang Gui exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yuqing gently nodded, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes as she spoke. "Indeed, it was my original clan. However, after being besieged by the Elder Qian demon, it fell into his hands." Wang Gui opened his mouth in shock, his expression one of disbelief. I see, but rest assured, the Elder Qian demon remains within the Black Demon Cave. The Snow Python Bandit clan was gifted to his adopted son, Wu Qi," Lu Yuqing quickly added. As the reigning lord of the Xiaomong Mountain region, the Elder Qian demon was a formidable foe. Despite his numerous wives and concubines, he lacked legitimate heirs due to his cultivation methods, prompting many to willingly submit to him as sons in hopes of gaining favor. "What is Wu Qi's strength?" Wang Gui pressed his lips together, pondering for a long while before asking. Lu Yuqing glanced at him, pausing for a moment before replying, "He is at the late phase of the meridian opening stage." "Late phase of the meridian opening stage?" Lu Yuqing nodded and continued, "However, I have recently heard that he has encountered a fortuitous opportunity, his strength soaring rapidly. He may have already reached the pinnacle of the late phase and is on the verge of breaking into the bone refinement stage." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui was initially taken aback, then self-deprecatingly smiled and shook his head. He had hoped for an easy opponent, yet Wu Qi turned out to be a master in the late phase of the meridian opening stage. Stronger than Huang Ba, indeed, there are no shortcuts to success in this world. Since the Snow Python Bandit clan has fallen under Wu Qi's control, won't the treasure trove you mentioned be discovered? Wang Gui suddenly thought of something and looked towards the graceful figure before him. Lu Yuqing gently shook her head, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke with a soft yet resolute tone. Though the Snow Python bandit clan has succumbed to their grasp, the location I speak of is exceptionally concealed. Unless one possesses a specific command token, no one can hope to uncover its entrance. That command token is in my possession. Without me, no one will be able to locate or enter it. Wang Gue nodded slightly, feeling a measure of relief. He certainly hoped that after his arduous journey to the Snow Python bandit clan, the treasure would not be found empty, for that would be tragic. As long as the master of the cave agrees to assist me in avenging my grievances, everything I have mentioned shall be laid before you, including myself. Her last words, a faint blush appeared on Lu Yuqing's exquisite face, yet her countenance was predominantly filled with determination and defiance. Wang Gue, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile, yet despite this, he still found himself at a significant disadvantage compared to Wu Qi, not to mention the formidable Elder Qian demon. His current strength was still far too weak. Seeing the despondence in her eyes, Lu Yuqing said, "If you find my request too burdensome, I shall seek others instead." Wait. Wang Gue halted her as she was about to leave. After a moment of contemplation, he steadied his gaze upon her and said slowly, "I will agree to your request, provided that it is within my capabilities. Once I am strong enough to confront your enemies, I shall help you exact your revenge. A gentleman's revenge is not too late. And though I am not a gentleman, I understand that vengeance is not something to be rushed. As long as the master of the cave is willing to agree, I am prepared to wait." Lu Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope as she nodded slowly. "Very well. I accept your terms." Chapter 40. Return to Xuanwu City for Wang Gue. The expedition to the White Dragon Cave was immensely rewarding. Not only did he successfully complete his mission, but he also unexpectedly became the master of the White Dragon Cave, claiming it as his own lair. Furthermore, the martial arts techniques and treasures obtained from Huangba, as well as the cave's spiritual veins that could enhance his cultivation speed, would significantly aid in his growth. When Wang Gue and his companions entered Huangba's treasure trove, they were taken aback by the sight before them: various precious minerals and treasures, including heaps of fire element stones, numbering in the thousands. Truly, the riches amassed by Huangba over the years were evident. Little did they expect that in the end, Wang Gue would benefit from it all. Wu Qian and Xiao Luo, with their mysterious identities and extensive knowledge, paid little mind to the treasures when Wang Gue expressed his gratitude, shaking their heads dismissively, akin to wealthy heirs looking down on the possessions of the impoverished. Xiao Luo, too, seemed more interested in what Wang Gue could provide in terms of sustenance. Wang Gue could only smile wryly at this. His curiosity about their identities piqued. During the remaining time, Wang Gue devoted himself to training and honing his martial skills, preparing to embark on his journey back to Xuanwu City on the eve of the trial's conclusion. In the meantime, he also grasped a new skill, rest, effect, to enter a state of tranquility, rejuvenate and nourish one's essence, allowing for a slow recovery of life force and mitigation of negative states. Could this be due to my newfound spiritual energy? Previously, no matter how he meditated, he could not acquire such a skill until Lu Yuqing provided him with the Spirit Essence Stone, granting him a modicum of spiritual power. Wang Gue felt as though subtle changes were occurring within him, akin to a parched rice field being nourished by rain. He could sense a warm current flowing through his meridians. Albeit faintly, yet it felt undeniably real. With this rest skill, coupled with the support of the cave's spiritual veins, Wang Gue found that merely meditating for a brief period or taking a nap could completely alleviate the weariness left from previous battles, leaving him revitalized. Every meal and every moment of rest became an opportunity for cultivation. "I've been pondering whether I've fallen into your scheme," Wang Gue mused as he mounted his horse at the entrance of the White Dragon Cave. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yuqing, feeling as though he had been ensnared by her machinations. After Wang Gue had killed Huangba, Lu Yuqing had inexplicably nominated him as the cave's master in just a few words, subsequently using the Spirit Essence Stone as bait to persuade him to avenge her, each step seemingly calculated in advance. Of course, the allure of the Spirit Essence Stone was difficult for anyone to resist. Who would not wish to become a practitioner of profound arts, living a carefree and prolonged life? Wang Gue was no exception. Though the Elder Qian demon was powerful, fortunately, he still had ample time ahead of him. "We each have our needs," Lu Yuqing replied. her form clad in a snug fur coat that accentuated her graceful silhouette, resembling a resplendent rose in the night, captivating all who beheld her, even the guards who found it hard to suppress their dry throats as their gazes lingered. I will keep a watch on the Snow Python bandit clan, and as soon as there is news, I will have Lu Dapio inform you. Lu Yuqing indicated a burly man by her side, who had accompanied her from the Snow Python bandit clan. Wang Gui nodded slightly and addressed his companions. During my absence, all matters of the clan shall be managed by Lu Yuqing, the deputy master of the cave. No one is to defy her. Understood, master of the cave. The people of the White Dragon Cave responded in unison, cupping their fists. Let us depart. Wang Gui said no more, swiftly waving his hand as the four of them spurred their horses onward, quickly vanishing into the night. Miss, do you truly believe we can rely on him to succeed? Once the crowd dispersed, only Lu Yuqing and Lu Dapio remained. The latter queried respectfully. Lu Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation as she smiled lightly before turning to leave. I have a feeling he is different from the others. He will bring me unexpected joy. In Xuanwu City, Dingjing, the 7-day trial period culminated today. Thus far, the vast majority of the teams that ventured out for the trial had returned safely, with only a few members experiencing mishaps. Such occurrences were not particularly unusual in this trial. Conversely, the only team yet to return had piqued the interest of the onlookers. The training grounds were bustling with people. Today is the final day of the trial. Do you think Wang Gui has met with misfortune since he has not yet returned? It is said that the master of the White Dragon Cave possesses strength in the middle phase of the Meridian opening stage, and is a ruthless and violent individual. Wang Gui is likely doomed. Not necessarily. Do you not recall that he once stood against Fu Wei? His strength is not to be underestimated. Gift. Is there only one person in the White Dragon Cave? Besides that master, there are still a band of ruffians, and no matter how formidable Wang Gui may be, can he contend against an entire band of bandits? The arena was filled with the clamor of disputes and conversations. Before them stood a massive stone platform adorned with a grand sign, upon which the names of various team members were inscribed. At that moment, all team names illuminated brightly, save for the names of Wang Gui and his companions, which remained shrouded in dullness. Beside them, a towering light pillar marked the passage of time with its segmented patterns. Within the loft, in an expansive chamber, four figures sat regally upon beastly thrones, representing the four esteemed leaders of the Xuanwu City military camp. The middle-aged man in a yellow robe turned his gaze from the arena below and directed it towards a man clad in black. A subtle smile gracing his lips. I hear that Lin Hao from Camp A has joined your esteemed Qi family. Congratulations, Commander Qi. The black-robed man responded nonchalantly. Ying from Camp B is indeed the beloved gem of your Huang family. It is surprising that you would allow her to train in the military camp. Inger has been somewhat spoiled since childhood, so the family head decided it was best for her to experience some training and refinement. The yellow-robed man replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. His gaze then shifted to a broad-shouldered man clad in animal hide. Isn't the young master from the Yang family in a similar situation? You might be mistaken. Huang Li. Yang Jin chose to join the military camp of his own accord. No one from our Yang family forced him. The burly man responded calmly, his voice resonating like a deep bell. The yellow-robed man dismissed the remark with indifference and turned his attention to a corner of the room. I have heard that Commander Su holds Wang Gui in high regard, and it seems that Wang Gui has some connections with your Su family. However, regarding his trial, Huang Li's face bore a knowing smile, and he cast a sidelong glance at the black-robed figure, implying more than words conveyed. The rivalry between the Qi and Su families was of great interest to the Huang and Yang families. Initially, they believed the Qi family would emerge victorious, but the eventual outcome left them astonished. Through subsequent investigations, they discovered that a new recruit from Camp D had assisted the Su family in reversing their fortunes. That recruit was none other than Wang Gui. Upon hearing the nature of Wang Gui's trial task, both the Huang and Yang families were taken aback. Thus, they dispatched representatives to observe, eager to discern what made this Wang Gui so exceptional. Hoping to win him to their side, provided, of course, that he returned alive, Xu Shao nodded in acknowledgement, neither confirming nor denying the implications. Humph, yet mere luck. This time, he won to be so fortunate, the black-robed man. Qi Feng scoffed, discomfort evident in his demeanor as he recalled the loss to the Su family in the Crying Canyon. Luck is a part of strength. There's no need for Commander Qi to worry, Su Shao remarked coolly, taking a sip from a gourd of fine wine strapped to his waist. Humph, we both know the strength of Huang Ba from the White Dragon Cave, though it may not concern us. It would undoubtedly spell doom for these new recruits. That kid has likely become a casualty of those bandits by now, Qi Feng sneered, his gaze darkening. The trial is not yet over. Speaking so soon may lead to your own embarrassment. Su Xiao replied impassively, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the arena, a fleeting shadow of uncertainty flickering within them. Haha. Since you are so confident, I shall eagerly await to see how Wang Gue returns from the White Dragon Cave alive. Chapter 41. The trial results. As time dwindled, it appeared that Wang Gue would not be returning. He may very well have perished outside, came the disdainful murmurs. Why put on a brave front? It would have been better to give up initially than to risk one's life. As the seconds ticked away, the light pillar in the arena dwindled to a mere half-segment, and the onlookers shook their heads in lament. In the loft, Qi Feng glanced at the light pillar, his expression brimming with satisfaction. He then turned to Su Xiao, his condescension barely concealed. Su Xiao, the young man your family has taken an interest in will likely not return. Su Xiao's face darkened, his silence betraying his simmering anger. Yet Qi Feng reveled in his triumph, gesturing to the instructor Liang Qi beside him. Haha, Liang, the time is nearly up. Hurry and announce the results. Yes, Liang Qi replied respectfully, casting a cautious glance at Su Xiao, well aware of the tensions between superiors. Now, I declare. Liang Qi approached the windowsill but abruptly halted mid-sentence. What is it? Qi Feng inquired, puzzled. He's here. Su Xiao murmured, his gaze piercing through the shadows, a glimmer of hope igniting within his eyes. As his words fell, the arena erupted in exclamations. Look, someone is coming. Is that Wang Gue? He truly returned alive? Could it be that he has vanquished the White Dragon Cave? The emergence of 4 figures at the entrance of the arena instantly seized the attention of all present. The crowd parted willingly, and amidst their astonished gazes, Wang Gue strode confidently toward the loft. Instructor Liang, I hope I haven't exceeded the time limit, Wang Gue remarked, glancing at the light pillar before offering a courteous smile towards the figures at the windowsill. Liang Qi stood momentarily stunned by the sight below. What? Before he could articulate a response, Qi Feng abruptly rose from his seat, striding to the railing, his sharp gaze scanning the area below. Upon locking eyes with the young figure at the loft's foot, his countenance soured instantly. Beside him, Huang Li and the burly man Yang Shi exchanged astonished glances and hastily approached the railing, their eyes fixated on Wang Gue, each recognizing the astonishment mirrored in the other's expression. This lad has truly exceeded my expectations, Su Xiao beamed as he beheld Wang Gue below, a satisfied laugh escaping him. Humph! Qi Feng's icy retort followed. Though he has returned, whether he has completed the trial task remains another matter. Su Xiao, you may be celebrating prematurely. With that, Qi Feng's piercing gaze shifted to Liang Qi, who understood the implication and cleared his throat, addressing Wang Gue below. Ahem. Wang Gue, it is commendable that you have returned. May I inquire whether you have completed your trial task? My trial task was to eliminate the bandits of the White Dragon Cave. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I would consider it accomplished, Wang Gue mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What? You must be jesting. You and your companions could eradicate bandits. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Being able to return alive is no disgrace. Let us not boast too much. Shall we? I suspect you merely hid away for a week. Came the derisive laughter from the arena. As the taunts and jeers echoed, the group surrounding the arena regarded them as one would a jester, and they returned the disdainful glares in kind. Young man, do not overestimate yourselves. While you may have survived, you have failed to complete the task. You have lost this trial, Qi Feng's voice rang out, his eyes fixed coldly on Wang Gue. Wang Gue gazed up at the figures in the loft, where 4 imposing presences stood, including Su Xiao, whom he recognized, alongside the other 3 leaders. Commander, your assertions may be somewhat premature. Sensing the hostility emanating from the black-clad figure, Wang Gue's brow twitched slightly. As his words fell, he waved his arm, revealing a corpse that gruesomely appeared in the arena. This is Huang Ba? In the loft. Yang Shi quickly identified the motionless body on the ground, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed. His shocked outcry reverberated through the arena. In a way, did he really kill Huang Ba? Is that really Huang Ba? It doesn't look like him, Yang. The commander has spoken. It must be true. A chorus of astonished voices rose in the arena. Look at your faces, do you see? Huang Ba's corpse lies here. Open your eyes and witness the truth of your earlier arrogance. The boisterous laughter of Daniel filled the air, his words dripping with mockery as he gestured around at the crowd, relishing their astonishment and the satisfaction of their humiliation. This cannot be. Qi Feng's eyes were wide with disbelief. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to deny it, the lifeless body on the ground was irrefutable evidence. Ha, splendid, truly splendid. Su Xiao was similarly taken aback. He had thought it would be a feat for Wang Gui to return safely, yet he had not anticipated that he had indeed completed his task. After a moment of astonished silence, Su Xiao could not help but laugh heartily. Well done, Wang Gui. You have performed admirably, thank you. Commander Su, for your kind words, Wang Gui replied, bowing respectfully. Commander Qi, do you have anything left to say? Su Xiao turned with a grin. Hemph. Qi Feng's face darkened, his features taut with suppressed fury as he stormed away, his lips twitching in irritation. Beside him, Huang Li and Yang Shi exchanged knowing smiles before returning to their seats. This. Liang Qi announced loudly, in that case, I declare that Wang Gui has successfully completed his trial task. Wang Gui, you and your companions may step forward. I in the attic room. Wang Ge chuckled, haha, Wang Gui, you have truly excelled this time, impressing everyone immensely. No wonder Commander Su regards you so highly. Upon seeing Wang Gui and his companions arrive, Liang Qi immediately donned a sycophantic smile, lavishing praise upon them. This is all thanks to Instructor Liang's guidance. Wang Gui, however, held little fondness for Liang, recalling vividly how he had taken away his fire essence stone. Observing Liang's demeanor, Wang Gui responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Haha, your successful completion of the mission has certainly brought honor to our Ding camp. Consider this your reward. Take it. Liang Qi's smile faltered slightly as he distributed the military merit rewards, then gestured towards three figures seated at a table behind him, saying, This is Commander Huang Li, Commander Yang Shi, and Commander Su Xiao. Qi Feng had left shortly after the trial concluded. Greetings to the three commanders. Wang Gui and Wu Chun respectfully bowed to Su Xiao and the others. Indeed, impressive work. No wonder Commander Su holds you in such high regard. You are undoubtedly a young prodigy, capable of accomplishing such a challenging trial that many seasoned veterans cannot. Huang Li glanced over the group, his gaze settling on Wang Gui, nodding in approval. Commander Huang is overly flattering. Wang Gui shook his head with a smile. I speak nothing but the truth. You are indeed superior to those veterans. Should you ever visit my Huang residence, you will receive substantial support, allowing your talents to flourish and shine. Huang Li generously praised them, his intentions to draw them closer evident. The group exchanged glances, appearing somewhat flattered. I am quite curious. How did you manage to slay Huang Ba? Yang Shi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired, his words. Both Huang Li and Su Xiao cast their gazes toward Wang Gui, equally intrigued about how he and his companions had defeated Huang Bi. It was merely good fortune. Wang Gui pondered for a moment, then recounted the events, omitting details about becoming the leader of the White Dragon Cave. Courage and strategy combined. Splendid. The more I observe this lad, the more I find him agreeable. Huang Li laughed heartily. While luck played a significant role, to achieve such results, courage and wit are indispensable. You all performed admirably. Yang Shi dismissed his doubts. So, you two have also reached the Meridian Realm? Su Xiao, having caught on, looked at Wang Gui's companions, Xiao Luo and Wu Chun. Realizing that Wang Gui alone could not have accomplished such a formidable task, Wu Chun and Xiao Luo nodded in affirmation, revealing no secrets. What? Huang and Yang were momentarily taken aback, having presumed that Ding Camp only had Wang Gui as a martial artist. They were astonished to discover there were three, after exchanging glances. They pondered briefly before addressing Wang Gui and his companions. In light of your exceptional performance, the military camp has granted you a special opportunity for direct recruitment. You may choose to join one of our three factions. However, you will still need to advance to the Fengyan second camp and join the respective guild for training. Have you made your decision? In Chapter 42, Promotion, within the attic, the gazes of Yang Shi and the others were fixed upon the young men before them. Wang Gui contemplated for a moment and declared, I choose to join the Su faction. Are you not considering the other two factions? Their conditions are not inferior to those of the Su faction. Yang Shi pressed, still hoping to sway him. No, I've made my choice. Wang Gue shook his head. The two men sighed in disappointment at his resolute stance. Su Xiao, however, maintained a gentle smile, growing increasingly fond of Wang Gue. What about you two? Wang Gue inquired, as Yang Shi and Huang Li turned their attention to Xiao Luo and Wu Chun. Xiao Luo pouted, the military camp's food is terrible. I'd rather follow Wang Gue to enjoy better meals. Wherever he goes, I go. Wu Chun nodded in agreement, indicating his choice as well. Yang Shi and Huang Li exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting shock and helplessness. This means the Su faction has gained 3 promising talents. Though they wished to intervene, military regulations granted members the freedom to choose, leaving them with no option but to discuss among themselves without excessive interference. Ha ha ha! Su Xiao could not help but burst into hearty laughter, causing the expressions of the other two to darken, yet he paid them no mind. All right, you all should return and prepare to report to the camp. Wang Gue, please stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. Once the others departed, only Wang Gue and Su Xiao remained in the room. Su Xiao paused before speaking. I have news regarding Chen Xiaoer, whom you asked me to investigate. Really? Wang Gue's eyes lit up. Su Xiao nodded. The girl who accompanied the recruitment was actually seeking disciples for the inner city's priest. The priest? Curiosity flickered in Wang Gue's eyes. This priest holds a position of great esteem, second only to the mysterious city lord. Someone of my rank, as a commander in the military, has no right to meet him, Su Xiao said, shaking his head with a hint of bitterness, his tone laced with reverence for the priest. This enigmatic priest was akin to a demigod within Xianyan City, wielding immense power. Wang Gue's mouth fell open in astonishment at this revelation. If your friend becomes the priest's disciple, her future will be vastly superior to yours. So perhaps you should focus on your own path, Su Xiao remarked with a smile. Rest assured, you will have another chance to meet her, but by then, her status and identity may far exceed what you can currently fathom. Wang Gue nodded slightly, genuinely happy for Xiaoer if that were the case. By the way, you mentioned encountering bandits from the Black Cloud stronghold on your way, Su Xiao inquired, having noticed subtle hints during Wang Gue's earlier recounting. Wang Gue's expression darkened slightly as he replied, yes, those bandits from the Black Cloud stronghold were sent by the Qi faction. The Qi faction? Su Xiao's brow furrowed, a hint of coldness crossing his face. These people truly are persistent. It is likely Qi Jingtian's doing, Wang Gue speculated. The defeat in the Howling Canyon has left him harboring resentment against you. Sending assassins is certainly within the realm of possibility. Su Xiao contemplated for a moment before continuing, the Qi faction is aware of your return, so they will likely cause you trouble in the future. However, as long as you are in the military camp, they will not dare to act overtly against you. Moreover, you have now joined my Su faction. Even if they wish to target you, they will need to think twice. However, due to the nature of our identities, I cannot intervene in the disputes within the camp. You must handle them with caution. Wang Gue pressed his lips together, nodding slightly, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Though direct assassination attempts may cease, he anticipated ongoing friction with the Qi faction in the military. Upon returning to the camp, Wang Gue found only Dinyo remaining. During their absence for the trial mission, Hu Hao had taken Zhang Hu and left the military camp to return to Linhu village. Wang Gue shared the news of Xiaoer with Dinyo, who initially appeared shocked, but his expression soon shifted to one of deep concern. Wang Gue chose not to comment. As Su Xiao had mentioned, Xiaoer would be studying under the inner city priest, her future and status far beyond what those at their level could aspire to. Although Dinyo had an engagement with Xiaoer, the complexities of life were like a chess game. And in the face of an apparently attainable bright future, how could one weigh the significance of a flimsy promise? After tidying up, Wang Gue went to report to the Yin camp. Dinyo, still not having reached the Meridian realm, remained in the new recruits camp for training. After sending Wang Gue off, Dinyo practiced his spear techniques alone in a corner of the training ground. Wang Gue sighed helplessly at the sight. He could not intervene in Dinyo's matters with Xiaoer, but could only assist him in his training. With the Blood Soul Spear technique, he believed Dinyo would soon break through and become a martial artist. Meanwhile, in the Qi faction, what did you say? Wang Gue returned alive, and he completed the trial, slaying Huang Ba. Qi Jingtian's astonishment quickly transformed into a deep fury as he listened to the report from the shadowy figure below. Seated in an ornate sandalwood chair, is this the work you have done? Qi Jingtian's voice turned icy, his gaze shifting to a nearby man in black, interrogating him. The man in black felt a chill run down his spine. "It was my oversight, young master. Please do not be angry. Who would have guessed that out of the 4, 3 were martial artists? The fire essence stones I provided you, were they not enough to hire a late-stage Meridian Realm assassin? Or did you pocket them for yourself?" Qi Jing Tian's face darkened, his voice laced with fury. The man in black's complexion changed abruptly, hastily retorting, "Young master, how could I dare? It was merely that Wang Gue was too cunning." "Enough! What good does it do to discuss this now? He has already joined the Su faction and gained their protection in the military camp. It will be troublesome to act against him now." Qi Jing Tian, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, no longer willing to listen to the other's ramblings. In a deep voice, he stated, "The opening of the Shuomong Mountain's secret realm is imminent. I do not wish to squander my energy on this matter." "Isn't the Kuei Wolfgang at odds with him? Send a message to Kuei Hai. He knows what must be done indeed. According to our investigation, Shuomong Mountain is highly likely to be a premier cave abode, containing a wealth of treasures and opportunities. If I can be among the first to enter this cave, it will undoubtedly greatly benefit my future cultivation. During this time, you shall assist me in seizing one of the initial spots within the estate." Although the Su family has secured control over Shuomong Mountain, the astonishing treasures within have captured the attention of other forces in the surrounding West Lin icefield, each vying for a share. Under the coercion and negotiation of multiple factions, the Su family had no choice but to agree to explore Shuomong Mountain together with them, of course, also charging them a fee. Chapter 43. The Su sect. Upon reporting at the Yen camp, Wang Gue was assigned to room 80 in Area B, sharing the same lodging area as Chao Hongyu. In contrast to the simple tents of the rookie camp, this facility featured rows of 2-story small lofts, offering a significantly better environment. Inside the room, Wang Gue sat cross-legged, his mind focused as he brought up his status panel. Wang Gue life: 100 constitution, 12 spiritual power, 1 mental strength, 3 living skills, gathering level 2, cooking level 3, butchering level 2, rest combat skills, martial technique, pig slaughtering blade method, mastery, archery, entry, blood-eye frenzy, entry, fine willow sword technique, entry, cultivation method, dolphin breathing body refinement technique, perfection, cave abode, White Dragon Cave. Although he had acquired the blood-eye frenzy and fine willow sword technique from the White Dragon Cave, his constitution attribute had not increased. Martial techniques only enhance practical combat ability. It seems he must rely on cultivation methods to improve his attribute panel. Wang Gue pondered, however, the dolphin breathing body refinement technique has already reached the 3rd level and cannot be further advanced. I must find a suitable cultivation method to practice. He then shifted his gaze to the White Dragon Cave, where a glowing map appeared before him, with moving green dots representing personnel within the cave. He could operate various functions of the cave from the panel, such as planting herbs in the medicinal field, raising spirit beasts like the snow lion, and even accessing the cave storage to take items at will. This gave him a sense of cultivating and farming in the world of immortality. The growth time of the herbs was influenced by the spiritual veins. If only there were some potion bottles or talismans to accelerate the growth of the medicinal materials, he wouldn't have to wait so long. Wang Gue planted a few herbs in the medicinal field, only to discover that the shortest time from planting to harvest was 2 to 3 months, which made him sigh. Those high-quality spiritual herbs that take decades or even centuries to mature are likely something an ordinary person would struggle to see harvested in their lifetime. He then glanced at the 3 small snow lions. 2 were pure white and full of vigor, frolicking together, while 1, with somewhat dull yellow fur, quietly curled up in a corner, asleep. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wang Gue withdrew his gaze, rose to open it, and was greeted by a handsome young man with short hair. "You must be Wang Gue," the young man said blandly. "Come, Vice Leader Su He wishes to see you." With that, he turned and walked away. Wang Gue following closely behind Su He. Su Yun is the leader of the Su sect, and Su He is considered the second in command. Led by the short-haired youth, Wang Gue arrived at a 4-story loft, which served as the headquarters of the Su sect. Just from the exterior, it appeared far more opulent than the surrounding buildings. Upon reaching a room on the top floor, he found 3 figures standing within. The central figure was a graceful man dressed in white, with long hair. "Greetings, Wang Gue. I am Su He. Commander Su Shao has mentioned you, and I am pleased to welcome you to our Su sect." Su He smiled slightly, extending a hand in a courteous gesture. "Hello. Wang Gui reciprocated the handshake. The young man before him had fair skin and phoenix eyes, exuding a somewhat effeminate aura that made Wang Gui feel slightly uncomfortable. Brother Su Yun is currently on a mission. For the time being, I shall oversee the Su sect. These two are Lu Che and Zhao Ping. He introduced the two young men beside him with a smile. Although you were recommended by Commander Su, we must still adhere to the rules of the Su sect. Every month, you are required to participate in a team mission without compensation, and you must also contribute 10 of your battle merits earned that month. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui couldn't help but furrow his brow, his gaze sweeping over the individuals before him. He slowly replied, participating in a monthly unpaid team mission is acceptable, but contributing 10 of my battle merits seems excessive. I recall that other members of the Su sect only contribute around 5. Before Su he could respond, Lu Che interjected. I heard you completed the White Dragon Cave Bandit Extermination mission. With your capabilities, contributing these battle merits should be a breeze for you. Besides, you've offended the Kuei Wolf Gang and even have a conflict with the Qi family. If the Su sect is to protect you, we naturally need to collect a bit more in fees. This additional 5 is hardly exorbitant. It's quite reasonable. Zhao Ping chimed in, a smirk on his lips, leisurely elaborating on how this 10 of battle merits was a tremendous value. Wang Gui stroked his chin, realizing they were attempting to assert dominance over him right upon his arrival. Fixing his gaze on the group, he replied sternly, there is no rule in the sect about charging an additional protection fee. Are you attempting to exploit your power for personal gain, seizing the battle merits for yourselves? Confronted with this accusation, Zhao Ping's expression soured as he retorted coldly, Wang Gui, you, a newcomer, shouldn't overstep your bounds. Is this how you treat a newcomer with such unjust conditions? It seems I must consult Commander Su. Wang Gui countered icily, refusing to back down. You? Zhao Ping was rendered speechless. Seeing the situation escalate, Su he quickly intervened, smiling, Brother Wang Gui, let's not be upset. Everything is negotiable. Commander Su is quite busy. We wouldn't want to disturb him over such a trivial matter. If you feel this is unfair, let us settle on the usual 5. How does that sound? Wang Gui, seeing this, chose not to press further. This fellow truly shows no fear. I initially intended to squeeze him for some advantage, yet he remains unyielding. After Wang Gui departed, only Su He, Lu Che, and Zhao Ping remained in the room. Zhao Ping spoke coldly, his expression darkening. Su He, with a sinister smile on his delicate face, remarked, that lad has offended quite a few people. As far as I know, the Kuei Wolf Gang is already seeking to trouble him. Lu Che inquired, if they truly take action, what shall we do? Will we assist or not? Assist? Nonsense. Zhao Ping huffed angrily. If he refuses to recognize what's good for him, then he has no one to blame but himself. If we happen to witness it, we'll help, but if we don't see it, that's another matter entirely. Su He smiled faintly, his elongated phoenix eyes narrowing into slits. This lad enjoys Commander Su's favor and is acquainted with the two young ladies of the house. If he gains influence, there may be no place for you and me in the Su sect in the future. And what if sect leader Su Yun returns and inquires about this? Fear not. I have my methods to handle this. Having concluded this minor episode, Wang Gui was acutely aware of his circumstances. Even within the Su sect, there were many who were not friendly towards him. He must elevate his strength swiftly, becoming formidable enough that others would regard him with respect. The following night, Wang Gui arrived early at the Battle Merits Hall. This time, he did not head to the Fire Xian Tower but instead chose to visit the upper-level cultivation pavilion, seeking to exchange for a suitable cultivation method to enhance himself. Relying solely on the drop rate of bloodstones from dungeons was far too low, and the spirit essence stones were something he could hardly even dream of. Upon entering the cultivation pavilion, he was greeted by a maze of bookshelves, accompanied by a fragrant aroma of books wafting through the air. Wang Gui glanced around, noting that this level was quite spacious, with numerous figures occasionally flitting between the shelves, perusing the contents. The techniques and methods within were largely those acquired by military members during their missions, submitted to the Battle Merits Hall in exchange for battle merits. Over time, this place had amassed an eclectic collection of martial techniques and methods. Low-grade martial technique, Thousand Snow Palm. Low-grade martial technique, Wind-Killing Fist. Wang Gui wandered through 2 rows of shelves, finding only martial techniques, none of which were the cultivation methods he sought. Brother Wang Gui, what a surprise to see you here. Just as Wang Gui was frowning, he heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he found Zhou Qi regarding him with a friendly smile. Brother Zhou, Wang Gui replied, cupping his hands and smiling. Your reputation has spread throughout the entire veteran camp. Who would have thought you actually managed to slay Huang Ba? Zhou approached, sizing him up with curiosity, having heard of Wang Gui's trials. Just luck. Wang Gui could only manage a wry smile in response. Zhou smirked, dismissing the topic, and continued. It seems you haven't found the martial technique you desired. I'm quite familiar with this place. Tell me, what kind of martial technique are you looking for? Wang Gui nodded with a smile. Pondering for a moment before responding, I seek a cultivation method for body refining or something akin to that. Cultivation method? Chapter 44, Demon Flame Technique. Follow me. Upon hearing Wang Gui's request, Zhou pondered briefly before turning to lead Wang Gui to a corner of the pavilion's depths. Here, you'll find the body refining cultivation methods you seek, though they require a substantial amount of battle merits. Take a look. Perhaps you'll find something to your liking. Zhou tilted his head with a smile. Observing the bookshelf adorned with an array of ancient scrolls, sealed stone boxes, and damaged bamboo slips, a veritable cornucopia of treasures. Wang Gui's gaze flickered with excitement as he meticulously searched through the titles. Seeking a suitable technique. The 100 Meridians technique required 80 points of battle merit to refine the meridians and strengthen the body. The Black Iron Forging technique demanded 100 points, meant to devour iron and refine the internal organs. Tiger Transformation Body Refinement necessitated 200 points. As Wang Gui perused the titles of the various martial arts manuals, he noted that the deeper he delved, the higher the requisite battle merit points became. With only 150 points to his name, he found himself compelled to halt his quest. What is this? Wang Gui's eyes widened as he spotted a solitary red box perched atop the shelf. Cloaked in dust, clearly neglected. The Demon Flame Technique? He opened the wooden box to reveal two peculiar crimson bamboo slips resting quietly within. To his astonishment, there was no indication of the battle merit required for exchange. This technique cannot be practiced lightly. Zhou's eyes narrowed with concern upon seeing the wooden box in Wang Gui's hands. Why? Wang Gui blinked in confusion. This Demon Flame technique was originally acquired by General Fan during his youth in a fabled cave. Unfortunately, it is incomplete, yet even so, General Fan considered it comparable to high-tier techniques, once pricing it at over 1,000 battle merit points. Zhou collected his thoughts and continued earnestly. In the military camp, someone once accumulated battle merit to exchange for this technique, but tragically, within days of practicing, they succumbed to the flame's toxicity. Wang Gui was taken aback. The conditions for practicing this technique are exceedingly harsh. It requires intense flames to temper the body. The fire refining tower would be most suitable. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that practicing the Demon Flame technique triggers an outbreak of flame toxicity, exacerbating its accumulation within the body. Without entering the fire refining tower, one cannot cultivate this technique, rendering it a deadlock. Thus, practicing it equates to suicide. Zhou's expression was grave, for due to the fire refining tower, nearly everyone here bore flame toxicity, and the Demon Flame technique, intended as a powerful martial arts manual, had transformed into a deadly curse in this context, causing dread in all who heard its name. The root of the issue is the inability to expel the flame toxicity from the body. If one could rid themselves of it, wouldn't the Demon Flame technique pose no threat? Wang Gui mused thoughtfully. Lowering his gaze, Zhou sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. While that may be true, flame toxicity clings like a parasite. Ridding oneself of it is no simple feat. A high-quality, detoxifying elixir starts at 200 battle merit points. With those points, one could pursue other endeavors instead. In summary, cultivating this technique is excessively costly in terms of battle merit, and it is uncertain if it would even be effective since no one has ever successfully mastered the Demon Flame technique. How many battle merit points are needed to exchange for this technique? Wang Gui pressed his lips together and inquired. Perhaps you should ask the elder guarding the pavilion. Zhou shrugged, equally unsure. However, moments later, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and he stared at Wang Gui in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you intending to cultivate the Demon Flame technique? I wish to give it a try. If it proves unfeasible, I can always stop. Wang Gui grinned. Upon hearing it was a high-tier technique, excitement surged within him. While others feared the flame toxicity, Wang Gui, equipped with detoxifying remedies, felt no apprehension. If he could successfully cultivate the Demon Flame technique, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Are you out of your mind? Before Zhou Qi could finish, Wang Gui clutched the wooden box and headed towards the elder guarding the pavilion, prompting Zhou Qi to hurriedly follow. At a corner counter, a white-haired elder was tidying up books. Upon seeing Wang Gui's intention to exchange for the demon flame technique, he vehemently opposed it. Yet, after Wang Gui's persistent persuasion and the acknowledgement of its high risk due to lack of practitioners, the elder reluctantly agreed for 100 battle merit points. Today's youth are so ambitious and unaware of their limits, the elder lamented with a weary sigh as he recorded the exchange. After acquiring the demon flame technique, Wang Gui promptly descended to the fire refining tower, utilizing his remaining 50 battle merit points to activate the fire refining platform for 1 hour. Seated cross-legged atop the platform, Wang Gui bared his torso and retrieved the bamboo slips, placing them before him. Understanding the source of fire, igniting from within and without. External flames tempering the bones, internal flames refining the organs, tempering the spirit and forging the flame seed. Having previously cultivated the turtle-breathing body refinement technique, which allowed him to break through to the initial stage of meridian passage, he believed that mastering this high-tier body refinement technique could even propel him to the late stage of meridian passage. Wang Gui's gaze ignited with fervor. Without hesitation, he commenced his practice of the demon flame technique. As he entered the practice, his skin flushed a brilliant red, enveloped by the searing, fiery energy emanating from the platform, making him feel as if he were ablaze. Wang Gui gritted his teeth as veins bulged on his neck, enduring the excruciating pain while channeling the incantation, attempting to absorb the fiery energy surrounding his skin, gathering it within his body. This was the initial step of gathering fire, drawing the fire energy into his body, spreading it throughout his meridians, bones, internal organs, and permeating every drop of blood and inch of skin. Yet, this process was fraught with difficulty. Not only did the scorching sensation inflict unbearable agony, but as his body absorbed the fiery energy, it also took in the flame toxicity contained within, a significant drawback of this technique that deterred many from pursuing it. Flame toxicity level 2. Just at the outset, before even catching a glimpse of the demon flame technique's potential, Wang Gui found the flame toxicity within him accumulating to level 2, startling him greatly. No wonder no one had ever practiced this technique. Wang Gui thought in astonishment. However, while most would have given up at this juncture, for Wang Gui, this level of flame toxicity posed little threat. With a flick of his hand, a bowl of azure liquid appeared, and without hesitation, he downed it in one gulp. Consuming a bowl of ice Buddha soup, the fire toxicity dissipated moments later. This elixir had been concocted by Wang Gui during his leisure time in the White Dragon Cave. While inspecting the cave's repository, he discovered the ice Buddha fruit, a medicinal herb effective in clearing heat and detoxifying. Its efficacy surpassed that of the herbs he had previously experimented with, and the fruit thrived in colder climates, naturally growing in the vicinity of Xiaomeng Mountain, where he had cultivated it in his cave's medicinal field. The once searing heat of his body transformed into a refreshing coolness after drinking the ice Buddha soup. He then retrieved 2 strong bone pills from the cave's repository, consuming them to alleviate the burning sensation in his bones and assist in his cultivation. Wang Gui continued to practice the demon flame technique, and upon reaching level 2 flame toxicity, he would sip the ice Buddha soup to quell the flames and detoxify. Demon flame technique 15:36. An hour swiftly passed. With the aid of the fire refining platform and the cave's spiritual pulse, Wang Gui managed to cultivate the demon flame technique to a meager 50, barely scratching the surface of mastery. Yet, he was astonished to discover a significant transformation in his body. His skin had taken on a lustrous sheen, brimming with vitality and strength. Constitution 22. When Wang Gui glanced at his panel, he was taken aback. Having barely completed half of the technique, he had already gained 10 points in Constitution. Chapter 45. Encountering Fu Wei. Although he had only partially cultivated the demon flame technique, the results ignited a fervent desire within Wang Gui to complete his training. Alas, he now lacked battle merit and could not afford further use of the fire refining platform. At last, he understood the paramount importance of battle merit and resolved to find a way to earn it. Just as Wang Gui prepared to head to the mission board to accept battle merit tasks, he fortuitously crossed paths with Li Mu, who was rushing in a frenzy. Wang Gui, I've been looking for you. Li Mu was a familiar face from when Wang Gui first arrived at the flame camp. He lived in the adjacent quarters. What is wrong? Why are you looking for me? Wang Gui inquired. Xiao Luo, Wu Chun, and the others have clashed with members of the Kuei Wolf Gang, Li Mu explained hurriedly. The Kuei Wolf Gang. Wang Gui paused, a cold look crossing his face. Who is leading them? Fu Wei. Lead the way, Wang Gui said, his voice icy as he lifted his chin. We were just wandering the trading market, hoping to find some good items. Xiao Luo set his sights on something, but coincidentally encountered Fu Wei, who was causing trouble on purpose. They couldn't hold back and ended up fighting. They had the numbers. And hearing you were in the fire refining tower, I rushed to find you. Wang Gui and Li Mu hastily made their way towards the trading market, with the latter briefly recounting the general content of the situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's expression darkened and his brows furrowed. Xiao Luo and his companion bore no enmity with the Kuei Wolf Gang. It was evident that the latter sought to trouble him. However, since he was currently engaged in cultivation, Fu Wei and his cohorts had no choice but to shift their target towards Xiao Luo and his companion, intending to lure Wang Gui out. Although he was not particularly concerned about Xiao Luo and Wu Chun encountering trouble, Wang Gui could not tolerate the Kuei Wolf Gang shifting their malice onto his friends. The orderly rows of shops were meticulously arranged, and the wares in the trading market were primarily items acquired by seasoned soldiers on missions, though they paled in comparison to the treasures of the War Achievement Hall. Yet, due to their unpredictability, some peculiar and rare artifacts could be found, attracting many who wished to try their luck. In the southeastern corner of this place, a considerable crowd had gathered, all eyes fixed upon two factions in the arena. One side consisted of a dozen or so individuals, while the other was merely a pair. Nevertheless, the outnumbered duo remained unperturbed, displaying no hint of fear in the face of overwhelming numbers. Xiao Luo? Is it? That white spirit mushroom in your possession has caught my eye. Hand it over, commanded Fu Wei, the leader among the Kuei Wolf Gang, with a sharp tone. Since the flare-up of the fire poison incident, he had taken time to recuperate, managing to stabilize his condition. Hand it over? Xiao Luo replied with a cold smile, raising the herb in his hand before swallowing it whole under the gaze of the crowd, even letting out a satisfied belch afterward. You? Very well. You're clearly cut from the same cloth as Wang Guit. Seems you are intent on refusing my goodwill and opting for punishment instead. Fu Wei remarked, his eyes narrowing ominously. Goodwill? I fear you lack the qualifications for such a thing. Wu Qian interjected calmly, his right hand still dripping with blood from his sword. In contrast, several members of the Kuei Wolf Gang bore visible wounds, their clothes torn at the arms and chest, blood oozing from their injuries. The injured members glared at Wu Chun, their eyes filled with seething resentment, having found themselves at a disadvantage during the brief skirmish. Kid, don't get too arrogant, shouted a bald, portly man, pointing at Wu Chun. He then turned to Fu Wei and declared, Third brother, why waste words with them? Let us just take them both and hang them at the entrance of our territory. Let us see if Wang Gui dares to show himself. That's indeed a good plan. Let us proceed. Fu Wei chuckled sinisterly, his gaze fixated on the two before him. At that moment, a frigid glint flashed in Wu Chen's eyes, and the aura around his sword intensified, swiftly evaporating the blood upon it. Brothers, together now! The portly man bellowed, and in an instant, a dozen robust members of the Kuei Wolf Gang lunged forward like unleashed wolves, brimming with ferocity. Just as both sides were about to clash, a blazing shadow, enveloped in a searing wave of heat, erupted from the side, slicing through the crowd before leaving a scorched mark on the ground. The onlookers turned their gazes to the center and beheld a deep green long knife, firmly embedded in the ground. Who dares meddle in the affairs of the Kuei Wolf Gang? Are you tired of living? The sudden interruption incensed the bald man, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he shouted furiously. Fu Wei, however, quickly recognized the knife on the ground and fixed his gaze with an icy glare towards the crowd. To force me into revealing myself by troubling my friends, such despicable tactics could only come from your Kuei Wolf Gang. A cold, mocking voice echoed through the area. From the crowd, a slender figure emerged, striding towards them with determination. Wang Gui. Both Xiao Luo and Wu Chen exclaimed in delight upon seeing him arrive. How are you two? Are you unharmed? Although he did not truly believe they were in danger, Wang Gui's eyes scanned over them, and should he find even a single hair out of place, he would not let today's events pass without consequence. Just a few of them aren't enough to harm us. Xiao Luo nodded, chuckling lightly. If you hadn't intervened earlier, I would have already sent them sprawling. Wang Gui shook his head with a helpless smile, realizing he had inadvertently aided the members of the Kuei Wolf gang. They came seeking me. Leave the rest to me, he instructed the duo. Exchanging glances, Wu Chun and Xiao Luo nodded, retreating alongside Li Mu. So, you are Wang Gui? The portly man's gaze lingered on the youth before him. Curling his lips in disdain. Fu Wei, our grievances are between us. Why trouble my friends? Wang Gui's gaze remained fixed on the leader of the Kuei Wolf gang, his tone steady. Damn it, are you deaf? I am speaking to you. The bald man's face contorted with rage, his features twitching as he shouted, I see you're seeking death. With those words, he charged at Wang Gui, fist clenched, aiming directly at the latter's head. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as a resounding slap rang out, sending the rotund figure hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, appearing utterly disheveled. Hiss! The previously arrogant man now lay on the ground, howling in pain, a bright red handprint glaring on his cheek. The onlookers were left speechless, their astonished gazes shifting towards Wang Gui, unable to fathom how such a seemingly frail youth could so effortlessly vanquish his opponent. You bastard! The portly man seethed with fury, never expecting to suffer such a humiliating defeat in front of all. I will kill you, he roared, his eyes bulging with rage, muscles taut like a feral beast as he charged at Wang Gui. Wang Gui merely chuckled, throwing a punch with precision, targeting the advancing figure. Boom! The two collided with a thunderous impact. The portly man felt a terrifying force emanating from Wang Gui's fist, sending him reeling backward once more. His body crashing to the ground, bones feeling as if they might shatter. Brothers, let us go. One of the Kuei Wolf gang members, evidently close to the portly man, could not bear to see his companion being beaten alone and charged at Wang Gui. Smack! Unsurprisingly, he too was swiftly dispatched, landing flat on the ground. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, realizing Wang Gui was indeed formidable. However, such actions would irreparably sever ties with the Kuei Wolf gang. Ignoring those on the ground, Wang Gui's gaze remained locked on Fu Wei. Our last battle is far from over. Chapter 46. Kuei Hai, you arrogant brat. Last time you were merely fortunate. This time, luck will not be on your side. Fu Wei's expression turned icy upon hearing the provocation. With that, he launched himself at Wang Gui, muscles rippling with terrifying power as he aimed a vicious strike at Wang Gui's head. However, Wang Gui remained unfazed, stepping forward with equal resolve, fist raised, ready to meet the challenge head-on. Seeking death, Fu Wei's face twisted into a cold smile at the sight of Wang Gui meeting his charge. Last time, luck had been against him, but this time, he would not hold back. With a roar, he unleashed his full power, each step cracking the ground beneath him, resembling a rampaging humanoid dragon. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding thud. Fu Wei felt an overwhelming force surging from Wang Gui's blow, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, while Wang Gui also retreated a few paces, gradually regaining his footing. Wang Gui, do not think that joining Su Min grants you the freedom to act as you please. Are you truly intent on severing ties with us? Fu Wei glared at the lean youth, his voice low and frigid, though internally he was astonished. Only a few days had passed, and Wang Gui's strength had noticeably improved. Previously, Wang Gui had been the one on the receiving end of his blows. Is that so? Do you really believe that if I sought peace with you, you would accept? Wang Gui replied with a derisive smile. If that were the case, why would you come after my friends? Your intent is clear, to force my hand. Upon hearing this, Fu Wei's gaze grew increasingly cold. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Gui interjected, and spare me the lofty rhetoric. We both know this is merely a contest of strength. When Kua Long sought me out, it was only because he had your Kuei Wolf gang backing him. If you dislike me, feel free to act. All this talk and underhanded tactics only serve to make you appear foolish. Wang Gui's words resonated powerfully, causing many nearby to nod in agreement. In this place, conflicts and contradictions were all too commonplace, a byproduct of the Gu cultivation management style that permitted even loss of life without much inquiry from the higher-ups. Consequently, they were compelled to band together to form factions for survival. Yet, friction among faction members was inevitable. On the surface, all seemed tranquil, but beneath, currents of tension surged. To avert large-scale conflicts or even faction wars, the leaders of the various factions exercised great caution to maintain a delicate balance. If any faction were to fall out with another, it would be a spectacle that outsiders would relish. Wang Gui's words darkened Fu Wei's expression, for he understood the truth. Here, the might of one's fist dictated authority. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from behind Fu Wei, followed by a parting of the crowd as a robust man strode forward with the confidence of a dragon. It was Kuei Hai. Had he not been dispatched on a significant mission? How could he return so swiftly? Tsk, the leader of the Kuei Wolf Gang has arrived. A spectacle was surely in store. Upon seeing the newcomer, whispers rippled through the crowd. Leader, brother Kuei Hai. The members of the Kuei Wolf Gang erupted in joy, rallying around him, with a few portly individuals crying out in a tone almost desperate, Leader, you must stand up for us. Was this truly Kuei Hai? Wang Gui's gaze fixed on the approaching figure, and his expression grew serious. Kuei Hai, late stage of meridian opening, was a towering figure, adorned with beastly tattoos on his body and face. Draped in a simple beast hide cloak and sporting leopard-patterned leg guards, embodying the very essence of a wild beast. He had heard tales of Kuei Hai's home, Kuei Wolf Village, which was said to possess a peculiar secret technique that harnessed the power of demon beasts to enhance physical capabilities. The tattoos on his body were a testament to this. As the leader of the Kuei Wolf Gang appeared, Wu Chun and Xiao Luo hurriedly positioned themselves behind Wang Gui, their eyes alert. You must be Wang Gui, Kuei Hai remarked, his robust arms crossed as he regarded Wang Gui with a faint smile. I've heard your name mentioned by the gang members more than once. You spoke truthfully. Here, it's indeed a matter of who possesses the stronger fist, and my cousin, Kuei Long, is bedridden due to your hand. If he faltered, it speaks to his inadequacy. My gang members who fell before you also cannot blame you for their shortcomings. His words caused Wang Gui's brow to furrow slightly. So, if I were to kill you, it would merely be a reflection of your weakness. Kuei Hai's eyes narrowed, his hands unclenching into fists as his muscles rippled. Bones cracking audibly with his words, his gaze turned icy. Bang! In the next moment, Kuei Hai lunged forward, soaring high, his fist glowing with a fierce sheen, propelled by a fierce gale as it came crashing down towards Wang Gui's head. Get out of the way! Upon witnessing Kuei Hai's sudden assault, Wang Gui's expression tightened, and he swiftly shouted, charging forward. Blood-eye frenzy, red, worm-like patterns erupted across his skin, crawling up his neck and face, converging in his eyes. In an instant, his gaze transformed into a terrifying blood-red. Bang! Two figures, one robust and tall, the other relatively slender and short, collided with tremendous force, drawing the attention of the surrounding spectators. As their fists met, an invisible shockwave rippled outward. Boom! A deep, suffocating sound resonated, but surprisingly, neither suffered an unexpected defeat. The collision of their formidable powers transmitted through their fists, causing the stones beneath them to shatter into dust. Bang! Yet, this equilibrium did not last long. Both figures staggered back. Kuei Hai managed to steady himself after 2 steps, while Wang Gui stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, leaving deep imprints in the ground before coming to a halt. Hiss! Wang Gui actually managed to withstand it. How is that possible? The onlookers erupted in astonished exclamations. It was well known that Kuei Hai was a seasoned veteran, having spent many years in the military, and was the founder of the Kuei Wolf Gang, his strength reaching the late stage of meridian opening. In contrast, Wang Gui had only recently ascended, a novice fresh from obscurity. Although Kuei Hai had not exerted his full strength, the vast difference in their levels made Wang Gui's ability to withstand a punch from him remarkable. The initial skeptics who doubted Wang Gui's capacity to slay Huang Ba began to waver. Could it be true that Huang Ba met his end at Wang Gui's hands? Simultaneously, the members of the Kuei Wolf Gang wore expressions of shock, and Fu Wei's face grew increasingly grim. Having not anticipated Wang Gui's hidden prowess, one could only wonder how he would fare against the likes of the portly men beside him had Wang Gui unleashed his full potential in their earlier exchange. However, Fu Wei's eyes soon regained their calm. Even if Wang Gui could block that punch, it did not grant him the qualifications to contend with Kuei Hai. It was crucial to note that Kuei Hai's previous attack relied solely on his physical strength. Without the aid of any martial technique. In contrast, Wang Gui's sudden surge in power, coupled with his blood-red eyes, indicated he had employed a special technique to enhance his abilities. Therefore, should a true battle ensue, Wang Gui would undoubtedly face defeat. Chapter 47. Fang Qingshan, a sudden enhancement of power? Kuei Hai regarded Wang Gui with a hint of surprise, noting the chilling intensity in his blood-red gaze. Though intrigued, he merely smiled faintly. With his experience, he could discern that Wang Gui had utilized some technique to forcibly elevate his power. However, such techniques are often time-limited. I wonder how long you can sustain it. Kuei Hai smirked, his lips curling into a derisive ARC-it that moment. Wang Gui's expression was grave. He remained silent, his muscles taut, preparing for the impending confrontation, his blood-red eyes fixed firmly on Kuei Hai. Even with the blood-eye frenzy enhancing his strength to the mid-stage of meridian opening, a significant gap still existed between them. Humph. Unwilling to waste further words, Kuei Hai snorted coldly, reversing his grip on his arm. A chilling wave of energy surged outward from his feet. Visible beastly tattoos on his body began to writhe as if alive, and radiant glimmers appeared upon their surface, gleaming with intensity. Clearly, Kuei Hai was preparing to unleash his true power. The gathering crowd swelled, encircling the area, eager to witness whether the renowned Wang Gui was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Kuei Hai, as the leader of a gang, are you truly so shameless as to bully a newcomer fresh from the ranks? Just as the atmosphere became tense, a mocking voice rang out from above. The crowd turned to see a figure clad in azure standing on the railing of a nearby pavilion, observing the unfolding drama. Beside this azure-clad man stood a group of spectators, whose demeanor suggested they were companions of his. It was Fang Qingshan of the Tianhe gang. How had he arrived here? Needless to say, this is the territory of the Tianhe gang's business. Such a commotion could hardly go unnoticed, murmured the crowd. Fang Qingshan smiled faintly, leaping gracefully into the arena, positioning himself between Wang Gui and Kuei Hai. Fang Qingshan, do you intend to intervene in this matter? Kuei Hai's brow furrowed slightly at the sudden appearance, his voice tinged with hostility. Fang Qingshan did not respond directly to him but instead turned his gaze toward Wang Gui, appraising him from head to toe. Blood-eye frenzy? It seems Huangba truly met his demise at your hands. Impressive. Were I in your position, I could not have achieved such a feat with that. Fang Qingshan gave Wang Gui an approving thumbs up. Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not recognize this individual, he was aware of Fang Qingshan's reputation as the leader of the Tianhe gang. The fact that he recognized this technique suggested a connection to Huangba. Instantly, Wang Gui's body tensed. Rest assured, I have merely witnessed Huangba execute this technique once. We share no relationship, Fang Qingshan remarked with a resigned smile, waving his hand to ease Wang Gui's anxiety. Leader Fang. At his words, Wang Gui let out a silent sigh of relief, retracting the blood-eye frenzy and restoring his eyes to their original state, then bowed politely to Fang Qingshan. Fang Qingshan? This matter is between me and him. It is not your concern. If you wish to avoid disrupting the truce between the Kuei Wolf gang and the Tianhe gang, I suggest you refrain from meddling. Kuei Hai stated, his expression darkening as he fixed a cold stare on Fang Qingshan. What do you mean? Kuei Hai, are you threatening our leader? A chilling voice emanated from the pavilion above. The speaker, a tall figure with sharp brows and piercing eyes, was Pang Zhun. Beside him was a striking woman with short red hair, leaning casually against the wooden post, her alluring figure attracting many gazes. Yet, as the crowd noticed the dagger she idly twirled in her hand, they instinctively recoiled, unwilling to linger upon her captivating presence. Should you have the courage to wage war, we need not fear you. If you dare to challenge us, then let it be. On the attic, a multitude of members from the Tianhe gang spoke in booming voices, showing no fear of the Kuailong gang below. Is this military camp your home? I shall do as I please, and what can you do about it? Besides, this is the trading area of my Tianhe gang. You bring your people here to cause trouble, aren't you slapping me in the face? How am I supposed to conduct business here? Fang Qingshan spread his hands with a smirk. Fu Wei was displeased, retorting, hasn't there been fighting here before? Why didn't you come out to intervene then? Before Fang Qingshan could respond, Pang Zhun, from above, smirked with a mocking grin and said, I didn't see it before, but I see it now. What of it? Fu Wei, if you have objections, we can find a place to discuss it privately. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances, realizing that the Tianhe gang and Kuailong gang were infamous foes, neither able to tolerate the other. If a fight were to break out, the entire trading area would surely descend into chaos. You? Fu Wei's expression turned ashen. Kuei Hai waved his hand, his gaze dark as he fixed it on Fang Qingshan, saying in a low voice, "It seems you are determined to meddle today, aren't you?" Kuei Hai was not afraid of Fang Qingshan. However, with Fang Qingshan's interference, his plan to deal with Wang Gui would no longer be as effortless. His current target was Wang Gui, and he did not wish to completely sever ties with Fang Qingshan and the Tianhe gang. Kuei Hai, he has already joined the Su Min. Aren't you afraid that the people from Su Min will come looking for trouble with you later? Fang Qingshan turned his head to address Kuei Hai. Upon hearing this, the coldness on Kuei Hai's face intensified as he laughed heartily. Haha, don't you find it strange? Why is it that not a single person from Su Min has arrived yet? His words instantly incited gasps from the surrounding crowd, sparking a flurry of discussions. Isn't Wang Gui a member of Su Min? Why haven't we seen anyone from Su Min yet? Perhaps the people from Su Min are still unaware. It's about to explode here, and they have no clue. At this moment, Fang Qingshan furrowed his brows slightly. It appeared that Kuei Hai had already colluded with Su Min. He then cast a puzzled glance at Wang Gui, who was personally recruited by Su Tongling. Could it be that there were those within Su Min who held grievances against him? Wang Gui's eyes flickered as he recalled his initial meeting with Su He. It seemed that the latter had already been in league with Kuei Hai at that time. Fang Qingshan, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This matter is beyond your involvement. Be cautious not to drag the Tianhe gang into it. Kuei Hai sneered at Fang Qingshan's confused expression. Upon hearing Kuei Hai's words, the crowd grasped the situation, realizing that Kuei Hai had a mastermind behind him. They too became curious, wondering whom Wang Gui had offended to warrant Kuei Hai acting as a thug against him. Wang Gui's complexion gradually darkened. He needed no guesses to know who was pulling the strings behind Kuei Hai. Enough! You all have caused enough commotion. You little rascals should disperse. How can we conduct business with you all blocking the way? At that moment, a venerable voice suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to find an elderly man in a coarse robe slowly making his way towards them. Old He. Someone recognized the elder. This elder he was once the commander of General Fan's troops, having retreated here after suffering grave injuries in his youth. Although he held no real power, his seniority commanded respect, even from figures like Su Tongling. Fang Qingshan whispered to Wang Gui, "It's Elder He." The crowd promptly bowed in respect, and Fang Qingshan and Wang Gui followed suit. Seeing Elder He step forward, Kuei Hai's brows knitted tightly, his expression darkening. He realized that he could no longer act today and could only cast a cold glance at Wang Gui. Wang Gui, I shall let you go today, but mark my words. 1 week from now at the trial competition of Fengyan 2nd Battalion, I will settle scores with you. Of course, you can choose not to participate and be a coward. Hee, good luck with that. And you, Fang Qingshan, the grievances between our two gangs will be resolved in that competition. With that, Kuei Hai let out a cold laugh and turned to leave with Fu Wei and the others. I am always ready. Fang Qingshan smiled lightly. As he watched the departing members of the Kuailong gang, Wang Gui's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 48. Trial Competition. Seeing Kuei Hai and the others leave, Wang Gui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight had truly broken out, he would not have been a match for them at this moment. Just as Wang Gui intended to thank Elder He realized that the old man had already vanished. He could only shift his gaze to Fang Qingshan. There are too many people here. Let us discuss this upstairs. Before he could speak, Fang Qingshan pointed to the nearby loft and stepped inside. Wang Gui and his companions exchanged glances before following closely behind. Upon entering the room, they found 2 figures seated in chairs, 1 male and 1 female. This is Peng Jin and Yao Hong. Fang Qingshan introduced. Wang Gui clasped his fists in greeting, and the two nodded in return. Thank you, gang leader Fang. Wang Gui smiled gratefully, expressing his appreciation. If it weren't for your intervention today, I would have likely faced a bitter battle, or worse, been captured. Our Tianhe gang has always been rivals with the Kuailong gang. I am more than willing to do anything that would make Kuei Hai uncomfortable, Fang Qingshan replied with a smile, his demeanor approachable and unpretentious. Wang Gui smiled in return, having heard of the rivalry between the two gangs. He originally thought he would only encounter Fu Wei today, but to his surprise, he had run into Kuei Hai. The Kuailong gang's actions against you were likely premeditated. They simply didn't expect Kuei Hai to collude with Su Min, Fang Qingshan said, his expression turning serious. This is most likely the doing of Su He. That fellow appears to be a hypocrite. He acts like a gentleman but isn't one behind the scenes. Su Yun is away. and Su Min is currently under his management. Pang Zhen interjected, cursing, "Damn it. I didn't expect that scoundrel to team up with Kuei Hai." Wang Gui remained silent, his face gradually darkening. He had sensed something amiss during his initial meeting with Su He. The latter's deliberate difficulty suggested he was not fond of Wang Gui. However, he had never anticipated that someone from Su Min would collude with Kuei Hai. "Who have you offended to warrant Kuei Hai personally coming after you?" The beautiful woman, Yao Hong, finally spoke up. Echoing the curiosity of both Fang Qingshan and Pang Zhen, who turned their gazes toward Wang Gui.it is the Qi family. Wang Gui sighed bitterly, contemplating for a moment before revealing the truth to them. What? The Qi family? The three in the room were taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. They knew well that the Qi family was one of the four families of Xuanwu City, possessing exceptional strength and power. They had not expected Wang Gui to provoke such a formidable force. "How did you offend the Qi family?" Pang Zhen blinked in astonishment. Compared to the four families, they were merely children playing house. When encountering members of the four families, they typically avoided them, unwilling to provoke them. Wang Gui, having only recently arrived at the military camp, how could he have crossed paths with them? Wang Gui pondered briefly before recounting the events at the Howling Cry Gorge. "No wonder Su Tongling holds you in such high regard," Fang Qingshan remarked, suddenly understanding why the usually carefree Su Xiao had taken such a keen interest in a newcomer. "Its, no wonder the Qi family seeks to eliminate you," Pang Zhen added, murmuring. Wang Gui gave a self-deprecating smile, admitting that he initially only wished to gain some benefits from the Su family. Little did he know they would use him as cannon fodder, inadvertently offending the Qi family. If only Qi Jingtian were not so foolish and had cleared the trial sooner, this situation might have been avoided. Now that the die was cast and the enmity established, further discussion was futile. Wang Gui did not dwell on the past and turned to Fang Qingshan, asking, "What exactly is the trial competition that Kuei Hai mentioned?" Before Wang Gui could inquire further about the competition, Fang Qingshan explained, "The trial competition is an annual event for Fengyan's 2nd Battalion. All participants will enter the White 8 mountain range to seize the nameplates from one another. The top 10 individuals with the most nameplates will receive rewards." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui couldn't help but be taken aback. The rules seemed simple, but the brutality inherent in the competition was well understood only by those who had spent time in the military camp. It would undoubtedly involve bloodshed. Normally, you wouldn't be able to participate in this competition, but since you have advanced to a new battalion ahead of schedule, you happen to be included, Fang Qingshan chuckled lightly. Continuing, moreover, this competition is a significant event in Xuanwu City, attracting considerable attention from various factions. Those who perform exceptionally are often recruited, including by the four families, into their respective guard forces. Wang Gui nodded. It was clear that this competition held great importance. He suddenly questioned, "Aren't the young prodigies in the military camp being snatched up by other factions? Isn't the City Lord's mansion concerned?" The entire trial competition seemed like a selection process for the four families and other factions, draining fresh talent from Xuanwu City. What would happen to the City Lord's mansion? Fang Qingshan's expression turned grave as he remarked, "The Lord's mansion, or rather, Xinyan City, occupies a transcendent position, irrespective of the four houses within the city or other factions. They exhibit absolute obedience to the Lord's mansion. Their relationship is not merely one of hierarchy but resembles a form of employment. For instance, in Xuanwu City, all markets, taverns, and similar establishments are under the control of the four houses, with the Lord's mansion merely collecting a portion of taxes from them. Similarly, when the four houses seize treasures from outside, they only need to remit a certain percentage of their gains to Xinyan City periodically to retain long-term possession." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui could not help but furrow his brow tightly, evoking a sensation akin to that of landlords and peasants, or masters and slaves. Yet, is merely paying some taxes truly sufficient? The various houses, having accumulated wealth and resources over the years, possess formidable foundations, some perhaps even rivaling those of the inner city. Yet, since the establishment of Xinyan City, no rebellious faction has emerged. The entire city operates in an orderly fashion, and the tranquility is almost terrifying. To claim they harbor no ambition or desire for rebellion is sheer nonsense. If their strength surpasses that of Xinyan, why would they not seek to usurp it? Or perhaps Xinyan City has employed some means to weaken the powers of the other cities, compelling them to serve it loyally. These are uncertainties that Wang Gui cannot ascertain. Shaking his head, Wang Gui resolved not to let his mind wander into such convoluted thoughts. These matters were beyond his concern. Instead, he ought to concentrate on the upcoming trial competition in a week's time. To counter Kuai Hai and the Kuai Wolf gang behind him, he must elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. Once he successfully cultivates the Demon Flame technique, he shall break through to the mid-stage of the Meridian Realm. Coupled with the enhancements from Blood-Eye Frenzy, he might yet possess the strength to confront Kuai Hai. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Wang Gui and his companions returned. He headed back to the Military Achievements Hall to claim his battle tasks. As cultivating the Demon Flame technique necessitated the Fire Xuanjun platform. To his astonishment, however, all the tasks had been claimed by others, with numerous reservations already made. The next batch of tasks would not be available to him for another week. In desperation, Wang Gui sought out Xiao Hongyu, requesting his assistance in exchanging some military merits for fire essence stones. Initially, it was the latter who had sought to procure military merits, though in the end, the transaction did not materialize. Yet, Xiao Hongyu had established certain connections. After explaining his predicament, Xiao Hongyu readily agreed to help, but 3 days passed without any military merits being received. Naturally, Wang Gui did not rely solely on him. He roamed the Military Achievements Hall, even setting up a stall to attract attention, but to no avail. Not even when he tripled his prices did anyone show interest in trading. Could it be that with the trial competition approaching, everyone was preoccupied with using their military merits to purchase materials or techniques, or perhaps enhancing their strength at the Fire Xuanjun platform? Wang Gui pondered, that doesn't seem right. The bustle here is hardly greater than before. And the foot traffic at the Fire Xuanjun platform appears unchanged. Having spent several days in the Military Achievements Hall, he was acutely aware of this. It was only when Xiao Hongyu approached him that he learned the reason. Kuai Hai of the Kuai Wolf gang had issued a strict order forbidding them from selling military merits to him. However, it was unlikely that the Kuai Wolf gang alone wielded such power. A more formidable force must be exerting pressure from behind. Qi Mansion. Wang Gui surmised, realizing that even Su He and the others had been secluding themselves under the pretext of closed-door cultivation, avoiding visitors. Others from Su Min, upon encountering him, would even take a detour as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Wu Qian and Xiao Luo had been conspicuously absent, their whereabouts unknown, while Fang Qingshan and the others were engrossed in their own training in preparation for the trial competition. It seemed Qi Mansion had anticipated his intention to cultivate at the Fire Xuanjun platform, thus cutting off all sources of military merits. A bitter smile crept upon Wang Gui's face as he finally grasped the taste of offending a major power. Everywhere he turned, he encountered barriers, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping his throat, severing all paths ahead, leaving him to deeply feel the stifling helplessness and despair. As for my military merits, I have little. But I do possess a trial task. Xiao Hongyu suddenly spoke after a moment of contemplation. What task do you have? Wang Gui exclaimed, eyes wide with curiosity. Xiao Hongyu's chubby face broke into a sincere smile as he scratched his head. When you sold me your military merits, I had already accepted this task long ago. After all this time, you have yet to complete it. Aren't tasks from the Military Achievements Hall supposed to have time limits? Wang Gui inquired, astonished. Xiao Hongyu nodded, chuckling awkwardly. After finishing my training at the Fire Xuanjun platform, I went to undertake the trial task, but it was far too challenging. I only managed to complete half. Coincidentally, the task issuer, Old Zhang, and I have shared a drink a few times. Not what you might be thinking. I simply meant we got drunk together and ended up spending the night, that's all. Noticing Wang Gui's peculiar gaze, Xiao Hongyu hastily waved his hands in explanation, but it seemed he could not clarify the situation, so he continued, in any case, I managed to negotiate an extension on the task deadline. Such negotiation. Wang Gui's spirits lifted at the thought, regardless of the nature of Xiao Hongyu's dealings with Old Zhang. All that mattered to him was the task in hand. He quickly pressed, what is the task? How many military merits does it yield? Xiao Hongyu produced the task scroll, stating, you are to hunt fire lizards in the Earth Fire City, collect 50 fire lizard scales, gather 10 fire crystal stones, and procure a fire dan. The military merits awarded for this task amount to 200. Wang Gui perused the scroll briefly. The fire lizard scales were obtained from slaying fire lizards, while mining the earth fire, or could yield fire crystal stones. As for the fire dan, it referred to the fire dan from the Fire Lizard King. This fire dan was not a true inner dan of a demon beast, but rather a fleshy cyst storing the fiery essence within the Fire Lizard King's body. If it were a fifth-tier demon beast with an actual inner Dan, Wang Gui wouldn't even dare to consider such a task. That would be a formidable creature rivaling the strength of a human warrior in the Meridian Realm. I have visited Earth Fire City several times, but have yet to encounter the Fire Lizard King. I've gathered most of the other materials, Chao Hongyu remarked with a grimace. The Fire Lizard King is a high-tier 3 demon beast, comparable to the late stage of the Meridian Realm. Despite his seemingly honest demeanor, Chao Hongyu is also a mid-stage Meridian Realm powerhouse. Although it may prove challenging, the two of them together should be able to handle it. If they could assist Chao Hongyu in completing the task, splitting the 200 military merits would yield a sufficient amount for Wang Gui to use the Fire Xuanzhen platform once. Regardless, this presented an opportunity that he must seize. Let us go to Earth Fire City. Having reached an agreement, the two wasted no time and set off immediately. Earth Fire City was a small secret realm controlled by the Xuanwu City military camp, situated several hundred meters beneath the city. Consequently, it had become a common training ground for members of the military. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, they paid an entrance fee of 10 fire essence stones and ventured inside. The initially dark tunnel quickly transformed into a vast, illuminated expanse, revealing a colossal underground magma chamber. Towering stone pillars were interconnected by man-made suspension bridges, forming a series of stone forests. From an aerial perspective, it resembled interconnected islands floating above the boiling magma below. Scattered across these islands were dilapidated structures, their broken walls standing as remnants of what appeared to be an underground city. Standing in this place, one could occasionally glimpse figures darting about within. Let us proceed, Wang Gui urged, as they crossed the suspension bridge and entered Earth Fire City. Instantly, a wave of scorching heat enveloped them, and the temperature around them surged dramatically. Ah, if it isn't Chao Hongyu. What brings you here again? Still not giving up? As Wang Gui and Chao Hongyu searched the ruins for the elusive Earth Fire Lizard, they encountered not a few people, indicative of the sheer number of hunters present. The burly man cast a glance at Wang Gui, bursting into laughter. What's this? You've brought along a beginner in the Meridian Realm, huh? How about letting me take your task instead? Or perhaps you could give me 150 military merits, and I'll assist you. Chao Hongyu ignored the man and continued onward with Wang Gui in search of their quarry. Along the way, they observed numerous groups of hunters returning with vibrant red lizards slung over their shoulders, while remnants of mined stones littered the corners where they had been shattered. Fire crystal stones were primarily used for crafting and were quite popular materials for weapon forging. Thus, everyone visiting Earth Fire City, regardless of whether they had relevant tasks, would seize the opportunity to procure them. After an exhaustive search, the duo scoured 4 stone islands without catching a glimpse of the Fire Lizard King. How often does the Fire Lizard King respawn? Is there a fixed location for it? Wang Gui's brow furrowed in frustration, glancing at Chao Hongyu with a tone tinged with fatigue and exasperation. This search is truly testing my patience. It would be far simpler to wait for it to come to us. Respawn? Chao Hongyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wang Gui forced a smile, then explained. I mean, isn't there a specific area where the Fire Lizard King can usually be found? It can't just roam aimlessly, can it? The Fire Lizard King emerges from the fire lizard population. Typically, for every 100 fire lizards, 1 Fire Lizard King will appear. Chao Hongyu shrugged helplessly, then queried, well, as you can see, even the fire lizards are scarce, let alone the Fire Lizard King. This is quite strange. There used to be an abundance of fire lizards here. Even with the number of hunters around, it shouldn't be this difficult to find them. Alas, let us continue our search. Having failed to elicit any useful information, Wang Gui, in a moment of resignation, waved his hand. And thus the two resumed their quest within the subterranean ruins. They traversed one stone aisle after another, delving deeper until, at last, they were greeted by the long-lost roar of the Fire Lizard King. Upon hearing this cry, Chao Hongyu's spirit soared, and he exclaimed with joy, "Let us go." At his words, Wang Gui's face also lit up with excitement. After 2 days of searching, he had finally made a significant discovery. The two were elated, akin to experiencing a long-awaited rain after a drought, and they hurried towards the source of the sound, having endured considerable hardship in their search. Before them lay a dilapidated cluster of structures, with a large open area at its center, where various peculiar stones jutted out, their jagged forms standing out starkly. In the middle was a lake of molten lava, bubbling with a searing heat. At the edge of this lake, A group of figures was engaged in a fierce battle against a massive lizard. This fire lizard was at least 4 to 5 times larger than a typical lizard. Spanning over 10 meters in length, its scales resembling cooled lava, and at the tip of its enormous snout, a horn-like protrusion could be seen. It truly was the Fire Lizard King. Wang Gui and Chao Hongyu concealed themselves in a corner of the ruins, and upon seeing the fearsome beast, the latter immediately recognized it, exclaiming with exhilaration, "The Fire Lizard King, Tier 3. Wang Gui licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a covetous light. "Look over there, there are abundant geothermal ores. We shall strike it rich." Chao Hongyu pointed excitedly towards the left side of the lava lake, where patches of crimson ore were piled, indicative of a geothermal ore deposit. Wang Gui merely cast a brief glance before redirecting his focus to the crowd engaged in combat with the Fire Lizard King. Lu He, initial pulse stage, and Zhang Miao, initial pulse stage, flashed before his eyes as blood bar information raced past him. At that moment, a figure abruptly entered Wang Gui's line of sight. Causing his heart to quiver involuntarily, a cold smirk crept upon his lips, tinged with a hint of malevolence. Fu Wei, mid-pulse stage. Chapter 50. The Yellow Sparrow Lurk's Roar. The Fire Lizard King let out a deafening roar by the lava lake. Its crimson slit pupils malevolently fixed on the figures before it. It was now battered and bruised, with scales shedding and gaping wounds the size of fists covering its body, blood gushing forth like a spring. Hissing as it hit the ground, this beast still has some fight left in it. Luckily, we brought cold iron chains. If it escapes into the lava lake, our efforts would be in vain, Zhang Miao remarked with a smug grin. As the iron chain he wielded ensnared the creature, limiting its movement. Even a formidable Tier 3 beast had become their captive. We have been lying in wait here for 3 to 4 days. It took great effort to lure it ashore, and we shall certainly capture it this time, Lu He said excitedly. Humph, this Fire Lizard King has been grievously wounded and is on its last legs. However, everyone must remain vigilant. This beast could strike back fiercely in its dying moments, Fu Wei cautioned, his gaze piercing as he studied the colossal creature before him, a cold smile playing on his lips. He then turned to his companions, reminding them that beasts of this caliber had begun to exhibit a degree of intelligence, making their dying struggles all the more dangerous. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Oh no, Fu Wei! Someone is stealing our geothermal ore." Startled, Fu Wei's expression darkened as he followed the direction indicated, spotting a short, stout figure near the ore deposits by the lava lake. If one strained their ears, they could faintly hear the sound of mining. "I'll keep watch here. Zhang Miao, take your group and apprehend that thief. I want to see who dares to touch the belongings of my Kuei Wolf gang." Fu Wei commanded coldly. "Understood," Zhang Miao replied, raising his hand, and the four hurried towards the ore deposits, intent on capturing the thief. The stout figure, wearing a black veil, could not be seen clearly. Upon noticing Zhang Miao and his companions approaching, he hastily stuffed the ore into a large cloth bag and, shouldering it, sprinted towards the outer buildings. "Damn it, chase after him," Zhang Miao cursed, leading the charge as they rushed after the fleeing thief. The vast expanse of the lava lake was now left with only Fu Wei and the injured Fire Lizard King. Roar. Noticing the sudden decrease in opponents, the Fire Lizard King began to thrash and retaliate. Attempting to break free from the chains, however, the more it struggled, the tighter the chains constricted, inflicting further damage and causing plumes of white smoke to arise. Just stay there and accept your fate. These chains are forged from cold iron, specifically designed to counter your fiery kind. Fu Wei scoffed, observing the struggling beast with disdain. With the beast ensnared by the binding chains, any attempts at escape were futile. With a sudden understanding of the mockery, the Fire Lizard King pivoted its massive head towards Fu Wei, opening its jaws wide. Releasing a torrent of flames, Fu Wei scoffed, quickly sidestepping, and then yanked on the iron chain with force. The Fire Lizard King erupted in pained cries, writhing on the ground before falling silent. "Humph, vile creature, dare you to show your ferocity? You are courting death," Fu Wei began, but he was abruptly interrupted by a chilling sensation creeping up his back. Instinctively, he turned to evade, but it was too late. A blade struck him in the spine. His armor shattered instantly, leaving a long, jagged gash, and the force of the blow sent him hurtling backwards several meters. Before he could regain his composure, The seemingly lifeless Fire Lizard King suddenly opened its eyes, its spiked fiery tail crashing toward him. Bang! A muffled groan escaped him as the immense force sent Fu Wei soaring through the air like a rag doll. Hiss! Fu Wei's body trembled violently as he looked down to see a sharp blade protruding from his chest. "It can't be you?" Fu Wei spat blood, struggling to turn his head, only to be met with a familiar yet incredulous face. Wang Gui smirked slightly, uninterested in exchanging words with the already doomed. He swiftly withdrew his long knife and kicked Fu Wei into the molten lake behind him. All the while 2 orbs of white light entered Wang Gui's body. Fire Lizard King's life. 3 With the Fire Lizard King on the verge of death, Wang Gui swiftly ended its life with a single stroke. Congratulations, you have acquired Fire Essence. Congratulations, you have acquired the Fireproof Cloak. Congratulations, you have acquired the Fire Control Technique. Congratulations, you have acquired Vitality Stones. Congratulations, you have obtained a key. As the orbs of light entered his body, Wang Gui did not hasten to inspect his spoils. Instead, he hurriedly dismembered the Fire Lizard King's remains. Acquired Fire Lizard Meat 50, Fire Lizard Scales 20, Fire Lizard Horn 1, Fire Lizard Saliva, Dismembering Proficiency 1. Before long, the enormous carcass of the Fire Lizard King lay entirely dismantled, leaving only a black chain on the ground. Cold Iron Chain Description. Forged from celestial cold iron, imbued with a chilling essence, capable of countering fiery entities. This is how Fu Wei and his companions subdued the Fire Lizard King. A fine treasure indeed. I shall take it with me. The chain, entirely black, emanated a bone-chilling aura as Wang Gui curiously eyed it, then grinned widely, stowing it away in his backpack. Without delay, Wang Gui's figure flickered as he departed from the scene. Arriving at the predetermined location with Chao Hongyu, he found no trace of him, likely still entangled with the pursuers from the Kuei Wolf Gang. Seizing the opportunity to wait, Wang Gui examined his recent acquisitions. From Fu Wei's fallen belongings, he retrieved a weapon, a spiked club, and a storage pouch. This spiked club was Fu Wei's signature weapon, difficult to part with. To prevent future troubles, Wang Gui promptly discarded the weapon into the lava. Then rummaged through the storage pouch. Aside from various odds and ends, he found several hundred Fire Essence stones, along with some useful herbs, and a third-tier body refinement pill, which caught Wang Gui's attention. The body refinement pill was perfect for him. In the market, such a pill would require at least 100 battle merits for exchanged. It was likely that Fu Wei intended to use it to enhance his strength in preparation for the trial competition. But unexpectedly, it had fallen into Wang Gui's hands. Additionally, there were over 50 fire crystal stones, presumably collected by Fu Wei during his time here. Since all other materials were in order, these fire crystals shall be mine. Wang Gui pressed his lips together in determination, sorting through the items, keeping the useful ones and discarding the rest. Next, his gaze shifted to the dropped items from the Fire Lizard King. The Fire Essence was clearly a quest item. Needing no further explanation, Vitality Stone, Tier 3, Description, contains a faint vitality force. If one's constitution does not exceed 60, using it will permanently increase constitution by 3 points, a Vitality Stone, and a Tier 3 one at that. Wang Gui's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the glowing, blood-red stone in his backpack, his breath quickening. Indeed, only a boss-level creature would yield such valuable items. Constitution 3 without hesitation, Wang Gui utilized it. Bringing his constitution to 25. Fireproof Cloak Description. Forged from Fire Lizard Saliva, this cloak allows the wearer to traverse molten lava with ease, impervious to extreme heat. Now that is a remarkable item. Gazing at the introduction above, Wang Gui blinked, contemplating the object designed for evading pursuers and resisting fiery assaults. Surely it would yield unexpected results. The Fire Control Heart Technique, as described, is a method for mastering flames. Once cultivated, it enhances one's command over fire. Currently, the Demon Flame technique I am practicing merely serves as a body-tempering method, and with my spiritual power at only 1, I am far from becoming a spiritual practitioner. Let alone mastering spiritual arts. A bitter smile crept upon Wang Gui's face. This technique was of no immediate use to him, but it would serve as a commendable choice for exchanging for military merits or materials. The key to the Earth Fire Treasury, described as an artifact to unlock the treasury, is said to be lost, yet it is surprisingly concealed within the belly of the Fire Lizard King. A treasury? Upon encountering the term, Wang Gui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, a figure vaulted over the back wall of the dilapidated temple, landing with a clatter on its short legs. Did you manage to acquire it? Chao Hongyu inquired, hastily removing his hood, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Wang Gui offered a faint smile, tossing the fiery meatball to him. Indeed, it is the fire pill of the Fire Lizard King. Chao Hongyu's face lit up with delight as he pressed further. What about Fu Wei? Is he unharmed? I'm perfectly fine, Wang Gui replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, by the way, do you know of any treasure locations around here? Perhaps some hidden chests? Chao Hongyu furrowed his brow and shook his head. This place is merely the ruins of dilapidated cities. I've never heard of any treasure sites. Never mind, let us depart. Wang Gui concluded it seemed the Earth Fire Treasury was not located here, or perhaps it lay hidden in some obscure place, to be sought after another day. The two exchanged few words as they swiftly exited. Returning to the military camp, Chapter 51. The competition begins upon their return to the military camp. Chao Hongyu submitted their mission and generously allocated 100 military merits to Wang Gui. You may now train on the lower floors. Although it costs more merits, the results will be significantly superior, he advised. Understood, Wang Gui nodded, making his way to the counter, where he spent 100 military merits to rent the 6th floor fire training platform. Within this training room, designed as a solitary space with only one training platform, the environment was markedly warmer than that of the first floor, and the platform itself was considerably larger, adorned with intricate, profound patterns. Wang Gui shed his garments and seated himself cross-legged upon the fire training platform, consuming a body-tempering pill procured from Fu Wei's storage pouch, initiating the final phase of his training. The demon flame technique commenced, meanwhile, in the Kuei Wolfgang's lair. What did you say? Fu Wei has vanished. Kuei Hai, seated in a room within the loft, felt a slight shift in his expression as he listened to the reports from Zhang Miao and others below. Boss, while we were hunting the Fire Lizard King, we suddenly discovered someone pilfering from the mines. Brother Fu Wei directed us to apprehend the thief, and upon our return, he had completely disappeared, along with the Fire Lizard King. Zhang Miao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hearing this, Kuei Hai's brows furrowed tightly. Such claims were hard to believe. Yet, it was not only Zhang Miao who spoke thus. Others echoed the same sentiments, compelling Kuei Hai to accept the unsettling possibility. Could it be that someone seized the opportunity to snatch the Fire Lizard King while Zhang Miao and the others were preoccupied? Perhaps the third brother fought with that individual, inadvertently allowing the Fire Lizard King to escape? Mused a burly man seated to Kuei Hai's left. Kuei Hai remained silent, his expression darkening further, and inquired, What of the thief? Have you captured them? Zhang Miao and the others exchanged glances, their faces grim as they shook their heads. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools! The burly man cursed vehemently. It seems you have fallen into someone else's trap. Kuei Hai's face was as cold as ice, his voice gradually chilling. Let us wait and see. If Fu Wei does not return by midnight, he may have encountered dire misfortune. In the sweltering training room, Wang Gui sat cross-legged on the fire training platform, flames of energy surging beneath him, relentlessly striking against his body. Wang Gui gritted his teeth, his body involuntarily convulsing. The pain was several times greater than that experienced on the first floor, and the sweat beading on his forehead evaporated almost instantly. Yet, the results were also magnitude superior. Demon Flame Technique 84, 92, 98. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the Demon Flame Technique. Demon Flame Technique, entry level, Constitution 20. In that moment, Wang Gui felt as if he could hear the sound of his muscles and bones growing stronger, becoming more robust and filled with power, his meridians flowing much more freely. Sensing the transformation within his body, Wang Gui's face radiated with profound joy as he hurriedly glanced at his status panel. Constitution 45. Midway through meridian opening, at last, he had broken through. The cultivation of the Demon Flame Technique to the entry level had granted him a remarkable 20 points in Constitution, surpassing his expectations by a full measure. With my current strength at the midway point of meridian opening, coupled with the blood-eye frenzy, Kuei Hai, I wonder if our next encounter will be as effortless for you as the last? Wang Gui smirked, yet he refrained from becoming overly arrogant. The trial competition was not a mere one-on-one match. It was a grand melee. He had to be thoroughly prepared. not only to contend with the Kuei Wolfgang and Kuei Hai, but also to face other unknown foes. Those who were once gentle and affable might, in this grand contest, shed their serene facades, revealing an unrecognized coldness and resolve. After all, if one could stand out in this competition and garner the favor of the four houses and other powers, the future would be boundless. Leaving the fire training tower, Wang Gui returned to his dormitory to commence his preparations. In addition to essential nourishing delicacies, Wang Gui intended to utilize the fire saliva from the Fire Lizard King to concoct a series of explosive bombs. This unique fire saliva, once dried and ground into powder, would resemble gunpowder yet possess even greater power. Moreover, by incorporating some hallucinogenic and poisonous substances, it would yield unforeseen effects during confrontations with adversaries. A total of 30 explosive bombs were successfully crafted, which Wang Gui cleverly bound to arrows for long-range surprise attacks, ensuring he was well-equipped for any eventuality. Congratulations, you have comprehended the life skill, weapon refining. Is that so? Wang Gui chuckled, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. Having completed these tasks, Wang Gui set out to find Wu Chun and Xiao Luo to discuss the upcoming trial competition. However, he found their door firmly shut, and no one was in sight, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the idea. The following night, the aurora shimmered brilliantly across the sky in the northeastern direction of Xuanwu City, at the edge of the White Ape Mountain Range. A spacious clearing within the woods was abuzz with activity, a multitude of figures gathering in a cacophony of sound. At the forefront of this commotion stood four imposing figures, the four great leaders, including Su Xiao. Today marks the annual trial competition, a day some had participated in multiple times. The significance of this contest need not be elaborated. Huang Li surveyed the expectant faces in the crowd. Nodding in satisfaction, Yang Shi added, "This time, not only are the rewards substantial, but General Fan will also be present to witness the final showdown." What? General Fan is coming? Unbelievable. Such a prominent figure rarely attends these competitions. Indeed, if one performs admirably and catches General Fan's eye, joining the City Lord's mansion would far surpass joining the four houses. A wave of fervent discussion rippled through the crowd, clearly expressing their reverence for the long-awaited appearance of General Fan. Enough with the idle chatter. Life and death are determined by fate. If you are prepared, proceed inside. I will await you at the stone plaza behind the mountain. Qi Feng's booming voice commanded. Charge! The throng surged forward with a chorus of shouts, transforming the previously tranquil White Ape Mountain Range into a hubbub of excitement. Be cautious. As Wang Gui was about to make his move, he heard Su Zhao's warning. Nodding slightly, he raised his gaze and met the eyes of Kuei Hai and his entourage not far away. The latter made a throat-cutting gesture towards Wang Gui, leaving behind a chilling smirk before leading his followers into the White Ape Mountain Range. Brother Wang, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Fang Qingshan approached with a friendly smile, recognizing that since the Kuei Wolfgang intended to target Wang Gui, the enemy of his enemy was surely his ally. Thank you, Leader Fang. Wang Gui replied with a clasped fist, acknowledging that if he encountered challenges beyond his capabilities, he would not shy away from soliciting help from others. Fang Qingshan nodded and led the Tianhe gang into the White Ape Mountain Range. Just don't perish in there. Pang Zhen chuckled softly and turned away, while beside him, Yao Hong cast a fleeting glance at Wang Gui, leaving behind a few words before departing. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, though a glint of fierce determination flickered deep within his eyes. Even though he remained uncertain about his chances of reaching the final round, he resolutely refused to sit idly by should anyone attempt to obstruct him. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he proceeded without hesitation, his pace measured as he ventured into the dark expanse of the jungle. Entering the White Ape Mountain Range, he entered the White Ape Mountain Range. The cacophony around him gradually faded, granting him a semblance of tranquility. Wang Gui gazed at the insignia in his hand. The rules of this competition dictated that participants must seize each other's insignias, with the 10 who survived to reach the finish line while possessing the most insignias being rewarded. With only 10 spots available among 1,000 contenders, the competition was undeniably brutal. This trial stretched over 3 days, during which various ferocious beasts and hidden treasures lurked within the mountains. Thus, the newly arrived participants initially refrained from scrambling against each other, opting instead to delve deeper into the mountains in search of opportunities. Wang Gui, having discerned his direction, made a beeline for the Grand Stone Plaza at the finish line, reasoning that all competitors would ultimately converge there, thus sparing him the need for further searching. Of course, some adversaries would come directly to him without any effort on his part. During his journey, Wang Gui encountered a fellow participant from his camp attempting a sneak attack. The assailant was lean and agile, typically inconspicuous. Had it not been for Wang Gui's heightened vigilance, he might have found himself in dire straits. After dispatching the would-be attacker, Wang Gui acquired 10 additional insignias, indicating that 10 individuals had fallen victim to this person's treachery. Without lingering, Wang Gui continued on his path, yet he found it peculiar that he had not encountered any members of the Kuei Wolf gang along the way. Instead, he came across numerous corpses, each meeting a grisly end. As he ventured deeper, he occasionally encountered groups of 3 to 5 individuals, each boasting mid-level prowess. As time passed, the remaining participants began to grasp the importance of banding together for mutual protection. Those who acted alone, without the shield of a faction, were undeniably stepping into peril. Wang Gui, naturally, sought to avoid confrontation and successfully evaded any solitary wanderers. He aimed to find a suitable spot to rest for the night and fortuitously stumbled upon a clearing in a ravine where members of the Su sect had set up camp. Wang Gui, is that you? Su He and several others from the Su sect were gathered there, their expressions reflecting surprise at encountering him. Su He offered a faint smile and said, "Since you're also part of the Su sect, why not join us? With us around, Kuei Hai won't dare to make a move against you. No need." Observing Su He's overly amiable demeanor, Wang Gui scoffed internally and cast a cold glance his way before turning to leave with a chilling remark. Su He was in cahoots with Kuei Hai. Should he ally with them, Su He could easily betray him. Just half an hour ago, Kuei Hai captured Chao Hongyu. Su He's voice rang out behind him. At this, Wang Gui halted in his tracks, turning to fix his gaze upon Su He and coldly inquired, "Where?" "Downstream in the White Ape Mine," Su He replied matter-of-factly. Wang Gui wasted no time and swiftly made his way toward the White Ape Mine. Why would he rush to rescue Chao Hongyu? What connection do they have? Isn't that akin to walking into a trap? Zhao Ping questioned in confusion, gazing at Wang Gui's swiftly disappearing figure. Su He revealed a knowing smile. "I heard that just a few days prior to the trial, Wang Gui and Chao Hongyu were seen together in the Earth Fire City. Interestingly, Kuei Wolfgang's Fu Wei was also present there. Yet he never returned, as if he vanished from the face of the earth. Are you suggesting that Wang Gui and Chao Hongyu killed Fu Wei?" Zhao Ping blurted out, momentarily startled by his own words. "That's a possibility, but Fu Wei's disappearance is undoubtedly linked to Wang Gui," Su He continued gravely. "Thus, Kuei Hai captured Chao Hongyu to lure Wang Gui out. If they had done nothing, Wang Gui wouldn't have heard the news and rushed to save Chao Hongyu. It seems our earlier conjectures were indeed correct. This Wang Gui is quite the loyal friend, knowing full well it's a trap yet still choosing to go." Kuei Hai had already gathered his minions, eagerly awaiting Wang Gui's arrival. Zhao Ping chuckled. "So Kuei Hai is actually doing us a favor. If he manages to eliminate Wang Gui in this competition, you will have one less rival, and perhaps this will pave your way into the Su family." In truth, Su He was not a true member of the Su family, but rather an illegitimate child of a maid. Out of pity, the old ancestor of the Su family took him in, but following the death of the elder, the family, valuing their reputation, cast him out. Wang Gui has actually offended Qi Jing Tian from the Qi family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping gasped. Su He laughed lightly. "Unfortunately, the 4 families are preoccupied with the matters concerning Xuemeng Mountain and have no time to deal with Wang Gui. Meanwhile, Qi Yin from the Qi family is too busy vying for a spot in the mountain, which allows Kuei Hai to take action against Wang Gui. It seems Kuei Hai has become a pawn in someone else's game." Zhao Ping chuckled. This time, aside from Qi Yin, Huang Lei from the Huang family and Yang Ji from the Yang family are also not participating. With the master of the Su family still away, aside from Feng Qingshan and Kuei Hai, few can stand as your opponents. Moreover, I've heard the rewards this time are more generous than ever. Those who perform exceptionally might even be recruited into the City Lord's Guard. This news had spread throughout the White Ape Mountain range, though it was unclear when it had begun to circulate. A sly smile crept upon Su He's lips. In the past, he had never had the opportunity to shine amidst the presence of these masters, but now, due to the Xuemeng Mountain affair, they had all opted not to participate. With fewer formidable opponents, he was determined to seize the top spot this time. By the way, wasn't he had said that Fang Qingshan and Wang Gui were quite close? Let us spread the word that Wang Gui has been captured by Kuich Aitu. His eyes glimmered with malice as he sneered. Fang Qingshan not participating is inconsequential. If he does, it would be best if they both exhaust each other. Huh. The vice-sect leader is indeed clever. Zhao Ping chuckled, giving a thumbs up to Su He before turning to leave. The White Ape Mine was originally a lair for the White Ape, but after the White Ape King was slain by those from Xianyan City, various minerals were discovered within its den, eventually transforming it into a mine connecting to the depths of the earth. At the entrance of the mine, a throng of figures had gathered, and in the clearing ahead, Chao Hongyu was suspended, bound tightly and hanging at the mine's entrance. By the nearby bonfire, Kuei Hai sat cross-legged, meditating. Suddenly, Kuei Hai opened his eyes and glanced toward the dark recesses of the river, where a figure was slowly approaching him. "Oh, my surprise. You truly dare to come," Kuei Hai remarked, his gaze fixed upon the advancing figure. "You do this to draw me out, don't you?" Wang Gui shrugged casually. "Do you admit to killing Fu Wei?" Kuei Hai's voice turned icy. Wang Gui did not respond directly but instead focused on Chao Hongyu, who was bound like a spider's prey at the mine's entrance, and said, "Release him. I admire your courage and your loyalty to your brethren. Yet that very trait is your fatal flaw." Kuei Hai shook his head with a smirk before gesturing to his subordinates, who promptly understood and sliced the ropes, causing Chao Hongyu to tumble to the ground like a small pig. Clearly injured from the fall, "Make haste and leave this place." Wang Gui looked at Chao Hongyu, who, aside from a bruise around his eye, a bloodied nose, and a lost tooth, seemed otherwise fine, his vitality intact. "Wang Gui, I'm so sorry." Chao Hongyu felt a twinge of guilt, believing it was his careless exposure that had endangered Wang Jiu. "It's not your fault. My conflict with the Kuei Wolf Gang should not involve you. They were after me all along," Wang Gui reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Don't worry. I have my own way of dealing with this." Once Chao Hongyu departed, Wang Gui found himself alone in the clearing, facing Kuei Hai and his band of Kuei Wolf Gang members, while the dark, foreboding mine loomed behind him. Chapter 53. The Grand Stone Plaza. Now that he has gone, it's time to settle our accounts. Cheng Shan, a burly man with a black beard, glared at Wang Gui and sneered, "You dare to kill my Kuei Wolf Gang members? Blood for blood. Your life is forfeit." As his words fell, Cheng Shan swung his blade at Wang Gui. Bang! Wang Gui swiftly sidestepped, the large blade slicing through the air mere inches from his nose, missing its mark. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward and delivered a sharp slap to Cheng Shan's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the depths of the mine. "Seeking death." Seeing this, Kuei Hai roared, stomping the ground as he propelled himself toward Wang Gui, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his head, the force of which tore through the air with a deafening rush. "No one can save you today. This time next year, it will be your death anniversary." The punch delivered by Kuei Hai was imbued with lethal intent, showcasing the prowess of a mid-level practitioner with undeniable clarity. Should anyone at the early stages of cultivation receive such a blow, they would undoubtedly find themselves grievously injured and spitting blood. However, he was mistaken. Wang Gui was no longer at the initial stage of cultivation. Wang Gui raised his gaze to the figure rapidly enlarging in his vision, his expression devoid of fear. He then took a half-step back, clenched his fist tightly, and retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fierce winds of their strikes collided with a resounding impact. Bang! Following that strike, Wang Gui's figure staggered back several steps, while Kuei Hai, though only retreating half a step, wore an expression of profound gloom. Mid-stage cultivation. Kuei Hai's eyes were fixed on Wang Gui, his face twisted in a ghastly expression, mingled with intense shock as he blurted out. Observing the astonishment etched on his opponent's face, Wang Gui let out a cold smile and, regaining his balance, turned to flee deeper into the mine. Had it only been a few days since the other had made such a breakthrough? Such a rate of growth was terrifying. Even the most elite geniuses among the various factions would pale in comparison. He had only recently arrived at the military camp. If allowed to continue his ascent, the consequences would be dire. After him, he must die today. Kuei Hai's face contorted in fury as he bellowed, leading a group of the Kuei Wolf Gang into the mine. The mine was deep and spacious, illuminated by shimmering fluorescent ores on either side, barely allowing them to discern the path. However, as they delved deeper, the mine twisted and turned like an ant's nest, connecting various passages. Wang Gui raced through the tunnels, with Kuei Hai and his men hot on his heels. Yet, it seemed Wang Gui intentionally slowed his pace, all the while strategically discarding explosive devices at predetermined spots. When the moment was ripe, he would unleash a projectile to set them off. Boom! The resounding explosions echoed, causing rubble to cascade from above, as the mine tunnels collapsed, effectively severing the pursuing Kuei Wolf gang members from their leader. As the dust settled, the fallen debris completely blocked the passage, leaving only Zhang Miao and 2 others beside Kuei Hai, while the remaining members had followed Chengshan deeper into the mine. Kuei Hai shouted in vain, frustration twisting his features. "You 4 stay here and clear the passage. The rest, follow me. Damn it, that little brat must be dealt with today." Chengshan cast a sidelong glance at the figure lingering around the bend in the passage, seemingly taunting him. The imprint of a slap on his cheek still burned, igniting his anger. After leaving a few to clear the path, he waved his hand and led the remaining members in pursuit. Wang Gui's mid-stage cultivation was evident to Chengshan, yet emboldened by their numbers, he harbored no fear. The adage that 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands rang true, especially as he too was at mid-stage cultivation. Bolstered by a dozen early-stage practitioners, with such advantages, he had no reason to feel intimidated. Upon seeing Chengshan charging forward, Wang Gui's lips curled into a faint smirk as he continued his flight. With every chase, Wang Gui would glance back and release explosive arrows, catching Chengshan and his men off guard, resulting in several casualties. Suddenly, in the dim, narrow tunnel, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, leading Chengshan and his companions into a subterranean world of magma. "Big Brother Cheng, Wang Gui is over there." One of them pointed ahead, and Chengshan looked up to see Wang Gui ascending a small island amidst the molten rock. "Humph, he's seeking his own demise. He can't escape now," Chengshan scoffed, urging his men to follow. Yet, when they reached the island, they found it deserted, with no sign of Wang Gui. "Where is he?" Chengshan exclaimed in disbelief, surveying the small, flat island devoid of any cover, revealing only his own group. Boom! Just then, a piercing screech echoed, and the stone bridge behind them exploded, collapsing in an instant. "Big Brother Cheng, that arrow seemed to have been shot from below." One of his companions exclaimed, his face a mask of horror as he pointed towards the seething magma below. "That's preposterous. Can Wang Gui hide in the magma?" Chengshan retorted, skeptical of the claim. Nevertheless, the recent explosion bore a striking resemblance to Wang Gui's handiwork, prompting him to cautiously approach the island's edge for a closer look. Boom! At that moment, a series of explosions erupted behind them, as if someone had triggered landmines, sending dust and screams into the air. Chengshan quickly turned to assess the situation. At that instant, a fiery figure erupted from the magma, soaring into the air. A chill ran down Chengshan's spine. On the summit of the Bai Yuan Mountain's rear peak, there lay a semicircular plaza constructed from colossal stones, surrounded by vigilant guards clad in fine armor. To the east, a stepped platform rose high, where several figures were gathered. At the forefront stood some of the camp's supervising instructors, followed by the 4 major leaders, Su Xiao, Qi Feng, and others. Above them loomed a solitary figure clad in exquisite silver armor, revealing only the head of an elderly man with silver hair, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. However, he exuded great vitality, with a rosy complexion and a commanding presence. Who else could occupy a position above the 4 major leaders but General Fan? "It's about time," Huang Li remarked, observing the throngs of participants emerging into the plaza, each one a survivor of the trials. As they entered, the guards at the entrance counted the number of tokens they bore. "Hee, I've heard that a few intriguing young talents have emerged from this military camp," General Fan mused, watching the bustling crowd below, stroking his beard with a smile. During this period, the young ones from various factions have been preoccupied with matters within their respective domains, allowing for ample opportunity. The general speaks true. Indeed, several promising candidates have emerged in the camp recently, Su Xiao replied with a respectful smile, his tone measured. "Yet, good seedlings must be nurtured. I fear they may falter along the way." Qi Feng interjected with a cold chuckle. Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to engage in a dispute with Qi Feng, who merely scoffed and returned his gaze to the scene below. "General, look! Huang Yingying has seized 25 tokens. She is sure to rank within the top 10, Huang Li remarked, his face a mask of admiration. Wang Yingying, is she not the granddaughter of the second elder of the Huang clan? General Fan inquired. Her cultivation is at the early stages. It's quite an accomplishment for you all. General Fan's tone was indifferent. TO claim tokens in a sea of mid to late stage practitioners suggest one thing. They were given freely, akin to a princess being entertained. Upon hearing this, Huang Li grinned broadly. Very well, let us begin announcing the results. General Fan did not delve further into the matter. As the flow of entrants diminished, he glanced at the timing pillar and stated nonchalantly, let the rankings be declared. The judges nodded in response, commencing the announcement of results. Su He, 42 tokens. Fang Qingshan, 40 tokens. Kuei Hai, 35 tokens. 10th place, Qi Yu, 21 tokens. This time, the ranks did not display the stark disparities of previous competitions. The scores were relatively close, with the last 5 places hovering around 20 tokens. Wait a moment, a voice rang out. A figure swiftly ascended to the plaza, drawing the attention of the crowd. Wang Gue, you are still alive. Kuei Hai exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. In an instant, shock morphed into intense resentment on Kuei Hai's face as he fixed a deathly glare on Wang Gue, as if he wished to skin him alive. Meanwhile, the multitude of spectators turned their gaze towards the unfolding scene, with Su He also expressing mild surprise at Wang Gue's appearance. Surely, I have not arrived too late. Paying no heed to Kuei Hai's outburst, Wang Gue approached the judges and clasped his hands in greeting. Tokens. The judge turned to glance at the timing, speaking curtly, seemingly unwilling to engage further. Wang Gue, unfazed, tossed his tokens forward, prompting the judge's eyes to widen in disbelief. 38 tokens. What? The announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd, as they struggled to comprehend Wang Gue's unexpected score. Fang Qingshan wore a similar expression of shock. He had deemed it a mere possibility for Wang Gue to arrive at the plaza, let alone to secure a spot among the top 10. On the stone seat, Yao Hong's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. The judge scrutinized Wang Gue anew before announcing the results. Third place, Wang Gue. With Wang Gue's emergence, the original third-place holder, Kuei Hai, was demoted to fourth, eliciting a flurry of sympathetic and mocking glances directed at him. The third place came with a reward of 1,000 military merits and 10 body refinement elixirs, while the fourth place yielded only 500 military merits and 5 elixirs, a substantial difference indeed. Amidst the crowd, Kuei Hai's expression was one of palpable fury, his face a deep shade of ashen, as he glared at Wang Gue with a murderous intensity. He, this little fellow must be the Wang Gue you mentioned before. Quite impressive, General Fan remarked, his gaze fixed on the youthful figure below, nodding in approval. Thank you, General. This lad possesses both temperament and talent, indeed commendable. The key point is that he is a newly recruited soldier in the camp, with a boundless future ahead of him. Upon hearing the words, Su Shao could not help but smile. He was well aware that General Fan had always possessed a discerning eye, and those deserving of such praise were indeed few and far between. Who knows what treacherous and despicable means he employed? Chi Feng, standing nearby, wore a rather grim expression, not solely due to Wang Gue's unexpected arrival at the square, but also because Wang Gue's ascension to third place had caused one of their own, previously ranked 10th, to fall. This individual happened to be his nephew, who among those participating in this trial had not endured countless battles. While underhanded tactics were lamentable, they were certainly preferable to those who couldn't even crack the top 5. Su Shao let out a cold laugh, his words dripping with scorn, as 2 of the top 3 were indeed from Su Min, which bolstered his resolve. Beside him, Yang Shi and Huang Li awkwardly rubbed their noses, realizing that this remark had inadvertently struck a nerve with them as well. Chi Feng, infuriated, clenched his fists within his sleeves, yet restrained himself from lashing out in the presence of Fan Zhu, settling instead for a disdainful snort. The upcoming competition promises to be much more intriguing. Whether one possesses true talent will soon be evident, Fan Zhu remarked with a smile, his old eyes shimmering with anticipation. In the square, the referee addressed the assembled crowd. This time, General Fan has graciously attended, adding an additional round of competition. Anyone holding more than 10 nameplates is eligible to participate. Those who had previously worn downcast expressions suddenly perked up, their previous gloom dissipating as joy illuminated their faces. The rules were straightforward. Regardless of the methods employed, the last 10 individuals remaining on the stage would be deemed victorious and would have the opportunity to join the City Lord's Guard. Moreover, a crucial rule stated that if one were to defeat a member of the top 10, they could usurp their position and claim their rewards. The once tranquil square erupted into a frenzy. From the surrounding stone platforms, figures surged forward, driven by fervor and madness, as this was their final opportunity, and they were determined to seize it. The number of figures in the square, initially confined to 10, quickly swelled to over 50. Good luck to you all. Observing the throngs of competitors, the referee chuckled before turning to depart. With the referee's pronouncement, the atmosphere above the square grew palpably tense. Due to the preceding rules, the top 10 were now encircled, resembling prey awaiting the hunt. Although the gazes of those surrounding were fervent, they were also cautious, aware that those who had reached the top 10 were either powerful gang leaders or individuals backed by formidable factions, making them not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping, Lu Che, and others hurriedly made their way to join Su He, while Yao Hong and Peng Zhan brought their group to stand alongside Fang Qingshan. The initial encirclement of 10 quickly dispersed into smaller teams, scattered throughout the corners of the square. This chaotic brawl would undoubtedly determine who could endure until the end. The longer one remained on the stage, the greater their chances of victory. One desired to deplete their fighting strength. Hence, each team remained vigilant, eyeing one another warily, resulting in an eerie silence enveloping the square. As the gazes shifted from Fang Qingshan and Su He to the isolated figure of Wang Gue in the corner. He felt the weight of many malicious stares upon him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Suddenly, a rush of wind accompanied by a shout pierced his ears. Someone had attempted a sneak attack from behind. However, Wang Gue swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch that sent his assailant tumbling from the contest stage. The commotion did not go unnoticed. The action shattered the tense atmosphere like a spark igniting a fuse, plunging the vast stone square into chaos. Figures collided, transforming the square into a tumultuous melee, with cries and the clash of weapons echoing through the air. In this pandemonium, many were soon left bloodied and injured. Enemies lurked from all directions, battling fiercely amidst the confusion. Those fortunate enough to call for surrender or escape the stone stage might yet survive, while those less fortunate could only imagine their grim fate at the hands of the bloodthirsty. In the corner, Wang Gue's expression darkened as he surveyed the pandemonium before him, which had exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a more structured competition of pairwise battles, but was instead met with this brutal selection process. His gaze drifted to a group of figures atop the high platform, who appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. For those participating, this selection mode was undeniably harsh, yet for the audience, it was nothing short of a visual feast. Returning his attention to the battlefield, amidst the chaos, there existed a few relatively calm and stable zones, where Su He, Fang Qingshan, and their companions stood resolutely. Anyone daring to approach their vicinity was swiftly repelled by their comrades. Requiring neither Su He nor Fang Qingshan to intervene directly, it was clear that all understood the importance of maintaining their positions in this contest. Wang Gue. Just as Wang Gue was lost in thought, several figures swooped in, encircling him. A sudden, sharp command rang out across the square. Upon hearing it, the encircling individuals instinctively turned to face the source of the voice, their faces betraying shock before scattering like startled birds. Wang Gue lifted his gaze to see Kue Hai approaching, exuding an aura of menace. Upon sighting the approaching figure, Wang Gue's expression remained largely unchanged, as if he had anticipated this moment. Wang Gue. Have Qingshan and Fu Wei met their demise at your hands? Kue Hai's icy glare bore into Wang Gue, his voice frigid. The mysterious disappearance of Fu Wei and the continued absence of Qingshan were intimately tied to Wang Gue. If I do not slay them, they shall slay me. You understand the rules here. Moreover, the number of lives lost at your hands is not insignificant, is it? Wang Gue replied with a chilling smile. Therefore, spare me the grandiose justifications. We are all merely striving to survive. If you wish to kill me, then come forth. Only one of us shall leave this place alive today. Exhaling deeply, Kue Hai's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The deaths of Qingshan and Fu Wei had undeniably weakened the Kue Wolf Gang, rendering them incapable of contending with top-tier factions such as the Tianhe Gang, which fueled Kue Hai's deep-seated hatred for Wang Jiuidai. In the face of this threat, Wang Gui merely chuckled mockingly, refusing to engage. I know you possess a technique to enhance your strength. You should unleash it now. For I shall not hold back this time. Kuei-hi's expression grew increasingly grim, and as his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, shredding the upper portions of his garments, the Kuei wolf pattern. The beastly markings adorning Kuei-hi's body writhed as if alive, ultimately manifesting into the form of a black wolf. Simultaneously, Kuei-hi's physique expanded slightly, his muscles bulging, resembling a humanoid beast. The transformation instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who instinctively stepped back, recognizing the formidable force Kuei-hi now radiated. Soon, a spacious area was cleared in the square, leaving only Kuei-hi and Wang Gui standing in the center. Witnessing Kuei-hi's sudden frenzy, Fang Qingshan's expression darkened. Moments later, he perceived a warning glance from Su He. The two locked eyes, and Fang Qingshan furrowed his brow, realizing that should he intervene to assist Wang Gui, the latter would surely retaliate to prevent his aid. The optimal scenario would be for both parties to remain inactive, refraining from confrontation, allowing the top 10 to emerge as they were. Alas, Fang Qingshan sighed, resigning himself to the situation and suppressing any intention to intervene. Noticing Fang Qingshan's discretion, Su He smiled faintly, redirecting his gaze toward the area occupied by Kuei-hi. I have heard that the ancestors of Kuei Wolf Village stumbled upon a secret technique within a sacred land, enabling them to harness the power of ferocious beasts to augment their strength, making them unparalleled in combat. From his vantage point atop the platform, Fan Zhu observed the unfolding scene below, speaking slowly. Kuei-hi, being already at the later stage of meridian opening, augmented by this secret technique, likely possesses strength nearing the bone refinement stage. That so-called genius, Wang Gui, may well meet his downfall here. Qi Feng cast a sidelong glance at the increasingly grim-faced Su Xiao. Sneering. When Su Xiao remained silent, Qi Feng's internal disdain deepened, his gaze shifting back to Wang Gui below. Humph, you wretched brat, remember this. Do not thwart our efforts at the Qi Manor in your next life. However, before Qi Feng's cold smile could fully form, it abruptly froze. Wang Gui's suddenly surging aura had reached the intermediate stage of meridian opening. How is this even possible? Yet this rising aura did not wane. Instead, it continued to escalate, and before the astonished eyes of the crowd, it soared directly to the later stage of meridian opening. Bang! Qi Feng shot up, his gaze fixated on Wang Gui, disbelief etched across his features. Meanwhile, Su Xiao nearly crushed the wine jug in his grasp, his expression one of stupefaction as he gaped at the young man in the arena, his mouth agape, unable to articulate his astonishment. As the shock within him lingered long, he distinctly recalled the first time he encountered Wang Gui, who had only just broken through to the warrior stage, engaging in a skirmish with Fu Wei outside the War Merit Hall. How could it be that so little time had passed, and Wang Gui had now advanced to the later stage of meridian opening? Beside them, Huang Li and Yang Shi exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment evident in the other's eyes. Indeed, reaching the mid-stage of the meridian opening, coupled with a secret technique that could enhance one's power in a brief span, this young lad possesses quite the prowess. Fan Zhu narrowed his aged eyes, instantly discerning the method employed by Wang Gui. Hearing this, Su Xiao and the others exhaled in relief. They had been taken aback by the sudden surge of the opponent's aura, failing to observe closely. However, achieving the mid-stage of the meridian opening in such a short time is undeniably a remarkable feat not far away. Qi Feng's face turned a shade of iron, and he slowly seated himself, a palpable murderous intent swirling in his gaze. Wang Gui's astonishing rate of growth left him feeling anxious and threatened. Among the spectators, Su He and Fang Qingshan also wore expressions of shock and horror. They could hardly fathom how Wang Gui had managed to break through in such a brief period. The astonished murmurs around them did not disturb Wang Gui. Beneath his garment, his skin faintly radiated a crimson glow. At this moment, influenced by the blood-eye frenzy, his scarlet gaze fixated intently on the robust figure ahead, resembling a fierce beast. The latter, already a master at the late stage of meridian opening, had further enhanced his strength through his unique secret technique. Wang Gui did not harbor any underestimation of his opponent. Wang Gui, even if you have temporarily increased your strength, it will be futile. Prepare to meet your demise. The individual whom he once dismissed as inconsequential had now transformed into a formidable threat before him. Kuei-hi's resentment swelled within him, and as his voice fell, he suddenly lunged forward, the stone slab beneath him fracturing instantaneously. With that single stride, he propelled himself like a cannonball, and a grotesque black wolf's head seemed to materialize around his fist. Reaching the bone-refining realm, not only had his physical speed seen a tremendous enhancement, but his martial skills had also deepened, with the most significant manifestation being the embodiment of his techniques. Evidently, the wolf's head on his fist was not entirely tangible. Rather, it bore an illusory quality, yet it clearly indicated that he had touched upon that level in the face of Kuei-hi's fierce assault. Wang Gue, who would have previously opted to evade, now felt fully capable of confronting it head-on. Humph, even at death's door, you still think of feasting. Let me see you perish as a glutton. Witnessing Wang Gue nonchalantly lifting a bowl to eat, Kuei-hi was momentarily taken aback, only to have the coldness in his gaze intensify. Bang! The two figures collided violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward, stirring up dust from the ground. As their fists and legs intertwined in a chaotic tapestry, bang, bang, bang. The two figures darted swiftly, like intertwined bolts of lightning, dazzling the onlookers with their frenetic exchanges, the deep and powerful sounds of their strikes echoing throughout the arena. Every collision accompanied by the tremors of the air. A plethora of astonished gazes converged upon the scene. Even those embroiled in fierce combat instinctively paused, redirecting their attention to the intense clash unfolding in the center. Their faces were etched with disbelief and shock. Chapter 56. Fiery Demon Fist. Wang Gue can endure for this long. Observing the two combatants in the arena, many could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although Kuei-hi's strength had surged dramatically after utilizing the Kuei wolf pattern, he still had not managed to defeat Wang Gue in a short span, much to the surprise of the gathered crowd. In contrast, Wang Gue was far less experienced and renowned than Kuei-hi. While it appeared Wang Gue was at a disadvantage, he remained composed, adeptly defending and counterattacking throughout the exchange. Both were fighting for their lives, intent on bringing the other to ruin, leaving everyone uncertain of who would ultimately emerge victorious. Pang Jun stared wide-eyed at the battle ahead. The two were locked in a fierce struggle for survival. If he were in their place, he mused, he would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught from either combatant. Both had employed techniques to enhance their power, thus the crux of this battle lay in which would endure until the end. Fang Qingshan furrowed his brow, his expression graved. As a sworn enemy of the clan, he had faced Kuei-hi multiple times, and even he could not claim certainty of victory against him. Is Wang Gue truly that formidable? What on earth is his background, that he can hold his own against Kuei-hi like this? Nearby, Zhao Ping expressed his disbelief. However, Suhi remained silent, his countenance growing increasingly dark as he fixated on the battle ahead. The fierce combat showed no signs of abating. Kuei-hi, already a towering figure, swelled even further after unleashing the Kuei wolf pattern, towering over 2 meters, his muscular physique accentuated by vivid beastly patterns adorning his skin. Resembling a werewolf, in stark contrast, Wang Gue appeared considerably smaller, and under the relentless barrage from Kuei-hi, the fabric of his clothing had been shredded, exposing his bronze-hued skin, marked with lines resembling bloodworms, converging towards his scarlet eyes. This fellow possesses such formidable physicality. Even after I invoked the clan's secret technique, the Kuei wolf pattern, he can still contend with me. Could it be that alongside the blood-eye frenzy, he has also mastered a remarkable body refinement technique? As the shadows of fists danced, Kuei-hi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Wang Gue to be so tenacious. Despite exerting all his strength and maintaining a slight advantage, he had yet to convert that edge into a decisive victory, finding it difficult to capture him. To withstand me to such a degree without succumbing, the quality of the technique he practices must be quite high. Moreover, inexplicably, with every clash, he exuded an oddly intense heat that caused Kuei-hi's skin to feel scorched, and even stirred the dormant fire poison within him, making it restless. On the high platform, Fan Zhu's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he observed Wang Gue's skin. This boy is exceedingly peculiar. I can no longer afford to delay. Realizing this, Kuei-hi's eyes narrowed, and with a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful gust that sent Wang Gue staggering back. Boom! The next instant, Kuei-hai let out a howl that resonated throughout the square, a fierce aura surging from within him, accompanied by a torrent of energy that radiated outward. The Howling Wolf Fist? Is Kuei-hai preparing his final strike? Upon witnessing this transformation, Fang Qingshan's expression shifted slightly. Though the Howling Wolf Fist is a mid-tier martial technique, its lethality is nearly on par with high-tier techniques. Wang Gue is surely doomed this time. Nearby, Su He observed the scene, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. He had personally experienced the devastating effects of Kuei-hai's Howling Wolf Fist and had not emerged unscathed. Wang Gue, your end is nigh, Kuei-hai bellowed, his face a mask of rage as he leapt high into the air, resembling a ferocious wolf pouncing from above, his fists imbued with a fierce, unparalleled momentum. Should he land a blow, even a practitioner at the mid-stage of meridian opening would be obliterated. Gazing at the rapidly enlarging outline of the fist in his vision, Wang Gue harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. Taking a deep breath, a faint red glow enveloped his skin as he swung his fist. This glow converged upon his right hand, igniting in flames. His gaze then locked onto the airborne figure, and he unleashed a devastating punch, Fiery Demon Fist. This technique was comprehended during his cultivation of the first layer of the Fiery Demon technique. Boom! The two fists collided under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Erupting in a cacophony of sound, a powerful wave of scorching energy rolling outwards. Simultaneously, the two figures, amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, were sent hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths, creating two craters upon impact. Hiss! Witnessing the grim fate of the two, the crowd collectively gasped, the brutality of it far exceeding their expectations. Indeed, I never imagined this young lad would truly master the Fiery Demon technique. On the high platform, Fanju exclaimed in astonishment. The technique he employed was the very Fiery Demon technique he had unexpectedly acquired. He had assumed Wang Gue had only scratched the surface. Yet he had completed the first layer, utterly surprising Fanju. What? He learned the Fiery Demon technique? How can this be? Is he not afraid of the backlash from the fire poison? The four beside him were equally astonished. With Qi Feng exclaiming in shock, Qi Feng was all too familiar with the Fiery Demon technique. When Fanju first obtained it, he had attempted to cultivate it himself, but due to the fire poison within him, he had to abandon the endeavor. Continuing to practice would have exacerbated the fire poison's eruption. Thus, hearing that Wang Gue had successfully cultivated the Fiery Demon technique left him utterly flabbergasted. Beside him, Su Xiao gaped in disbelief, having heard others mention a reckless individual borrowing the Fiery Demon technique from the martial arts pavilion, only to realize that person was Wang Gue. This lad is incredibly audacious. Crucially, he had also successfully cultivated the Fiery Demon technique. The astonishment on Su Xiao's face swiftly transformed into a bittersweet smile. The remarkable talent displayed by this youth was exceedingly rare in his lifetime. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. How could the Su manor possibly restrain him? With a resounding crash, as the dust settled, Wang Gue suddenly sprang forth from the debris, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze was laced with a fierce and menacing aura. Upon emerging from the stone pit, he did not hesitate for a moment, launching himself forward with explosive speed. With a swift flick of his wrist, the Qingyan blade materialized in his hand, the searing blade slicing through the air as it descended violently towards Kuei-hai, who lay below. Wang Gue had never harbored any thoughts of mercy towards Kuei-hai. Their animosity had long reached an irreconcilable level. Even if Wang Gue did not harbor murderous intentions, his opponent had already regarded him as a sworn enemy, and he had no desire to leave such a perilous threat looming over his shoulder. Clang! A black spear abruptly appeared before Kuei-hai's chest, blocking the assault of the Qingyan blade. Kuei-hai's eyes were bloodshot, fierce and savage, and with a sudden forceful palm strike against the ground, he propelled himself swiftly out of the pit. Boom! The two locked eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, they clashed once more. Chapter 57. General Fan. The clash of blades and spears echoed continuously, the sharp metallic sounds resonating throughout the square. At this moment, Wang Gue's eyes had returned to their original state, and Kuei-hai had also reverted to his previous size. Evidently, The secret techniques they had employed to enhance their strength had lost their efficacy. Both Wang Gui and Kuei Hai were covered in dust and blood, their garments tattered, hair disheveled, looking utterly disheveled as they struggled to endure the fierce battle. Clang, clang, clang. The Qingyan blade whirled in Wang Gui's hand, sometimes exhibiting the fierce ferocity of a butcher's blade, and at other times transforming into the graceful and ethereal style of the willow sword technique. Though this swordplay appeared simple, its movements were nuanced and remarkably intricate. Wang Gui wielded the blade to execute this swordplay with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any clumsiness. Perhaps in the future, he might even find a fine sword. Bang! After a series of intense clashes, the two figures once again separated. At this point, Wang Gui's upper garment was in tatters, leaving only a beast-skin garment to cover his body. His physique, though slightly emaciated, was well-defined, marred by numerous long, thin gashes of blood. In contrast, Kuei Hai was in a similarly dire state. Panting heavily, with his clothing bearing deep cuts from a long blade that had penetrated his skin, blood flowing freely, the onlookers, witnessing their appearance, collectively gasped in astonishment. Wang Gui, I will kill you. I will kill you. Ah! Kuei Hai's chest heaved violently, and suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he threw his head back and roared to the heavens, his eyes turning crimson as though he had succumbed to madness. Fire poison. Level 5. Upon seeing this scene, an inexplicable smile crept upon Wang Gui's lips. He promptly vanished from sight, retreating to maintain a relatively safe distance from his adversary. What is this? The eruption of fire poison. The onlookers were stunned, for this scene mirrored that of Fu Wei's fire poison outbreak from before. Not far away, Fang Qingshan could not help but exclaim that Su He is equally astonished. After a brief moment of shock, Su He's expression grew increasingly grim. Wang Gui's abilities and talents filled him with a profound sense of danger. Should such a genius be allowed to enter the Su manor? What place would remain for him? Not far away, Fang Qingshan glanced at Kuei Hai's lifeless form on the ground, then at Wang Gui, his brows furrowing slightly. A sudden doubt arose in his mind. Why was it that every time someone clashed with Wang Gui, they would experience a sudden outbreak of fire poison? Could it be that the latter possessed a means to provoke such an eruption? As this thought took root, Fang Qingshan felt a jolt of alarm. After Kuei Hai's death, the items on his person transformed into light orbs that fell into the spatial backpack. Wang Gui had no time to examine them. Instead, he quickly consumed healing medicine, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. The competition was not yet over, and he had to remain cautious of those who might seize the opportunity to ambush him while he was weakened. Fortunately, perhaps due to the shock of Kuei Hai's demise, the gazes of those around him lingered for only a moment before they retreated, tinged with fear. Though the recent battle had greatly stunned the crowd, the competition must continue. After a brief lull, the once quiet square erupted once more into chaos and bloodshed. In a corner, Wang Gui remained solitary, yet no one dared to confront him. Before long, the results of the competition were announced, as Wang Gui had anticipated. The surviving participants bore little change in relation to the top 10, save for the absence of Kuei Hai's name, which had been replaced by a member of the Qi clan on the high platform. The four leaders leaped down, approaching the crowd to distribute rewards such as military honors and medicinal pills. Yu Shao regarded Wang Gui with satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "You have surprised us all. Young man, confess honestly, did you truly cultivate the fiery demon technique?" At his words, Wang Gui couldn't help but smile bitterly, nodding in admission. "Once you have recuperated, come to the main pavilion." Upon hearing his confirmation, Su Shao was taken aback. This technique was one he had lacked the courage to cultivate during his own youth. As the competition drew to a close, the crowd gradually dispersed like a receding tide. The results, particularly Wang Gui's sudden rise, had undoubtedly become the focal topic of discussion within the military camp. Those who had previously underestimated Wang Gui now approached him with newfound enthusiasm, while those harboring ill intentions tactfully suppressed their malice. Upon learning of Wang Gui's astonishing performance, Daniel and Chao Hongyu also came to congratulate him. About Daniel, having acquired the Blood Soul Spear technique, had made remarkable progress, breaking through to the initial stage of the Meridian opening and becoming a martial artist. After taking a few days to rest, Wang Gui visited Su Shao. Feeling the peculiar gazes and hushed whispers cast his way, He chose to ignore them entirely in the main building of the military camp. Commander Su. Upon entering the room, Wang Gue respectfully clasped his fists in salute. Wang Gue, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you to General Fa and Is Yu Shao gestured for Wang Gue to come closer. Smiling lightly before respectfully addressing a silver-haired elder beside him, I have met General Fan. Though they had crossed paths briefly at the giant stone square days prior, this was their first close encounter. The elder, despite his graying hair, possessed keen eyes and a vibrant complexion, exuding the vitality of someone far younger than his 60s or 70s. As it was known, he was a martial arts master of the Yuanwu realm. It is often said that those who possess profound cultivation and transcendental realms can maintain everlasting youth and vitality, their lifespans extending for hundreds, even thousands of years. Such claims are hardly unfounded. Haha, little fellow, your performance during the competition days ago was truly remarkable. The military camp has been abuzz with discussions about you. I hear you have only recently joined the camp and yet have already reached the meridian opening mid-stage. Such a rapid growth rate is indeed rare. Much of the credit lies with the Fire Xuanta. Without the support of the military camp, I would not have achieved my current accomplishments. Wang Gue paused before responding with a respectful gesture. Indeed. Noticing the youth's keen awareness, General Fan nodded slowly, then smiled. Do you know why you were summoned here today? Wang Gue's gaze shifted slightly as he recalled Su Zhao's earlier inquiry and pondered for a moment before speaking. Is it because I have cultivated the fiery demon technique? Chapter 58. Cave Heaven Grade. General Fan regarded Wang Gue with a smile and nodded. This fiery demon technique was something I stumbled upon during my youth in a small spiritual cave. A small spiritual cave? Wang Gue inquired, perplexed. Understanding the confusion in Wang Gue's expression, General Fan refrained from clarifying immediately and instead posed another question. Do you know why we, as martial artists, predominantly cultivate the physical body rather than spiritual cultivation? Wang Gue replied, it is because the spiritual energy in this world is exceedingly sparse, insufficient to support the cultivation of practitioners. Precisely. It is for this reason that we focus on honing our physical bodies, refining martial skills, and delving into the path of martial arts. General Fan's eyes brightened, surprised by Wang Gue's knowledge. He nodded slightly and continued, however, there exist certain extraordinary caves and blessed lands that harbor spiritual energy capable of supporting practitioners' cultivation, along with spiritual essence stones and various treasures. Such caves and blessed lands are referred to as spiritual caves, or spiritual heavens. Wang Gue could not help but feel astonished, attentively listening to the elucidation provided by the latter. Gradually, he began to comprehend that the various realms of the cave heavens could be broadly categorized into minor spiritual heavens and major spiritual heavens, depending on the abundance of spiritual energy and other cultivation resources. The cave heavens he had previously encountered, including his own dwelling, the White Dragon Cave, were merely ordinary cave heavens at best. Fanju stroked his beard and chuckled. I have heard Su Xiao mention that. Thanks to your assistance, the Su family managed to gain control over Xuemeng Mountain. Recent investigations have revealed that Xuemeng Mountain is indeed a minor spiritual heaven. What? Xuemeng Cave Heaven is actually a spirit-grade cave heaven? Su Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Oh, did your family not inform you? It seems they have done an excellent job of keeping secrets, not even telling you. Or perhaps they never intended to, Fanju remarked. Casting a peculiar glance at Su Xiao, upon hearing this, Su Xiao's expression grew complex as he lowered his head, lost in thought. The news that Xuemeng Mountain was a minor spiritual heaven also took Wang Gue aback. It was no wonder that the four major factions had been relatively low profile lately, especially Qi Jingtian, who, after failing to send assassins, had not made any direct moves against him. Instead, he merely assigned Kue Hai, someone with whom Wang Gue had previous grievances, and even the Qi family had remained quiet. It appeared that these individuals had all set their sights on Xuemeng Mountain. Indeed, his small calami was insignificant in comparison to Xuemeng Mountain, which was a minor spiritual heaven brimming with abundant spiritual treasures. If he could gain entry, the benefits would be boundless, potentially elevating him to the status of a spiritual cultivator, if he could claim it as his own dwelling. At this thought, Wang Gue's excitement was palpable, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Ha, little one. What are you imagining? Such a cave heaven is not a place for someone at your mere meridian opening stage to enter. The four factions have set up barriers to prevent entry, and even if you manage to find a gap to slip through, the dangers within are no trifling matter. Just those formidable beasts would be enough to make even me retreat. Fan Zhu remarked, quickly discerning the heat of Wang Gui's expression and shaking his head with a smile. Cave heavens of such quality are rare even within Xianyan City and the entire Shilin Icefield, each possessing immense opportunities and treasures firmly monopolized by the local powers, leaving others with no chance of even dreaming about them. Once a faction possesses such a treasure, it signifies the potential to cultivate rare spiritual warriors. Due to the resources of the cave heavens replenishing with time, possessing such a cave heaven allows a faction to thrive indefinitely without external influences. While spiritual cultivators wield tremendous power and can cast spells, the scarcity of spiritual energy in the outside world means that some cultivators, after fierce battles, find themselves unable to recover their strength and must return to the cave heavens or utilize spiritual essence stones and other treasures rich in spiritual energy to replenish their strength. In this regard, it can be seen as a drawback of spiritual cultivators. Within the cave heavens, they can unleash their full potential without restraint, whereas outside, they must consider the depletion of their spiritual energy. This is also why many prominent spiritual cultivators prefer to remain inactive outside, often opting for dialogue over conflict, and unless in dire situations, they typically stay within their respective cave heavens. In contrast, martial artists do not share such concerns. As one grows older, one tends to ramble and forget the important matters at hand. Fan Zhu waved his hand with a smile. Since you have practiced the magic flame technique, you must understand the challenges of its cultivation. Anyone who practices this technique will invariably be troubled by fire poison. Little one, how did you manage to ignore the fire poison and cultivate the magic flame technique to its first level? Having spoken, the elder's gaze was fixed intently upon Wang Gui, as though attempting to see through him. Xu Shao, curious, also turned his attention to Wang Gui. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Gui replied, "It is not that I can ignore the fire poison, but rather that I possess an item capable of neutralizing it. Oh, there are numerous pills in the camp that can alleviate fire poison, yet they are costly and often ineffective. Moreover, as a newcomer to the army, how could you possibly have the spare funds to purchase such pills?" Fan Zhu inquired, his interest piqued. "Old General, I chanced upon a herb that is remarkably effective in dispelling fire poison. It was by taking this herb that I was able to complete my cultivation of the magic flame technique," Wang Gui explained, hesitating to reveal too much. "What is this?" Both Fan Zhu and Xu Shao inquired simultaneously. "This fruit is called Ice Bodhi fruit. I stumbled upon it while exterminating the bandits at White Dragon Cave and discovered its efficacy in clearing heat and detoxifying. Thus, I boldly consumed it while cultivating the magic flame technique. And to my surprise, it indeed managed to dispel the fire poison," Wang Gui elaborated. "Oh? White Dragon Cave, you say?" Fan Zhu took the Ice Bodhi fruit, examining it closely, and mused. "The secret technique you used to enhance your strength during your battle with Kuei Hai at the Giant Stone Plaza was obtained from White Dragon Cave, was it not?" "Indeed, I was fortunate enough to kill Huang Ba, and in the ensuing urgency, we could only leave with his body," Wang Gui confessed, feeling a chill run down his spine, fearing unnecessary suspicion regarding the current state of White Dragon Cave. As for White Dragon Cave, ever since Huang Ba's demise, it has merely been occupied by a group of scattered soldiers, posing no real threat. Shortly thereafter, the power of the cave fell into the hands of Huang Ba's widow, Lu Yuqing, who became the new leader. Wang Gui continued. "Such a trivial place as White Dragon Cave is hardly worth my concern. What I am truly interested in is whether this Ice Bodhi fruit still exists in White Dragon Cave." Fan Zhu inquired slowly. Wang Gui paused, responding, "I found the Ice Bodhi fruit within Huang Ba's storage, and there are not many left. Besides what I have consumed, only these few remain." He refrained from revealing too many, as he still required some for himself and feared arousing suspicion. Fan Zhu furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before letting out a slow sigh. "This fruit is so rare that even I have not heard of it. Its scarcity is to be expected." Noticing the elder's despondent expression, Wang Gui cautiously probed, "Old General, do you desire this Ice Bodhi fruit? Could it be?" "Old General also practices the magic flame technique," Xu Shao interjected. Wang Gui nodded in understanding. Fan Zhu sighed deeply. "Indeed, I have practiced the magic flame technique, and the reason the fire poison within me has not erupted is entirely due to my reliance on my strength at the Yuan Wu stage to forcibly suppress it." Having acquired the magic flame technique, despite being aware of the dangers, Fan Zhu willingly took the risk to cultivate it. Though the technique granted him remarkable advancement in power, it also resulted in the fire poison penetrating deeply into his bones, corrupting his skin. The silver armor he wore was crafted by a master blacksmith at his request, inscribed with frost runes to suppress the cold poison, which is why he had worn it for so long. Despite employing various means to delay the ravages of the fire poison, he ultimately failed to eradicate it at its source. Now, having entered his twilight years, the accumulated fire poison within him had become akin to a chronic ailment, growing increasingly stubborn. Even someone as formidable as Fanju faced a grim fate should the poison erupt, leading to his demise. Thus, upon learning of Wang Gui's successful cultivation of the magic flame technique, Fanju was eager to meet him. Chapter 59. Return to White Dragon Cave. Fanju, Yuan Wu stage, status. Fire poison level 10. As Fanju spoke, Wang Gui discreetly examined the elder's information and gasped upon seeing the level of fire poison. Such a terrifying affliction. Had it not been for the elder's Yuan Wu stage strength, any other individual would have likely met their end by now. Rest assured, old general, good fortune will surely favor you, and the fire poison will be successfully dispelled. Wang Gui clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I shall not take your belongings for free. According to the rules, only those in the late meridian opening stage may join the City Lord's mansion. However, since you placed in the top 10 during the trial competition and publicly defeated Kuei Hai, you are more than qualified to join. Are you willing? Fanju proposed with a wave of his hand, a smile gracing his face. The fire poison had accumulated within him for decades, and he understood better than anyone else the significance of this opportunity. He scrutinized Wang Gui, a sense of admiration for talent rising within him. Join the City Lord's mansion? Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Xiao. Fanju continued with a smile. I am aware of your ties with the Su family, but joining the City Lord's mansion does not conflict with your ties to the Su family. There are indeed members of the Su family serving within the City Lord's mansion. Do not hesitate to express your gratitude to Old General. Being recognized by him is a stroke of fortune for you. Do you realize how many people aspire to join the City Lord's mansion? For Old General to make an exception for you is bound to incite envy among many, Su Xiao urged Wang Gui, recognizing that his entry into the City Lord's mansion would also benefit their family. Thank you, Old General. Wang Gui nodded, then clasped his hands in a respectful reply, agreeing to join the City Lord's mansion. Ha. Now that you have mastered the magic flame technique, it seems we are destined to connect. Upon witnessing the scene, Fanju gently stroked his long beard, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then retrieved an exquisite token from his sleeve and slowly extended it. His tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This is a symbol of your identity. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the Lord's Manor. Since you have now affiliated with the manor, it is only fitting that you possess a dwelling. With this token, you may select any residence in the city to rent, and subsequently bring your family to reside with you, shielding them from the harshness of the outside world. Thank you, General, Su Xiao replied. The military camp also falls under the jurisdiction of the Lord's Manor, granting you the freedom to come and go as you please, and the fire tower offers special privileges as well. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's expression brightened, and after storing the token, he departed from the premises. I hope this ice Buddha fruit proves beneficial to me, he mused. Fanju shook his head and sighed. He had initially hoped to glean some useful information from the latter, but all he received were a few medicinal fruits. Observing that the other did not seem to be lying, he decided to trust him once. Days later, the day for the opening of Snow Mang Mountain would arrive, and it seemed that Xianyan City would once again be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. If this fruit proves useful to me and can dispel most of the fire poison, I might have a chance to be among the first group to venture into the mountain in search of treasures. If it is of no use, I shall simply have to wait, for I do not wish to perish within. After Wang Gui departed, he took the Lord's Manor's military order and chose a relatively secluded residence within the city, fortuitously encountering Lu Diebiao, who was beside Lu Yuqing. Upon seeing him, Wang Gui's expression darkened slightly, and through their conversation, he learned that Lu Yuqing had obtained news regarding the Snow Python Mountain's chieftain. Wu Qi.it seems she is rather impatient. Well, I did promise her I would return to see what she knows. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Gui decided to return to the White Dragon Cave. If it were in the past, the thought of killing Wu Qi would have left him anxious and without hope. But times had changed. He had defeated Kuei Hai and dismantled the Kuei Wolf Gang. Now, As long as his opponent was not a formidable master of the bone refinement stage, he possessed the confidence and strength to contend with them. However, before returning to the White Dragon Cave, Wang Gui made a stop at Linhu village to visit Old Li. Since Wang Gui's departure, Old Li had been cared for by Danyo's parents. All were well, and Old Li remained as he always was. Wang Gui had initially intended to bring them all back to Xianyan City or to the White Dragon Cave, but they all declined, expressing their attachment to the village. Wang Gui did not press the matter, leaving behind some fire source stones and beast meat before taking his leave in the White Dragon Cave's council hall. It had only been a few days since he last visited, yet the cave master had advanced to the mid-stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, a speed that was quite rare. Lu Yuqing, clad in a snow-white robe that enveloped her voluptuous figure, began to scrutinize Wang Gui with her beautiful eyes, filled with astonishment and, more so, delight upon his arrival. Speak. What urgent matter requires my presence? Have you received some good news? Wang Gui maintained a sense of vigilance towards this woman, whose beauty was unparalleled among those he had encountered thus far. The Snow Mang Mountain's cave heaven is about to open. Lu Yuqing replied slowly. You know of Snow Mang Mountain's cave heaven? Wang Gui inquired, astonished. Our Snow Python Mountain's location lies between Snow Mang Mountain and Little Mang Mountain, so in strict terms, it can be considered part of Snow Mang Mountain. I am aware of some matters within the mountain. Lu Yuqing continued, my father once explored Snow Mang Mountain and inadvertently discovered a cave that contained a wealth of treasures. Otherwise, how would I possess Spirit Essence Stones? Spirit Essence Stones can only be born in the Little Spirit Realm. Ordinary cave heavens do not yield them. It seems that the cave your father discovered in Snow Mang Mountain is likely a smaller branch of the Snow Mang Cave Heaven. Wang Gui mused. Could it be that we are to compete with others for opportunities? Wang Gui scoffed. Snow Mang Mountain is a little spirit realm. Whether we can even enter is uncertain, and the people of the Su family will certainly guard it closely. Lu Yuqing shook her head with a smile. While I cannot be certain that the cave is connected to the Snow Mang Mountain Cave Heaven, it is certain that there are great opportunities within Snow Mang Mountain. However, there will also be significant dangers. Our strength is insufficient. We would barely be able to fill the gaps between the teeth of the beasts within the cave heaven. Even if we do venture forth, we cannot be among the first. Wang Gui responded, intrigued. Lu Yuqing then said, what I wish to convey is that the emergence of the Snow Mang Mountain Cave Heaven has attracted the attention of the Black Demon Cave's Qian Laoma. When Qian Laoma enters the Snow Mang Mountain Cave Heaven, it will be our best opportunity to reclaim the Snow Python Mountain. That is indeed a clever plan. Wang Gui contemplated, then countered, since Qian Laoma is headed to Snow Mang Mountain, why not directly raid his den and eliminate the Black Demon Cave? Lu Yuqing shook her head with a wry smile. Unless we possess the capability to defend the Black Demon Cave. Otherwise, once Qian Laoma returns from Snow Mang Mountain, with his strength, he could easily reclaim it or even annihilate us. Very well, Wang Gui nodded in agreement. But there is one more thing. What is it? Although Qian Laoma is absent, there are many formidable experts around Wu Qi, friends he has made, all of whom possess strength above the mid-stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. Lu Yuqing furrowed her brow and remarked, in our White Dragon Cave, you are the only one at the mid-stage of the Meridian Opening, so we require assistance. Assistance? Wang Gui fell into deep thought. He currently had few friends in the military camp. Xiao Luo and Wu Chun had disappeared, while Chao Hongyu and Feng Qingshan, though on good terms, would undoubtedly be suspicious if he suddenly approached them about exterminating bandits without military orders or battle merits. How could he invite them without raising suspicions? It seemed he would need to return and consult with General Fan. Chapter 60. Negotiating with Fan Zhu. Wang Gui visited the Spirit Beast Garden, where two snow lions frolicked energetically, their pristine white coats gleaming, while another snow lion lay lethargically in a corner. I said unwell. Previously, while feeding them at the White Dragon Cave, he had not paid much attention. But upon closer inspection now, he noticed that this particular snow lion appeared abnormal. The little creature's fur was dull and yellowish compared to the other two, and it was noticeably smaller and trembling. Burning with fever, its eyes vacant. This is a congenital weak spirit body. Lu Yuqing's voice came from behind. A congenital weak spirit body? What is that? Wang Gui asked, astonished. Among the living beings in this world, there are always some favored by heaven, who possess inherent advantages from birth in their cultivation journey, and these are termed congenital spirit bodies, Lu Yuqing explained. Conversely, those abandoned by heaven are referred to as congenital weak spirit bodies. To put it simply, this little snow lion will not survive beyond 6 months. Is there any way to save it? Wang Gui's brow furrowed. An adult snow lion can grow to a 4th-tier beast, comparable to a human at the bone refinement stage, and each one is a rare asset for combat. Lu Yuqing shrugged, her white fur sliding down her shoulders to reveal her snowy skin, and sighed. It is as if the heavens demand its life. No amount of food or medicinal herbs will be of any use. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui felt a pang of disappointment, but Lu Yuqing's next words sparked a flicker of hope. I am not well versed in matters concerning spirit beasts, but that friend who accompanied you earlier may have a solution. Earlier? You mean Xiao Luo? Wang Gui queried, puzzled. You do not need me to tell you. You can sense that this girl is extraordinary. She possesses some special beast-taming techniques. Otherwise, she would not have been able to command that snow lion to engage with Huang Ba in a tussle in the Great Hall. Lu Yuqing continued, it is noteworthy that the snow lion had long since entered into a spirit beast contract with Huang Ba, acknowledging him as its master. Though disregard the contract and manipulate the spirit beast to retaliate against its owner is a rare skill indeed. I feel like I have seen it before, but I cannot recall, she murmured, a hint of confusion clouding her beautiful eyes, though she quickly regained her composure to the girl. Wang Gui was taken aback by this crucial piece of information. Oh, you were unaware? Lu Yuqing chuckled lightly. It is understandable. This girl changed her appearance and attire, disguising herself as a beggar to deceive others. Yet she could not fool me. Memories of Xiao Luo's figure flooded Wang Gui's mind, short in stature, dirty and disheveled. It was difficult for him to imagine such a person could be a disguised woman. If the opportunity arises, I will seek her out and inquire if she has a method to save it. I cannot bear to abandon a spirit beast capable of reaching the 4th tier. Having not seen Xiao Luo for some time, Wang Gui could only shake his head and smile wryly. Can you truly gather such a large number of people? I will do my best. When shall we set off? In 3 days. By the way, please send more people to gather ice Buddha fruits. I have great use for them. According to the intelligence provided by Lu Yuqing, the Xuemang Mountain stronghold comprises approximately 400 to 500 individuals. Excluding the various petty bandits, there are over 10 in the mid-stage of the Tongmai realm and at least 5 in the late stage of the Tongmai realm. Such a formidable assembly cannot simply be dealt with using underhanded tactics like poisoning. The old general is currently in seclusion, practicing diligently and forbids any disturbances. Wang Gui sought an audience with Fan Zhu, only to be obstructed by the guards. Left with no choice, he turned to Su Xiao for assistance. After receiving the Bing Pu fruit you provided, General Fan sought out the alchemist in the city to refine it into a medicinal pill and is now in seclusion, undergoing the refinement process. What business do you have with the old general? Su Xiao inquired curiously. Wang Gui pondered for a moment before replying. I would trouble Commander Su to convey a message, stating that I have a method to eliminate the fire poison within the old general's body. What did you say? In the chamber, Fan Zhu sat in the main seat, his profound gaze fixed upon the figures below, slowly articulating. I have heard from Su Xiao that you possess a means to cleanse the fire poison afflicting me. I indeed have a method, Wang Gui replied respectfully, clasping his fists. What method? The Bing Pu fruit. Humph. Fan Zhu snorted coldly, the teacup in his hand shattering instantly, his expression turning icy as he spoke in a low voice. I consumed the medicinal pill made from the Bing Pu fruit you provided, yet it proved utterly ineffective against the fire poison. Do not presume that I am easily deceived. As his words fell, an unprecedented and terrifying pressure surged forth, causing Wang Gui to pale in shock. Retreating several steps as his internal energy surged, a metallic taste flooding his throat, which he forcibly swallowed back down. A formidable presence at the Yuanwu realm is indeed terrifying. The latter could easily extinguish my life with a mere palm strike. Old General, please quell your anger. Even if you granted me 10 times the courage, I would not dare to deceive you. The Bing Pu fruit is genuinely an excellent remedy for the fire poison, but it requires a specific refining method to achieve such effects. Wang Gui hurriedly explained. Oh, so you possess knowledge of alchemy? Fan Zhu raised an eyebrow, his anger slightly abating. I do not dare claim such. I merely know a bit about the refining process. Wang Gui flipped his palm and produced the Bing Pu medicinal concoction, continuing. I use this very concoction to eliminate the fire poison. I trust that with your keen eyes, old general, you can discern the authenticity of this potion. Furthermore, with my meager abilities, how could I possibly dare to deceive you? As for poisoning the concoction, I ask you, at your level of mastery, what toxin could you possibly fear? Moreover, before any poison could take effect, you could easily eliminate me with a single strike, so why would I engage in such foolishness? Wang Gui spoke earnestly. Humph, I doubt you would dare. Finding some merit in Wang Gui's reasoning, Fanju huffed, taking the Bing Pu concoction. After examining it for a moment and confirming its authenticity, he gulped it down. Could it truly possess miraculous effects? Moments later, feeling a refreshing coolness within, he detected a slight reduction in the fire poison, his face showing astonishment. Witnessing this, Wang Gui finally let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that the general might strike him dead. The fire poison had deeply infiltrated Fanju's bones. Relying solely on the Bing Pu concoction was insufficient for complete eradication. However, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for its removal, that was enough. Ha ha, splendid, splendid. Fanju's expression shifted to one of excitement, his old eyes sparkling as he laughed heartily towards the heavens. Wang Gui, you have done well. Do you have any more of the concoction? If you can truly assist me in eliminating the fire poison, I shall ensure that you are amply rewarded. Wang Gui narrowed his eyes and respectfully replied. While the Bing Pu concoction is effective, the fire poison has long since penetrated deeply. It requires a substantial quantity of Bing Pu fruit and prolonged nurturing. However, I do not possess such an abundance of Bing Pu fruit, no matter. Since you understand the refining method, I will send someone to procure the Bing Pu fruit. For the time being, remain by my side and assist with the alchemy. Fanju waved his hand with a smile, indicating that as long as the refining method was known, the necessary materials could be sought. Wang Gui responded, I am aware of a location that holds a wealth of Bing Pu fruit, sufficient to aid the general in eradicating the fire poison within. Where is this place? Speak quickly. Fanju's old eyes brightened, eagerly inquiring. Xuemeng Mountain Stronghold, Chapter 61. Transformation Beast Pattern Xuemeng Mountain Stronghold? Upon hearing this name, Fanju pondered for a moment. Is that not the bandits' lair of Xiaomeng Mountain? I recall that the Xuemeng stronghold was seized by the Black Demon Caves, Qianlaoma. Indeed, that is correct. Wang Gui nodded, then continued. However, after being occupied by Qianlaoma, he transferred control of the stronghold to his adoptive son, Wu Qi. What do you think of this matter? Fanju paused briefly, then looked at Wang Gui and asked, Wu Qi is ruthless and merciless, a killer without hesitation. Many of our soldiers have been ambushed during missions near Xiaomeng Mountain, resulting in countless casualties. Wang Gui responded earnestly. I have heard that Qianlaoma has spent a significant sum to purchase a spot in the Xuemeng cave from the Su family. Why not seize this opportunity to annihilate the Xuemeng stronghold and avenge our fallen soldiers? Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will send people to assist you. Fanju nodded after a brief contemplation. Thank you, old general. Upon receiving the latter's consent, Wang Gui felt a quiet relief in his heart, and without further idle chatter, he turned to leave. This young man may be inexperienced, yet his cunning is considerable, seeking to use me as a pawn. That Qianlaoma has been trapped at the late stage of the Forging Bone realm for many years. Now, with his lifespan nearing its end, he will surely seek a breakthrough opportunity at Xuemeng Mountain. It seems he has made ample preparations for this time. Regardless, it matters not what grievances this young man bears against them. As long as he can help me eradicate the fire poison, all will be well. Otherwise, after departing the loft, Wang Gui conveyed the news to Lu Yuqing. Subsequently, he returned to his residence to gather a few items and proceeded to the Huoxian Tower. As the date agreed with Lu Yuqing was still some time away, Wang Gui seized this opportunity to enhance his strength in preparation for the upcoming expedition to the Xuemeng Mountain. Following the trial competition, Wang Gui had accrued 1,000 battle merits, more than sufficient for his expenditure. This time, he opted for the 13th level, costing 200 battle merits per hour, in the rock chamber of the Huoxian Tower. Let us begin. Gazing at the red blood bowl and the needle, Wang Gui took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as he dipped the needle into the blood and began to inscribe patterns upon his skin. The secret technique Wang Gui was practicing was the Kuei Wolf pattern, originally demonstrated by Kuei Hai. To be precise, it should be referred to as the Transformation Beast pattern. This technique employs secret methods to specially refine beast blood, using the blood of beasts as ink to draw intricate blood patterns upon the body. The stronger the beast blood used, the more formidable the power. The most challenging aspect of this method lies in the need for the skin to absorb the medicinal potency each time a pattern is drawn. Kuei-hai had begun inscribing patterns gradually from a young age, only managing to control it after maturing. Wang Gui, however, did not have the luxury of such time for cultivation. The only method he could conceive was to harness the fire flame technique to absorb the power of flames while simultaneously engraving the strength of the beast blood patterns into his skin. As for the required beast blood, Wang Gui utilized the blood of the Fire Lizard King obtained in the Earth Fire City. Although this method was perilous, the immense enhancement it promised was enough to compel him to take the risk. Naturally, Wang Gui did not inscribe patterns all over his body but rather began with his limbs to test the effects. Zing! Ah! Wang Gui's face contorted in agony, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. As he activated the fire flame technique, the small wounds inflicted by the needle felt as though countless ants were burrowing into his flesh, a relentless and excruciating sensation that penetrated to the very marrow. This pain was far beyond that of a mere blade's cut. Wang Gui needed to rest periodically, continuously repeating the process in the same location until the beast blood was wholly absorbed. Simultaneously, he had to remain vigilant against the internal fire poison, consuming the Bing Pu concoction each time he paused. For 2 hours each day, this cycle continued for nearly 2 days, and Wang Gui finally completed the inscribing of the Fire Lizard King pattern. Transformation Beast pattern, successfully cultivated. This period of practice also enhanced his fire flame technique, resulting in a boost in his cultivation level and increasing his physique to 55. After exiting the Huaxian Tower, Wang Gui returned to his residence to recuperate, fortuitously encountering a familiar figure. It was Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, should I address you as Brother Xiao or continue to call you Miss Xiao? In the living room, Wang Gui lightly pinched his chin, scrutinizing the somewhat disheveled youth before him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo displayed a look of astonishment and after a moment, finally spoke. How did you discover that? The latter's voice had transformed into that of a playful girl. Where have you been these past few days? What about Wu Xiong? Since the other party was concealing something, Wang Gui naturally did not press further. Shifting his inquiry, Wu Chan must have left. Do not concern yourself with him. I have returned to bid you farewell. Xiao Luo casually waved her hand. Farewell? Are you leaving as well? Indeed. I have been away for a considerable time. What? Do you not wish for me to return? Xiao Luo blinked her eyes, her small hand propping up her dirty chin. Wang Gui nodded, scratching his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he admitted. I indeed have matters I wish to trouble you with. Upon witnessing the nod from the latter, Xiao Luo initially believed that the other party genuinely wished to prevent her from returning. However, upon hearing that there was a matter requiring her attention, she could not help but let out a soft huff and said, What is it that you wish to discuss? Could it possibly be something that could challenge someone of your caliber? Who stands among the top 10 in the grand competition? It concerns the 3 snow lions I obtained from the White Dragon Cave, one of which possesses a congenital weak spirit body. Do you have a remedy for that? Aware that the latter was teasing her, Wang Gui shook his head with a smile and then proceeded to elaborate on the condition of the snow lion in detail. A congenital weak spirit body, you say? Xiao Luo nodded slightly. There are many types of these inherently flawed spirit bodies. I must see the situation with mine own eyes to understand it fully. Very well, before I depart, I shall assist you with this final task. Coincidentally, I have not had the pleasure of tasting your culinary creations in some time. You must make amends for that. Rest assured. I will ensure you are well fed. Wang Gui nodded with a smile. Shall we go? Is this all you are wearing? Wang Gui, glancing at her beggar-like attire, could not help but inquire in astonishment. Indeed, since you are already aware of my gender. There is no need for pretense, Xiao Luo replied playfully. With a slight turn of her figure, a radiant light enveloped her, cascading down like a shower of luminescence. In an instant, she transformed, presenting a fresh visage. The woman before him donned an elegant turquoise dress, her lips a vivid red against pearly white teeth, her skin as fair as snow, and her features exquisitely refined, akin to a painting. Particularly striking were her beautiful eyes, sparkling like stars in the sky, infused with a hint of vivacity and cunning. Upon witnessing Xiao Luo's true appearance, Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback. The beauty of this woman rivaled that of Lu Yuqing. However, in contrast to the latter's captivating allure, Xiao Luo leaned more towards a pure and enchanting charm. What are you staring at? Did you not say you were going to rescue your spirit beast? Are you still going to do it or not? Under Wang Gui's gaze, Xiao Luo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully chided him. Before rescuing the spirit beast, there is something else I must attend to. Wang Gui then briefly explained the situation regarding Snow Python Mountain to her. All right, Xiao Luo sighed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Wang Gui chuckled foolishly and led Xiao Luo outside the city. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Captain ZHU.AT the city gate. Over 400 people had already gathered, led by a man clad in armor. A captain under Fan Zhu's command. In no matter, General Fan has ordered that we follow the arrangements of the Wang residence's guards for this venture. The armored man offered a slight bow to Wang Gui, having heard of his exploits, despite being of a higher rank. Brother Wang, may I ask how I should address this young lady by your side? Fang Qingshan then noticed the extraordinarily beautiful young woman accompanying him and inquired curiously. She is my friend, Miss Xiao, Wang Gui replied nonchalantly. Now that everyone is present, let us set forth. Onward, Captain Zhu nodded. And with a wave of his hand, the soldiers mounted their horses and headed towards Snow Python Mountain. Chapter 62. Snow Python Mountain stronghold. Wang Gui and his party made their way to Snow Python Mountain to rendezvous with Lu Yuqing, setting up camp on a mountain peak to discuss strategies. Coincidentally, this location was not far from the entrance of Snow Mang Mountain's cave, and from their elevated position, they could see numerous campfires stretching across the horizon. Due to the cave's existence, many surrounding factions had begun to converge here, transforming the once silent Snow Python Mountain range into a bustling hub. Initially, the Su family believed Snow Mang Mountain to be a mere ordinary cave, perhaps with a slightly richer resource supply. However, after some investigation, they discovered that this cave was, in fact, a minor spirit realm. The overwhelming spiritual energy that surged forth nearly left the investigators in awe. Thus, news of Snow Mang Mountain being a minor spirit realm spread like wildfire, with its abundant spiritual energy and treasures attracting the attention of all factions across the western Lin Ice Plains. Although the arrival of Wang Gui's party drew the attention of the Snow Python Mountain stronghold, it did not raise suspicions. They assumed the newcomers were merely treasure seekers setting up camp nearby. During this time, Wang Gui encountered patrols sent by the Su family. Although they could no longer monopolize Snow Mang Mountain, as the nominal controllers of the cave, they still sought to assert their authority. The visitors were none other than Su Wanning and her sisters, Su Yuru. After some negotiations, upon learning that they were sent by General Fan, the Su family members did not press further. However, Su Wanning cast a lingering glance at Wang Gui before departing, with neither party exchanging many words. When shall we act? On a high rocky outcrop, Wang Gui stood, gazing into the distance where the fires flickered. Tomorrow, once the old demon Qian enters Snow Mang Mountain, we shall strike. Lu Yuqing, clad in a flowing white robe, accentuated her graceful figure. The cold mountain winds danced around her, revealing glimpses of her long, slender legs. Wang Gui nodded in agreement. Does the cave master also wish to enter this Snow Mang Mountain cave? Noticing Wang Gui's unwavering gaze upon the distant flames, Lu Yuqing teased lightly. Wang Gui remained silent, clearly acquiescing to her suggestion. During their wait, though merely observing from afar, he witnessed numerous shooting stars and mysterious entities hastening towards the location of the Snow Mang Mountain cave. Enormous flying vessels and exotic beasts, each bearing striking figures, glided overhead, dazzling in their presence. Wang Gui understood that these enigmatic arrivals were all formidable powers, each possessing extraordinary personal strength or an influential background. Their purpose aligned in seeking out the minor spirit realm that was the Snow Mang Mountain cave. To claim such an opportunity without feeling enticed would be a falsehood. Recalling the spirit essence stones, Wang Gui reflected on Lu Yuqing's earlier words. You mentioned that there is indeed a way for me to become a spirit cultivator within this stronghold? Despite her prior assurances, doubts lingered in Wang Gui's mind. If becoming a spirit cultivator were so effortless, the military camp would not be filled solely with martial artists. That is indeed the case. Though it ultimately depends on whether you possess the fortune and opportunity, Cave Master, Lu Yuqing replied, casting him a knowing glance accompanied by a subtle smile. The following night, as the resplendent sun ascended, the long-dormant Snow Mang Mountain range erupted into a frenzy. The so-called sun was not the actual sun, but rather the brilliant light emitted upon the opening of the Snow Mang Mountain cave, casting a radiant glow over the area as the luminous barrier gradually softened. a swirling entrance materialized, revealing a breathtaking scene that left the onlookers in awe. Glimpses of a bright sky, verdant peaks, and rich spiritual energy permeated through the entrance, driving the camp's inhabitants into a frenzy. What lies within? How have we never seen anything like it? This spectacle was unprecedented for those who had long dwelled in darkness. This Snow Mang Mountain Cave is a blessed land that our Xianyan City Sioux family has explored in conjunction with various factions. Only those possessing a token may enter, and those who intrude without permission shall be executed. A prominent figure from the Sioux family, elevated above the crowd, stood atop a flying black bat, exerting pressure upon the gathered individuals. Behind him stood a cadre of armored guards, each possessing formidable strength at the bone refinement level. After all, this was the domain of Xianyan City, and under the joint suppression of the Sioux family and other factions. They barely managed to intimidate those with ulterior motives, preventing unrest and chaos as the cave's emergence drew near. Moments later, numerous flying ships and spirit vessels orderly entered the secret realm, though not harbor any illusions. In such a prestigious cave, the first batch of entrants will be those towering figures. For us, simply getting a share would be a stroke of luck. Indeed, why the haste? Exploring and pioneering such minor spirit realms is a protracted endeavor. It could take months or even years. I intend to settle here, perhaps bringing all my belongings from the city to open a small shop and engage in some trade. Let us wait a few days and see. When low-tier martial artists are allowed to pass, I shall purchase a passage token from the Sioux family and try my luck. Within the Snow Python Mountain stronghold, a grand banquet was underway in the main hall. Several maidens danced in the center, while attendees exchanged toasts, the aroma of wine wafting through the air, creating a lively atmosphere. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man in gray robes, his gaunt face buried in the embrace of a nearby maiden as they frolicked. Brother Wu, should we send someone to keep an eye on the back mountain? I have sensed something amiss these past few days. A man in a blue robe furrowed his brow. During this time without the ancestor, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Oh, Brother Qing, you worry too much. With the opening of the Snow Mang Mountain Cave, it is only natural for a motley crowd to gather. Besides, they are people from the Lord's Mansion of Xianyan City. There is no need for us to provoke them. Let them be. Wu Qi waved dismissively, unperturbed. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the tightly shut doors burst open, and a throng of armored guards surged into the hall, quickly surrounding the attendees. What do you want? How dare you invade my stronghold? Do you know who my father is? Wu Qi bellowed in a thunderous voice. By the orders of General Fan, we are here to eradicate the bandits of Snow Python Mountain. Spare none of them. Kill! In an instant, the entire grand hall was thrown into chaos, filled with the clamor of battle and the clash of weapons. Although Wu Qi wished to resist, facing the formidable Zhu Xiaowei of the Forged Bone Realm was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The numerous bandits led by him were swiftly subdued. With the death of their leader, one could only wonder what plans the Wangfu Guard had in store. Zhu Xiaowei casually wiped the blood from his long blade and inquired of Wang Gui. What are the arrangements? Arrangements, I dare not presume. Wang Gui replied, I extend my gratitude to Zhu Xiaowei and the valiant soldiers for your invaluable assistance on this endeavor. Here are several bottles of healing medicine. Though they may not be rare elixirs, they will serve a purpose in staunching blood flow and alleviating bruises. Please distribute them among the soldiers. As Wang Gui surveyed the area, he noted the absence of Lu Yuqing. He then clasped his hands in a formal salute and, after handing the medicine bottles to Zhu Xiaowei, produced a wooden box. Additionally, this is a request from General Fan. I would appreciate it if you could convey my thanks to him for his timely support. I assure you, I will fulfill my promises and will never go back on my word. Please reassure the old general of my sincerity. Although he had tasked Lu Yuqing with collecting a substantial amount of ice Bodhi fruit, the quantity was still insufficient to completely eliminate the fire poison from Fanju's body. Fortunately, the existing ice Bodhi soup would suffice for over a month, allowing Wang Gui to address some of his own matters during this time. As for the remaining ice Bodhi fruits, they could be sought after gradually, or he could wait for the next batch to mature in the medicinal garden. For now, he could stabilize Fanju's condition without raising any suspicions. With your words, I can return and report back with ease. The remaining bandits outside pose little threat. I trust the Wangfu Guard can manage them. Thus, I shall take my leave. Farewell. After a brief exchange, Zhu Xiaowei and his men returned to Xianyan City to report to Fanju. What remained was merely some cleanup work, gazing at the numerous corpses of the bandit leaders strewn across the ground. Each amid to late stage of the Meridian realm, Wang Gue couldn't help but reflect. He had witnessed the fierce battle unfold before him. Two late-stage Meridian realm powerhouses had joined forces. Their presence overwhelming, yet they could scarcely make a dent against Zhu Xiaowei of the Forged Bone realm, who easily dispatched them. This stark contrast between realms was truly astonishing. What was most regrettable was that he had not been able to assist in the fray and thus could not claim any spoils. After searching for some time, he found no sign of the cave order token on Wuqi, which left him perplexed. "Cave Master, what are you searching for?" A beguiling voice chimed beside him. He looked up to see an alluring figure before him. "Where did you go just now?" Wang Gue frowned slightly, refraining from a direct answer and instead posing a question. The moment she had charged into the Grand Hall, she had vanished, and now she had suddenly reappeared. "The Shuamong Mountain stronghold was once my residence," Lu Yuqing replied, her voice soft and enticing. "It is only natural that I feel a myriad of emotions upon revisiting this place. You seek the spirit essence stones? Do you not? Follow me." With a gentle sway of her figure, she gracefully moved towards the rear mountain of the Grand Hall. Upon hearing about the spirit essence stones, Wang Gue's heart quivered, and he set aside thoughts of the token. Hastening to follow her. Chapter 63. The longevity technique. Following Lu Yuqing deep into a stone chamber, Wang Gue realized why she had claimed that even if Wuqi had taken over the Shuamong stronghold, he would never be able to find this hidden spot. Without someone to guide them, it would be nearly impossible for the average person to discover this place. Wang Gue marveled at the winding path that had almost left him dizzy. Lu Yuqing smiled charmingly, saying nothing further as she approached a stone door. From her bosom, she produced a jade token and rotated the stone disc, causing the door to quietly swing open. "Cave Master, please." Lu Yuqing chuckled lightly as she stepped inside. The dark stone cave exuded an eerie aura, and Wang Gue felt a surge of caution arise within him. But a glance at Lu Yuqing showed no change in her blood gauge, indicating she bore no ill intent. Only then did he feel reassured enough to enter the cave. Upon entering the cave, Wang Gue's heart raced with astonishment. What does this mean? Is there another hidden realm within this stronghold? He pondered, astonished. The tunnel was deep and damp, occasionally echoing with the sound of dripping water. Wang Gue tread cautiously forward. At a corner ahead, he discovered a spacious stone chamber, and to his left was a small pool of water, glowing with a verdant hue, illuminating the stone cave. "This is the place I spoke of. It was discovered by my father many years ago," Lu Yuqing said, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Noticing Wang Gue's heightened vigilance, she giggled, her laughter blooming like a flower. "Cave Master, do not misunderstand. I harbor no intentions of harm." She then gracefully moved to a corner of the cave, retrieving a stone box from a stone pedestal. "The items within should pique your interest." Wang Gue, though curious, carefully opened the stone box. "Spirit essence stones, only 3. He gasped, his heart racing at the sight of the faintly glowing green stones. At that moment, the meager amount of spiritual energy remaining in his meridians began to stir with renewed vigor. Yet, upon seeing the paltry quantity of spirit essence stones, Wang Gue's expression turned to one of dismay. According to the data from his earlier cultivation, he needed at least 10 points of spiritual energy to barely qualify as a spiritual cultivator. Even with 3 spirit essence stones and the scant energy he had left, he would only accumulate 4 points of energy. Where could he find the remaining 6? Was he to compete with those formidable figures in the secret realm of Shuamong Mountain for more spirit essence stones? "Is this what you meant by helping me become a spiritual cultivator?" Wang Gue's face darkened, a hint of displeasure creeping into his voice as he felt deceived. "Not be anxious, Cave Master. Look beneath the spirit essence stones," Lu Yuqing replied softly. Peering closely at the bottom of the stone box, he discovered a crude wooden slip. "What is this?" Wang Gue inquired, examining the slip adorned with peculiar, cryptic engravings. "This technique is called the longevity technique. It is a foundational cultivation method for spiritual energy. By practicing it, you may have a chance to become a spiritual cultivator," Lu Yuqing explained, her red lips parting gracefully. "The longevity technique? Can it truly grant immortality?" Wang Gue mused, biting his lip before shaking his head with a chuckle. "Practicing this method will not grant immortality. However, do you know why the lifespan of most spiritual cultivators surpasses that of martial artists? Lu Yuqing pondered briefly. Ordinary martial artists, no matter how skilled, even those in the Yuan martial realm, may harden their bodies and invigorate their vital energy, yet they ultimately cannot escape the calamity of dwindling essence. After a lifetime of toil, they may only live a mere century. The reason the heavens and earth endure is that they do not generate themselves. Hence, they can achieve longevity. Cultivators seize the transformation of heaven and earth, absorbing spiritual energy to strengthen their essence and refine their origins. This is what we call longevity. Wang Gui glanced at the wooden slip in his hand, then asked, "If you possess this technique, why did you not cultivate it yourself?" "I attempted to practice it once but failed," Lu Yuqing replied with a rueful smile. "Do you truly believe cultivation is so easy? A cultivator's progress depends on their innate talent. Some soar to greatness, while others may toil for a century with little advancement. I happen to lack the talent, making it difficult for me to tread the path of spiritual cultivation." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui regarded her thoughtfully before turning his gaze back to the wooden slip. "Even if you bestow this technique upon me, it would be of little use without sufficient spirit essence stones or spiritual energy. Achieving success in this method would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Recalling his experiences with body refinement, whether through the pig breath refinement technique or the demon flame technique, both required the fiery energy from the Fire Huan Tower for assistance. Although not identical to spiritual energy cultivation, the principle remains unchanged. To practice the longevity technique, one would need a source of spiritual energy similar to the Fire Huan Tower. In an environment where spiritual energy was scarce or non-existent, cultivation was entirely unfeasible. He possessed merely a handful of spirit essence stones, far from sufficient, and of course, there remained another option: to cultivate within the secret realm of Shuimeng Mountain. As a minor spiritual realm, it was rich in spiritual energy. Even without the aid of spirit essence stones, spending time there might yield results. Yet, given the current circumstances, how to gain access to the Shuimeng Mountain secret realm remained a significant dilemma. By the time those powerful figures finished looting its treasures, who knew when it would be their turn to explore? Wang Gui felt a bitter pang in his heart and shook his head in resignation. "Why belittle yourself, Cave Master? I have not claimed that there are no solutions," Lu Yuqing said with a gentle smile, her enchanting gaze flickering as she pointed to a small pool of water within the cave. "This pool contains a modicum of spiritual energy. While it may not be abundant, it should suffice to support your cultivation of the longevity technique." "What?" Wang Gui's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurried to the edge of the pool. The pool occupied a third of the cave, cascading down in a terraced fashion. The water was crystal clear, reaching depths of 3 to 4 meters, with a series of tiny bubbles rising from the rocky bottom. He could indeed sense a trace of spiritual energy. Although it was somewhat lacking, it was certainly better than nothing. Were it not for the minuscule amount of spiritual energy still lingering within him, he might not have detected it at all. Despite the faintness of this energy, it was his only option at present, and he had no choice but to rely on this pool of water. However, how could there be a pool of spiritual energy here? Could this location also be a minor spiritual realm? Wang Gui's brow furrowed suddenly, then he shook his head, his expression shifting. That seemed unlikely. The spiritual energy in this pool was insufficient to classify it as a minor spiritual realm. It resembled more the emanation of some object or the seepage of spiritual energy from elsewhere. I have learned from various ancient texts that cultivators should ideally refine themselves to the state of unblocked meridians, ensuring the smooth flow of energy throughout their bodies and the opening of the Xianguan point. This will greatly facilitate the absorption of spiritual energy by their meridians. As I pondered this, Lu Yuqing suddenly interjected from behind. "Oh, is that so?" Wang Gui turned back, casting a questioning glance at her. "Does this mean I must break through to the late stage of unblocked meridians?" Fortunately, he was merely half a step away from that stage. If he spent a few more days within the Huashuan Tower, he would undoubtedly achieve that breakthrough. After placing the Lingyun stone and his cultivation methods into his spatial backpack, Wang Gui and his companion departed from the mysterious cave. "Wang Gui, did you not mention that I should heal your spirit beast? When shall we set off?" Noticing the two of them engrossed in conversation, Xiao Luolua's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Cave Master, I can handle this matter. You both may return to the White Dragon Cave." A faint, elegant smile graced Lu Yuqing's lips as she donned a snow-white robe that subtly accentuated her alluring figure. Very well, let us take our leave. Casting a glance at the little snow lion in the spirit beast garden, which appeared to be in poor condition, Wang Gui nodded and accompanied Xiao Luoluo back to the White Dragon Cave. Chapter 64. The formation of a contract within the White Dragon Cave. In the spirit beast garden, Xiao Luoluo knelt down, gently caressing the frail little snow lion with her jade-like hand, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Wang Gui stood anxiously beside her and, upon seeing her rise, promptly inquired, "Is it indeed a congenital weak spirit body?" "Indeed, there is a method to address it, albeit somewhat troublesome," Xiao Luoluo replied, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she pursed her lips. "Troublesome? Please, Miss Xiao, state your requirements. I assure you, I shall not shirk from what I can do." Wang Gui responded with a respectful gesture. "I find myself untroubled." "The trouble lies with you," Xiao Luoluo teased lightly. Continuing, "You see, a congenital weak spirit body, while indeed a type of spirit body, stands in stark contrast to the more prominent and powerful spirit bodies. Such a spirit body requires growth to reveal its potential. However, during this growth phase, the spirit beast suffers from various ailments and hardships due to its inherent weakness. Young spirit beasts, being particularly frail, often struggle to endure. Given your demeanor, I presume you have a solution?" Wang Gui surmised, contemplating the matter. "Indeed, after extensive research by our ancestors, we have discovered a method to forge a contract that harnesses the power of the pact to assist spirit beasts with weak spirit bodies during their most challenging growth phase." Xiao Luoluo explained. "A contract?" Wang Gui echoed, intrigued. Xiao Luoluo nodded, her alabaster chin lifting slightly. "Typically, when cultivators raise spirit beasts, they either nurture them from a young age to recognize their master or imprint their consciousness upon them to force obedience. These are the most common methods. However, a rarer approach involves forming a soul contract between the cultivator and the spirit beast, a soul contract." Wang Gui exclaimed in astonishment. This type of contract differs from a conventional master-servant agreement. It is built upon a foundation of mutual benefit and shared fate. When you cultivate and achieve breakthroughs, your spirit beast will also gain strength, and the power it acquires upon breaking through will, in turn, benefit you immensely. While such a soul contract offers numerous advantages, its drawbacks are equally significant. Should the master encounter misfortune, the spirit beast will find it difficult to survive, and if the spirit beast perishes, the master will suffer grievous harm, potentially leading to a decline in strength and even a fall in cultivation level. Xiao Luoluo observed Wang Gui, whose brow furrowed in contemplation. This contract, while advantageous, also posed a formidable risk. The spirit beast could become a crucial ally in his cultivation journey, yet it could equally represent a severe vulnerability. Take, for instance, those two little snow lions. Without opportunities, they may only reach the 4th tier at most. Unable to evolve or mutate. In contrast, those with spirit bodies have a much greater chance of breaking through their limitations as they advance. While I cannot guarantee 100% success, the odds are certainly more favorable than with ordinary beasts. "Evolve and mutate?" Wang Gui inquired, intrigued. "Indeed," Xiao Luoluo affirmed. "The most valued aspect of a demonic beast is its bloodline. Their growth can generally be categorized into two paths: bloodline evolution, which may also be termed as ancestral awakening, wherein the beast activates the residual bloodline of its ancestors and develops towards the direction of ancient primal beasts. Mutation, on the other hand, refers to an unexpected change during the spirit beast's growth. Mutated spirit beasts are often significantly stronger than their ordinary counterparts, facing few rivals of the same tier. However, the specifics of what they mutate into remain uncertain. Yet, these two paths are not fixed. A mutated beast could suddenly revert to an ancestral form, and conversely, an ancestral beast might experience a mutation due to some unforeseen opportunity. These outcomes remain a mystery, Xiao Luoluo concluded, shaking her head. "The cultivation of spirit beasts is indeed enigmatic." "You possess an impressive depth of knowledge," Wang Gui remarked with a hint of surprise, realizing the intricacies surrounding spirit beasts that he had been blissfully unaware of until now. "Naturally, however, none of this is particularly secretive, so, have you made your decision?" Xiao Luoluo's beautiful eyes fixed upon Wang Gui as she inquired with a slightly parted smile. The drawbacks of this soul contract stem primarily from the potential capture of the spirit beast. Yet, with Wang Gui's panel spirit beast garden, he could collect spirit beasts at will, As long as he remained vigilant in the future, the threat should not be substantial. Moreover, having such a promising spirit beast would undoubtedly aid him significantly on his cultivation journey. Let us proceed as you suggest. Wang Gui deliberated for a while before stating, "This little creature has brought us together. It is our destiny. Have you considered the risks involved? The process of signing a contract is not without its challenges." Xiao Luoluo cautioned, her tone grave. "I must remind you that the future evolution of this snow lion is uncertain. Should it lack the fortune to evolve or mutate, it could very well become a burden. Siphoning off your luck in cultivation, akin to carrying an anchor." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Gui nodded. It was still early to worry about future events. At the very least, this snow lion possessed a spirit body, granting it far greater potential than the other two. Should he encounter a bottleneck later, he could assist it in seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. If that is the case, I can assist you in drafting a blood contract, Xiao Luoluo said, noting his decision. Without further ado, she swiftly formed seals in the air, summoning peculiar light curtains that materialized into a unique rune on her slightly protruding chest. "Please place a drop of your blood into the rune," she instructed, her expression serious. Afterward, she drew a drop of blood from the little snow lion, and Wang Gui followed her instructions, placing his blood into the strange rune. With a sizzling sound, the two drops of blood began to converge along the intricate patterns, merging seamlessly over the course of approximately half a stick of incense. It may be somewhat painful. Bear with it, Xiao Luoluo advised, her countenance tightening as she altered the finger seals, chanting incantations to split the glowing rune into two halves. One half entered Wang Gui's mind, while the other half penetrated the body of the little snow lion. Suddenly, a lion's roar reverberated in Wang Gui's consciousness, piercing his soul and manifesting the image of a colossal golden lion. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the buzzing in his ears threatened to topple him to the ground. "Wang Gui, are you all right?" Xiao Luoluo asked, her brows knitted with concern as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. This spell had not been easy for her. "I am fine. I can endure," he replied, shaking his head, still reeling from the sudden appearance of the beast's image in his mind. He had not anticipated that forming a contract would be so perilous, nearly causing him to faint. "The beast's image you saw is merely a manifestation of the ancestral bloodline of your spirit beast. This is a normal occurrence, indicating that your spirit has withstood the trial of the beast's blood. You have successfully passed this stage," Xiao Luoluo sighed in relief. However, the sudden anguished cries of the little lion brought her back to reality, and her expression shifted to one of concern. "If you wish to survive, do not resist. I can save your life." Due to the bond forged by the soul contract, Wang Gui was able to sense the little snow lion's condition. It was struggling and resisting the contract. With a firm voice, he commanded, "Stop your thrashing." Perhaps it understood his words. The little snow lion, which had been writhing and yowling, suddenly became obedient. Witnessing this, Xiao Luoluo's expression brightened, and she quickly resumed her incantation. Swiftly completing the contract, "Congratulations, you have acquired a spirit beast, snow lion, juvenile." Simultaneously, a message appeared before Wang Gui, revealing a dedicated spirit beast space in his panel. "Finally successful. That was perilously close. From now on, it shall be your destined spirit beast. Treat it well." Xiao Luo gently patted her delicate bosom and exhaled a sigh of relief. Should failure occur, it was highly probable that Wang Gui's spirit would suffer a blow, leading to a state of dementia. Upon the successful binding, a psychological bond was established between Wang Gui and the little snow lion, allowing them to perceive each other's thoughts, a sensation quite marvelous in nature. Of course, if one did not consciously seek to perceive it, this feeling would not persist constantly. "Thank you very much for your assistance this time. Should you require help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. It is but a trifling matter," she added. With the matter resolved, it was time for her to take her leave. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, revealing a book from her palm and presenting it to Wang Gui. This tome, the Compendium of All Spirits, contains information on the majority of demons, spirits, and exotic creatures, along with some beast taming techniques I have documented. I hope it proves beneficial to you. I have nothing of equal value to offer you in return, so let me gift you 2 skewers of grilled meat." Wang Gui replied with a grin. "Haha, I am certain we shall meet again." This, Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled, and with a mouthful of food, she summoned a radiant silhouette from her waist, transforming into a splendid beast cart before her. By the way, if you have the chance, do visit the culinary city of Tianyuan Cave. It is a place long coveted by all food therapists in the snowy realms. With those words, Xiao Luo ascended the beast cart, transforming into a ray of light that sped towards the horizon, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 65. The transaction with Sun Qian with the opening of the Shuomong Mountain Cave. The entire Shuomong Mountain range became abuzz with activity. The small spirit realm, rich with treasures of spiritual essence, undoubtedly caught the envy of various factions, prompting a rush towards it, had it not been for the joint efforts of the Su family and other powers to suppress the chaos. The entire Shuomong Mountain range might have descended into utter pandemonium. Yet, despite this, some unscrupulous individuals could not contain their greed for treasure, contemplating sneaking into the Shuomong cave. However, such individuals soon became examples to deter others. As the Su family and allied forces executed them on the spot, their corpses piled upon the altar at the entrance to instill fear in would-be intruders. This action quelled the ambitions of those who had other designs, compelling them to wait patiently outside. Yet, exploring a small spirit realm was no simple task. The perils aside, a cave of spiritual quality not only boasted abundant spiritual energy but also extensive terrain. Traversing from one end to the other would take at least a month for a warrior of the bone refinement stage. Even with tireless effort, in fact, some larger spirit realms had seen explorers take years to reach their edges. As vast as independent worlds, more than a month passed, and rather than diminishing, the fervor surrounding Shuomong Mountain grew even more intense. Reports from within indicated the emergence of rare treasures, miraculous elixirs capable of cleansing marrow and extending life, alongside profound techniques and treasures, causing those waiting outside to salivate with anticipation. At this juncture, the joint forces led by the Su family in Xinyan City suddenly announced the lifting of restrictions. Any individual or faction possessing a pass could now enter the Shuomong cave in search of treasures. This declaration detonated like a bombshell, sending the entire Shuomong mountain range into a frenzy. Not to mention, as the ruling power, the Su family, while unable to monopolize the cave, was still profiting handsomely from the entrance fees. The once humble camp of bonfires at the foot of Shuomong Mountain had transformed into a sprawling encampment stretching for miles. Within one area of the camp, a bustling marketplace thrived, as the opening of Shuomong Mountain led to a surge in prices for weapons, talismans, and medicinal pills essential for cultivation. Numerous vendors set up stalls, even showcasing some rare spiritual herbs procured from the Shuomong cave. During this period, Wang Gui diligently followed the advice of Lu Yuqing and advanced his cultivation to the late stage of meridian opening. He subsequently began practicing the longevity technique. Due to his status as a guard for the city lord, he was assigned to maintain order in this area. Fortunately, the old demon Qian was still inside and had not emerged, and the recent demise of Wu Qi and others had gone unnoticed amid the commotion of Shuomong Mountain. After each patrol, Wang Gui would stealthily return to the camp, engage in the practice of the longevity technique. And in his spare time, he cooked delightful dishes, selling some of his beneficial culinary creations as medicinal soups to procure the materials he required. To outsiders, he merely appeared to be a reasonably skilled alchemist. After concluding a day's patrol, Wang Gui returned to his tent, preparing to head to the snow python camp when suddenly, a visitor arrived. The visitor was an elderly man with silver hair, garbed in blue robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Master Sun, please come in. What brings you to seek out this humble disciple? This individual was known as Sun Qian, a rare spiritual cultivator and a master of talismans, well versed in the art of talisman crafting. Previously, a scuffle had erupted at his stall over a talisman he had crafted, leading to Wang Gui, as the guard, intervening and establishing their acquaintance. As Sun Qian was a spiritual cultivator. There were moments when Wang Gui sought his guidance on various aspects of practicing the longevity technique, and over time, they grew familiar with one another. Ho, if I am not mistaken, you must be a food therapist. A profession quite uncommon, Sun Qian remarked, noticing Wang Gui's astonished expression. While others may not know, I had the fortune to encounter a food therapy master in my youth, whose medicinal soups were renowned for their fragrant aroma and unparalleled efficacy in detoxification and healing. Your previous concoction still lingers in my memory. Senior, you flatter me, I possess no such extraordinary skills. It is merely a matter of trial and error on my part, Wang Gui replied, clasping his hands as he spoke. It is your mastery of talismans that I aspire to learn from Dado? You are also interested in the art of talismans. Sun Qian raised an eyebrow. Should the opportunity arise, I hope you will not hesitate to impart your knowledge, as your previous guidance has greatly benefited me. Indeed, I shall certainly do so, but at present, I do require your assistance with a few matters, Sun Qian replied with a smile. Please, speak freely, I shall do my utmost to assist. Wang Gui responded earnestly. I need you to help me concoct some detoxifying soups, Sun Qian continued. I have gathered all the necessary herbs. If you are willing to lend your hand, I assure you I will reward you handsomely. As he spoke, Sun Qian waved his sleeve, causing a variety of spirit herbs and vegetables to tumble onto the table beside them. Insect-repelling grass, qingling flower. Wang Gui glanced over the assortment, noting the rarity of these spiritual plants. Each possessing some efficacy in repelling pests and toxins, my abilities are somewhat limited, but I can prepare a dish that repels miasma. Its effect should be comparable to a pulse protection pill. Upon consumption, it will refresh the mind and safeguard the body's meridians from being corroded by miasma or toxic substances for a time. What do you think, Senior? Wang Gui suggested thoughtfully. Comparable to a pulse protection pill? That exceeds my expectations. Very well, let us proceed with your proposed recipe. Sun Qian mused for a moment before handing his storage bag to Wang Gui. Take these materials, produce as much as you can within a week. Within it are 200 medium-grade fire element stones, and upon completion, there will be additional rewards, Sun Qian added. Rest assured, Senior, I shall do my utmost. Wang Gui affirmed confidently. Ha, I have faith in your skills. My young friend, compared to seeking out other alchemists, I feel more assured with you crafting the dishes, Sun Qian chuckled, stroking his beard. You flatter me, Senior. Wang Gui paused, his gaze shifting slightly before he inquired. Senior, your urgent need for these pest-repelling dishes is not, perchance, related to the recent rumors surrounding the ghost fog marsh in the Shuamong Cave. That is not a secret worth keeping. You may know. Sun Qian replied, his expression turning serious. Indeed, there is a relic within the ghost fog marsh, and it is said that someone has encountered the Ningfu pill inside it. The mention of the Ningfu pill. A spark of fervor ignited in Sun Qian's aged eyes. The Ningfu pill? Wang Gui echoed, his heart racing. The first two realms of martial cultivation are meridian opening and bone refinement, while those of spiritual cultivation are qi condensation and spirit mansion. The Ningfu pill is capable of allowing a qi condensation cultivator to condense their internal spiritual power within their dantian, opening up a spirit mansion to store greater reserves of spiritual energy. The difference between the spirit mansion and qi condensation realms extends beyond mere strength. It fundamentally alters the lifespan. Ordinary qi condensation practitioners have lifespans akin to regular humans, lasting merely a century, while those who achieve the spirit mansion realm may live for over 200 years. An increase of 100 years in lifespan is an allure that compels all qi condensation cultivators to pursue it fervently. As a patrolling guard, Wang Gui possessed some knowledge of the affairs within the Shuamong Cave. The ghost fog marsh, shrouded in miasma and swarming with venomous creatures, necessitated thorough preparations for pest repulsion and obstacle evasion. Otherwise, even a late-stage qi condensation or meridian opening expert could fall victim to its dangers with a moment's inattention. Many treasure seekers had entered before, only to vanish without a trace, a perilous endeavor indeed. In recent days, I have been preoccupied with crafting talismans in preparation for entering the ghost fog marsh. I lack the time to concoct elixirs myself, hence my request for your assistance. Moreover, you are a rare and exceptional food therapist. I am confident you will not disappoint me. Sun Qian gently stroked his beard and nodded, but suddenly his expression darkened. Life is fleeting, ultimately returning to dust. I have squandered 100 years, yet the gates of the spirit realm remain elusive. With my lifespan drawing to a close and opportunities within reach, how could I possibly let them slip away? If I succeed, it will be a cause for great celebration. Even in defeat, I shall have no regrets. His voice resonated like thunder in the ears of those nearby as he gazed at the receding figure. Wang Gui's eyes deepened with thought, plunging him into contemplation. Chapter 66. Little White in the Back Mountain Cave of the Snow Python Stronghold. Wang Gui sat cross-legged in the small green pond, holding his breath and focusing his mind. If one were to closely observe, they would notice delicate whirlpools faintly appearing on the surface of his skin. Resembling miniature eyes of a storm, within these swirling vortices lay faint streams of spiritual energy, quietly drawn in, slowly flowing into the depths of his being. After days of cultivation, Wang Gui gradually understood why Lu Yuqing advised beginning the cultivation of the longevity technique only after reaching the late stages of meridian opening. Spiritual energy must circulate through the meridians. The more meridians one has opened, the greater the amount of spiritual energy one can absorb and manipulate. However, guiding spiritual energy through the meridians is, in truth, a perilous endeavor. If the meridians are not sufficiently resilient, the body may struggle to withstand such a surge of power, leading to minor injuries or, in severe cases, lifelong disabilities. Thus, those who can become spiritual cultivators typically possess formidable physical bodies. After sitting in this manner for over an hour, Wang Gui suddenly focused his mind, activating the longevity technique to absorb the gathered spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy contained within the small green pond was produced daily, it was as insubstantial as smoke. Wang Gui had only managed to cultivate the longevity technique to this extent through relentless effort. In an instant, the feeling of dry and obscure spiritual power swept over his entire body. An insatiable yearning that was truly unbearable. Alas, at this rate, achieving the first level of the longevity technique will take at least a month. Wang Gui sighed helplessly, his face etched with bitterness. During this time, he had devoted all his energy to the cultivation of the longevity technique. Had he focused on the fiery demon technique instead, he would likely have already reached the bone refinement stage. Of course, focusing on the longevity technique was one aspect. On the other hand, he had given the Ice Buddha soup to General Fanju, who still needed more. How could he dare to use it recklessly? After exiting the cave, Wang Gui returned to his chamber, preparing to concoct a potion to repel pests and avoid insects. A figure darted in, a small creature about half a meter long, entirely snow-white, with large eyes as deep as ink. Upon seeing Wang Gui enter, the creature excitedly leaped forward and burrowed into his embrace. This white little beast was indeed the snow lion with whom Wang Gui had formed a contract. And he had affectionately named it Little White. Over the course of a month, Little White had grown astonishingly. Originally the smallest and weakest among the 3 snow lions, it had now become the largest and most robust. As a beast that relied on its physical form for combat, Little White's strength was now comparable to that of a warrior in the early stages of meridian opening. Lu Yuqing was equally astonished by Little White's rapid growth. Yet Wang Gui had not disclosed the details of their contract to her, as he wished to keep this matter private from outsiders. Due to the bond they shared, as Wang Gui advanced in cultivation, Little White also received benefits, and with the nourishing food Wang Gui provided, he found Little White's remarkable growth entirely unsurprising. Now, finish your meal and stay by the door. Do not let anyone disturb me. Gently stroking the plump white cat in his arms, Wang Gui pinched its chubby cheek, then summoned a bowl of medicinal food for it. Upon seeing this, Little White's eyes sparkled, and it extended its crimson tongue to begin devouring the meal. After finishing, it let out a low call and obediently settled by the door of the room. Once this was done, Wang Gui began to concentrate on concocting the Tranquil Spirit Soup. Cooking Level 6, Tranquil Spirit Soup 5, he still needed some earth-armored beast meat. Although the meat of the Icefield crocodile could serve as a substitute, the effect would be somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, since this was intended for Elder Sun, he naturally wanted to use the finest ingredients. Wang Gui glanced into his backpack space. He had a fair amount of medicinal herbs, but was short on ingredients. Ice Buddha Soup 10. The Ice Buddha fruit for brewing the Ice Buddha soup is nearly depleted. After consuming over a month's worth of Ice Buddha soup, Fanju had seen a reduction in the fire poison afflicting him, yet complete eradication would take some more time. Additionally, he had only a few Ice Buddha fruits left, and those in the medicinal garden would take nearly 2 months to mature. He needed to find a way to gather more Ice Buddha fruits or discover alternative substitutes. Fortunately, I have some free time tomorrow. I can visit the Snow Mang market. The next day, the bustling trading market was alive with activity, as vibrant as ever. Various factions converged here, and one could encounter a plethora of individuals clad in peculiar attire. It was Little White's first outing, and it was filled with excitement, trailing closely behind Wang Gui, its large eyes sparkling with curiosity as it surveyed the surroundings. Now possessing a modicum of self-defense capability, Wang Gui felt it prudent to bring Little White out for some fresh air. Should any unexpected situation arise, he could swiftly summon it into the spirit beast space with a mere thought. Moreover, Wang Gui's current status as a patrol officer made it entirely reasonable for him to be accompanied by a spirit beast. Patrol officer, are you off duty today? Your spirit beast looks quite energetic. A burly man with a thick beard greeted Wang Gui warmly. Old Lu, do you have any earth-armored beast meat? Wang Gui inquired as he approached the vendor's stall, where the man specialized in selling various types of beast meat and bones. Along with some medicinal herbs, the blood and flesh of certain spirit beasts contained substantial energy, promoting physical strength and health, and his business was doing quite well indeed. How much do you require? The bearded man grinned widely. Give me 100 pounds, certainly. Please hold on. While waiting, Little White gazed hungrily at the meat on the stall, its eyes gleaming, drooling in anticipation. Wang Gui gave a light call, suddenly sensing an unusual surge of emotions from Little White, excitement and eagerness. Looking up, before Wang Gui could say anything, Little White leaped forward, landing on a half-buried beast bone. Little White's unusual behavior piqued Wang Gui's attention. Through its transmitted emotions, he sensed that this beast bone was extraordinary. Wang Gui bent down to retrieve the bone from Little White's mouth and examined it closely. It appeared to be the spine of some spirit beast. Old Lu, how much for this beast bone? Wang Gui asked. The bearded vendor glanced back and replied, this was obtained by a friend of mine while hunting in the Snowman Cave. He was tracking a fierce tiger when a chunk of flesh fell from the sky. It must have been dropped during a battle between spirit beasts, but I can't identify which beast it came from, despite selling meat for many years. How many fire essence stones for this beast bone? I'll purchase it. It's not worth much meat, so if the patrol officer wants it, just give me 20 fire essence stones. The vendor hesitated for a moment before stating his price. Wang Gui nodded and paid, including the earth-armored beast meat. Little White, staying close, let out soft whines, eagerly awaiting its treat, which brought a smile to Wang Gui's face. He handed the bone to Little White, which immediately clamped down on it possessively, even displaying protective behavior. Wang Gui had no choice but to cradle it in his arms as they prepared to stroll through other stalls. Excuse me, may I have a moment? Just as Wang Gui was about to leave, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. These individuals appeared to be in their 20s, adorned in extravagant garments, exuding an air of nobility, clearly the offspring of affluent families. There's something you need? Wang Gui's gaze swept across the group, and he recognized a familiar face among them. I wonder if the spirit beast in your arms could be reluctantly relinquished to me? I assure you, I will offer you a satisfactory price. A young man in white robes among the crowd smiled as he spoke, his eyes fixed on Little White. I'm not selling. Wang Gui shook his head. Not even for 100, let alone 1,000,000, would he part with Little White. Wait a moment. One of the group spoke up suddenly. There's nothing left to discuss between us. Wang Gui shot a dismissive glance at the speaker. Although he was unsure why Suhi was associating with these individuals, he knew that no matter the circumstances, he would never part with Little White. Wang Gui, you might not be aware, but this is Brother Jiang Qing from the Jiang family of the Qingming Cave. I believe you've heard of it. Unperturbed by Wang Gui's hostility, Suhi casually introduced the young man beside him. The Qingming Cave? The one among the 10 caves of the Western Icefield? In terms of reputation, the Qingming Cave overshadowed Xinyan City. Upon hearing those 4 words, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd, causing many to halt and glance in their direction. The Qingming Cave, like the Snowman Cave, was a minor spiritual realm, dominated by a sword cultivation sect that later renamed itself the Qingming Sword Sect. After centuries of development, it had become one of the 10 sects of the Western Icefield, boasting a vast array of affiliated powers, with the Jiang family being one of them. I have heard Su Gu speak of you. You must be Wang Gui. Upon hearing the introduction of Su He, Jiang Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile, a look of pride illuminating her face as she softly addressed Wang Gui. To speak candidly, I find myself quite intrigued by your spirit beast. This little snow lion, in both appearance and fur quality, is truly exceptional. Should you be willing to part with it, I, Jiang Qing, would be glad to befriend you. Jiang Qing continued, I must apologize, but I shall not sell this snow lion. After Wang Gui finished speaking, he turned to leave, only to be confronted by 2 figures who strode forward, blocking his path. What is the meaning of this? Wang Gui's expression darkened as he glanced back at Jiang Qing. Please do not be hasty in your departure, Brother Wang. Everything can be negotiated. How about this? I shall offer you 500 fire elemental stones for your spirit beast. What do you say? Jiang Qing smiled. Wang Gui remained silent. 700, and not a coin more, Jiang Qing replied after a brief pause, an air of confidence enveloping him. This price was already quite generous. In other circumstances, it could even suffice to acquire an adult snow lion. Young man, to be favored by Brother Jiang is indeed a stroke of fortune. Do not be ungrateful, remarked a short-haired man in green attire, his voice cold. Jiang Qing is of the direct line of the Jiang family. It would be wise to relinquish the snow lion in your possession. Perhaps you might even gain a friend in the process. Otherwise, should you offend the Qingming cave, no one will be able to shield you. Another tall, imposing man added with a sinister expression. Wang Gui, why do you act thus? It is merely a small spirit beast. Brother Jiang harbors no ill intentions. He simply wishes to befriend you, Su He interjected, seemingly offering conciliatory words but actually muddling the waters. Humph, I have never heard of forming friendships through the theft of another's belongings. Detecting the veiled threat from the latter, Wang Gui scoffed, if I recall correctly. The master of Qingming Cave is associated with the Qingming sword sect. It seems the Jiang family is merely a branch family. When did they come to represent Qingming Cave? Am I to understand that by surrendering my spirit beast, Qingming Cave will become mine?